This was the first time that the two of them had a quarrel. Song Jingmian found that he couldn't win the argument with her, and he was helpless. Okay, I'll take you with me. Don't be angry. I'm terrified to be accused of restricting your freedom. Song Jingmian finally agreed. Muyun smiled, kissed his handsome face, and said with a happy smile, "Well, this is my good husband." Song Jingmian enjoyed her compliments and kisses, with his mouth raised high and a satisfied smile. The two of them stayed together for a while, and it was dark. After eating and drinking, Muyun lay down to rest again. In the kingdom of Jin, Shangguan Xi was locked up in the princess's mansion. She was nominally the eldest prince's concubine, but she could only stay in the princess's mansion. She was locked up in the yard, restricting her freedom. Princess Jinling was very busy these days and had no time to take care of her, which made her feel better for a few days. Shangguan Xi had always wanted to go out and find out the route to escape from the mansion, but the gate was heavily guarded and she couldn't get out of the yard at all. She was lying on the couch by the window, bored and worried, when she suddenly heard the maids outside talking about the Jin kingdom's attack on the Xia kingdom. Shangguan Xi stood up with a start, then listened attentively. The Xia kingdom is really going too far. Our princess and the eldest prince went on a diplomatic mission with good intentions, but they actually assassinated them. This is obviously declaring war on our Jin kingdom. It's so abominable. The Xia people are like this. They were also very abominable in the past. I hope the princess can lead the troops to defeat the Xia kingdom and capture those people and torture them severely. Speaking of the Xia kingdom, a Xia person has been living in her house for a while. Shangguan Xi straightened her back subconsciously when they mentioned herself, and the whole person couldn't help but become nervous. Her. The princess didn't tell us how to treat her, but I don't think she's an important person. Let's wait for the princess to come back and see what her attitude is. If she's someone the princess hates, then we can tease her for fun. The two men's tone was full of ill intentions, which made Shangguan Xi nervous. She couldn't help but get scared. How could these people be like perverts? She wanted to escape even more urgently. Thinking of this, she pinched her thigh and felt pain, but it was still not enough. She could only harden her heart and pinch it hard again. The intense pain came, and her forehead was covered with sweat, and her lips suddenly turned pale. She stood up and looked in the mirror. Seeing her sickly look in the mirror, she was satisfied. Then she picked a sharp enough hairpin from the makeup box, and then she slowly walked towards the couch. After lying down, she raised her voice and weakly called for help. At the same time, the sharp hairpin was hidden in her sleeve, ready to go. The two maids outside the door heard the sound and hurried in. Seeing Shangguan Xi on the bed holding her stomach and sweating in pain, the two looked at each other, a little confused, not knowing what to do. "It hurts so much. I can't do it anymore. Go and call a doctor for me." Shangguan Xi spoke with difficulty. The two maids walked over and looked at her carefully, and then said, "Wait, we'll go call a doctor." Seeing that the two were about to leave, Shangguan Xi hurriedly said, "Can you trouble my sister to pour me a glass of water? My throat is tight, please." The two maids looked at each other, and then one of them said, "I'll go call someone. You pour her some water." After that, the maid left. The other maid poured the water and reluctantly handed it to Shangguan Xi. Shangguan Xi had already prepared it. Seeing that the other party was not close enough to her, she said weakly, "Sister, I don't have the strength. Can you pass it over?" The maid was very impatient, but after all, she was brought back by the princess, so she didn't dare to do anything, so she took 2 steps closer. But the next moment, she felt her neck tighten as Shangguan Xi's hand pinched her neck. The maid was about to speak when she felt a pain in her neck. The maidservant died with her eyes wide open. Shangguan Xi did not dare to delay. He endured the pain in his legs and quickly took off the maid's clothes and put them on himself. Even though she stabbed her neck on purpose to avoid blood staining her clothes, she still couldn't avoid it and was splashed with a few drops of blood. Fortunately, it wasn't on her white clothes, so it wasn't very obvious. After changing her clothes, Shangguan Xi ran out quickly. However, the princess's mansion was so big that she was not familiar with the road and didn't know where to run. The more anxious Shangguan Xi was, the more likely she was to get into trouble. As she was running, she turned a corner and ran into Jinling, who had just returned. At this moment, Shangguan Xi felt like her breathing was about to stop. She quickly lowered her head and knelt on the ground with a plop. Her knees felt a burning pain, but she didn't care. However, this overly eye-catching action finally attracted the inquiring gaze of Princess Jinling. "How unbecoming of you to be so reckless," Jinling's unhappy voice sounded. Shangguan Xi, who was lying on the ground, couldn't help trembling and deliberately lowered her voice and said, "I deserve to die. Princess, please forgive me." Jinling was about to leave, and Shangguan Xi finally breathed a sigh of relief. But the next moment, Jinling's voice sounded again. "What's the matter with the blood on your collar? Raise your head and let me see." With a loud bang, Shangguan Xi felt as if the sky had fallen, and her heart was completely dead. "Princess, please forgive me. I just fell and hit my teeth, which left blood. I was about to go back to change clothes, so I accidentally bumped into you. Please forgive me. Please forgive me." Shangguan Xi kept kowtowed while speaking, and her forehead hit the ground heavily, again and again, but she seemed to be unaware of the pain, only full of fear. Jinling smiled and said in a light tone, "Am I so scary? Are you so scared?" Shangguan Xi wanted to say more, but Jinling said, "Forget it, go down." Hearing this, Shangguan Xi's dead heart was instantly revived, and the excitement overwhelmed the pain in her forehead. The feeling of surviving a disaster made her sweat all over her body. When she relaxed at this time, she found that her back was wet. "Thank you, Princess. Thank you." Jinling had already walked away, but Shangguan Xi was still kowtowing to express her gratitude. As Jinling walked away, she raised a wicked smile and ordered the subordinates behind her, "Let her play if she likes. Wait until she escapes from the palace for a few days, and then catch her. The princess has no time to play with her these days." The subordinates nodded repeatedly, their faces also full of interest. Shangguan Xi thought she had escaped, and then she escaped more carefully. However, she ran around and could not find the gate, so she could not get out. The kingdom of Jin was preparing to attack the kingdom of Xia. Princess Jinling wanted the position of commander-in-chief, but the emperor did not allow it. The proposal was rejected again that day. She came back to vent her anger. Thinking of Shangguan Xi, she ordered her subordinates, "Go and bring that woman over. She must have had enough fun after escaping for so many days." The subordinates nodded in response. At this time, Shangguan Xi was still hiding in the maid's room. It was strange that she pretended to be a maid, but no one suspected her. So she stayed here for a few days. During this period, she also delivered hot water to Princess Jinling's room and cleaned the house. She was always nervous, afraid of being discovered by Jinling. Fortunately, she was safe and sound and spent a few days smoothly. However, she had not yet figured out the route in the mansion. Each time she went out with the maids, she only went a few times and then came back. "Manhwa, let's go and clean the princess's yard." A maid suddenly came in and said. Manhwa was the name given to Shangguan Xi by the maid in charge. Shangguan Xi disliked it very much, but she could not resist. Hearing that she had to go again, her heart was lifted again. She wanted to refuse, but she didn't dare to say it. In the end, she could only go with her. She prayed all the way on the way, hoping that Jinling would not be there. Arriving at the yard and starting to clean, the maid said, "Manhwa, go clean the house." Shangguan Xi shirked. "I'm clumsy and I'm afraid I'll damage the princess's things, so you go." The maid looked at her coldly. "You go just because I tell you to, and you've learned to resist?" Shangguan Xi had no choice but to silently greet the maid's 18 generations of ancestors in her heart, and then walked towards the house. The door opened, and Jinling's smiling face suddenly appeared in front of her.
"Ah!"
Shangguan Xi screamed in fright, her legs softened, and she fell to the ground. Jinling smiled viciously, got up and walked towards her. "Miss Shangguan, is the cat and mouse game fun? Have you had enough fun after playing for so many days?" Shangguan Xi looked at her in disbelief. then turned her head to look at the maids around her who were not surprised at all, and immediately realized that she had been fooled. But she didn't dare to be angry, didn't dare to lose her temper, and was only full of fear. Seeing that she said nothing, Jinling smiled and said, "Miss Shangguan, what about your temper? It's only been a few days? Have your edges been smoothed?" Shangguan Xi was timid and understood her situation. How could she dare to lose her temper? She was just waiting for her fate in fear. Seeing this, Jinling was immediately angry. "Forget it, it's really not fun at all. I still like to see you begging for mercy in fear. Come here." Miss Shangguan's expression makes this princess unhappy. "You come and teach her to change her expression." Jinling gave an order, and several women outside came in with various tools in their hands. Shangguan Xi subconsciously trembled all over and couldn't help trembling. The maid brought a chair, and Jinling sat down and said, "Shangguan Xi, I am very unhappy today. My father didn't let me lead the army. Do you think he is old and confused and doesn't trust my ability?" Shangguan Xi didn't dare to speak. Jinling glanced at her and then winked at the few people behind Shangguan Xi. Then, several people held Shangguan Xi down, and she struggled in fear and yelled. But it was all to no avail. Jinling smiled and said, "I was unhappy to begin with, and you are like this again, which makes me even more unhappy. It is said that the 10 fingers are connected to the heart. If I am unhappy, how can you be happy?" Several maids pressed her down, and the thin needle pierced directly into her fingertips, and then continued to pierce in. "Ah! Ah ah ah!" A shrill scream sounded, and Jinling finally laughed. "That's right. This princess will be happy." One finger was pierced, and then the second finger was changed. Shangguan Xi cried until her voice was hoarse and her throat was dry, until she could no longer scream, but the torture continued. She collapsed on the ground like dead water, her face pale, and her whole body soaked with sweat. At this time, a handsome man came out of the yard and walked towards Jinling. "Your Highness, have you found another fun toy? You haven't summoned me these past few days." Seeing the handsome man, Jinling smiled, even more happily. She reached out her hand and took the man's, smiling at him. "I've been very busy these days. What, have I neglected you? Are you unhappy?" The man knelt at Jinling's feet, looking ready to be picked, gentle and well-behaved. Jinling lifted the man's chin, looked at his handsome face, and felt much better. "No, I just haven't seen you for a long time, and I missed you so much." The man turned his face over and said meekly. Jinling smiled, let go of his chin, looked at Shangguan Xi, and said, "I want to play for a while. You go back to your room first." The man glanced at Shangguan Xi. Her pale face, her clenched lips, and her beautiful face at this time showed a kind of morbid beauty, which was also unique. The women of Jin country are generally taller and stronger, unlike the women of Xia country, who are weak and swaying in the wind, petite and cute, making people want to love them. The man looked at Shangguan Xi with a hint of ill intention, and he said to Jinling, "Your Highness, is this woman from Xia country?" Jinling hummed. The man continued, "The Xia people are despicable. They killed many of our Jin brothers. Since this woman is from the Xia, why don't you hand her over to the brothers in the army and let them take good care of her to repay Xia for what they have done for our Jin?" Shangguan Xi raised her eyelids and glanced at the man. There was hatred in her eyes. If this was true, she might as well bite her tongue and commit suicide. Jinling glanced at the man and said, "Do you think your idea is good?" The man smiled and said, "I heard that Xia country women care most about chastity. The pain of the body is not comparable to the pain of the soul. Besides, sending her to the army will not only hurt her heart, but also her body. Isn't it better to have the best of both worlds?" Shangguan Xi's hoarse voice sounded, "Jinling, if you dare to send me there, I will not let you go even after I die and become a ghost." The man laughed twice and said, "My lady, our prince is kind and sends you to enjoy the bliss of the world. Why don't you know how to be grateful? You are really heartless. Your Highness, do you want me to send you there?" The man leaned his head against Jinling's legs in a flattering manner, smiling seductively, thinking about his own little tricks in his heart. Jinling raised a curve at the corner of her mouth and smiled gently at him. Before the man had time to be happy, he saw that Jinling's expression suddenly turned cold, and then with a bang, the man was kicked out. Hearing the noise, no one in the yard dared to speak, and no one dared to look up. Jinling said coldly, "What this princess despises most is humiliating women. If you like to enjoy it, then this princess will give it to you. The brothers in the army will surely like you too. Come on, send Ling Hao to the military camp and say that it was a reward from this princess." Jinling's secret guards immediately appeared and walked towards the man. The man was shocked and didn't know why he suddenly became like this. He knelt down and begged for mercy. "Your Highness, please spare me, Your Highness, please spare me. I know I was wrong, I know I was wrong." Shangguan Xi looked at Jinling in surprise. He didn't expect Jinling to be so angry. The man was still begging for mercy. Jinling calmed down and said coldly, "Expel him from the princess's residence and don't let him come again." Having been disturbed, Jinling was no longer interested in playing. She ordered the maid, "Lock her in the woodshed and don't allow anyone to get close to her. Wait until the Japanese princess is interested before bringing her up for fun." "Yes, Your Highness." The maid was about to drag her away, but Jinling said, "By the way, there's no need to find someone to treat her. This minor injury won't kill her." The maid nodded in agreement. Shangguan Xi was dragged away like a dog. Jinling also left the princess's mansion to visit her son, whom she hadn't seen for many days. Xiagua, after receiving the news that Jinghua had begun to train troops, the emperor also ordered people to prepare and start training troops. The imperial edict to appoint Song Jingnian as the Grand Marshal of the army has been drafted, but it has not been announced yet. As a general, Shangguan Heng will definitely be on the list this time. Song Jingnian was busy training troops, while Mu Yin was busy opening a shop to make money. Wars require a lot of silver and money to support them. Only with money can they support hundreds of thousands of soldiers at the border. Both husband and wife were very busy. Mu Yin quickly opened the weaving workshop and the clothing store in the capital, and Peng Qingyun also moved to the capital. She planned to hand over the weaving workshop to Peng Qingyun for management, and the clothing store to Zijou, and also took Zijou off her slavery and made her a businessman. On the day Peng Qingyun came, Mu Yin went to the city gate to pick him up in person. Song Jingnian was jealous of this in the morning. Mu Yin coaxed him with kind words, and then he went to the military camp with peace of mind. Outside the city gate, the carriage drove in and stopped in front of Mu Yin. The person who lifted the curtain was Peng Qingyun. Mu Yin smiled and said, "Brother Peng, long time no see." Peng Qingyun also smiled happily when he saw Mu Yin. Thanks to Mu Yin, he is really going to become the richest man now. But apart from being busy, there is really no other special feeling. The only biggest change may be moving to the capital. "Xiaoyan, long time no see, you are getting more and more beautiful." Doing more business and being forced to deal with people every day, Peng Qingyun is also more active and can make jokes. Mu Yin laughed helplessly. "Brother Peng, you have learned to tease people. By the way, where's my sister-in-law?" Peng Qingyun had written to him, saying that he was married. Mu Yin was a little surprised at the time and sent a gift, but he had not yet met his wife. At this time, a woman came from behind a carriage, along with the two sisters Chunlan and Chunyue. Seeing Mu Yin, Chunlan was very happy and ran over excitedly. She wanted to touch Mu Yin, but felt a little abrupt, so she retracted her outstretched arm. "Sister Yun, are you okay?" Mu Yin didn't expect them to come, and was a little surprised. "Chunlan, why are you here too?" Chunlan smiled and said, "Sister Yin, Brother Peng said that you need help here, and I don't want to stay there anymore, so I thought about coming here with Brother Peng and Sister Peng to see if there is anything I can help with, and I also want to come out and take a look." Chunlan smiled a little embarrassedly. She came uninvited, and she didn't know if she would trouble Mu Yin. Peng Qingyun smiled and said, "Chunlan's embroidery skills are getting better and better. She is the backbone of our weaving workshop. Her skills are very good. She is willing to come here, which is a great help to the newly opened weaving workshop." Mu Yin nodded. "Chunlan, I said at the beginning that you will be very good in the future, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. You are a very hardworking person. I need manpower. It's great that you can come. Qingyun was afraid that she would disturb others if she came here rashly. Seeing Mu Yun say this, she felt relieved. Chenyue also hurriedly said, Sister Yun, I am here to help you too. If it weren't for the weaving workshop you opened, I wouldn't have the skills I have today. I am very grateful to you. Although Chenyue is a more realistic person, she is not ungrateful. She is really grateful to Mu Yun in her heart, but not as much and as sincerely as Qingyun. Mu Yun smiled, okay, welcome. Mu Yun then noticed the woman who hadn't spoken yet. Judging from her dress, she should be Pang Qingyun's wife. Mu Yun took the initiative to say, is this the sister-in-law of the Pang family? She is just like what Pang said in the letter, gentle and dignified. Very beautiful. Pang Qingyun's wife is the daughter of his aunt's family, that is, his cousin. The two had an engagement, but later Pang Qingyun's family fell into decline, and the Chen family wanted to break the engagement. However, before they really broke the engagement, Pang Qingyun got up again. After the Chen family learned about it, they came to propose an engagement. Pang Qingyun didn't want to violate the engagement made before his parents died, so he agreed. Chen Shuang looked at Mu Yun as soon as she came. His luxurious temperament and outstanding appearance made her feel a strong sense of crisis. She had never seen Mu Yun but only heard Pang Qingyun talk about him. At first, her family thought that all these industries belonged to Pang Qingyun. After she got married, she found out that there was actually a partner named Mu Yun, and she was a woman. Chen Shuang was very reluctant. Half of the income, which was a huge amount, had to be shared with another person. This made her very sad. After knowing this, she had been hinting to Pang Qingyun, both openly and secretly, that it was not good to form a partnership with others, and it was easy to suffer losses. Instead of cooperating with unfamiliar people, it was better to cooperate with her brothers from her mother's family. They knew each other well, and were all family members. This was much better than cooperating with outsiders who were unknown. But no matter how she hinted, Pang Qingyun would not agree. He just said that it was impossible to change the partner. Later, she said it directly, and Pang Qingyun was angry with her for this. He was in a bad mood for several days, and then she didn't dare to mention it. Until he said that he wanted to move his family to Beijing, Chen Shuang was a little reluctant. Although she also yearned for Beijing, after all, her relatives and friends were in her hometown. But this was not something she could decide, so she could only follow him. Seeing Mu Yun taking the initiative to talk to her, Chen Shuang smiled and said, I often hear my husband mention that Miss Mu Yun is really a heroine. I admire her for being able to do business so successfully. Although Chen Shuang's words sounded nice, her tone seemed a little strange. Mu Yun was a little confused. Why did she feel that she looked at him in a strange way? Pang Qingyun knew that his wife had always been dissatisfied with her partner. He was afraid that Chen Shuang would say something she shouldn't say and make Mu Yun unhappy. He hurriedly said, Xiao Yun, your sister-in-law is very envious of your ability. She is very happy to see you for the first time. Let's not stand here and talk. Let's go into the city first. Mu Yun nodded and got on her carriage. Everyone was surprised to see that the carriage she got on was so luxurious. They thought their carriage was already very luxurious, but they didn't expect Mu Yun's to be even more so. They had never seen such a special carriage. It seemed that every decoration and every board on the carriage exuded a sense of nobleness. Chenyue looked at it with envy and couldn't help saying, the capital city is indeed the capital city. Even the carriages are so beautiful and noble. I don't want to go back to that small place anymore. I want to settle down in the capital city and become a Beijinger in the future. Chenyue expressed her wish and felt that a bright future was waving at her. Qingyun couldn't help but smile and had her own yearning in her heart. Chen Shuang said sourly, we'll go and customize the same one some other day. Pang Qingyun said helplessly, okay, get on quickly. Shaoran is waiting for us in front. There were only two sisters, Chenyue and Qingyun, in the carriage at the back. Chenyue said gossipingly, Qingyun, Do you think that there's something wrong with the way Sister Peng looks at Sister Yun? Qingyun said helplessly, "Why do you always pay attention to these things instead of doing your business? Don't gossip about things that have nothing to do with you. Sit down quickly." Qingyun pouted, sat back in her seat, and then said, "Aren't I curious? This Sister Peng always asks us about Sister Yun. In fact, I know what she's thinking. Isn't she afraid that Brother Peng likes Sister Yun? Humph. She thinks everyone is like her, who likes Brother Peng's money. That's why Sister Yun looks down on Brother Peng." Chunlon thought of the way Chen Shuang always asked about Mu Yun, and felt a little worried that the two would have a conflict. Chanhua continued, "But didn't Brother Peng say before that Sister Yun got married? Why didn't I see her husband? Could it be that Brother Peng was talking nonsense?" In order to prevent Sister Peng from continuing to make random guesses, he made up such a lie. Chunlon said, "Maybe Sister Yun's husband was busy with something, so he couldn't come." "What are you guessing?" Chanhua pouted, "I'm just curious. I always feel that Sister Peng's words just now are a bit weird." Chunlon sighed and couldn't help saying, "This Sister Peng doesn't seem like a smart person." Chunlon always felt that Chen Shuang would have a conflict with Mu Yun. With her stingy look, she was very angry when anyone talked to Peng Qingyun in the weaving workshop in her hometown before, and always felt that others were trying to steal her husband. Therefore, they didn't dare to say a few more words to Peng Qingyun. Chanhua nodded, "I think so too, very stupid." If this person wasn't so annoying, Chanhua actually wanted to be with Peng Qingyun, but he didn't seem to have that heart, and she could only be a concubine if she followed him. With a mistress like Chen, her life would be miserable, and she might as well be free and unrestrained as she is now. While they were talking about Chen was also talking to Peng Qingyun about Mu Yun. "Husband, you have come all the way to help her, so don't be silly this time. How much money can you make by opening a weaving workshop in the capital? I will ask my parents for my mother's family to help, and you give one share to my father and brother. In this way, our family will have 2 shares, which is much more cost-effective than you each taking 1 share. And there is also the garment workshop. Let me take care of that. As your wife, I have to learn to manage the business so that I can share your worries in the future. We husband and wife will work together to create more wealth so that our future children will not have to worry about food and clothing." Chen was fantasizing about a beautiful future, but was ruthlessly interrupted by Peng Qingyun. "Shuang, I tell you seriously again, don't interfere in the affairs of the business. Also, if your father and brother come, they can only rely on themselves. I can't help. All the decision-making power of the industry is in Mu Yun's hands. I can't make the decision on this matter. Don't say such things again in the future." Peng Qingyun was very angry. He sat directly outside the carriage and sat with the coachman. He could just take a look at the streets of the capital. Seeing that he ignored her, Chen was furious. She couldn't help but say, "Husband, think about it carefully. We're family. If you don't listen to me, you will suffer." Peng Qingyun frowned, regretting that he was soft-hearted, and agreed to the marriage. Chen Shuang was really not a good wife. The people who inherited the Chen family were selfish and indifferent. If it weren't for his aunt, he really didn't want to agree, but it was useless to think about it now. Everything was too late. Peng Qingyun thought about it and shook his head helplessly. Mu Yun's carriage was in front, and they followed behind, crossing the street and slowly walking out of a wide alley. When they got out of the alley, they saw rows of houses, which were very imposing. Mu Yun's carriage stopped at the door of a house, and a plaque with the words Peng Mansion was hung on the gate. Mu Yun got off the carriage first, and then asked the driver to turn around and wait for her. Peng Qingyun also jumped off the carriage, completely ignoring Chen behind him. He was very surprised to see such a big house with a plaque hanging on it. "Xiao Yun, this? Didn't I say that we can just find a place to live first and we can slowly look for a house later? Why did you do this?" Mu Yun smiled and said, "Brother Peng, I specifically asked you to help. This group will live in the capital for the rest of their lives. If I don't find a good place to live, how can I feel at ease? Don't be polite to me. Let's go in and take a look. If there is anything you don't like, you can change it later." Chen and Chunlon and Chanhua also came down. They were very surprised to see such a grand gate. Muyun said to Chunlan and Chunyue, I didn't know you two would come, so I didn't prepare anything for you. I will ask someone to find a suitable small house for you two tomorrow. Chunlan hurriedly said, No, we can live in the weaving workshop. It's more convenient to work. It's not safe for us two women to live alone. Sister Yun, don't worry about our accommodation. Chunyue didn't say anything. She thought to herself that if she gave them a set, it would be okay. It would be valuable if they didn't live there. But she didn't have the courage to say this. Pang Qingyun said, This house looks so big, Shuang and I can't live in it. Chunlan and Chunyue can live with us first. Chun frowned when she heard this, but she didn't say it because there were so many people. The group walked towards the house, and the view gradually widened. There were white walls and green tiles, pavilions and attics, rockery and strange rocks, small bridges and flowing water. Every scene was very beautiful. Chunyue looked at it with bright eyes and couldn't help saying, This house is really beautiful and too big. Pang Qingyun also said, It's really too big, Shaoran. How much did this house cost? Muyun chuckled and said, This area has a better location, and the price is higher than other locations. It costs more than 5,000 taels, but I think it's worth it. The design of this courtyard is very good. Everyone was surprised. 5,000 taels is so expensive? Chunyue couldn't help but speak, opened her mouth wide, and was shocked. 5,000 taels, even if she sold 10 of them, she couldn't afford it. Chun frowned and said, Such a big house in Lingxi County costs at most 700 or 800 taels, and it's in the best location. Why is the house in the capital so expensive? Pang Qingyun saw that her tone was not good, and hurriedly said, This is the capital, not the small Lingxi County. How can it be compared? Muyun smiled and said, These 5,000 taels are not the most expensive in the capital. The houses in the southwest are almost tens of thousands of taels, but it is difficult to buy them even if you have money, because most of the people living there are officials. In addition, the most expensive ones are in the center of the city, and there are houses of tens of thousands of taels. If you want to be cheaper, you have to go to the surrounding small villages, that is, the suburbs. There are many houses of hundreds of taels. Everyone was stunned. Tens of thousands of taels to buy a house, and hundreds of taels in the suburbs. Are the houses here made of gold? Ordinary people like them are afraid that they will never earn enough money to buy a house in their lifetime, let alone the houses in the city. Even the ones in the suburbs that are much cheaper in comparison, ordinary people can't afford them. No wonder everyone yearns for the capital, but cannot settle down here. Who can afford to live here? Everyone has an understanding of the prices in the capital, and they're a little shocked. Pang Qingyun was very embarrassed and said hurriedly, Xiao Yun, this money will be deducted from our share later, so don't be polite to me. Muyun smiled helplessly. Brother Pang, you should not be polite to me. There is no need to talk about money. Just like this, you take your sister-in-law to see your yard. I will go back first, and then we will go to dinner together in the evening. Chui and Ji is almost ready. It will open tomorrow. Let's all go to eat the first meal together. Pang Qingyun was very surprised. Xiao Yun, you are too fast this time. Do you have something urgent? Muyun had never told Pang Qingyun about Song Jingmian's identity, nor did he tell him that he was going to the battlefield. Seeing that he asked worriedly, he did not hide it anymore. Brother Pang, I may have to go to the battlefield, so I hurriedly called you to help. The kingdom of Jin is about to attack the kingdom of Xia, but don't make it public, it hasn't really been reported yet. Everyone was very surprised. They were far away from the border and had never seen a war, but they also knew how terrible it was. Pang Qingyun said worriedly, It's too dangerous for you to go to the battlefield, Xiaoyan. What are you going to do as a woman? Muyun smiled slightly and said, I will go with the child's father. I am worried about him being alone, so the business matters will be handed over to you in the future. I will hand over the garment shop to Zizhu, and she is also managing Qianji, but she has someone to assist her, so you don't have to worry about her being too busy. Pang Qingyun nodded. Don't worry about the business. I will take good care of it, but do you really want to go to the battlefield? Muyun nodded. Yes, really, otherwise I wouldn't have called you here specially. Okay, you are tired from the journey. Take a rest first. I'll send someone to pick you up later. Pang Qingyun nodded. Knowing that Mu Yun was very strong-willed and would not change his mind easily, he didn't say anything else, but he was still really worried in his heart. Pang Qingyun knew that all these businesses were actually started by Mu Yun. He just followed her to eat meat and actually did not contribute anything. Mu Yun's trip was full of dangers. He was afraid that something might happen to her, and he was also afraid that he could not keep these businesses. After all, the capital was a place full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. I was afraid that anyone picked up randomly on the street would have a much nobler status than him. If there was no backing to protect him, it would be very difficult to continue doing business in the capital. Pang Qingyun made a bitter face and followed the servants to his yard. When he came to the yard, he was no longer interested in appreciating the scenery. He just sat on a chair and began to think. Seeing this, Chen was very displeased. After waving her hand to let the servants go away, she said, "Husband, are you worried about Miss Mu?" Pang Qingyun did not hear the sourness in her tone, but replied seriously, "This burden is too heavy. I'm afraid I can't do it well. I didn't know she was going to the battlefield before, and she asked me to come to help. She didn't say that she would not take care of anything. If it weren't for Xiaoyan, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to run this weaving workshop." Chen rolled her eyes helplessly and said, suppressing the anger in her heart, "Husband, what are you talking about? You are the one who manages all these weaving and dyeing workshops. You manage them in an orderly manner. The business is so good, but Miss Mu has never contributed anything. Do you think I will believe what you say now?" Pang Qingyun looked up at his wife and sighed helplessly. "I'm not asking you to believe me. I'm just expressing my concerns. You don't understand. Go wash up and take a rest first. We still have to go out for dinner later." Chen couldn't help but said, "Husband, it's just right that Miss Mu went to the battlefield. You can call my father and elder brother to help you. My elder brother and father are also capable of helping, so you don't have to worry." Pang Qingyun knew what she meant. He rejected coldly. "I said, don't interfere in this matter. Whether your father and elder brother want to come is their business. It has nothing to do with me. There is no place for them in this weaving workshop. I've made this very clear. Don't mention this matter again in the future." Chen felt wronged and sad. He was so nice to outsiders, but ignored her family. This made her feel that she had no status in his heart. "Okay, I won't say anything." Chen asked someone to prepare hot water for her to wash. At this time, in the Prince Ping's mansion, Mu Yun came back and talked to Zijou about the clothing store and the restaurant. The two of them had almost finished talking, and then Mu Yun said, "Zijou, let's go to Qingyun for dinner. You can go with me later." Zijou nodded. Mu Yun said again, "Ask Yuan Bao, and the others if they want to go. If they do, take them with you." Zijou nodded in agreement. When Mu Yun changed his clothes, he happened to meet Song Jingnian, who had returned. Mu Yun asked him if he wanted to go to dinner together, but he just came back to get something, went to the study and took something, and left again. Yuan Bao and the others knew that they were going out to eat, and they all wanted to go, so Mu Yun took them all with him. There were so many people, so she changed to a larger carriage. The location of Qingyun is in the center of the street, which is a rare good location. When Pang Qingyun and others arrived, they were very surprised to see this location. Even if they didn't know the streets here at this time, they could still see that this street was prosperous, and opening such a large restaurant here must have a very high investment. The restaurant was not open to the public yet, but Mu Yun had already greeted the waiter and the shopkeeper. When he learned that the surname was Pang, he hurriedly said, "Master, please come in." Chen, who was beside Pang Qingyun, heard the word master and smiled proudly. She had never thought that one day, she, Chen Shuang, would be able to own such a big restaurant in the capital city where every inch of land is worth a lot of money. It was so grand and prestigious. After the few people went in, the shopkeeper took them to the private room upstairs, which was specially reserved by Mu Yun for himself. When the window of the private room was opened, you could see the street outside and the lotus pond in the distance. The scenery was very nice. Chen's expression was full of arrogance, and she said to Chen Yue, "Such a good restaurant is rare. In the future, the income of this restaurant will also belong to our Pang family." Chen Yue and Chunlon, You two come to eat in the future and tell me my name, and I will ask the shopkeeper to give you a discount. Chen said jokingly. Sister-in-law, you are so rich. You must give us a free bill. In the future, I will come to eat and tell your name, and let the shopkeeper give me a free bill directly. Just at this time, the shopkeeper brought in tea. Hearing what they said, he couldn't help but despise them in his heart. Where did these people come from? They are so shameless. They only recognize the princess as their owner. Not just any cat or dog can be their owner. Although disgusted, the shopkeeper didn't say anything, but just poured the tea silently. Not wanting Chen to see it, he hurriedly said, Sister-in-law, the shopkeeper is here. Why don't you tell him now? Now that everyone knows each other, it will be much more convenient for me to come in the future. Qingyun frowned and wanted to say something, but was afraid that Chen would have some ideas. After all, they came from the same place and he brought the people with him, so he should always take care of them. But no matter who it is, things like credit and free bills cannot be done. Qingyun was still thinking about what to say when he heard Chen had already spoken. Shopkeeper, this is Chen and Chunlan, my two sisters. When they come in the future, the first meal will be free, and we will try to give discounts later. The shopkeeper's words made Chen lose face instantly, and her face turned blue with anger. She gritted her teeth and said, You don't even know who I am? I am the wife of your boss Qingyun, and also your boss's wife. You don't even know this. What kind of shopkeeper are you? Husband, change this shopkeeper, it's too rude. Chen said angrily. The shopkeeper listened to her words without any worry. This restaurant belonged to the princess. No one except the princess had the right to replace him. Qingyun frowned and said in a deep voice, Enough. Stop talking. Qingyun said to the shopkeeper. Shopkeeper Zhao, please go down first.
Sorry.
Facing Qingyun, the shopkeeper was very respectful. After all, it was Mu Yun who had instructed him to do so. The other owner was the same as her and was not allowed to slack off. Okay, owner, you can call me anytime if you have anything. Qingyun nodded. Chen was so angry that she couldn't help but yell. What does he mean? How dare a mere shopkeeper treat me like this?
He must have been instructed by someone.
My husband, look at him. He is so respectful to you, but why does he talk to me differently? I must teach him a lesson. Qingyun was overwhelmed and helpless. Shuang, this is outside, can you be good? Xiaoyan and the others will be here soon. It's not good to be laughed at. Chunlan and Chenhua didn't say anything. Chunlan looked at them with some worry, while Chenhua looked like she was watching a good show, with a smile in her eyes. Humph. You are a joke. Let's see who dares to laugh at me. Husband, as another owner of this restaurant, can't you fire one person? Or do you just don't want to help me? Qingyun didn't expect her to suddenly act so unreasonably, which gave him a headache. I've said that all decision-making power belongs to Xiaoyan. I won't interfere. Just be quiet and stop talking, okay? Chen was so angry that she was about to die. Okay, you don't have the power. I'll tell Miss Mu when she comes. Let's see if she will give you this face. My husband, you and I are husband and wife. Now I am you. If Miss Mu doesn't give me this face, it means she looks down on you and doesn't give you face. You defend her everywhere. Wait and see if she will dismiss a shopkeeper for your wife. Qingyun was about to say something when there was a movement outside the door. It seemed that Mu Yun had come. The next moment, the door was pushed open, and Mu Yun walked in with Zijou and 4 children. She asked curiously, Brother Pang, Sister Pang, what are you talking about? I heard noises outside the door. Before his wife could speak, Qingyun smiled and said to Yuya Yuanbao, It's been a long time since we last met. Yuya Yuanbao has grown so tall? And Muyang, you are almost as tall as me. Are you eating too well? But Tianxi is still as round as before, haha. Qingyun was very happy to see the children. The children also called Uncle Pang and reminisced about the past. Chunlan also took the initiative to talk to Zijou. The atmosphere became harmonious, except for Chen, who had a cold face and really didn't even want to pretend to smile. After everyone sat down, the shopkeeper brought something again, but this time it was not tea, but snacks. The shopkeeper smiled and placed the snacks that the children liked in front of the children, These are the snacks that the young masters like to eat. Try them first. The dishes will be served soon. The children all thanked him politely. Thank you, Uncle Zhao. Shopkeeper Zhao was about to leave with a smile, but heard Chen shout, Stop. Chen's voice was very cold, and her tone was very bad. Everyone frowned, and their eyes were focused on her. Chen said sarcastically, Whose restaurant is this? No one paid attention to what I said just now. Now a few children are here, and you are showing off your hospitality. What do you mean? The shopkeeper was a little confused. He didn't expect this person to be so stupid and dare to say such words. To answer this lady, I don't know what you mean by this, but do you think I am not considerate enough? You can just say it. Chen sneered. Humph. What are you pretending for? Weren't you very proud just now? What? Are you scared now? Shopkeeper Zhao still said calmly, Madam, what you said just now, do you mean that you just asked me to give your two friends a free meal or a discount in the future? Chen snorted coldly and said, This restaurant also has a share of my husband. As his wife, don't I even have this power? Under the table, Peng Qingyun pulled Chen's sleeve hard and signaled her with his eyes to stop talking. But Chen opened his hand, ignored his gaze, and waited for the shopkeeper's answer. The shopkeeper said calmly, Even if our boss comes to eat, we still have to keep accounts, because every transaction in this shop must be recorded clearly. If we don't keep it clearly, how can we settle the accounts? If you want to give these two girls a free meal, then we'll keep your account in the future. The waiter will collect the bill from you every half a month. Chen was speechless. She didn't expect the shopkeeper to say this. She looked at Mu Yun and said, Miss Mu, this shopkeeper is so disrespectful to me. I am very unhappy. Can you fire him? I don't think such a person who doesn't respect the boss is suitable for our restaurant. If Miss Mu can't find another suitable shopkeeper, I can arrange it. Mu Yun looked at her in surprise. She didn't expect that Peng Qingyun's wife would have such a personality. Peng Qingyun got angry directly. Enough. Chen, if you don't want to eat this meal, go back and rest. Mu Yun was afraid that the two would quarrel, and hurriedly said, Brother Pengda, Sister Pengda, I didn't treat you well. So, Sister Pengda, I'm sorry to say to you on behalf of the shopkeeper. I set this rule. Doing business is sometimes too personal and difficult. After all, who doesn't have a few relatives and friends? If everyone comes to keep accounts, get discounts, or buy on credit, then the business can't be done. So I set such a rule, I will take the lead and strictly enforce it so that a lot of trouble can be avoided. Peng Qingyun nodded in agreement. That's right, I also pay for everything in Lingxi, so it's easier to settle the accounts. It's just that Chen never pays when she goes there. He has told her about this many times, but she just won't listen. He has no choice but to let the shopkeeper keep the accounts, and he will make up the money. Mu Yun thought that he should give Peng Qingyun some face, so he said, Boss, when Madam Peng comes, please put it on my account. The boss nodded, but Peng Qingyun said, Xiao Yun, you don't have to do this. Since it is a rule, even the boss has to abide by it in order to convince the public. Chen was so angry that she didn't even eat her meal, and she got up and left. Mu Yun was busy trying to stop her, but Peng Qingyun shouted, Don't move. Let her go. Chunlan and Chenyue looked at this scene and didn't dare to say anything. Mu Yun was very embarrassed, but he did dislike Chen's behavior in his heart. According to Peng Qingyun's current wealth, let alone a meal, he could buy this building at will, but he made such a fuss for this little money and ruined his image like this. It was not worth it. Peng Qingyun was also very angry, and he regretted marrying such a wife more and more. As expected, people should not be soft-hearted. If they are soft-hearted, they will definitely suffer. Brother Peng, it's not good to let my sister-in-law go alone like this. Although Mu Yun didn't want to pay attention, she was Peng Qingyun's wife after all. Peng Qingyun was open-minded and straightforward. She never beat around the bush. She was a real friend, and Mu Yun still valued her very much. Peng Qingyun said lightly, It's okay. There are coachmen and maids to accompany her. It will be fine. If you spoil her, it will be more difficult to manage her in the future. The atmosphere was a little awkward and dull because Chen left in anger. Pang Qingyun tried to liven up the atmosphere and joked with the children, but it gradually became less dull. After the meal, everyone went home. I thought it would be a happy meal, but I didn't expect it to be like this. However, Muyun forgot about it as soon as she turned her head. After all, she had a lot of things to do these days and really had no time to think about it. Muyun explained to the children for several days about going to war with Song Jingmian, and they finally understood and agreed. Several children even clamored to go together, saying that they also had martial arts skills and could fight in the battlefield. Muyun persuaded them for a long time before they put their minds at ease. The weaving workshop was officially opened, and Muyun participated in the opening ceremony. All business matters were on track. On this day, Pang Qingyun followed the address and found the Prince Ping's mansion. He was a little surprised when he saw the big words on the gate, and he didn't dare to go in. He just suspected that he had found the wrong place, or Muyun had said something wrong. Pang Qingyun waited at the door for a while and didn't see anyone coming out, so he turned around and walked towards Cui Yanji, thinking that the shopkeeper would pass a message to Muyun and see him later. Cui Yanji was very lively. Because the decoration style was different from that of traditional restaurants, coupled with a special cuisine, the business was very good once it opened, and the guests were basically full every day. Muyun and Song Jingmian were passing by when they came back from the military camp, so they thought about going up to have a meal. They had been busy recently, and they hadn't eaten alone together for a long time. But as soon as they entered, they met Chen. Chen liked the food here and always felt that the food at home was not as delicious as here. She had only been in the capital for 2 or 3 days, and she had to come here every day to eat, but she paid. I don't know what Pang Qingyun said to her, so that she didn't want to keep accounts. Chen was followed by a few people. When she saw Muyun coming outside the door, she didn't take the initiative to say hello, waiting for Muyun to say hello to her. But when her eyes fell on Song Jingmian, who was walking side by side with Muyun, she couldn't help but be amazed for a moment. She had never seen such a handsome man before, and his demeanor was also extraordinary. Chen stared at Song Jingmian with her eyes straight, and her eyes did not hide at all. Muyun approached and saw that she was still looking at Song Jingmian, and she was very unhappy. "What are you looking at, Mrs. Pang?" Muyun spoke. His voice was faint, and his tone was obviously distant. Seeing Muyun stop, Song Jingmian also stopped. Chen quickly came back to her senses, not daring to look at Song Jingmian again. The look he had just given her was cold and stern, as if filled with disgust, and there was some hostility in his eyes, which frightened her a little. "Ms. Mu, are you here for dinner too? That's great. Why don't we sit at the same table? Who is the gentleman accompanying you?" Chen spoke to the two of them. Muyun's expression was not warm, and he said lightly, "This is my husband. The two of us like to dine alone, so we won't join you, sister-in-law of the Pang family. Please do as you please." After that, Muyun raised his foot to leave, but was shouted, "Stop." A man in his 40s took 2 steps towards Muyun, with his head raised and chest puffed out, looking proud. "Are you Muyun?" Muyun didn't understand, and looked at him with some doubts. The man sneered and looked at Muyun with disdain. "You are doing business with my son-in-law, and you don't care about anything, but you want to take half of the money. You are such a scheming woman." There were still many people in the hall. Because of the man's words, many people cast gossipy eyes and looked over here curiously. Muyun frowned. "Son-in-law? That must be Pang Qingyun's father-in-law." After taking a look at these people, Muyun said, "Did you say these words yourself, or did Pang Qingyun say them?" Chen's father snorted disdainfully and said, "My son-in-law is a good man, so I'm sorry to say that, but you are going too far, and he must be dissatisfied." Pang Qingyun, who had just arrived at the door, happened to hear these words from his father-in-law, and his face turned blue with anger. "Uncle, what are you talking about?" Even after getting married, Pang Qingyun still called him uncle and did not change his name to father-in-law. Pang Qingyun was afraid that Muyun would misunderstand, so he hurriedly said, "Xiao Yun, don't listen to their nonsense. If it weren't for you, the small shops of the Pang family would not have survived until now, and would have closed down. I can be where I am today, all thanks to you. I know it in my heart. I am only grateful to you, and have never been dissatisfied with you. Father Chen hurriedly said, Qingyun, you just can't bear to say it. You are just too good. I understand, so I will be the bad guy. Father Chen looked at Mu Yun self-righteously and said, You name a price, how much money you want, we will give it, and all the industries of the Pang family will have nothing to do with you in the future. Pang Qingyun was simply furious, but considering that this was in public, it was not good to lose his temper, so he endured it. Uncle, I advise you to shut up now. Pang Qingyun said this with gritted teeth. Father Chen was frightened by Pang Qingyun's angry look for a moment, and felt that he was an elder and should not be treated like this by a junior like him, so he hurriedly released his momentum. Qingyun, I'm doing this for your own good. The atmosphere was tense, and shopkeeper Zhao hurried over. Madam Pang, the private room you asked for has been vacated. You can go upstairs now. Pang Qingyun smiled apologetically at Mu Yun and Song Jingmian, then pulled Chen towards the private room upstairs in hurried steps. Mu Yun watched and said nothing. He said to Song Jingmian, Let's go eat our own food and ignore them. Song Jingmian took Mu Yun's hand and went to her exclusive private room. After sitting down in the room, he said to her, If you don't like it, just cut off ties with that Pang guy and separate the business. Or you can calculate how much the total industry is worth and give him his half. In the future, all the industry will be yours alone, and there won't be these problems. Mu Yun sighed and said, Let's wait and see. The previous cooperation has always been good, and Brother Pang is not a stingy person. Now that his wife is like this, I'll find a chance to talk to him later. If it doesn't work, then let's split up. Song Jingmian nodded. Well, you don't have to worry about not finding someone to run the business. I'll arrange one for you then. In the private room next door, Pang Qingyun could no longer tolerate it and got angry at Chen. I've told you many times, just be quiet. As long as you are quiet, we can live a good life. But you insist on making trouble. Chen Shuang, I can't stand you. We are not compatible. We have been married for only a few months, but we are so tired of getting along. Since it is so inappropriate, let's get a divorce. This is good for both you and me. Chen couldn't believe it. She widened her eyes, obviously frightened by Pang Qingyun's words. Chen's father and mother were also frightened. Chen's mother hurriedly said in panic, Qingyun, what are you talking about?
How can you say such things?
Are you going to force Aunt to die? Aunt is just such a daughter. How can you do this? As she spoke, Chen's mother coughed violently, as if she was going to die in the next moment, and her face was red from coughing. Although Pang Qingyun was reluctant, he felt relieved when he said the word divorce. The anger that had been blocked in his heart finally eased, and he was more certain of his intention to divorce. Chen was heartbroken, and tears flowed down her cheeks. You want to divorce me just because of Mu Yun? Chen's father lost his previous tough attitude and said in a gentle but anxious tone, Qingyun, let's talk it over. There will always be bumps and bruises when a couple lives together. If you don't like it, then just ask Shuang to change her temper in the future. You are still newlyweds. How can you say this so easily? Such unlucky words. Father Chen said to his daughter in disapproval, Shuang, you too, this is still our family, you are married. You should be more mature. Don't have a childish temper. Mother Chen also talked about her daughter. That's right. Shuang, you should change your temper. How can you still be so willful? You are now the mistress of a mansion, not a child. You should pay attention to your words and deeds. You should share Qingyun's worries. How can you still make things difficult for him? The words of her father and mother made Chen feel even more wronged, and she cried even more sadly. There was a servant guarding outside the private room, and when the waiter came to deliver the dishes, he was interrupted by the servant, saying that it was not to be delivered in. This was Pang Qingyun's order. Inside, Pang Qingyun spoke very seriously. I didn't say anything angry, I was serious, and uncle, my cousin and I are really not suitable. We can't even get along with each other. Such a life is really too torturous. A decent separation may be the best result for us. The two looked at Pang Qingyun's serious expression and panicked. Their family relies on this son-in-law. If they divorce, how can they live in the future? Who can be frugal after living a luxurious life? The two made up their minds that they must not divorce. Thinking about it, the two looked at each other, and Chen's mother suddenly stroked her forehead, uttered a cry, and fainted. Chen's father was quick and hugged her, and then shouted in panic, "Madam? Madam, what's wrong with you?" Chen didn't care to cry and ran over Mother. "Mother, what's wrong with you?" The family of three was very anxious. Qingyun was also worried, but when he saw his aunt's vertical hand, he was obviously unconscious, and he also pulled his uncle's sleeve and slowly squeezed it. He suddenly realized that this was a self-torture tactic. When they got married, I think it was a self-torture tactic. At that time, they said that they didn't have much time left, but after the wedding, they looked very healthy, and they didn't look like they didn't have much time left. After just a few months of getting along, Qingyun had figured out the selfishness of this family, and he was even more determined to divorce. "Since Auntie is not feeling well, let's not have this meal today. Let's send Auntie back to see a doctor first." Qingyun spoke. Father Chen nodded. Who would care about eating at this time? If they had known that this meal would eat up their cash cow son-in-law, they would never have come. Chen wiped away her tears and followed her father and mother out of the restaurant. Qingyun knew that his aunt was fine, so he didn't go back with her. He had to wait for Muyun to come out and explain everything to her. Qingyun waited outside for a long time before he saw the door of the private room open. Seeing Qingyun waiting outside, Muyun was surprised for a moment, then hurriedly asked, "Brother Peng, are you waiting for me here on purpose?" Qingyun nodded, looked at Muyun, and then looked at Song Jingnian. He didn't know why Song Jingnian always gave him a sense of oppression, and his aura was very strong. "Brother Peng, do you have something to talk to me about? Why don't you come in and talk?" Qingyun nodded and walked towards the two of them. Muyun returned to the private room, and Song Jingnian followed him back and sat down. After everyone sat down, Qingyun said, "Xiaoyan, I'm sorry about what happened just now. Chen and I are not compatible in character. It was a mistake to marry her. Now I have thought it through. I will divorce her. Don't listen to their nonsense about business. I don't have that kind of idea. Without you, these businesses can't be done at all. I understand this, but they don't understand, so they talk nonsense." Song Jingnian frowned on the side, his face full of displeasure. Before Muyun spoke, he couldn't help but say, "Is it inappropriate for Mr. Peng to say this to my wife? Whether you and your wife are divorced, whether your relationship is good or bad, has nothing to do with my wife." Muyun saw that he was jealous, and helplessly held his hand under the table and gave him a look. Song Jingnian held her hand in return, but his eyes were looking at Qingyun. Qingyun met his dark and deep eyes, and suddenly felt a lot of pressure. He explained, "Mr. Song misunderstood. I don't mean anything else. I just hope Xiaoyan doesn't misunderstand. I don't mean to terminate the cooperation. It's my honor and luck to cooperate with Xiaoyan. I hope we can continue to cooperate. I don't want to interrupt because of my cousin. That's why I came to explain." Song Jingnian's eyes were still unhappy. Muyun said, "Brother Peng, divorce is not a trivial matter. It is said that it is better to demolish a temple than to destroy a marriage. Think about it carefully. I believe you about the cooperation. If you want to terminate it in the future, I have no objection. All the industries are divided in half according to what we agreed at the beginning. If you want to continue to cooperate, then continue to cooperate as long as you are willing." Qingyun knew what he wanted. He was soft-hearted and indecisive in the past, which led to the current situation. Fortunately, it is still early now. There are no children. After the divorce, the two of them can each pursue the life they want. Qingyun said seriously, "I am not angry, nor am I impulsive. She and I are really not suitable. Forcing us to be together, quarreling every day, neither of us is happy. What's the point of this?" Muyun didn't know how to persuade him for a while, so he could only say, "Brother Peng, you have to think about it. This divorce is not a trivial matter. You have to think it through yourself." Qingyun nodded. "Well, I know. I just want to say that our cooperation continues. I don't want to be affected by the Chen family. You can go to the battlefield without worry. I will take care of the business matters."
Muyun nodded. "Okay."
Thinking of something, Pang Qingyun asked. I went to the address you said today to find you, but that is the Prince Ping's mansion. Xiaoyan, did you say your home address wrong? Mu Yun remembered that they didn't seem to know Song Jingyan's identity. She hurriedly said, Yes, it's there. Pang Qingyun was very surprised. Prince Ping is a real royal aristocrat with a noble status. Mu Yun married Prince Ping? Pang Qingyun looked at Song Jingyan, and his eyes were full of surprise. Are you His Royal Highness Prince Ping? Song Jingyan nodded. Pang Qingyun was completely shocked. Song Jingyan turned out to be the world-renowned god of war, His Royal Highness Ping Wang. This was incredible. Pang Qingyun was about to salute, and Mu Yun hurriedly said, Brother Pang, what are you doing? We are friends, and we don't need to talk about these empty formalities. Don't do this. Pang Qingyun paused when he heard this, but he didn't continue. Instead, he smiled and said, I was worried that as newcomers, we might not be able to survive in the capital. After all, to do things in every place, you need a backer, even if you don't need one. I'm worried that we are unfamiliar with the capital and will be driven away by someone. Now it seems that my worry is a bit redundant. Pang Qingyun said it bluntly, and Mu Yun also understood that what he said was the truth. No matter where you are, you really need connections. Without connections, it is difficult to succeed, especially in a place like the capital where the powerful gather. Without connections, it is really difficult to survive. Mu Yun said, Brother Pang, don't worry about the business. If anyone makes trouble and it can't be solved, you can go to the palace to find the princess. She will send someone to solve it. Pang Qingyun nodded. He was still not used to hearing these titles that were originally very far away from him. He never thought in his life that one day he would meet Prince Ping and the princess of the current dynasty and have any intersection with them. Pang Qingyun was completely relieved. After chatting with Mu Yun, he went back alone. In the mansion, Chen's eldest brother, eldest sister-in-law, and nephew had not arrived yet. Only Chen's father and mother lived with Chen in the mansion. After Pang Qingyun came back, he went to see his aunt. The family of three was planning how to make Pang Qingyun give up the idea of divorce, but they didn't notice the figure outside the door. The three of them talked excitedly and said all kinds of ways, even thinking of fake pregnancy. However, this method was rejected by Chen. With a blushing face, she told the secrets that had been buried in her heart. Except for the wedding night when they slept in the same bed, Pang Qingyun stayed in the study afterwards. And on the wedding night, he just lay there and did not touch her. Hearing this, Chen's father and mother had complicated expressions. They didn't know what to say for a moment. They didn't even sleep in the same room. It was obvious that Pang Qingyun really didn't like his daughter. Several people were very worried and didn't know what other solutions they could come up with. Pang Qingyun appeared at this time and deliberately made footsteps. How is Aunt? Mother Chen quickly lay down, looking weak. Chen's father hurriedly said, The doctor came to see her and said that she was suffering from a heart attack caused by anger. She should not be angry anymore, otherwise her mood would fluctuate greatly and something bad would happen easily. Pang Qingyun listened, but did not take it seriously. He had eyes and could see clearly what was going on. He sat on a stool at the side and then said, Aunt, uncle, the divorce will not change. I have made up my mind. Hearing this, the faces of the three members of the Qin family froze. They were all stunned and could not believe that he was so heartless. Chen burst into tears immediately, bursting out with grievances, and accused Pang Qingyun. Pang Qingyun listened to the accusations with a blank expression on his face, just listening quietly. After Chen finished crying, he said, The divorce cannot be changed, but I will compensate you, cousin. You don't have to waste time on me. I have also tried to cultivate feelings with you, but it seems that it doesn't work. In this case, it is better to end it early. You go to find your new life and don't waste your best years. Chen didn't like Pang Qingyun that much. She just liked everything Pang Qingyun brought her, status and money. With money, her status is high. She likes this feeling. She likes to live a rich life. She doesn't want a divorce. It's not that she likes Pang Qingyun that much, or she can't bear to leave Pang Qingyun. She just can't bear to leave this rich life. How are you going to compensate me? Can my reputation be restored? What if I am innocent? How can I find a good family? Cousin, are you really so cruel? Chen cried. Seeing how heartless he was, Chen's father said coldly, That sounds nice, but tell me how you're going to compensate me. Shuang is right, you can't compensate me. Qingyun didn't miss the calculation in Chen's father's eyes. He said to Chen, Cousin, I will prepare a generous dowry for you. With the dowry, you won't have a bad life in the future, and your in-laws won't dare to look at you coldly. You can live your life freely. Chen looked up with tears in her eyes. How generous. When Chen's father heard the word dowry, he was very dissatisfied. Did he think about it? Chen was shocked. 30,000 taels of silver notes. So much? Chen's father's eyes lit up immediately, and then he hurriedly said, Qingyun, your cousin has become a second marriage since then, and the impact on her is not a little bit. You have such a big family business, and you want to get rid of her with 30,000 taels. It's a bit too bullying. Chen's father looked dissatisfied. After Chen's surprise, she became even more greedy. After hearing what her father said, she felt it was not enough and cried, My cousin has a fortune, but he is so stingy with me. Is he bullying me because I am a woman? Qingyun knew that no matter how much he gave, they would bargain. Fortunately, they did not ask for a high price at the beginning. However, their appearance made him feel unhappy. They said before that they could not divorce, but when the benefits appeared, they quickly considered it. Marrying him was nothing more than for the benefits, and now agreeing to divorce is also. He frowned and said, The new weaving workshops, dyeing workshops, ready-made clothing shops, and restaurants opened in the capital are not small expenses. It costs tens of thousands of taels. I don't have any money. Otherwise, I would be willing to give a few thousand taels more. A few thousand taels? Chen's father didn't think much of it. He said, Qingyun, besides the money for Shuang, what about me and your aunt? We both married our daughter to you, and now you've divorced us. We are too embarrassed to go back to our hometown. We might as well settle down in the capital. But you know our family situation. We can't settle down here. Qingyun looked at Chen's father and said lightly, What does uncle mean? Chen's father smiled ingratiatingly. What I mean is, Qingyun, you give us money and help us settle down here. In the future, we will do business here honestly and never go back. This way, no one will know that Shuang is married, and no one will gossip. Qingyun listened to what Chen's father said, and once again lamented their family's shamelessness. He did not agree immediately, but said with embarrassment, Uncle, it's not that I don't want to, but I really don't have that much money now. The business has grown, and it seems that I have a lot of money, but in fact, it has all been invested in the new shop. There is really not much money left. I can't sell the shop. Chen knew her father's problem. She wanted to fight for her own interests, so she hurriedly said, Cousin, 30,000 taels is too little. I don't agree. I want 50,000 taels. 50,000 taels, I will agree to divorce. Chen couldn't wait and asked for a big price. Chen's father hurriedly gave his daughter a look. He hadn't even negotiated yet. What was she going to agree to? Was she so impatient? Father Chen said hurriedly, Qingyun, we don't need much to settle down. Didn't your house cost 5,000 taels? We will just take 10,000 taels to buy a house and do some business. You know, my prodigal son is really a spendthrift. The family has no savings now, and we can only rely on you. Your aunt is like this now, and it costs a lot of money to see a doctor and take medicine. Uncle knows that you are a good person. We are really sorry that we can't continue to be a family with you. I just hope you can still consider family affection and give us a way out. Father Chen and Chen Shuang's lions asked for a lot, which shocked Qingyun. One wanted 50,000 taels, and the other wanted 10,000 taels. Their Chen family really took him as a sucker. I'm afraid that their family has never saved 10,000 taels in this life. At the beginning, Chen Shuang's dowry was only 600 taels of silver notes, and the rest of the items were not valuable. Adding up everything, I'm afraid it's only worth about 1,000 taels. Giving her 30,000 taels for the divorce was already a sky-high price. It was also because Qingyun knew that a woman's reputation was important, so he gave her compensation out of pity, but she didn't expect that she felt it was not enough. Chen's father even had the nerve to ask for 10,000 taels, and Qingyun was shocked by his shamelessness. Seeing that Qingyun didn't say anything, Chen's father hurriedly said, "Qingyun, I don't ask for much. This is the capital, and the expenses are huge. Without this money, we can't survive." Chen Shuang also hurriedly said, "Everyone will look down on a divorced woman. Her life will definitely be difficult in the future. Without money, she really can't survive." Chen Shuang was dazzled by the tens of thousands of taels. She had never owned so much money before, and now she could have it after the divorce, which made her happy and expectant. She no longer felt sad about the divorce. Qingyun originally planned to give Chen Shuang more. Money didn't really mean much to him. Divorce was not good for her, so it was normal to give more compensation. But seeing their faces at this moment, he suddenly didn't want to add more money. "Uncle, you want to settle down, it has nothing to do with me. The 30,000 taels is my compensation to my cousin. As for you, uncle, you have your own son, and at worst you still have your nephew. It's really not my turn to support you." Chen's father didn't expect him to refuse and say that. He was a little angry for a while, his face flushed, and he couldn't help but raise his voice and said, "Qingyun, you married my daughter, and now you want a divorce. Do you think it has nothing to do with me? Our Chen family's daughter divorced. Isn't there any loss to our family? You must compensate for this loss, otherwise I won't agree." Qingyun said lightly, "I don't need uncle's consent, just my cousin's consent." Chen's father was angry. "How did you become so ruthless?" Qingyun was helpless. "Uncle, it's not that I'm ruthless, it's just that I don't have much money. The 30,000 taels I gave to my cousin was already my maximum limit. I really wanted to compensate her, so I showed my sincerity. I really didn't have any more money, and it was really difficult for my uncle to ask me like this." Seeing that his tone and attitude were better, Father Chen's mood also softened. "I'm not embarrassing you, it's really that our family has no other choice. If you don't give it, we can't survive. Qingyun, please be kind." Qingyun sighed helplessly, and finally said helplessly, "Uncle, how about this? 3,000 taels. I will find a way to find 3,000 taels for you. I've tried my best." Father Chen frowned. 3,000 was too little. He thought about it and said, 5,000 taels, I don't want more. 5,000 taels will do. Qingyun, uncle knows that you can take out 5,000 taels." Qingyun declined for a while, and finally agreed reluctantly, and Chen Shuang also added another 5,000 taels on the basis of 30,000 taels, and the family was satisfied. A marriage, in a few months, was exchanged for 40,000 taels of silver notes. Such a good deal made them all very happy. They took the money, signed the divorce agreement, and the family prepared to buy a house and move out tomorrow. It happened that the disappointing son, daughter-in-law, and grandson were also coming. After solving the divorce, Qingyun was very relieved. He felt that the shackles on his body were gone in an instant, and the whole person became happy. When Chunlan and Chanhua learned that Qingyun had divorced, they were shocked, and their faces were full of disbelief. "Chunlan, why do I feel that Panga looks so happy and not sad at all? It seems that divorce is a happy thing for him," Chanhua said. Chunlan didn't say anything and continued to work. Seeing that she was so boring, Chanhua didn't spoil her mood and continued to chatter nonstop. Muyun was about to leave. On the last day at home, she took a few children out shopping and playing, ready to accompany them well. The mother and son went to the calligraphy and painting shop and the porcelain shop. Yuya saw a pink rabbit porcelain ornament and liked it very much. Just as she was about to reach out to take it, it was snatched away by another hand. "I like this rabbit. Waiter, wrap it for me." Yuya and Muyang looked up and saw that it was Chen, and they both frowned. Chen looked at the two children in pretended surprise and said with a smile, "Oh, it's you too? Why, you like this rabbit too?" Chen looked at Yuya with a proud smile, and Yuya nodded. "Yes, I like it." And Ma'am, I was the first one to see this rabbit ornament, and I was the first one to reach out and take it. You, an adult, why are you snatching things from children? Chen Shuang held her head high and looked at the two children proudly. A proud smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and she said, "What do you mean by snatching? This rabbit is placed here, and I reached out and took it first, so it's naturally mine. You child, you are so rude. I am also your elder. Is this how your mother taught you to speak nicely to elders?" Yuya was disdainful, her little brows frowned, and her little face was proud. "You are worthy of being my elder. You are nothing." Chen Shuang was angry at Yuya's words, and she was about to take action immediately, wanting to teach Yuya a lesson. "You wild girl. You dare to talk to your elders like that. You are really uneducated. Today I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your mother." She used to be afraid that Qingyun would blame her, but now that they are divorced, she is not afraid of anyone. She hates Mu Yun, and she hates Mu Yun's children even more. Chen Shuang raised her hand high, but before it fell on Yuya, Mu Yang clamped her wrist and threw it out with disgust. Chen Shuang couldn't stand up and fell backwards, and she was immediately embarrassed. Yuya snorted coldly and looked at Chen on the ground with disdain. "You're not qualified to teach me. Get out quickly, otherwise I can't guarantee what will happen to you later." Muyan was called upstairs by others as soon as he entered the porcelain shop, so he was not there at this time. Yuan Bao and Hu Tianxi were in the pen and ink shop next door, choosing the right calligraphy. So at this time, there were only Yuya and Mu Yang here, but not the dark guards protecting in the dark. Chen Shuang got up from the ground, her face full of anger. Her face was purple with anger, and she spoke more and more without thinking. "I don't want to be your elder. It's extremely embarrassing." Chen Shuang cursed happily, but Yuya and Mu Yang were angry. In their hearts, no one is more important than Mu Yun. Whoever dares to insult Mu Yun will fight to the death, and they will also take revenge. Yuya and Mu Yang attacked at the same time. The silver needle in Yuya's hand flew towards Chen Shuang's arm and thigh, and Mu Yang's foot kicked Chen Shuang's stomach, kicking her out instantly. With a scream, Chen's painful voice rang out, and the Chen family, who had just bought the calligraphy outside the door, rushed in when they heard the familiar voice. Chen's eldest brother Chen Quan and his family had just arrived in the capital and bought a house. Today, the family went out to buy things and visited the Mabao shop. Chen Quan and his wife wanted to buy pens, inkstones, and paper for their son so that he could learn to read and write. Chen's father and mother also followed them with great interest. Chen didn't like those things, so she came to the porcelain shop alone out of boredom and met Yuya and others. Chen's family hurriedly helped Chen Shuang up. Chen's father and mother had never seen Yuya and Mu Yang. Seeing that they were dressed in rich clothes, they were afraid that they were nobles, so they didn't dare to speak for a while. Until Chen Shuang said angrily, "Dad, Mom, this little, which is Mu Yun's daughter. They dared to beat me. I want to report to the police. I want them to compensate and let them go to jail." Chen Shuang was furious. She had never been insulted like this before. She was beaten by two children, and they were the children of the people she despised and hated the most. Chen's mother and her eldest sister-in-law Zhou helped her up, but Chen Shuang felt that her thighs were too painful and she couldn't stand at all. She said in horror, "My legs? My legs can't stand. It hurts so much." Mu Yang threw a stone in his hand and hit Chen Shuang's mouth. One of her teeth was knocked out bloody, and the pain in her mouth seemed to spread all over her body. If you don't keep your mouth clean, it will not be as simple as knocking out a tooth. Mu Yang's somewhat immature face had a pair of cold eyes that were not like a child's. His gaze fell on the Chen family, making them all feel inexplicably frightened. But then they thought of his identity, and the fear disappeared instantly, replaced by anger. Chen's father rolled up his sleeves and walked towards Mu Yang, cursing, "Little rascal, I'm going to teach you a lesson today, you ignorant little rascal." Before Chen's father got close to Mu Yang, he was kicked out in the air by him and fell to the ground with a bang, wailing, and Chen's mother hurriedly helped her husband up. Chen Quan was furious when he saw his father being beaten. He rolled up his sleeves and rushed towards Mu Yang. However, before he could get close, he was knocked to the ground by a punch and then stepped on the back of his hand.
Ah. Ah.
It hurts. Let me go. Muyong stepped hard twice before slowly moving his foot away. Now, no one dared to take action anymore, leaving only 2 women and a child. Seeing her husband and father-in-law being beaten, Zhou was at a loss. Looking at the people around her, her eyes suddenly lit up and she started to cry. Oh, someone is being beaten. In the Imperial City, people are being beaten so blatantly. Is there any law?
Come and help.
My husband and father-in-law are going to be beaten to death. Zhou cried, and everyone around her looked over and talked about it. Yuya looked at Zhou with a cold face and disgust. Your family bullied me and my brother. You have the nerve to yell. You are so shameless. The saying that people from the same family are alike is about your family. You are all disgusting people. Yuya looked at the small, cute, and beautiful girl. The contrast between her serious and rude appearance was too strong. Many people in the crowd couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh. What a cute little girl. She's even cuter when she's angry, chubby, and fierce. Yes, if my daughter was this pretty, I would be so fierce to her. She's so cute. In the crowd, Su Jinshu looked at Yuya and recognized her as a child from Prince Ping's mansion. She looked around but didn't see Mu Yun or Song Jingyan. She was a little confused. Could it be that the mansion would let the 2 children go out to play by themselves? Just as Su Jinshu was thinking, she heard someone in the crowd say, "We've already called Lord Chu, who manages this street. Wait and see who's right and who's wrong." Hearing this, Zhou was uneasy and quickly accused Yuya and Muyong, trying to put all the blame on the 2 children. Zhou talked nonstop and everyone listened. For a while, only her voice was heard in the hall. Muyong held Yuya's hand and comforted her. Don't be afraid, Yuya. Your brother is here. Yuya nodded, and she was not afraid. Yuan Bao and Hu Tianxi squeezed through the crowd and came to Yuya. What's going on?
Yuya?
Yuya told the story again. When Yuan Bao heard that Chen Shuang actually insulted her mother, her eyes suddenly changed. Let my brother handle it. You stay here. Yuan Bao walked towards Chen. For some reason, both Chen and Zhou were frightened by the momentum of a child, and they suddenly felt uneasy. Don't mess around. The police will come to you soon. If you dare to hit someone casually, you will definitely be held accountable. Zhou said in a panic, and her body unconsciously stepped back and hid behind Chen Shuang. Yuan Bao's bright and cold eyes stared at Chen Shuang, and he said coldly, You verbally insulted my mother and sister? Chen had no way to answer, and hesitantly said, I didn't. That was not insulting. Yuya retorted, You did. You insulted my mother first, and then we started to fight. You were wrong. Yuan Bao's eyes were still staring at Chen Shuang, and his tone was calm. I'll ask you one last time. Did you insult my mother and sister? Chen Shuang was stubborn. Being questioned and threatened by such a little kid, seeing the crowd around watching the show, she felt even more ashamed, and her face flushed. I didn't. What I said was the truth. You and your sister are fatherless wild children, and your mother is shameless. She let other people's husbands divorce for her. How can she be a good person? You too might be her, and... Before Chen Shuang finished speaking, she felt a sharp pain on her knee. She immediately knelt down in pain. Then, with a loud snap, she was whipped on the mouth. Half of her face was burning with pain. The pain that penetrated deep into her bones made Chen Shuang sweat all over. She was so pale from the pain that she almost fainted from the pain. Zhou quickly let go of her hand that was holding her. She stepped back in fear, but cried even louder. Yuan Bao looked down at Chen Shuang on the ground with cold eyes. His childish voice was full of danger, and the violent emotions in his eyes were difficult to conceal. Apologize to my mother and sister. Chen Shuang was scared. A child could actually have such a fascinating look. It was too scary. He was like a monster. Her forehead was covered with cold sweat. She didn't want to experience the pain just now again, and she didn't dare to anger this child again. His eyes seemed to be able to capture people's hearts and make people unconsciously afraid. She could only grit her teeth and say, "I'm sorry."
I apologise. I apologise.
It was just because of the whip on her face that she spoke incompletely and vaguely. Yuanbao felt that he couldn't vent his anger. He couldn't vent his anger, which made him very irritable. If there weren't so many people watching, he would have the urge to kill this woman. "Brother, since she has apologized, let it go." Yuya looked at her brother's gloomy eyes and hurried over, but a faint powder flew out of her hand and scattered on Chen Shuang. Yuanbao smelled the smell and looked at his sister, but saw her winking at him and immediately understood that she must have taken action. The anger in his heart was relieved a little. Yuanbao felt less depressed, his face looked better, and his irritable mood calmed down. He said calmly, "You should apologize to my mother and explain to everyone that you were narrow-minded today and snatched a rabbit-shaped porcelain from my sister and insulted my sister with words. You should apologize to my sister, apologize to me, and apologize to everyone watching here because you misled them and almost made them misunderstand our family." Everyone nodded repeatedly, as if it was true. Chen Shuang was very angry, but she could only grit her teeth and apologize. "Okay? I apologize, I'm sorry, I stole the rabbit porcelain. I'm giving it back to you now, okay?" Chen Shuang looked at Yuanbao with red eyes and hatred in her eyes. It was the first time she wanted to kill a child. The vicious thoughts in her heart kept coming out, which relieved her hatred a little. Yuya said lightly, "It's okay. But madam, you should change your habit of making up nonsense about others in the future. Otherwise, your mouth will be useless one day." Chen Shuang didn't dare to speak. Chu Ziqian, who came running, saw the people making trouble, then looked at Yuanbao and the other children, and said with a bow, "Prince, princess, what happened? Should we notify the prince and princess to come?" Yuanbao glanced at Chu Ziqian. He didn't know this person, so when he heard what he said indifferently, "No need." Chu Ziqian was surprised at the aura of this child. He was worthy of being the child of Prince Ping. At such a young age, he was so calm and had a great aura. The Chen family was stunned. They looked at Yuanbao in disbelief, and then at Chu Ziqian, who was wearing an official uniform. Father Chen dragged his painful body and asked anxiously, "What prince and princess? Sir, did you make a mistake?
We know these two children.
They are from our small place. Father also." Father Chen didn't dare to say this ominous word. Chen Shuang was even more incredulous. She widened her eyes and hurried over to say, "My lord, you must have recognized the wrong person. These two children are from our small town. They are not the princes or princesses. You must have recognized the wrong person." She suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart and felt as if she had really gotten into trouble. Chu Ziqian said seriously, "You too. I have seen the prince and princess of Prince Ping's mansion several times, and I am not so dazzled that I would make a mistake." Chu Ziqian said to Yuanbao, "Yuya, prince, princess, if you are fine, I will go and get busy first." Yuanbao nodded slightly. Even after Chu Ziqian and his men left, the Chen family still did not believe it. Yuanbao looked at Chen Shuang deeply, took Yuya's hand and left, continued to browse the shop, and chose a cat porcelain ornament for her again. The crowd also lowered their heads and talked and dispersed, and the words of Prince Ping's mansion, prince and princess were all in their conversations. The Chen family was stunned, looking at each other, and they couldn't believe it, as if they were dreaming. Chen's mother said weakly, "Is Prince Ping's mansion the residence where the prince lives? Is that very powerful?" No one in the Chen family spoke. A man on the side couldn't help but said in a mocking tone, "You don't even know Prince Ping. You are really a bumpkin from outside. Your Highness Prince Ping, he is the god of war of our great Xia. He was crowned king at the age of 15 and has made great military achievements. His mother is the eldest princess of the dynasty, the most respected sister of the current majesty. His father is just an ordinary duke, nothing special. Now these two princes and princesses are the darlings of the prince's mansion and the princess's mansion. You have really lived enough. 9 lives are not enough for you. Wish you good luck." After watching the excitement, the man looked at the Chen family with disdain and turned away happily. The Chen family was all scared and looked pale, looking at each other in confusion. Chen Shuang quickly got up, enduring the severe pain in her leg, I'm going to ask my cousin what's going on. Father, quickly, let's go find my cousin. Yueya, who was secretly observing this side, saw that Chen Shuang had no reaction yet and couldn't help wondering, why hasn't the medicine taken effect yet? Chen Shuang was in so much pain that she couldn't walk at all. Chen's father could only ask his son to carry her on his back. Zhou suddenly pointed at Chen Shuang and said, "Little sister, why are your face and neck all red?" Chen Shuang touched her face randomly and didn't feel anything. She hurriedly said, "Don't worry about it. Let's go back and ask my cousin. If you still want to stay in the capital, hurry up and we'll go back and find a way." Yuan Bao stood beside his sister and asked in a low voice, "What medicine did you give her? Can it make her suffer a little?" Yueya raised a smirk at the corner of her mouth and said in a baby voice, "Don't worry, brother. If she dares to insult mother, how can I let her have an easy time?" Yuan Bao looked at the smirk at the corner of his sister's mouth and asked seriously, "No one will die, right?" It's not that he cares about Chen Shuang's life, but he doesn't want his sister to have a life on her hands at such a young age. This is not good. Yueya put away her smirk, glanced at her brother, and smiled. "Brother, I'm not that brave." Hearing this, Yuan Bao was relieved. He reached out and touched his sister's head and said with a doting look, "If you don't like someone, tell your brother and he will solve it. Don't do it yourself." Yueya pouted, not taking this to heart at all, but still agreed obediently. "Okay, I know, brother." The Chen family ran back to Peng's house, but Peng Qingyun was not at home. Chen Shuang hurriedly asked the servants to go and invite him, saying that there was something important, so the servants had to go to the weaving workshop. At this time, there were more red dots on Chen Shuang's face. Chen's mother widened her eyes and said anxiously, "Shuang, your face. What's wrong with your face? Why are there so many red dots?" Chen Shuang felt a little itchy on her body and face at this time. She reached out to scratch her face in confusion, but the more she scratched, the more itchy it became. Then her whole body was itchy and uncomfortable, and she began to scratch everywhere. Zhou said hurriedly, "Don't scratch it, little sister. The more you scratch, the more these red things will appear. Look at the places you scratched. They are becoming more dense." Chen Shuang looked at her arm and screamed in horror, "Aw! What's going on? My face? What happened to my face?" The dense red spots on her arm made people feel sick and scared. Chen Shuang covered her face with panic in her eyes. What if her face became like this? Wouldn't that be disfigured? How can she get married and go out in the future? Chen Shuang suddenly went crazy looking for a mirror. Everyone couldn't keep up with her pace and could only run to the backyard. After Peng Qingyun came back, he didn't see the Chen family in the hall. Just as he was wondering, the servant ran over and said, "Sir, that Miss Chen seems to be crazy." She ran to the backyard and said she was looking for a mirror. Peng Qingyun frowned and walked towards the backyard. Chen Shuang ran straight to the yard where she lived before and found a mirror inside. However, when she saw herself in the mirror, she was immediately scared to death. She felt as if the sky had fallen.
Ah.
My face.
No.
This is not my face. Chen Shuang turned her face left and right in front of the mirror. No matter from which angle, it was ugly to death like a female demon, which could scare people to death. Aha! Chen Shuang couldn't bear it anymore and let out a deafening roar, scaring the few birds that stayed in the yard outside to fly away and flee. The servants didn't dare to make a sound and hid quietly for fear of being affected. My face.
Woohoo.
I'm going to kill them. I'm going to kill that little witch. Chen Shuang roared and was about to rush out, but ran into Peng Qingyun, who was rushing over.
Ah!
Peng Qingyun was startled and screamed subconsciously. He stepped back and tripped over the threshold, almost falling down. Fortunately, he held onto the door frame and managed to stabilize himself. You? Who is this? Peng Qingyun asked in confusion, looking at the person in front of him whose face was covered with red spots and whose appearance could no longer be seen. Chen Shuang became even angrier when she heard what he said. She gritted her teeth and said, "Cousin, I'm Shuang." My face. My face must have been drugged by Mu Yun's 2 children, otherwise it wouldn't be like this. Cousin, do you know who Mu Yun married? Today, someone actually called those two wild. Called those two children the prince and the princess. How is this possible? Didn't they say that Mu Yun was raising two children by herself, and the father of the children died long ago? Qingyun tried to ignore Chen Shuang's face, slowly stood up and said, Xiao Yun is now the princess of Ping, with a noble status, and Yue Yuanbao is the prince of the princess who is personally conferred by His Majesty. They are the only children of His Royal Highness Ping, and their status is indescribable. Hearing this, the Chen family immediately lost their temper and were full of panic. Chen Shuang didn't want to believe it, and subconsciously shook her head vigorously. How could it be? How could it be like this? Her husband is the Prince of Ping, her mother-in-law is the eldest princess of the current dynasty, and both children have been conferred the titles of the princess and the prince. How noble they are! Chen Shuang felt disheartened, her mind was in a mess, and she didn't know what to do. It's over. It's all over. It's all over. Chen Quan looked panicked. He was furious at Chen Shuang. Chen Shuang, you have really ruined our family. I'm afraid that Prince Ping's mansion and the Princess Mansion will not let us go. They are so powerful that it would be as easy for them to crush us as to step on a few ants. You're going to kill our whole family. Chen Quan became furious and walked back and forth anxiously. Chen's father was also very panicked. What should I do? What should I do? By the way, there is Qingyun. Qingyun, you have to help us. Go and plead with the princess. You have a good relationship. If you go and plead, the princess will definitely spare us for your sake. Chen's father hurriedly pulled Pang Qingyun's arm and said. Pang Qingyun immediately had a bad premonition and asked hurriedly, What did you do? Why are you so panicked? It must be a big deal to make them so scared. Pang Qingyun was really angry to death. Chen's father hesitated, but Chen Quan said hurriedly, It was Chen Shuang. She insulted the young master and the young princess, saying that they were wild children without a father, and that Mu. She also said that the princess was shameless and was taking the children around to do improper things. That's basically it. The young master was very angry and hit him hard. He beat Shuang like this. Pang Qingyun was furious. Chen Shuang, are you crazy? How can you be so brainless? You dare to say such words? You spread rumors and cause trouble like this. You wait to die. You don't know how much His Royal Highness Prince Ping cares about his princess. Let alone you, I'm scared too. You followed me here, and now, His Royal Highness will probably vent his anger on me. If I can't stay in the capital, you have to return all the money I gave you, and I have to go back to my Lingxi County. Hearing this, the Qin family members suddenly looked ashen and felt that everything was over. Pang Qingyun said to them, Now that things have come to this, you should pack up and leave. After doing this, do you think the prince and the princess will let you stay here? You can choose whether to live or stay in the capital. After saying this, Pang Qingyun also had a difficult look on his face and looked anxious, as if he didn't know what to do. The Qin family members were so scared that they dared not speak. They were unwilling to leave, but if they didn't leave, they were afraid of retaliation. It was too easy for those powerful people to kill people, and they had no room for resistance. Father Chen was unwilling to give up and said hesitantly, Qingyun, you and Mu have such a good relationship with the princess. All these shops are partners of you. We have been friends for so many years. If you plead with her, she will definitely forgive us. Pang Qingyun sighed helplessly. Uncle, how can I, a man, have a good relationship with the princess? Don't say such things in the future.
I don't want to die.
The prince was very unhappy when he saw me that day. How can I dare to plead for mercy now? I can only hide in the weaving workshop and see if I can hide anymore. Uncle, I sincerely suggest that you leave as soon as possible. The world is so big, and life is good there. Don't come to the capital. If you leave, perhaps the prince will slowly forget about you. But if you stay, every time he sees you, he will surely remember how you bullied his wife and children. As a prince, if you can make yourself unhappy, then naturally you can only make others unhappy. Pang Qingyun was really annoyed with this family. If he could take this opportunity to drive them all away, it would be a good thing. Seeing that no one expressed their opinions, Qingyun continued, "Of course, this is just my suggestion. Uncle, do you want to leave? You make your own decision. I'm just afraid that if I get implicated by you, my future will be ruined. At that time, you should return the 35,000 taels I gave to my cousin and the 5,000 taels I gave to you, uncle. I have to live on these too." Upon hearing this, Chen Shuang and Chen's father immediately said, "Let's go." Compared to staying in the capital, they valued their lives more. Besides, they had already taken the tens of thousands of taels of silver notes. They didn't want to return them. The money was enough for them to live. Seeing that they were willing to go back, Qingyun was relieved. If they stayed here, they would definitely cause him a lot of trouble in the future. If they were sent away early, he would have peace in the future. "Okay, then uncle, the sooner the better. You pack up and leave immediately. If the prince wants to investigate, I will try to plead for you and say that you know you are wrong and will never appear in the capital again. The prince will look at the princess's face and think that I still have to cooperate with the princess, so he should be lenient." The Chen family nodded repeatedly, and Chen Shuang said hurriedly, "But my face, I haven't seen a doctor yet, and I don't know what's wrong." Qingyun endured the discomfort, glanced at her face, and then said, "You go back and pack up first. I will find a doctor for you, and see you before you leave, so that you can have a better idea in your mind." Chen Shuang nodded, "Okay, thank you, cousin." The Chen family went back to pack up without stopping, but they had to move out of the house they had just bought before they could even warm it up, which made them very reluctant. The house couldn't be sold for a while, and Chen's father relied on Qingyun again, saying that he would give the house to Qingyun and let Qingyun give him the money to buy the house. Qingyun had no choice but to agree to let them leave quickly. He gave them a few hundred taels and asked for the title deed of the house. The doctor came to Chen's house and looked at Chen Shuang's face and body, but he couldn't tell what was wrong with her. She looked like she was poisoned, but her pulse was intact, and it looked very serious. In the end, the doctor could only try to prescribe some medicine for her and told her not to scratch it. If she scratched it, she would probably have scars on her skin in the future. Chen Shuang was almost certain that it was the two little ghosts who did it. She hesitated whether to ask for medicine, but after thinking about it, she didn't dare to go. She said to Qingyun, "Cousin, I must be starved by the prince and the princess. If I don't get better in a few days, you can help me beg the prince and the princess to give you the antidote, and then you can have someone bring it to me, okay? A woman's face is the most important. If I am disfigured, I will never get married in this life." Qingyun could only agree first so that she wouldn't regret not leaving. "Okay, I promise to give it a try, but I can't guarantee that I can do it. It's getting late, you should leave quickly." Just now, the servant came to report that the young prince and the young princess have returned to the palace. If the princess knew about the grievances they suffered today, she would probably send someone immediately. It's better to be safe than sorry. You should leave quickly. Seeing that he agreed, Chen Shuang finally felt relieved. "Okay, thank you, cousin, then we will leave now." The Chen family finally left, and Qingyun breathed a sigh of relief. He could finally have peace in the future. After seeing off the Chen family, Qingyun immediately went to the palace and asked to see Muyun. After Muyun learned about it, he hurriedly asked someone to invite him in. It was the first time for Qingyun to come to such a mansion where princes and nobles lived. Although he was curious, he didn't look around. He just followed the servants to the reception hall in an orderly manner. "Princess, Master Pang is here." The servant spoke respectfully, and Muyun waved his hand to let him go. Qingyun was also ready to salute, but just as he made the move, he was stopped by Muyun. "Brother Pang, we are friends. No matter who I am, the fact that we are friends will not change. Since we are friends, there is no need to salute." Qingyun felt that Muyun did not have the kind of superiority that other powerful people had. She seemed to always be very humble and innocent. Qingyun smiled. "Okay, then I won't salute you anymore in the future." Muyun nodded, then asked, "Brother Pang, is there anything you want to talk about?" Qingyun said embarrassedly, "I'm here to apologize to you. Today, my uncle's family spoke rudely to Yuya and Yuan Bao in the porcelain shop. Their words were very inappropriate. I'm here to apologize to you, the prince, Yueya and Yuan Bao on their behalf. Muyan knew what happened today. Chen Shuang's words were indeed too much, and she was very angry. Muyan said calmly, Brother Pang, this has nothing to do with you. You don't have to apologize. Pang Qingyun saw that she had lost her smile and understood that she was angry, so he hurriedly said, I drove their whole family out of the capital. They didn't know your identity before, but today they know it and are very scared. Their family is really greedy and very easy to cause trouble. Staying here will cause me a lot of trouble. I will take this opportunity to intimidate them and let them leave the capital. They will never dare to come again. Hearing this, Muyan didn't care about it anymore. Okay, then forget it. Pang Qingyun nodded, chatted with Muyan for a few words, and left, without mentioning that Chen Shuang was covered with red spots. At this time, in the princess's courtyard, Yueya Yuan Bao and the others were accompanying the princess for dinner. Since she had a few children, the princess felt that the food was not fragrant if she didn't eat with them, so she had to call them to dinner every day. When Muyan came, the grandparents and grandchildren were chatting happily. Seeing Muyan coming, the eldest princess said, Yun, who is here? You have to go and see him in person. Muyan chuckled, Mother, it's my business partner Pang Qingyun. He wanted to talk to me about something and has left. The eldest princess nodded. It's the partner you told me to take care of more in the future, right? Muyan nodded. Yes, it's him. The eldest princess asked, But what's the matter? If you need my help, tell me as soon as possible, and don't be polite to me. Muyan smiled warmly. Okay, thank you, Mother. Muyan glanced at Yueya Yuan Bao. Yueya saw her mother looking at her and lowered her head to avoid looking at her. Muyan was puzzled and looked at Yueya twice more. Seeing that she never raised her head and lowered her head to eat, she was even more puzzled.
Yueya?
What's wrong with you? You keep your head down. Muyan's concerned voice rang out, and Yueya could only smile and look up. Mom, I'm fine. I'm just hungry. When the princess heard that her precious granddaughter was hungry, she hurriedly picked up some food for her. Eat quickly if you're hungry, but why are you hungry? How do the maids and servants around you do their work? Grandmother will ask them later. Yueya didn't want to be punished, so she hurriedly said, Grandma, I'm actually not hungry. Please don't punish them. The princess looked at her precious granddaughter helplessly and dotingly, thinking that she changed her words for the sake of those maids and servants. Muyan listened to the princess' words, feeling a little helpless and wanted to refute, but after thinking about it, he didn't speak. Yueya listened to her grandmother's words, looked at her mother, and saw that she didn't speak. Yueya whispered, I drugged someone today, Grandma Mother. Will you blame me? Muyan looked over and she said that the girl was a little strange today, and it turned out that she had done something bad. Muyan asked, Who did you drug? Yueya was a little afraid that her mother would be angry, so she explained softly, I drugged Uncle Pang's wife. She called my brother and I rascals, and also called you Mother. I was very angry, so I gave her medicine powder. But she won't die, she will just get some red spots that will disappear in a month. Upon hearing this, the eldest princess was furious. Who is that? How dare she treat my grandson like this? I must skin her alive. Yuer, who is she? Grandmother, please catch her and interrogate her clearly. Muyan hurriedly said, Mother, that person has left. She was Pang Qingyun's wife, but they have divorced now. Chen knew she had caused trouble, so she ran away. Let's just let it go for Pang Qingyun's sake. Yuer and Yuan Bao have already punished her. The eldest princess was very angry. She couldn't bear to say a harsh word to her grandchildren, and she pampered them every day. Why did others dare to say that? Seeing the princess's ugly face, Muyan comforted her. Mother, I was going to pursue the matter originally, but Brother Pang came to apologize today and said that the Chen family had all left and would never appear in the capital again. Chen was seriously injured, and these children are very strong and will not let themselves be injured or wronged. I thought, since they have all left, let's let her go. The princess was still angry. She felt distressed when she thought that her baby had suffered such injustice. She touched Yueya's head and said lovingly, Yuer, if someone bullies you like this again in the future, just fight back. Don't worry about anything. If anything happens, Grandma will cover for you.
Don't let yourself be wronged, okay?
Yuya nodded. Okay, I get it, Grandma. I wasn't wrong today. If that powder gets on your body, there will be red spots all over your body. The more you scratch, the more itchy it will be. That person will suffer for a while. The eldest princess looked at her granddaughter's arrogant and cute appearance, smiled again, and praised. Our is so amazing. Where did you get this powder? Yuya said proudly. I made it myself. Grandma, am I amazing? The eldest princess was surprised. You did it yourself? Amazing. Our is so amazing. Grandmother has never seen a girl smarter and more amazing than Our. Muyun looked at the appearance of the two grandparents and grandchildren, feeling helpless, and couldn't help but say, Mother, children should not be spoiled too much. Be careful not to spoil their tempers. The eldest princess nodded, but didn't take Muyun's words to heart at all. In her opinion, the children of her Song family all have the capital to be arrogant and don't need any good tempers, as long as they are happy. After a meal, Muyun was a little anxious to feed her. She returned to the courtyard and just washed up when Song Jinglian came back. Seeing Muyun leaning on the bed and ignoring her, Song Jinglian was a little dissatisfied. Ayun, are you ignoring me so much now? You don't even pay attention to me when I come back. Muyun looked at him and saw him taking off his clothes, so he said, Go wash up first, and I'll tell you something after you wash up. By the way, have you eaten? Muyun asked again. Song Jinglian nodded. I've eaten. What's wrong? Did something happen? It's rare to see you so worried. Muyun sighed. It's nothing. I just don't know why. I feel a little worried for no reason. Go wash up quickly, and I'll talk to you after you're done. Song Jinglian went to wash up quickly and soon came out steaming all over. Muyun moved a little further inside to make room for him. Song Jinglian sat down and wanted to hug her, but was pushed away. Don't hug me. Just sit like this. I'm telling you something seriously. Song Jinglian had no choice but to sit down obediently.
Tell me.
What is my wife worried about? Tell me and I'll solve it for you. Muyun sighed and said, It's nothing. I just suddenly felt a little uneasy. I just realized today that my mother really dotes on her children too much. It is said that loving mothers often spoil their children. I am worried that Yuya Yuanbao will be spoiled by her mother in the future. We don't know when we can come back. The children will be taken care of by mother in the future. I'm afraid she will spoil them even more. Song Jinglian didn't care. He smiled and touched her face and said, Why do you suddenly think so much? Our children don't need to be excellent. As long as they grow up healthy, it's fine if they have a good temper or a bad temper. Mother will definitely spoil her children, but she won't spoil them. Don't think too much. Muyun couldn't tell what he felt in his heart. He was just inexplicably worried. Song Jinglian stroked her back dishonestly with his hand and put the corner of his lips on her forehead and said gently, I have been busy for several days. I will go to the battle tomorrow. Yun, I have missed you these days. Song Jinglian did not give her a chance to speak and lowered his head to seal her soft lips directly. Muyun was a little helpless. He pushed her a few times but failed to open her mouth. Finally, he could only cooperate obediently. After a night of passion, Song Jinglian got up early the next morning and prepared to go to the battle. When Muyun got up, everything was ready. Her bag was also prepared by Zijou. Zijou looked at it reluctantly, and her eyes were red. Muyun came out and saw her like this, and chuckled helplessly. Zijou, it's not good to have red eyes so early in the morning. This is not auspicious. You should smile when I go, and smile when I come back. This is auspicious. Muyun said so. Zijou didn't dare to be sad anymore, and hurriedly wiped her eyes and tried to force a smile. Sister Yun, I just can't bear to leave you not sad. You must come back safely. Muyun nodded. Looking at the prepared luggage, she smiled. You are so considerate. I don't need to say anything. You know what to prepare. Zijou also laughed and said hurriedly, Sister Yun, wait for you to come back. I will go back to the palace to serve you. Muyun smiled helplessly. How can you be so fond of taking care of others? You only need to take care of yourself in the future. Outside the door, Song Jingnian came in wearing armor. Muyan looked over and was immediately amazed for a moment. This man seemed to be more handsome, and handsome to her again. Ion, are you ready? Let's go. Muyan nodded and asked, have you seen the children? Song Jingnian shook his head. Today they will go to the academy, as usual. They will know about our departure when they come back from school. Muyan couldn't bear it. This is not good. Song Jingnian also felt sorry for the two children and didn't want to see their reluctant look, which would make him soft-hearted. It might be better to leave quietly. We are not used to the scene of parting. They know we are leaving, but they don't know when. They are mentally prepared, so it shouldn't be difficult for them to accept. Song Jingnian said. When he got up in the morning, he went to see the two children and then went to the palace. Muyun himself was reluctant to leave, and he was afraid to see the children's reluctant look. It was actually better this way, but he was afraid that the children would be angry because they left without saying goodbye. Well, that's fine, let's go. Muyun looked at her clothes, then at Song Jingnian and said, am I going to wear this? Song Jingnian glanced at her clothes, confused. What's wrong? What's wrong with your clothes? Muyun frowned slightly, dissatisfied. You are wearing armor, and I am wearing something so ordinary. It's not worthy for me to walk with you. Song Jingnian laughed helplessly and reached out to touch her shoulder lovingly. I haven't prepared clothes for you. I will prepare them for you when we get to the military camp.
Muyun nodded helplessly. Okay.
The two walked out together and came to the gate of the palace. The eldest princess was already waiting outside the door. When she saw them coming, the worried expression on her face disappeared. The princess said, be careful. Don't worry about your family and children. I will take good care of them. All you two need to do is take care of yourselves and come back safely. Song Jingnian and Muyun nodded. Muyun said, thank you for your hard work, mother. Song Jingnian also said, thank you for your trouble, mother. In addition to taking good care of the children, you should also pay attention to your health and take good care of yourself. The princess nodded, but the worry in her eyes was still difficult to conceal. She couldn't help but remind them again. The battlefield is dangerous. Remember, nothing is more important than your own life. I have only one request for you. Come back alive. The two nodded solemnly. Muyun said, Mother, don't spoil Yueya and Yuanbao too much. If they make mistakes, you should punish them. Don't just feel sorry for them, or they will have a bad temper in the future. The princess nodded slowly. Okay, I know. Then we'll go. Take care, mother. Song Jingnian pulled Muyun and said to his mother. The two bowed to the princess, then turned around and got on their horses and left. The princess stood there, and she didn't look away until the people and horses disappeared around the corner. When Muyun and Song Jingnian left, in the Prime Minister's mansion next to the palace, the granddaughter of Prime Minister Liu, who had a high fever for 3 days, suddenly died. Just as Mrs. Liu was grieving, a red glow flashed in the sky. Where no one could see, a ray of warm light in the red glow merged into the body of Lu Rongrong, who was dead in the house. Mrs. Liu, who was crying sadly, suddenly felt someone touching her hand. She looked up in confusion, but saw that her daughter, who had died, opened her eyes and was looking at her blankly. Mrs. Liu was beautiful, and her sad crying at this time made her look even more lovable. Rongrong? You woke up? Are you okay? Mrs. Liu looked at her daughter, who had woken up in front of her in disbelief, thinking she was dreaming. Just now, the doctor said that she couldn't make it, and her daughter's body was gradually getting cold, but now she suddenly woke up. Lu Rongrong had just entered this body and had just merged with it when she saw the mother of this body crying like a pear blossom in the rain. She looked as gentle as a beauty, and anyone who saw her would be moved with pity. Mother! Lu Rongrong spoke. Her voice was soft and sticky, and her little appearance was very weak, which made people feel pity for her. Madame Lu was so happy that she cried and hugged her daughter in her arms. That's great, Rongrong, are you okay? You didn't leave your mother alone. That's great. Madame Lu hugged her daughter, crying and laughing. Lu Rongrong let her mother hold her, thinking about her own things in her mind. She was a fast travel tasker. She had just completed the task of the previous world and threw herself into this world again. The task of this world is different from the previous world. It is not a female world, but a male world. Her task is not to capture the male protagonist, but to help the male protagonist destroy the biggest opponent, the cold-faced villain male second, Song Yenin. Song Yenin is the prince of Prince Ping's mansion. He has a noble status and has been pampered since childhood. Both of his parents died on the battlefield, which also made him want to seek revenge. In the book, Song Yenin has been practicing martial arts since childhood and is resourceful. She is a very smart person, so smart that she threatens the position of the male protagonist, so she needs to come forward. Lu Rongrong was thinking about something and looked dazed. She didn't come back to her senses until Mrs. Lu called her several times. Rongrong, what's wrong with you? Are you still feeling uncomfortable? Tell your mother. Wait a moment, I'll send someone to call the doctor. After that, Madame Lu shouted outside. Come on. Go call the doctor. Rongrong is awake. Madame Lu's voice was excited, and soon several maids came outside. Seeing that Lu Rongrong really woke up, they hurried to call the doctor. Rongrong, you scared your mother to death. If something really happened to you, your mother would not be able to live. Madame Lu had an oval face, fair skin, beautiful and delicate features. She was a very classical beauty with a gentle temperament, the kind of beauty that was well-educated and well-mannered. Lu Rongrong was very satisfied with having such a mother, but the next moment, she felt something was wrong. Why did her mother look so young? Lu Rongrong looked down at her hand, and the next moment, her eyes widened in surprise.
Ah!
Lu Rongrong couldn't help but scream, looking at her hand in disbelief. How could it be a child's? It shouldn't be. Rongrong, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Tell mother quickly. Don't scare her. Madame Lu was about to cry again. Lu Rongrong asked hurriedly, Mother, how old am I now? Madame Lu didn't understand, and looked at her daughter with misty eyes in confusion. Seeing her daughter staring at her closely, she subconsciously said, You are 5 years old. What's wrong? Rongrong, don't you remember? How come you even forgot how old you are? Madame Lu looked worried. Lu Rongrong couldn't believe it, and she was stunned. She didn't understand what went wrong. She should have been reborn as Lu Rongrong, who was 15 years old. How could she be 5 years old now? Did she wear the wrong body? But how could this be possible? She had been in more than a dozen worlds and had never made a mistake. This was the last world. After completing the mission in this world, she would be truly on shore, and her future life would only be beautiful and free. But now, she actually wore the wrong time? Or the wrong world? Lu Rongrong asked hurriedly, Mother, is my name Lu Rongrong? Madame Lu nodded blankly, with even more worry in her eyes. Yes, you are. Rongrong, don't scare Mother. Lu Rongrong asked again, Does the mansion next to us belong to Prince Ping? Is the Prince of Prince Ping called Song Yenin? Madame Lu nodded. Yes, our house is next to Prince Ping. I don't know the name of the prince. You have been sick since you came to the capital. I haven't been out of the house yet, and I don't know anything about this place. Lu Rongrong frowned tightly, not understanding what was going on. It seemed that she had not traveled to the wrong world, but her age was wrong. Madame Lu looked pale. She felt that her daughter might have burned her brain and become a fool. At this moment, Lu Qi, the eldest son of the Lu family, came back. The man walked hurriedly, and his voice came before he arrived. Rongrong, how is Rongrong? Lu Qi's tone was anxious, and he was panting after running tired. When Mrs. Lu saw her husband coming, tears immediately flowed out. Husband, our Rongrong seems to be stupid because of the fever. She doesn't remember anything. Hearing this, Lu Qi looked distressed and hurried to check his daughter's condition. Rongrong, do you still remember Daddy?
Look at Daddy.
Lu Rongrong was in no mood to care about these things at this time. She just wanted to know if she had traveled to the wrong world. She hurriedly asked, Daddy, is the Prince of Prince Ping's mansion called Song Yenin? Lu Qi shook his head. I don't know, Rongrong. Why are you asking these questions? Lu Rongrong had no time to explain, and asked again, The prince has a domineering sister named Song Liu, right? Lu Qi was very confused and didn't know why his daughter asked these messy questions, but still replied, I only know that the title of the princess of Prince Ping's mansion is Pingning. Lu Rongrong's abnormalities scared Lu Qi and his wife. Fortunately, the doctor came, and they hurriedly asked the doctor to help see if her brain was really burned. The doctor had just finished the diagnosis and was shocked to see someone alive again. After a checkup, nothing was found. Although her body was weak, her life was no longer in danger. Lu Qi and his wife were very happy. As long as their daughter was fine, it was fine even if she was really stupid as long as she was alive and well. Lu Rongrong used the excuse that she was tired and wanted to rest, and drove everyone out. Then she was alone in deep thought, trying to sort out everything. However, there was too little information at the moment, and she had no idea for a while. But now she was weak and was not allowed to go out, so she could only worry in her heart. Before Song Jingnian's army arrived at the border, the people of the Jin Kingdom launched an attack on the border. Because of insufficient troops, the Jin Kingdom won the first battle and directly took back a city that Song Jingnian had previously robbed. The morale of the soldiers of the Jin Kingdom was greatly boosted. After Song Jingnian received this news halfway, he could only leave the army behind and go ahead by himself. Mu Yun naturally followed him, and the army was handed over to Bai Ying and Bai Feng. This time, Bai Ying and the other 4 went together, and no one stayed behind. Song Jingnian, along with Mu Yun, Yu Qingling, Bai Fengxing, and Bai Mu, rode at full speed and arrived at the border in just 3 days. On Chaomu Mountain at the border, all the troops retreated to the mountain and defended the last checkpoint. When Song Jingnian and his men arrived, they saw the mountain full of wounded soldiers. The soldiers were all injured and lying in simple tents. The accompanying military doctors did not have many medicinal herbs and could only collect them on the mountain themselves, which delayed a lot of treatment. Yu Qinglong's arrival immediately helped many wounded soldiers. He was busy treating the illnesses, while Song Jingnian went to find the deputy general here. Behind Chaomu Mountain is Qingyun City. Deputy General Liao Ming was the first general to come to garrison Qingyun City. He brought 30,000 troops, but now there are only 20,000 left, with heavy casualties. I didn't expect Song Jingnian to come so quickly. When Liao Ming saw that it was really him, he was immediately surprised. Your Majesty, you've arrived so soon? The news Liao Ming received said that it would take at least 7 days for the army to arrive, but now it's only 3 days. He looked at Song Jingnian in disbelief, very excited, thinking that Song Jingnian brought the army. Song Jingnian looked at his joyful expression and said in a steady tone, Only this prince and the princess, Dr. Yu and 2 deputy generals have arrived, and the army is still behind. This prince received the news that our army was defeated, so he couldn't wait to come first. Hearing this, Liao Ming was immediately disappointed. If the army hadn't arrived, it would be redundant to say anything. He was immediately deflated, unable to hide the disappointment in his eyes. Your Majesty, the other side has 100,000 troops, but now we only have 20,000, and there are hundreds of wounded. Now that it's like this, if the reinforcements don't arrive, we're afraid we can't defend Chaomu Mountain. Liao Ming said, even with tears in his eyes. If they can't defend Chaomu Mountain, what'll happen to the thousands of people in Qingyun City? At that time, the whole city will be bloody. Liao Ming didn't dare to think about that tragic scene. Song Jingnian also frowned. Don't worry, I will find a way. Now you arrange people to go to Dr. Yu and have them cooperate with him to treat the wounded, so that everyone's injuries can recover as soon as possible. After you make the arrangements, come to me, and we will discuss the strategy to resist the enemy. Liao Ming nodded and went to make the arrangements. Song Jingnian and Mu Yun went to the top of the mountain. In a simple tent, Liao Ming asked people to make a simple sand table. At this time, Chaomu Mountain in the sand table was where they were. Behind it was Qingyun City, and in front of it was the 100,000 troops of the Jin Kingdom, staring at them covetously. Chaomu Mountain looked like it was about to be swallowed up. Song Jingnian and Mu Yun stood by and looked at the sand table with a solemn expression. Mu Yun couldn't help but say, Chaomu Mountain looks like there is no way out. As soon as Mu Yin finished speaking, Liao Ming came in.
What the princess said is right.
There is indeed no way out of Chamu Mountain. We can only fight hard. However, the gap between our people and those of the Jin Kingdom is too big. There is no possibility of winning at all. Song Jingnian said, "It will take another 4 days for the army to arrive. Even if they travel without sleep, it will take 3 days. But in that case, even if they arrive, they will not have the strength to fight." Liao Ming had a face full of sorrow. He knew that he really didn't know what to do now. Now, we can only resist the foreign enemies. As long as we hold on to Chamu Mountain and wait for the arrival of reinforcements, we will definitely not lose later. Song Jingnian stared at the sand table and said, "Liao Ming was helpless, I know. But Your Majesty, how can we resist the 100,000 troops of the Jin Kingdom with less than 20,000 people? This is simply a pebble hitting a rock. We can only pray that they will not suddenly attack before the reinforcements arrive, but this is just our fantasy. How could the people of the Jin Kingdom let go of such a good opportunity?" Song Jingnian said in a deep voice, "If we only defend, the terrain of Chamu Mountain is extremely favorable to us. It is easy to defend and difficult to attack. As long as we think of a way to hold on here temporarily, it can still be achieved." Liao Ming immediately had hope. "Your Majesty, do you have a solution?" Song Jingnian did not speak, staring at the sand table closely, thinking about countermeasures in his mind. Mu Yun's eyes were fixed on the sand table. After a while, he said, "In fact, it is not difficult to defend this place." When Liao Ming heard her words, his brows immediately frowned. Does the princess have a solution? He didn't believe it. It was not appropriate for a woman, although a princess, to follow him to the battlefield like this. She could not help, but would become a burden. But he couldn't say these words. Mu Yun pointed to the hill where they were and said, "Defense is still easy. Standing on a high place, using arrows and stones can easily shoot people coming from below. We first pile up stones around here to form protection, but there is a gap in the middle, and the arrows will be shot from the gap. In this way, our bodies will not be exposed to the enemy's sight, and we can avoid the enemy's attack and achieve the purpose of defense." Liao Ming said, "Princess, what you said is a way, but the problem is that there are not so many stones and arrows on this mountain, and it takes a lot of manpower and material resources to build such a strong defense. Now, there is no such power in the army, and everyone is very tired for fighting." Mu Yun heard this and didn't say anything. Fighting is tiring, and defense is also fighting, but she didn't say these words. At this time, she thought if there were grenades, just throw a few down, and the people will be blown away. Unfortunately, she looked all the way on the way here, and didn't notice where there was saltpeter, let alone making grenades. Mu Yun had no experience in such large-scale wars, and could not give any suitable suggestions. He could only shut up and go out to look around to see if there was anything helpful for them in the mountain. After Mu Yun left, Liao Ming looked at Song Jingnian, waiting for his order. "I will be on guard tonight. Soldiers who are tired, please replace them and have a rest." Liao Ming hurriedly said, "Your Highness, you don't have to do this. We will be on guard." Song Jingnian raised his hand and interrupted him. "No need to say more, just do as I say." Liao Ming could only nod and agree. Mu Yun wandered around the mountain. It was not dark yet, and she could still see the light. She wandered around until Jinling came. "Princess, what are you doing wandering around? So many people are looking at you." Seeing him coming, Mu Yun asked casually, "You cured everyone so quickly?" Jinling nodded. "Of course, you don't even look at who I am, a great doctor, and my treatment must be fast and accurate. But, Princess, you don't know, I feel that Yuer will surpass me one day, and I'm really proud when I think about it. I taught that girl most of her medical skills." Mentioning Yueya, Mu Yun also missed his daughter. But now is not the time to miss his family. With the enemy at hand, he should quickly find a way to defend against the enemy. Ever since he saw the sand table, Mu Yun couldn't feel at ease. "Jinling, can you make gunpowder?" Jinling shook his head. "What is gunpowder?" "I don't know. I'm a doctor. I don't have so many miscellaneous knowledge. I only specialize in medical skills." Mu Yun walked and stopped along the way, squatting down from time to check. No one knew what he was looking at. Bai Mu was puzzled and finally, seeing that the sky was getting dark, he could not help but ask, "Princess, are you looking for something?" Muyan was too focused and did not notice Bai Mu. Hearing this, he looked at him and said, "I'm looking for something that can help us. I just don't know if there is anything on this mountain." Bai Mu was puzzled. "Princess, what is it? Tell me, and I'll look for it with you." Muyan thought for a while and said, "I'm looking for a kind of stone that is grayish-white or white. This kind of stone is generally very rare, but if it can be found in a certain location, it proves that there are a lot of them in this place, not just one." Bai Mu thought for a while and asked, "Princess, is this saltpeter the flame stone? Some merchants use it to make fireworks, but how can this thing help us?" Muyan nodded hurriedly. "Yes, it's the flame stone. Do you know where there is the most saltpeter?" She almost forgot that saltpeter was not called saltpeter in ancient times, but flame stone, because it can collide to produce sparks, hence the name. Bai Mu shook his head. "This thing is useless. No one wants it, so no one pays attention to it." Muyan was a little disappointed, and then said to Bai Mu, "I need to use saltpeter to make something. If this thing can be made successfully, it will be very helpful for our future wars." Although Bai Mu didn't understand, he believed in Muyan and said, "Then I will help the princess find it." Muyan nodded, and then the two of them started looking in the mountains together. Not long after, the two walked farther and farther. "Princess, come and see. Is this the saltpeter you mentioned?" Bai Mu's surprised voice suddenly sounded. Hearing this, Muyan hurried over and saw a huge stone in front of Bai Mu, and there were some white powdery stones under the stone. Muyan was immediately happy. It really was. She just thought, look for it. Maybe a blind cat will encounter a dead mouse, and it turned out to be a blind cat. Great, it's really saltpeter. Bai Mu, come on, let's push this big rock aside and see if there's more saltpeter underneath. Bai Mu felt that their princess was a little silly today. Her usual cleverness suddenly disappeared. Even if both of them were born strong, they couldn't push such a rock aside. "Princess, how about I find someone to help? This rock is too big. The two of us can't move it." Muyan was only looking at the saltpeter on the ground and didn't look up. When she looked up, she found that the rock was huge and very high, and there was no way to push it aside. She looked around, then took a branch and dug a pit under the big rock. The more she dug, the more saltpeter there was inside, and the quality was very good. Because the saltpeter inside had not been washed by rain, there was more powder on the saltpeter. This was exactly the kind of powder she needed. The more Muyan dug, the more spirited she became. Bai Mu was afraid of hurting her, so he hurriedly said, "Princess, get up quickly, I'll dig it. Call me for this kind of rough work." Bai Mu also broke off a branch and squatted down to dig. Muyan hurriedly took out the saltpeter and said, "Bai Mu, quickly send a signal to Bai Xing and ask him to bring some people over. I have something to tell you." Bai Mu immediately took out the signal and sent it out. After a while, Bai Xing came. Seeing that Muyan and Bai Mu were covered in dirt and looked dirty, Bai Xing asked in confusion, "Princess, what are you doing?" Muyan hurriedly said, "Bai Xing, can you ask someone to prepare some sulfur and charcoal for me now? I need a large amount. If you are slow, you can ask someone to send some over first." Bai Xing wondered what she wanted these things for, but didn't ask. Song Jingnian had instructed that they only needed to obey Muyan's orders, and there was no need to ask why. Bai Xing went to arrange for people to transport sulfur and charcoal, while Bai Mu stayed behind to dig saltpeter together. They dug more and more, until it was dark. Muyan did not stop and asked Bai Mu to go back and find some torches and continue digging. Song Jingnian was on duty here and couldn't leave. He didn't know what Muyan was busy with, and no one came to report to him. Muyan finally couldn't dig anymore, so he sat by and watched Bai Mu dig until Bai Feng brought over the sulfur and charcoal. Muyan immediately became interested, and hurriedly took some saltpeter and walked away, then began to do the experiment according to his memory. Making grenades is relatively simple, but she doesn't know how to control the quantity. If she doesn't control the quantity well, she can't control the power well either, so she needs to experiment again and again. Muyan began to concentrate on making explosive packs. The others could not help and could only continue digging saltpeter. Bai Xing served as a logistics personnel and took whatever Mu Yun needed. Seeing that it was already midnight, Bai Xing couldn't help but said, "Princess, it's already midnight. Why don't you go back and rest?" Mu Yun lowered his head and fiddled with it, then replied calmly, "No." At this time, there was a noise from the other side of the mountain. Bai Feng's face changed, and he hurriedly said, "Princess, it seems that the people of the Jin kingdom attacked in the middle of the night. Should we go back to reinforce the prince now?" Mu Yun looked over there. The soldiers were making loud and chaotic noises. Could it be that the Jin people really attacked in the middle of the night? Mu Yun said to Bai Xing, "Go and help me. I can't stop here." Bai Xing and Bai Mu had no choice but to leave this place and rush to the mountain where Song Jingyan was. Mu Yun packed the explosive packs in order and didn't care about doing more experiments. She tried to see if the current ones would work. She took out the fire starter and carefully lit the reserved core strips, then threw the explosive pack away. However, after a long while, the explosive pack did not explode. It just made a few rustling sounds and then completely stopped moving. Mu Yun was disappointed and had to take out the second pack again to light it and threw it out quickly. Mu Yun was busy with experiments. Song Jingyan, with his men, was stationed at the checkpoint, watching a large number of torches lit at the foot of the mountain, illuminating the entire dark sky. The densely packed people, a black mass, seemed even more terrifying in this dark night. Liao Ming was helpless when he saw the soldiers like this. He himself had lost confidence, so how could he convince them to believe? Song Jingyan looked at the soldiers who were weak and powerless, and he immediately got angry. "Is this your attitude? The enemy hasn't stabbed you twice yet, but you told yourself that you'll be stabbed twice anyway, so just stay still and wait to be stabbed to death. Swords have no eyes on the battlefield. We knew it when we came. When we came, we knew that we might die here, but we still came."
Why?
I think everyone has their own reasons for their families, for themselves, to realize their ambitions, or for the peace of their country. Everyone has their own reasons. But now, look at you now. It's really a disgrace to my great Xia. You lost without fighting, and you gave in before the enemy came. Have you ever thought about the consequences of doing this? The soldiers lowered their heads and said nothing. They also knew that this was wrong, but they were powerless after all. No matter how much they encouraged themselves, facing such a huge disparity in military strength, they knew in their hearts that they would definitely lose. Song Jingyan looked at everyone and said coldly, "Now, everyone, please cheer up and get moving. If I see anyone being lazy again, I will punish them by military law." Seeing Song Jingyan so angry, everyone dared not be lazy anymore. They all stood up straight and cheered up. Song Jingyan began to arrange people to guard each checkpoint, thinking about countermeasures. At the foot of Chaomu Mountain, Shimu saw torches suddenly lit up on the dark mountain, and there were more and more of them, and he was suspicious. Princess Jinling said, "Uncle, what are you waiting for? We should attack immediately." Shimu said solemnly, "I think something is wrong on this mountain. I wonder if Song Jingyan has arrived." Jinling snorted coldly, "So, what if Song Jingyan has arrived? With only 20,000 soldiers, how can he be our opponent? Let's take this opportunity to wipe them out in one fell swoop and capture Qingyun City. The morale of our army will be greatly boosted." Shimu said seriously, "Qingyun City is not so easy to capture. Chaomu Mountain is the most difficult to capture." Jinling couldn't wait. "So now is our chance, such a good opportunity. If we miss it, there will be no such opportunity again." Shimu looked at the lights that kept lighting up on the mountain and said, "They seem to have a lot of people." Jinling said disdainfully, "How can there be more than us? The reinforcements from Xia country will take at least 3 days to arrive. It is impossible for them to arrive now. Uncle, don't hesitate. Give the order to attack." Shimu finally nodded and agreed, and gave the order to attack. The army attacked Chaomu Mountain. Song Jingyan led his men to guard the front line. When Shimu saw him, he was a little surprised. He didn't expect him to arrive so early. "Your Highness Prince Ping, long time no see." Shimu spoke to Song Jingyan from a distance. The two armies were fighting, one high and one low. Song Jingnian stood on a high place and looked down at the people of the Jin kingdom. Hearing Shimu's words, he said lightly, "It's been a long time, General Xi." Shimu had always been obsessed with the defeat in the past. Now he finally had a chance to avenge his previous shame. He was very excited. There was a smile in his sharp eyes. He looked in a good mood. Song Jingnian smiled. "General Xi seems to miss me very much. You're so happy to see me." Shimu was stunned. He suspected that the man opposite was a fake Song Jingnian. How could he make such a joke? In the past, Song Jingnian never talked nonsense. He only took action, and he would not say a word of extra words. Prince Ping has learned to joke now. "It seems that you have lived a good life these years," Shimu said lightly, suspicious in his heart. Song Jingnian smiled and said, "That's right. Thanks to your country, a good marriage was facilitated for me. Now I have a son and a daughter. I am really living a good life. I wonder how General Xi has been these years?" Shimu was puzzled. What did "thank you" mean? What was Song Jingnian talking about? Hearing the latter sentence, Shimu remembered his life in the past few years. He trained endlessly every day just for today, to defeat Song Jingnian. "I heard that General Xi has been very busy in recent years, practicing martial arts every day. I'm afraid your martial arts have improved a lot now." Song Jingnian smiled and spoke again. Shimu's face turned bad when he heard this. Song Jingnian had been enjoying himself for a few years, while he had been practicing hard every day. This contrast made him very unhappy. Prince Ping has been wasting his time for a few years and is getting older. I'm afraid he is not as good as before. Shimu's tone was full of ridicule. Song Jingnian smiled. "Then why not? I will have a competition with General Xi." Shimu was ready to move, but Jinling came out to stop him and said, "Uncle, just start attacking."
No need to waste time.
Jinling knew Song Jingnian's temperament, and she just wanted to delay time. Shimu also knew it, but he was eager to fight with Song Jingnian in his heart. What? General Xi has no confidence in himself? Shimu heard this and nodded immediately. "Okay, since King Ping invited me, let's give it a try." Jinling was angry. "Uncle." Shimu ignored her and tightened his long sword. The next moment, Song Jingnian flew down from above. Seeing this, Shimu also jumped off his horse and slashed at Song Jingnian with his long sword. Song Jingnian held the spear in his hand and raised it to catch the knife. The two of them fought back and forth, and the fight was fierce. Jinling watched from the side, very angry, staring at the two people fighting with a sinister look. Shimu's practice in the past few years was not in vain. His martial arts skills improved a lot, but he still couldn't hurt Song Jingnian at all. As the two of them fought back and forth, time passed slowly, but he couldn't hurt Song Jingnian. Shimu began to get anxious and gradually lost his composure. Song Jingnian saw the right moment and stabbed him in the shoulder. When Shimu wanted to dodge, it was too late. With a swish, the spear cut through his flesh, and Shimu groaned in pain. The two quickly separated. Shimu looked down at the blood on his shoulder. His eyes gradually became cold and stern. After so many years of practice, he was still not Song Jingnian's opponent. How could this be possible? Shimu was very disappointed and angry. He was disappointed in himself and angry with himself. "General Xi, do you want to continue?" Song Jingnian asked Shimu with a relaxed and smiling tone. Shimu was emitting cold air all over his body. He looked at Song Jingnian coldly and said through gritted teeth, "I didn't expect that King Ping's skills are still so good, no less than before." Song Jingnian smiled. "General Xi, you are too kind. General Xi has improved a lot and made me look at you with new eyes." Shimu felt that he was mocking him. That smile made him very irritable and his face became even gloomier. "Not as good as King Ping." Song Jingnian looked at the army behind him and said, "General Xi, attacking late at night is not a gentleman's behavior. Why don't we make an appointment to fight again tomorrow?" Jinling couldn't wait to speak. "Song Jingnian, don't think of delaying time. Today's battle must be fought. Uncle, give the order to attack. I will lead the troops." Shimu didn't speak, but just stared at Song Jingnian coldly. After a while, he slowly said, retreat today, and fight again tomorrow. Jinling was almost mad with anger and said in disbelief, "Uncle." Shimu ignored her, turned back to his horse with a cold face, and ordered a retreat. Jinling was so angry that she was about to die. Seeing Song Jingnian turning back, she stretched out her hand angrily and shot out the dagger hidden in her sleeve. With a swoosh, the dagger cut through the wind and shot straight at Song Jingnian. "Prince, be careful," someone shouted anxiously from above. Song Jingnian had already heard the voice and dodged the dagger. He turned to look at Jinling with a cold tone. "Princess Jinling's methods are still so despicable, just like your people." After Song Jingnian finished speaking, he flew up to the defense point. Jinling below was so angry at these words that her face turned pale. She gritted her teeth and said, "Song Jingnian, you're going too far. This princess must kill you with her own hands. Princess, it's time to go." The Jin kingdom retreated, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. At least, they were able to hold out for another day. Now, if they could hold out for another day, the hope would be even greater. However, Song Jingnian still did not dare to relax. He let the other soldiers go to rest. He led a team to strengthen the defense. Liaoming had not rested for several days. Today, he could finally sleep peacefully. Song Jingnian was a little confused when he saw Mu Yun, Bai Mu, and Bai Xing. However, it was already midnight. He thought she was asleep, so he did not disturb her and continued to strengthen the defense. After working all night, the defenses were finally strengthened. The sky gradually brightened. Just as Song Jingnian was about to take a rest, he heard the soldiers report that the Jin army was coming towards them again. Song Jingnian immediately lost the desire to rest and ran to a position overlooking the mountain. The sky was bright, and the dark army could be seen more clearly. There were so many people, and everyone was terrified. Shimu could retreat last night, but he couldn't do it now. Song Jingnian knew that this battle would definitely be fought. "Go and call Liaoming to wake everyone up, and prepare for battle," Song Jingnian said, and hurried down the mountain. All the soldiers immediately became busy, picked up their weapons, and went down the mountain. According to the battle formation arranged by Song Jingnian, they stood in line and prepared their bows and arrows. Song Jingnian came to the checkpoint at the foot of the mountain, and Shimu rode over and said with a smile, "Your Highness Prince Ping, it's dawn, and the battle should begin." Shimu had planned it long ago. This early attack gave the Xia people an unexpected surprise, which was the most important part of his plan. If this part succeeded, it would not be so difficult to take down the Xia kingdom. He calculated very well and knew clearly how many people there were on Chamu Mountain. Today's battle was his best chance to take down Song Jingnian and Xinchuan City. Song Jingnian looked indifferent. "Okay, let's start." Shimu raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth, and without saying any more nonsense, he waved his hand and directly ordered the attack. The first checkpoint of Chamu Mountain was the best reinforced. The piled stones were as high as the wall at this time. The soldiers could hide inside and withstand some attacks. As Shimu gave the order, the bows and arrows of the Jin kingdom rushed over and shot at Song Jingnian. At the same time, some soldiers set up ladders to climb up the first checkpoint, and some attacked the wooden gate. Song Jingnian drew his bow and arrow, and 5 arrows flew out at a time, hitting the target every time. His subordinates kept handing him arrows behind him, and he was responsible for shooting them. Seeing Song Jingnian working so hard, the soldiers also became motivated. They were like chicken blood, and they felt that they had endless strength, and the troops suddenly became stronger. The atmosphere quickly spread, and the people in the entire army no longer accepted their fate and began to fight hard. Seeing this, Liaoming was very excited. "Brothers, fight them. With the prince leading us, we will not lose, kill." Liaoming's voice was loud, and the morale of the soldiers was high. Jinling looked at them and snorted with disdain. "A mob. You are about to die, but you are still shouting." Jinling also shouted loudly, "All soldiers, listen to my order. Whoever kills 100 Xia people, this princess will reward him with 1,000 taels of silver. It is possible to reward him according to his merits and make him a marquis or a prime minister. The more you kill, the greater your merits.
Go and kill them.
The soldiers of the Jin kingdom were also in high spirits. When Jinling said this, everyone worked harder and rushed forward desperately. On the mountain, Muyun was still squatting under a big rock to make her grenade. She didn't notice that it was already dawn. Princess, the Jin people are attacking. The prince is at the foot of the mountain to defend against the enemy. We need to get busy. Bai Mu ran over and said in a hurry. After following Muyun all night, they also knew what Muyun was doing. However, Muyun tried several times, but there was only a little sound. Even the branches could not be blown up, let alone hurting people. At this time, they couldn't take care of here and had to go down to help. Muyun looked up and noticed that it was already daybreak. Okay, you go first. If it doesn't work here, I'll go down right away. Bai Mu and Bai Xing hurried down the mountain. They didn't notice that they were all black at this time. Their faces and hands were all black. When they came to Song Jingyan at the bottom of the mountain, they scared him. Your Highness, we are here. The familiar voice, but the black and dirty face, made Song Jingyan stunned for a moment. He asked in confusion, Bai Xing and Bai Mu? The two hurriedly responded, Your Highness, I am here. What do you want me to do? The two spoke while shooting arrows. Song Jingyan also continued to shoot arrows, looked at the two more times, and then asked, Where's the princess? Are you two following her all the time? Bai Mu hurriedly said, The princess is busy, Your Highness. What should we do? There are too many people on the other side. When Bai Mu and Bai Xing were talking, they saw each other's faces. Before, they were busy running down the mountain and no one had time to look at each other, so they didn't notice each other's appearance. When they saw each other suddenly, they were both shocked. Bai Mu, what's wrong with you? Your face? And your hair. Yours too. Bai Mu said. Countless arrows were shot at them, and the two of them didn't have time to talk and were busy dealing with them. Some people from the Jin Kingdom had already climbed up with ladders, and the Jin Kingdom's attack was still unstoppable. But everyone was still fighting hard. Shimu didn't make any more moves, but Jinling, watching her people break through the first checkpoint, smiled triumphantly and flew towards Song Jingyan. Princess, don't do that. Come back. Song Jingyan looked at the captives who were delivered to the door and took Jinling's move without hesitation and then fought with her. Shimu was almost mad to death. How could Jinling be Song Jingyan's opponent? This was simply going to die. Shimu didn't care about anything and jumped up and attacked Song Jingyan. It was easy for Song Jingyan to take down Jinling alone, but with Shimu, the difficulty increased greatly. Song Jingyan secretly said it was a pity and attacked the two with his spear. Uncle, let's work together to kill Song Jingyan. Jinling vowed and spoke fiercely. Shimu ignored her words, but his moves became more and more fierce. The two of them worked together to besiege Song Jingyan. Bai Mu and Bai Xing saw this and wanted to come over to help, but they were entangled and couldn't get away. The two people's moves became faster and faster. Song Jingyan could only defend and couldn't attack. The next moment, Shimu's big knife chopped towards Song Jingyan's arm. Just as he was about to dodge, a stone flew and hit Shimu's arm. The stone instantly pierced into the flesh of Shimu's arm, and the pain made him lose all strength in his hand. The big knife that touched Song Jingyan's arm also fell, failing to hurt Song Jingyan. Muyun flew over, but the picture was not very beautiful, because her whole face was black at this time, her hair was also frizzy and messy, and her clothes could not see the original color. At this time, people would believe that she was a beggar. Before she spoke, Song Jingyan didn't recognize who she was. Where did this beggar come from? Shimu looked at the black man standing next to Song Jingyan.
He was almost completely black.
Could this be the expert Song Jingyan invited? Being able to use stones as weapons and pierce people's flesh, his internal strength must be good, probably comparable to his. Jinling said viciously. The dignified King Ping now has to rely on a beggar to save him. He is becoming more and more useless. Song Jingyan also looked at the person in front of him in confusion, and felt that this figure was somewhat familiar. Muyan looked at Shi-mu and Jinling and finally said to Jinling, "You're the Princess Jinling who coveted my husband, right? You don't look that good. Who gave you the courage to be so confident and dare to covet him?" "Ion?" Hearing the familiar voice, Song Jingnian hurriedly stepped forward and pulled her over, frowning and looking at her face. Looking carefully, her eyes were still the familiar eyes. "Why did you become like this? Where have you been?" Song Jingnian was full of confusion, and he thought her appearance was very funny, and he couldn't help laughing in his eyes. Muyan smiled, but it was impossible to tell what her expression was at this moment. "I'll tell you later. Let's deal with these two people first." Seeing Song Jingnian being so intimate with this woman, Jinling's eyes widened. Is this Muyan? Even with this look, can Song Jingnian still be so devoted to her? Princess Jinling was almost doubting her life. Shi-mu was also surprised. The woman who could make Song Jingnian so nervous must be unusual, but he didn't expect her to look like this. Jinling sneered disdainfully and said mockingly, "Are you Muyan?" Muyan chuckled. "It seems that you pay a lot of attention to me?" Jinling sneered disdainfully. "Aren't you too?" Muyan's dark face was really funny. The more Jinling looked at him, the more she disliked him, and her eyes were full of sarcasm. "Even with your ugly look, Song Jingnian still likes you."
He is really blind.
Jinling couldn't help but say. Muyan felt that Jinling didn't like Song Jingnian that much. Looking at her like this, she should be mostly unwilling. Shi-mu asked Jinling, "Who is she?" Jinling looked at Muyan with disdain and said in a cold voice, "Song Jingnian's princess, Muyan." Shi-mu didn't expect Song Jingnian's princess to be such a person. He was a little surprised. Shi-mu was injured. It was not appropriate to continue fighting with Song Jingnian at this time. He said to Jinling, "Let's go back. Don't come out without permission again." The two were about to leave, but Muyan flew in front of them and said in a light tone, "If you want to leave, you have to ask me if I agree first." Jinling said disdainfully, "You think you can stop us? You are overestimating yourself." Before Jinling finished speaking, Muyan attacked, and at the same time Song Jingnian also attacked Shi-mu, not giving him the chance to help Jinling. Jinling was best at whipping, and she was no match for Muyan in close combat, and with Muyan holding a dagger, she was even more defeated. After a few hits, Jinling's arm was stabbed by Muyan's dagger, and blood immediately flowed out. She was immediately furious, and Muyan took advantage of her anger and suddenly approached quickly. The next moment, the dagger was against Jinling's neck, leaving a trace of blood. Jinling only felt that the skin on her neck was so painful. The cold touch and pain made her heart infected with the fear of death. She didn't want to die yet, and her whole body froze, not daring to move. "Your princess has been captured. If you don't want her to die, stop now." As soon as Muyan finished speaking, Shi-mu looked over. Seeing Jinling being captured, his eyes quickly turned cold, and he was furious. "I advise you to let her go," Shi-mu said coldly, with a threatening tone. As soon as he finished speaking, Song Jingnian's spear stabbed over. Finally, he put a knife on her neck and shouted, "Everyone stop, or I will kill your princess with one knife." Seeing that it was irreversible, Shi-mu flew back to his own camp. All the soldiers of the Jin kingdom stopped, and for a moment they didn't know what to do, so they could only wait for Shi-mu's notice. Shi-mu looked at Song Jingnian with a gloomy face. "What do you want?" Song Jingnian came to Muyan, glanced at Jinling, and then said to Shi-mu, "General Shi, prepare to retreat. Otherwise, I will chop off Jinling's head now, and your queen sister will probably go crazy." Shi-mu's eyes were dark, his brows were tightly furrowed, staring at the dagger against Jinling's neck, and gritted his teeth and said, "Listen to my orders. All vehicles retreat." Shi-mu's voice resounded at the foot of the mountain, and the Jin army could only retreat dejectedly. Everyone was very unwilling. Originally, they were bound to win this battle today, but now it was ruined by the princess. Watching the army retreat, Jinling was very anxious. Her eyes were full of unwillingness. She wanted the army to stay, but her mouth was stuffed full, and she couldn't say a word. Muyan looked at the retreating army and said to Jinling, "Why don't your people care about you? Just leave like this. Aren't they afraid that I will kill you? Jinling could only sob and couldn't speak. The Jin army quickly withdrew, and Jinling began to get scared. She had never been injured since she was a child, and she was afraid of pain. Now that the two armies were fighting, the Xia people would definitely not treat her well. If they really used any torture on her, she would not be able to resist at all. The Jin army withdrew, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and all looked at Mu Yun. Is this really the princess? How could she be like this? Song Jingmian said to Mu Yun, hand the person over to them. I will take you to wash. How did you get like this? Mu Yun was puzzled. What? Wash what? Song Jingmian smiled helplessly, reached out and touched her face, and then showed her his fingers. Seeing Song Jingmian's black fingers, Mu Yun reached out and wiped her face, and then looked at her own fingers, which were all black, not from her face, but from her hands.
Ah?
Why am I like this? Mu Yun looked at her whole body, which was all black. She then remembered that she had been bombed several times, so it would be strange if she wasn't black. Song Jingmian looked at her movements and said with a smile, what were you doing? You made yourself like this. Mu Yun hurriedly called for someone to take Jinling away, and then hurriedly pulled Song Jingmian away. Come on, take me to wash up. Mu Yun was busy washing up, and after a long time, she came out wearing new clothes. She failed to make the grenade, but made herself look like that, which really affected her mood. Mu Yun came out after washing up. Song Jingmian looked at her. Seeing his clean and refreshed wife, he smiled. Yun, it's rare to see you embarrassed.
Tell me.
What did you do? Were you busy all night and didn't sleep? Mu Yun nodded. Well, I didn't sleep all night. It's a pity that I didn't succeed in the research, but I feel I'm almost there. It's just that there's something missing, and I can't remember it. Song Jingmian asked curiously, what are you going to develop? Mu Yun smiled mysteriously at him. Something that can help you fight the war. I'll tell you when I develop it.
Don't ask now.
Song Jingmian's eyes were full of pampering. Okay, it's up to you. By the way, how do you want to deal with Jinling? Mu Yun said indifferently, deal with it yourself.
No need to ask me.
Song Jingmian said, you can deal with the person you caught yourself, but she can't die in the next few days. Jinling is the only legitimate heir of the Jin kingdom and has a very high status. The queen also cares about and dotes on this only daughter. The queen's power is not small, so Jinling, the captive, is still very useful. We can make good use of her. When she is no longer useful, Ayun can kill her if she wants. Mu Yun nodded. Then they will definitely come to rescue her. Song Jingmian nodded. Well, I guess someone will come to rescue her today. Don't worry, those people can only come, but not come back.
Mu Yun nodded.
She still wanted to continue studying her explosives. It was not the same to just blindly make them. She had to figure out what was missing first. Jingmian, with Jinling in hand, can we delay until the army arrives? Mu Yun asked. Song Jingmian nodded. Well, as long as the people of the Jin kingdom are not allowed to rescue her, we can still delay for a few days. Mu Yun was relieved. This was good. She was not under so much pressure. She didn't have to rush to make explosives in the next few days. Your Highness, Princess Jinling specifically asked to see you. The subordinate reported. Mu Yun looked at Song Jingmian curiously and asked, why do you say she wants to see me? Does she have something to say to me? Song Jingmian waved his hand. I don't know. Mu Yun smiled at him. Let's go and take a look. The two of them came to the tent, where Jinling was imprisoned. There were heavy guards inside and outside. When she saw Mu Yun coming, she was confused for a moment, and then she realized that Mu Yun at this time was completely different from the dark-skinned man just now. She almost didn't guess it. Are you Mu Yun? Jinling asked suspiciously, looking at Mu Yun. His appearance was just average, and she didn't know why Song Jingmian liked him so much. Mu Yun smiled. Yes, I am Mu Yun. Jinling snorted coldly. Oh.
You were just so.
I thought you were such a beautiful fairy. Mu Yun clicked his tongue twice and said in a teasing tone, Princess Jinling, why do you sound so sour? Don't you still like my Jingyan? Jinling looked at her smug smile, her eyes full of anger. I have disliked him for a long time. This kind of man who has no luck and no vision is not worthy of my love. There are many good men in the world. I, Jinling, don't have any kind of man I want. Why do I like him? Humph. You really think you have picked up a treasure, but in fact, it is what I don't want. Muyun laughed. Princess Jinling, you are probably the hardest in your body. I didn't expect you to be such a princess. Jinling felt that Muyun was laughing at her, which made her very angry. Muyun, what are you laughing at? Shut up. Wait for my uncle to lead the army to defeat you. This princess will make you look good, and will torture you to death. Muyun didn't expect this princess to be so childish and not to be feared at all. Okay, before you make me look good, why don't I make you look good first? As he said, Muyun's eyes swept over her. That look made Jinling shudder. She felt that at this moment, she seemed to have been stripped of her clothes and looked at by others. She was nervous and scared. What do you want to do? Muyun walked over and squatted in front of her. He stretched out his hand and pinched her face. Her skin was delicate and felt good. I haven't thought of what to do yet. You are a lamb to be slaughtered now. I can do whatever I want, so I have to think about it carefully. Jinling was scared. She had never experienced such a situation before. Her body trembled unconsciously.
You.
If you dare to touch me, my father and mother will never let you go.
You will only have one way to die. Muyun nodded.
Well, whatever they want. I look forward to them coming to me. A short sword suddenly appeared in Muyun's hand. The sword fell on Jinling's face, and she couldn't help shaking. The princess's face is really beautiful. I wonder if it will be more beautiful if I scratch a few marks on it. Jinling was immediately scared. No, you can't do this to me. If you dare to touch my face, I won't let you go. Muyun was just trying to scare her. She didn't have the habit of destroying other people's appearance. The knife moved around Jinling's face, giving her enough fear, and then Muyun stopped. Okay, I won't scare you anymore. I'll keep you here for now. I still need to use you to threaten your mother. I can't touch you. Seeing that Muyun was about to leave after teasing her, Jinling was very angry. You actually tease this princess like this, Muyun. You are so presumptuous. Muyun pouted and didn't bother to pay attention to her. Seeing that she was really going to leave, Jinling hurriedly said, I have your General Shangguan's daughter Shangguan Xi in my hands. If you let me go, I will release her when I go back, as an exchange. Hearing this, Muyun stopped and turned to look at her with amusement. I know Shangguan Xi, but that person has nothing to do with me. You are threatening me with her? Jinling's threat was really funny to Muyun. Princess Jinling, if you want to kill Shangguan Xi, just kill her. It has nothing to do with me. It's impossible to use her to exchange you. Muyun looked indifferent. Jinling was puzzled and frowned, but if you don't care, the Shangguan family will be disappointed when they find out. At that time, the soldiers led by General Shangguan will also be disappointed. This will have a great impact on your army. Don't you really consider it? Jinling tried her best to persuade Muyun, but Muyun didn't care about what she said, and the Shangguan family wouldn't care either. Muyun also understood Shangguan Xi's identity and was very surprised that there were other people who traveled through time besides herself. It seems that time travel is not so rare. The Shangguan family knew Shangguan Xi's identity. Compared with the country and a daughter who is no longer their daughter, they know how to choose. Moreover, if the Shangguan family really cared about this daughter, they would not have let Shangguan Xi go with Jinling. Not considering it, Muyun said, and left directly. Jinling was left angry and helpless. Song Jingnian, who was outside, saw her coming out and asked hurriedly, What did she say to you? Muyun shook his head slightly. Nothing. She said she wanted to exchange Shangguan Xi for her, but I refused. Muyun looked at Song Jingnian in confusion. Why are you nervous? Song Jingnian hurriedly said, No, I'm not nervous. I'm just worried that she will hurt you. In front of Muyun, Song Jingnian was really not good at lying. When he said these words, his eyes dodged left and right, and he didn't dare to look directly into Muyun's eyes. Muyun stared at him with interest, his eyes full of curiosity. No, you are not worried about this. Your expression tells me that you are lying. Song Jingnian, are you hiding something from me? That's why you feel guilty. Song Jingnian was helpless. I didn't hide anything from you. I'm just curious about what she said to you. I'm afraid she's talking nonsense. What can I hide from you? The more Muyan looked at him, the more he felt something was wrong. This man's appearance was clearly trying to cover up his guilt, telling others that he was wrong. Well, okay. I gave you a chance. If you don't say it, you can't blame me. Muyan frowned and was about to leave. Song Jingnian hurriedly grabbed her hand. Ayun, I didn't hide anything from you. I was really afraid that she would say something to provoke our relationship. Muyan stopped and looked at him, her eyes full of confusion. What are you afraid of her saying? Under her gaze, Song Jingnian hesitated and said, It's nothing. It's just that at that time didn't she drug me and then?
No.
No, I didn't. Song Jingnian was frightened and hurriedly explained. Muyan was aroused by his curiosity and asked in a serious tone, So what is it? Tell me quickly, or I'll be angry. Song Jingnian gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and said with a fearless expression, She kissed me, but I pushed her away immediately, and then I ran away, and she didn't catch up. Fearing that Muyan would be angry, he hurriedly explained, It's an accident. I really pushed her away immediately. I was just worried that she would say something nonsense to you, and then provoke our relationship. Ayun, don't mind, okay? It was really an accident. Song Jingnian knew that Muyan had a strong possessiveness, and was afraid that she would dislike him because of this, so he was very uneasy. Muyan looked at his lips, and a flash of Jinling kissing him flashed through his mind, and his brows frowned. Seeing that Muyan didn't speak and frowned, Song Jingnian thought she was angry and panicked immediately. He hurriedly grabbed Muyan's hand, pulled him into his arms, and said with a somewhat aggrieved tone, Ayun, don't be angry, I feel wronged. If you are angry with me, I will feel even more wronged. Song Jingnian really wanted to go back to the past and not let Jinling get close to him. Muyan was hugged by him, listening to his aggrieved tone, and the discomfort in his heart gradually disappeared. It was indeed not his fault. Not angry, Muyan said sullenly. Song Jingnian heard the unhappiness in her tone and felt a little distressed. Ayun, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I was careless and did something sad. Please don't be unhappy, okay? You can take it out on me, you can hit me, but don't be unhappy yourself. Muyan raised her eyes, looked at the distress and love in his eyes, and suddenly laughed. She held Song Jingnian's face and kissed his lips lightly, then smiled and said, Okay, it's just a little thing. I am a little unhappy, but not angry. Song Jingnian understood her thoughts. If he knew that Muyan had had close contact with someone before, he would not be angry, but he would feel uncomfortable and feel that he was not the only one. He felt sour in his heart. He held Muyan in his arms, rested his chin on her forehead, and spoke in a gentle tone. Ayun, I miss you, and Yuan Bao a little. I don't know if they are happy these days. I haven't received any letters from them. I don't know if these two children forgot to write to us. Speaking of the two children, Muyan also missed them very much. We have only been out for a few days. The army has not arrived yet. Even if they wrote a letter, they can't get here. Muyan said helplessly. Song Jingnian nodded. That's right. When the war is over, if you like to travel around, I will take you. If Yue and Yuan Bao like, we will take them with us to see every scenery in the world. Muyan nodded. Okay, but I'm afraid this war can't be resolved in a short time. It's not an easy task to completely defeat the Jin Kingdom. Song Jingnian nodded. I know. You don't have to worry. I will find a way, believe me. As the two were talking, the soldiers came to report that Shimu was here. The two were surprised. What was Shimu doing here? It's not so open to come to save people, right? Song Jingnian and Muyan went to the checkpoint at the foot of the mountain. Shimu rode a horse with a group of people, including a woman who was a little far away and couldn't see who she was. Shimu said to Song Jingnian, Prince Ping, I have someone here. She is the daughter of a general of your Xia kingdom. Do you want her? Shimu grabbed Shangguan Xi from the horse and held her in his arms. Then he rode his horse towards Song Jingnian. Shangguan Xi didn't expect that the two countries would really go to war. She was tortured in the princess's mansion. Today, she was suddenly taken away by a strange man. She thought that more painful days were waiting for her, but she didn't expect that he would bring her to see Song Jinglian. Hope appeared in Shangguan Xi's eyes, and she shouted to Song Jinglian, "Your Majesty, save me! Your Majesty, save me!" Shangguan Xi cried with tears in her eyes, looking pitiful. Mu Yun said to Song Jinglian, "Jinling just said that she wanted to exchange Shangguan Xi for her. I didn't expect that General Xi had the same idea as her and brought Shangguan Xi here." Song Jinglian raised a sarcastic smile at the corner of his mouth and said in a cold tone, "How can Shangguan Xi be compared with Jinling? Jinling's importance to the kingdom of Jin is self-evident, and Shangguan Xi is just a dispensable person." Mu Yun chuckled. "If Shangguan Xi heard you, I don't know how sad she would be. I remember that she likes you very much." Song Jinglian looked at Mu Yun, who was joking, smiled helplessly, stretched out his hand to hold her, and said in a doting tone, "Ayun, let's not talk about this, okay? I won't go out in the future, so no one will like me anymore." Shi Mu and Shangguan Xi, who were watching Song Jinglian and Mu Yun flirting with each other as if no one was around, their faces turned green. In such a formal and serious occasion, the two of them were so disrespectful. Shi Mu's face was cold, and his voice was even louder. "Prince Ping is so loyal to his love affairs now. He doesn't care about this occasion. He is completely different from the Song Jinglian I knew at the beginning." Shi Mu's words were full of sarcasm and ridicule. Song Jinglian looked down at him and said lightly, "General Xi, you may have recognized the wrong person. I don't know the person in your arms. You just want to exchange a stranger for your noble princess. Do you think I am a fool and think I am so easy to deceive?" Shi Mu frowned and explained hurriedly, "This person is Shangguan Xi, the daughter of Shangguan Hung, Song Jinglian. Are you sure you don't want her? If you don't want her, I will kill her." Shangguan Xi panicked. She didn't want to die yet. She was so noble. She hadn't lived a good life yet and hadn't made great achievements in this ancient time.
She didn't want to die.
She hurriedly asked Song Jinglian for help, still holding a glimmer of hope. "Prince, please, save me. I don't want to die. Do you know what kind of abuse I suffered in the kingdom of Jin? Look, I am covered with wounds. They not only hurt my body, but also trampled on my dignity. Prince, please, just say a word, and you can save me. I beg you, help me." Shangguan Xi was really crying sadly at this time. When facing the person she liked, she was full of grievances as soon as she opened her mouth. She only hoped that Song Jinglian could save her now. It's a pity that no matter what state she is in, Song Jinglian will not have any sympathy for her. Song Jinglian's indifferent and cold voice sounded, "This girl, I don't know who you are. General Xi wants to exchange you for the princess of the kingdom of Jin. Do you think that I will disregard the lives of the entire army and the people and exchange the princess with you? Compared with a stranger like you, the lives of tens of thousands of my army and the people of the whole city are naturally more important, so I'm sorry." Song Jinglian also tactfully told her the reason why he couldn't save her. Shangguan Xi was immediately disheartened, and her face turned pale when she heard this. "Okay, I understand what the prince means." Shangguan Xi realized again that in this world, no one can be relied on, and she can only rely on herself. She wiped away her tears and said to Shi Mu, "General, did you see it? I can't threaten Song Jinglian, but don't be disappointed, General. I can help you defeat Song Jinglian and defeat the Xia kingdom." Shangguan Xi's eyes were filled with hatred, and her tone was firm. Shi Mu didn't take Shangguan Xi's words to heart at all. He just felt that Shangguan Xi was too sad and talking nonsense. He has always not kept useless people. At this moment, in his heart, there is no need to keep Shangguan Xi. This general will not keep useless people around him. Since you are useless, then die. Shi Mu said coldly, glanced at Song Jinglian on the mountain, and then turned around and rode away. Shangguan Xi looked back at Song Jinglian and his wife, and swore in her heart that one day, these two people must kneel in front of her and beg her. Mu Yun saw Shangguan Xi's hateful eyes and frowned slightly. "She hates us," Mu Yun said to Song Jinglian. Song Jinglian said indifferently, "It's normal for her to hate us. It doesn't matter. I do things based on my mood. If one day she can seek revenge on me because of this hatred, I will accept it. Muyan nodded and said nothing more. No matter which world one is in, one still has to live by relying on one's own abilities. Only in this way can one not pin one's hopes on others. Shangguan Xi was pitiful, but they couldn't pity her or save her because to them, other people and things were more important than Shangguan Xi. After Shi Mu returned to the tent, he threw Shangguan Xi off his horse. He was filled with anger, and people were afraid to approach him. Shangguan Xi was thrown off the horse, but she did not scream or cry out in pain. She just climbed up quietly. Her eyes changed. They were no longer as weak as before, but became firm and full of hatred. She said to Shi Mu, "General, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. I want to kill Song Jingyan and Mu Yun. I have a way to help you win this war. As long as you give me a place to stay and the power to take revenge, I will be your man in the future, and you can order me around." Shi Mu looked at her coldly, and his stern gaze fell on her. With a strong sense of scrutiny, he looked at Shangguan Xi for a moment and then said disdainfully, "Just you? You also want to take revenge on Song Jingyan, aren't you too fanciful?" Shangguan Xi's eyes were filled with hatred, and she said in a cold voice, "I can tell you a secret. I am not from this world. In our world, there is something called a bomb. A small mountain, not to mention a person. As long as there is a bomb, it is easy to win the war, and it does not require much effort." Shi Mu looked at her suspiciously. "Bomb? This thing has never been heard of by this general." Shangguan Xi smiled confidently. "Of course the general has never seen it, because it is not a thing of this world. I said, I am not from this world. If the general believes me, we can find a quiet place to talk about it slowly." Shi Mu became interested and no longer wanted to kill her. "Okay, if what you said is true, then what you want in the future, this general can help you realize it. If what you said is not true, the consequences are not something you can bear." Shangguan Xi is now broken, completely letting herself go and doing whatever she wants. She followed Shi Mu into the tent, and the two talked for a long time. When Shi Mu came out again, he told the servants to arrange a room for Shangguan Xi and find 2 maids to take care of her, giving her enough face. Shangguan Xi was completely free from the days of suffering and lived a rich life again, but her mentality had long been different. She began to ask Shi Mu to find a large amount of saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal. She remembered that these were the key to making explosives. Song Jingyan. A night passed, and no one came to rescue Jinling, as if they had given up on the princess. However, Song Jingyan was sure that the kingdom of Jin would not give up Jinling, and the queen would never allow it. "Now there is no movement. I am afraid they are thinking of other ways." Shi Mu believed Shangguan Xi's words and did not rescue Jinling for the time being, but within 2 days, the queen came to urge. Originally, Shi Mu blocked the news and did not want the queen to know. I don't know how it got to the queen's ears, and she directly sent the capable people around her to rescue Jinling. Shi Mu was helpless. He also wanted to rescue Jinling, but he knew that Song Jingyan would definitely send more people to guard Jinling. It was impossible to successfully rescue people. He didn't want to waste his efforts, so he thought about waiting for the bomb Shangguan Xi said to be developed, and then he could annihilate all the people of Xia Kingdom in one fell swoop. Anyway, during this period, Jinling would not be in danger of life. As for the future, if Jinling really died in this war, then so be it. It can be considered a worthy death, sacrificing her life for the country. In Shi Mu's heart, nothing is more important than defeating the Xia Kingdom and defeating Song Jingyan. "General Shi, the queen said that if we can't save the princess, then there is no need for all of us to go back," the queen's secret guard said with a cold face. Shi Mu was helpless and could only say, "We will plan to rescue them tonight, but the guards over there are very tight, so we have to plan carefully." The subordinate nodded, and then asked, "Then, General, are you going?" Shi Mu looked embarrassed when he heard this. "This trip is very dangerous. If I go and something unexpected happens and I get captured, it will be a great shame for our Jin kingdom. Both commanders have been captured, so why fight? We might as well surrender." The subordinate thought it made sense and said, "Then I will take people with me." We are just nobody, and we will die if we die. General, you really can't go. Shimu was very entangled and hesitant. Ling is my niece, and she is in prison. As her uncle, I can't go to save her. Alas. I hope she won't blame me. Although Shimu was a rough man, he was not a person who knew nothing. He still had to do some face-saving work. After all, in the heart of his sister, the queen, he is not as good as her precious daughter. The Xi family has many children, and Shimu was originally just the son of a concubine. No one cared until he had military merits and became a dazzling existence. People knew that he was the queen's brother. Now he has been slow to rescue people, and I am afraid that his sister is also angry. Shimu did enough face-saving work and then sent people to follow the queen's subordinates, ready to wait until nightfall to rescue. After arranging everything, Shimu went to see Shangguan Xi and regained his superior life. However, Shangguan Xi had no mind to enjoy it and focused on developing bombs. However, she was an ordinary person in her previous life, so she didn't know how to make bombs. She only vaguely knew some principles of explosions and some things that would explode, but she couldn't make bombs just by knowing these. But Shangguan Xi never dared to say this, so she could only bury her head in research and development to let Shimu see her efforts. Sure enough, when Shimu came in and saw her busy, his face looked much better, but he still couldn't help asking, "How is it going? Is there any result?" Shangguan Xi shook her head helplessly. "Not yet. Mainly because I haven't been exposed to these in my previous life, so it's difficult to develop them for a while. Give me more time, I will definitely be able to do it." Shimu frowned. "You haven't been exposed to them. How can you know how to make them, Shangguan Xi? I advise you not to lie to me, otherwise I will let you come to this world later." Shangguan Xi looked at his cold and fierce eyes, swallowed her saliva subconsciously, and a fear rose in her heart, and then nodded repeatedly. "I know. I won't lie to you." Shimu glanced at her twice, then put away his aura and restored his indifferent appearance. "I'll give you another 5 days. If there is no result, then you are playing tricks on me." Shangguan Xi wanted to cry, but had no tears. 5 days, this time was too tight. But she didn't have the qualifications to bargain with Shimu, so she could only nod in agreement. "Okay, I got it, General." Shimu left after he finished speaking. It had been 2 days since Jinling was captured. If it dragged on, the Xia army would arrive. It should have been a foolproof opportunity, but because of Jinling's willfulness, the situation became like this. Shimu did not have any resentment in his heart, but that person was Jinling, and he could do nothing about her. If he could rescue Jinling tonight, he would immediately send troops to capture the tens of thousands of Xia Kingdom's troops in one fell swoop. By then, Xia Kingdom's morale would surely be greatly crushed. Shimu hurried to prepare the troops. It was about to get dark, and the queen's men were preparing to rescue Jinling, so he also had to prepare for the attack. On Chaomu Mountain, after it got dark, Muyin finished her meal and continued to develop her bomb. Song Jingyan was about to look for her when he heard his subordinates report that someone was coming towards Chaomu Mountain. Song Jingyan suddenly became energetic. The people from the kingdom of Jin finally came to rescue people. After not moving for a few days, I thought they would not come. Add more people to watch Jinling. It should be the people from the kingdom of Jin who came to rescue people. Song Jingyan said, and he also went to the place where Jinling was imprisoned. The people from the kingdom of Jin quietly ran into Chaomu Mountain all the way. Everything went very smoothly. "Be careful of an ambush," the subordinate said to the queen's people. The queen's people nodded. "I know, but no matter what, we must do our best tonight to rescue the princess." For them, life or death is not important. What's important is to complete the mission. Moreover, in the hearts of the secret guards, Jinling's safety is more important than anything else. "Is this how you treat this princess?"
Get out. Get out. Call Song Jingyan to see me."
Jinling's angry voice was clearly heard outside. Seeing this, the people from the kingdom of Jin were full of worry. Their princess was afraid that she had suffered a lot of grievances. She really doesn't know what's good for her. If I starve her for a few meals, she will beg me to give her food. That's right, it's already this time, and she's still showing off her power as a princess. She's really ignorant. She'll suffer in the future. Let's go, don't worry about her. As soon as the two finished talking, the queen's subordinates couldn't help it and attacked the two directly. However, as soon as he appeared, the two soldiers noticed it and immediately dropped the bowls and chopsticks in their hands, dodged the attack, and drew their swords to fight. "There are assassins, come quickly," the soldiers shouted, and then countless soldiers rushed out from the surroundings, surrounding the people of the Jin kingdom. The people of the Jin kingdom looked at being surrounded and immediately realized that this was a trap, but if they couldn't take the princess away today, they didn't plan to go back alive, so they didn't panic. "Break out of the siege and make sure to take the princess back," the queen's people ordered. In addition to here, there are also people at the foot of the mountain to meet them. As long as Jinling can be taken out and sent to the foot of the mountain, everything will be fine. The queen's people planned it very well. The two sides started fighting, and Song Jingyan also flew out and joined the battle. These people were all masters, and using ordinary soldiers to fight them would be a waste of life. So Song Jingyan, Liao Ming, and other deputy generals all took action, and the soldiers only played auxiliary. Jinling in the tent heard the fighting and knew that someone came to save her, and was very happy. She was like a constantly wriggling caterpillar, crawling towards the door, shouting, "Sure, Jin, I'm here." The queen's subordinate who was fighting fiercely with Song Jingyan outside was the Sure Jin that Jinling called, the most powerful secret guard in the queen's palace, with high martial arts skills. Hearing the princess calling him, Sure Jin's eyes flashed with anxiety, and his moves became faster. Song Jingyan was a little surprised. The people of the Queen of Jin Kingdom were so skilled in martial arts that they were probably on par with Shimu. No wonder it is said that the power of Jin Kingdom is half of the emperor and half of the queen. Now it seems that it is true. Sure Jin fought hard, but he couldn't get to the tent no matter how hard he tried. Gradually, he got a little anxious. When he was distracted again and again, Song Jingyan's sword cut his arm. Sure Jin's attention was immediately focused again, and his moves became more fierce. Jinling in the tent touched a stone. She anxiously rubbed the rope on her wrist with the stone, but the rope was too thick and hard, and a stone couldn't wear it out at all. During the fight, Muyun came. She walked towards the tent. As soon as she opened the curtain, she saw Jinling, who was sweating profusely. Seeing Muyun appear, Jinling stopped moving and felt cold in an instant. "Hey, Princess Jinling, did you crawl over here? How come you are so dirty? You haven't taken a bath for a few days. Now you look even dirtier. How can you still be a princess?" "I'm really sorry for you." Muyun was worried that Jinling would be rescued by the Jin people, so he put down his work and ran over. Jinling was filled with humiliation. She had never suffered such an injustice since she was a child. She looked at Muyun with hatred and gritted her teeth and said, "Muyun, you'd better pray that I don't have a chance to escape. Once I have a chance, I will definitely let you go to Hades." Muyun smiled and lifted her up, saying in a light tone, "Okay. Thank you for reminding me, princess. Then I will have to let you have no chance." Muyun carried Jinling out of the tent and took out a pill from his pocket and stuffed it into Jinling's mouth. Jinling was forced to swallow the pill. She was shocked and at a loss. She spit out saliva and wanted to spit out the pill. Muyun said with a smile, "If you hadn't reminded me, I would have forgotten. Now I've given you the pill. Even if you escape, you have to come back and beg me. Otherwise, you can only wait to die. Don't waste your energy. The poison has gone into your stomach."
"How can I spit it out again?"
"Unless I break open your stomach and take it out." Jinling hated it very much and regretted the harsh words she had just said, which irritated Muyun. At this time, she was really panicked and didn't know what to do. At this time, Sure Jin suddenly shook off Song Jingyan and stabbed towards Muyun with his sword. He thought that Muyun, a woman, must have no martial arts skills and would be easy to control. Unfortunately, he miscalculated. Song Jingyan saw his movements, but he was not in a hurry. He knew that Muyun would be fine. Just when Sure Jin's sword was about to stab him, Muyun's arm moved. Her hand was originally holding Jinling. At this time, she exerted force on her arm, and Jinling was pulled over and blocked in front of her. Shi Jin's sword could not be retracted at this last moment. He could only watch his sword pierce into Jinling's chest. Shi Jin's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he couldn't believe it. Jinling was even more shocked.
Princess.
Shi Jin's hand trembled, and he unconsciously let go of the hand holding the hilt. Seeing Jinling being stabbed, his heart was bleeding. Muyun let go of Jinling's hand, and Song Jingyan took advantage of Shi Jin's stunned moment and flew over, piercing Shi Jin's body from behind with a sword. Jinling fell to the ground, and Shi Jin followed her. In a daze, Shi Jin crawled towards Jinling, his eyes full of reluctance and heartache. "Princess, it's too late for me to come here." Before Shi Jin could finish what he wanted to say, he lost his breath and died. When the others saw this, they were thrown into confusion for a moment. After seeing the princess being stabbed and their leader dead, the remaining people began to want to retreat, but this was not a place where they could come and go as they pleased. The soldiers chased after them and killed them, but Song Jingmian and Liao Ming did not follow. Liao Ming looked at the stabbed princess and said hurriedly, "Your Majesty, do you want to save this princess? If she dies, the kingdom of Jin will be very angry and will attack us regardless of the consequences." Jinling's chest ached. Looking at Shi Jin, who died in front of her, she hated and felt sorry for him. Shi Jin's martial arts skills were as good as her uncle Shimu and even comparable to Song Jingnian. He was devoted to her, but now he is dead. It will be difficult to find such a martial arts master to use for oneself in the future. Muyun said, "She won't die. The heart was not stabbed. Find a doctor to check her and apply some medicine." Song Jingnian said, "Do as the princess said." Liao Ming nodded and called for someone to deal with it. Shi Jin's body was carried away by the soldiers. Only one of the people from the kingdom of Jin escaped, and the rest were all killed. Shimu waited for a long time at the foot of the mountain, his eyes fixed on the mountain. Suddenly, a figure escaped from the mountain, stumbling. Shimu hurriedly sent someone to bring the man over. When the man saw Shimu, he knelt down and said, "General, all our people are dead. The princess was stabbed. We don't know whether she is alive or dead. I risked my life to escape and report the news." Shimu frowned, his expression solemn. "The princess was stabbed? Where was she stabbed? Is it serious? Who stabbed her? Tell this general everything." The subordinate hurriedly said, "In the chest. A woman used the princess to block the sword. Lord Shi Jin's sword accidentally stabbed the princess. Lord Shi Jin is also dead, stabbed by King Ping." Shimu frowned severely, then said, "Withdraw our troops and return to the camp." After Shimu withdrew his troops, he did not rest. That night, he sent someone to deliver an urgent letter back to the palace to the queen, informing her that Jinling had been stabbed and that Jinling was dead. When the queen learned of Jinling's death, she would immediately order the troops to be dispatched. In this way, as long as they could lead an army of 100,000 and attack Chaomu Mountain without any scruples before dawn, they would surely be able to capture Chaomu Mountain. If they delayed any longer, when Song Jingnian's reinforcements arrived, the battle would be difficult to fight. We still couldn't count too much on Shangguan Xi. Sure enough, it didn't take long before the soldier who went to report the news came back at full speed, bringing the queen's order, saying that the troops should be dispatched immediately, and she wanted the heads of Song Jingnian and his wife Muyun. Shimu was so happy to receive this order that his eyes were filled with smiles. He immediately led his troops to attack Chaomu Mountain. In the middle of the night, Song Jingnian and Muyun were both asleep, but they were suddenly called out, saying that Shimu was leading his troops to attack. Song Jingnian and Muyun suddenly lost all sleepiness and hurriedly got up to prepare for the enemy. The two of them sent someone to confirm Jinling's safety while walking down the mountain. They said as they walked, "Does Shimu not want Jinling's life? He actually chose to attack." Muyun's tone was puzzled. Song Jingnian said, "Jinling was stabbed today. Maybe in his message, Jinling was already dead. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to attack so blatantly." Once the queen knew that he attacked regardless of Jinling's life or death, he would definitely offend the queen. That consequence is not what he wants. So, I guess he should have sent a message to the queen saying that Jinling was dead. The queen must hate us so much at this time, and would ask him to send troops immediately. Muyan nodded. That makes sense. Jinling is his niece after all, but he really doesn't care about her life or death, and even hopes she will die. Song Jingyan said as he pulled Muyan away. Shimu is a person who only cares about winning or losing. Family affection is not important in his eyes. It may be related to his growing environment.
Muyan nodded.
It seems that he is another person with psychological damage, but living in this world is indeed much more difficult than in modern times. The two came to the checkpoint at the foot of the mountain. Shimu rode a tall horse and waited at the foot of the mountain with a fierce look. Song Jingyan, you captured Princess Jinling and brutally killed her. Today we will avenge the princess and take your head. Song Jingyan saw the excitement in his eyes and knew that fighting today was inevitable. He had just sent someone to report that the army was still a day's journey away from them. Let's see if we can shorten the journey and rush over as soon as possible. He just needed to drag the battle until noon after dawn, and the army should be able to arrive. Shimu, you are such a mean person. Aren't you afraid that your intentions will be exposed one day, and you'll be despised by everyone? You know whether Jinling is dead or not. Don't make excuses for your ambitions. Song Jingyan was not in a hurry to start a war, so he wanted to quarrel with him, but Shimu didn't want to quarrel with him. He looked at Song Jingyan deeply, and then immediately ordered, "Brothers, capture Song Jingyan alive, present him to the queen, and avenge the princess." As Shimu's voice fell, all the troops attacked Chaomu Mountain like chicken blood. Song Jingyan was busy defending, preparing flaming bows and arrows, pouring barrels of oil down the mountain and shooting flaming arrows on it. The whole ground suddenly caught fire, blocking the attack of the Jin people. Shimu frowned, but he didn't expect them to use fire. In this way, if it is not controlled well, Chaomu Mountain will probably be burned. Song Jingyan also knew that today's battle would not end well, so he could only do his best to stop their attack, and he could not consider other things for the time being. Muyan looked at the raging fire and thought of her bomb. She said to Song Jingyan, "Be careful. I'll go get some things and come back soon." Song Jingyan nodded, "Be careful too." Muyan ran away. Shimu looked at him and said sarcastically to Song Jingyan, "Song Jingyan, is your princess running away because she's scared? Then you'll be the only one to die. But don't worry, I'll send her to reunite with you soon." As soon as he finished speaking, Shimu also began to join the attacking team. The big knife in his hand was unstoppable. He could kill several people with one knife. The legendary killing was just like this. Song Jingyan looked at him so cruel and extravagant, knowing that he wanted to go down himself. Without much hesitation, Song Jingyan immediately flew down and stabbed Shimu with his spear. When Shimu saw him coming, a smile appeared on his lips. This time, he didn't believe that Song Jingyan would escape. As soon as Song Jingyan came down, several of Shimu's capable subordinates immediately flew over. Shimu knew that he could not kill Song Jingyan by himself, so he had ordered in advance that as soon as Song Jingyan came down, they must besiege him together and must keep him, so this time, he tried his best. 4 or 5 masters plus Shimu besieged Song Jingyan alone, which really made it difficult for Song Jingyan to cope with it. Bai Mu and Bai Xing wanted to go over to help anxiously, but they were always trapped and unable to go out. Shimu became more and more excited as the fight went on. His moves were fast, accurate, and ruthless. He slashed at Song Jingyan with his sword, but Song Jingyan dodged every move. The battle here is fierce, and Mu Yun on the mountain is also anxious. She is afraid that she will not be able to wait until reinforcements arrive. Now she can only rely on bombs. However, the bombs she has developed so far have very small power. The kerosene she had just seen gave her a new idea. Fire and oil are both flammable and explosive substances. If used properly, they can also cause explosions. Mu Yun was anxious to make bombs again, but time was very tight, so she didn't make many. She just made a few, and then started the experiment. Song Jingyan at the foot of the mountain was not paying attention for a moment and was stabbed on the shoulder. At this time, his movements were not as fast as before and his physical strength was slightly reduced, so he began to have a hard time coping. At this moment, a loud bang sounded on the mountain. Everyone was stunned for a moment, not knowing what happened. "Is it thunder?" someone asked, but it didn't sound like thunder. Shimu glanced at the mountain. Just then, there seemed to be a flash of fire. He felt uneasy. "Your Majesty, hold on. It must be the princess. She will be here soon." Bai Mu spoke quickly, with some surprise on his face. He and Bai Xing had been following Mu Yun in making bombs, and now they realized that the princess might have successfully made the bomb. Song Jingyan also suddenly felt stronger and in better spirits than before. Seeing this, Shimu was very unhappy, and he accelerated and chopped towards Song Jingyan. "All of you come together. Fight quickly and kill Song Jingyan. Whoever can chop him will be rewarded by this general as a deputy general." Shimu's sixth sense told him that if he didn't deal with Song Jingyan, he would never have another chance. He was ruthless, and every chop he made towards Song Jingyan was fatal. With 5 or 6 masters together, Song Jingyan really couldn't be careful. He was careless and was chopped on the thigh again. The blood immediately soaked his trouser legs. He couldn't help but kneel on the ground in pain. Shimu's eyes were immediately filled with a smile, and then he continued to exert his strength, jumped up and chopped Song Jingyan's back with the knife in his hand. When Mu Yun arrived, she saw such a scene that almost made her lose her soul. She rushed towards Song Jingyan with all her might. When the big knife was about to fall on Song Jingyan, she embraced Song Jingyan and turned over, barely avoiding Shimu's big knife. "Your Highness!" Bai Mu and Bai Xing were almost scared to death. If Mu Yun hadn't arrived in time, they would have seen the corpse of the prince. The two of them burst out with fright and became even more ferocious. They just wanted to rush to Song Jingyan to protect him. Shimu was a little angry because he failed to cut anyone. After he came to his senses, he looked at Mu Yun with a fierce look and then tightened the knife in his hand. He was about to continue swinging the knife in his hand to cut at Mu Yun, but he saw Mu Yun throw something, and then she jumped far away with Song Jingyan in her arms. Everyone heard the roar and looked over. The soldiers of the Jin Kingdom saw the general and others being blown away, and they all ran towards the fire. Bai Mu and Bai Xing immediately ran towards Mu Yun and helped to support Song Jingyan. Mu Yun glanced at Shimu's side and didn't know if the person was killed in the explosion, but even if he was not dead, he was seriously injured. She couldn't take care of him for the time being. Song Jingyan was seriously injured. "Let's go. We'll take Jingyan back first." Bai Mu nodded and hurriedly carried Song Jingyan on his back. The three of them walked towards the mountain. Liao Ming hurried to meet him and escorted Song Jingyan back to the checkpoint. "General Liao, you hold on first. We'll take the prince to bandage his wound," Bai Xing said to Liao Ming. Liao Ming nodded repeatedly. "Okay, the prince's injury is the most important. We will swear to defend Xiaomu Mountain to the death. You take the prince to see it." Mu Yun stood on a high place and looked at the bombed place below and said to Liao Ming, "Shimu should be seriously injured. Maybe they will retreat. As long as they retreat today, they won't be afraid in the future." Liao Ming also looked down and looked at Mu Yun with admiration. The hidden weapon that the princess just used was really powerful. I don't know what it was, but it could hurt Shimu. You have to know that after so many years of fighting, there are not many people who can really hurt Shimu. Apart from Song Jingyan, now there is only Mu Yun. Mu Yun said calmly, "I made the bomb. Okay, let's go first. General Liao, thank you for your hard work. Here are 2 more bombs. When you can't hold on any longer, you can throw them towards the fire below. They are so powerful that they can kill many people. This will deter them and make them afraid, so they won't dare to attack easily." Mu Yun handed the remaining 2 bombs to Liao Ming. Liao Ming took them and looked at them curiously. "You can't judge by appearance." Mu Yun warned, "This thing is very dangerous. The line on it must not be pulled. Once pulled, it will explode immediately. So don't move it to avoid accidentally hurting yourself. When you need to use it, pull the line and throw it out immediately. You must not keep it in your hand for more than 3 breaths. Otherwise, you will be the one to be blown up. Hearing this, Liao Ming's curiosity disappeared, and he felt that this thing suddenly became extremely hot.
This
Is so dangerous. Princess, I dare not use this. It would be a great pleasure to use it on the enemy, but if it is used on oneself, it would scare the soul away. Mu Yun glanced at him helplessly. General, you only have this little courage. Take it well, and keep it well. Don't worry. After that, Mu Yun called Bai Mu to carry Song Jingyan away. Liao Ming looked at their backs as they left, wanting to cry, but not having tears. After being helpless, he could only cheer up and deal with it. The soldiers of the Jin kingdom below suddenly lost their backbone because their commander was injured. They stopped in a daze, and the soldiers of the Xia kingdom all retreated to the defense line. At this time, the people of the Jin kingdom had broken through the first checkpoint. If they continued, Liao Ming and his people could only retreat to the mountain, but the people of the Jin kingdom stopped. At this time, Shi Mu had fallen into a coma, and his condition was very critical. It looked like he was about to die. His subordinates hesitated again, and finally had no choice but to retreat. Without Shi Mu, the soldiers' confidence plummeted. If they continued to attack by force, they would probably lose many people. The subordinates had no choice but to withdraw their troops and hurriedly take Shi Mu back for treatment. Liao Ming was very happy to see that the Jin people had withdrawn their troops. Without Song Jingyan and the others, he was actually very uneasy. Now that the Jin people were able to withdraw their troops, it was what he wished for. On the mountain, Yu Qingling immediately came to treat Song Jingyan's wound. He tore open Song Jingyan's trouser legs and clothes at the shoulders. Seeing how serious the wound was, Yu Qingling was shocked. How could it be so serious? Especially the cut on the thigh, it was too deep, almost cutting the bone. If it had hit the bone, the leg would definitely have sequelae in the future. Yu Qingling couldn't help but say as she hurriedly dealt with it for him. Mu Yun was so distressed when he saw the deep cuts that his eyes turned red. I will definitely ask Shi Mu to return those 2 cuts. She spoke viciously, her eyes full of anger. Song Jingyan endured the pain and smiled at her to comfort her. It's okay, Ayun, don't worry. It's just a minor injury. It will be fine after some rest. Mu Yun held his hand, his eyes full of heartache. Just bear with it. Song Jingyan nodded, but when the cleaning solution was poured on the wound, it still hurt him so much that he grimaced, biting his lips until they turned white. Mu Yun frowned and said to Yu Qingling in dissatisfaction, Go slower. Be gentler. Yu Qingling was helpless. My 2 ancestors, I've been very gentle, and I'm afraid he'll feel pain. Mu Yun frowned tightly and held Song Jingyan's hand tightly, wanting to make him feel better. The process of treating the wound was very painful, but after that, it felt much better. Bai Mu and Bai Xing were decocting the medicine. When Yu Qingling finished treating the wound and bandaged it, the medicine was also decocted. Dr. Yu, the medicine is here. Should I give it to the prince now? Bai Mu asked as he brought the medicine in. Yu Qingling nodded. Give it to the princess. Mu Yun hurriedly took the medicine bowl, but the freshly boiled medicine was too hot. She frowned and blew it. After treating the wound, Yu Qingling went out and shouted to Bai Mu, Let's go and help. There are many other injured people. I can't handle it alone. Bai Mu looked at Song Jingyan worriedly. I still have to take care of the prince. Dr. Yu, ask someone else to help you. Yu Qingling rolled his eyes at him. He was a fool. He didn't see that their princess eyes were red. He was not welcome to stay here. Let's go. You have no eyes. Yu Qingling whispered as she passed by him. Mu Yun picked up the medicine, blew it cool carefully, and fed it to Song Jingyan to drink. The bitter taste of the medicine spread in his mouth. Song Jingyan frowned slightly. He didn't want to drink it anymore, but he didn't dare to say this to Mu Yun. Mu Yun still had a serious face, and his eyes were full of worry. Is it hard to drink? Seeing that he was frowning all the time, Mu Yun couldn't help asking. Song Jingyan nodded hurriedly. Well, it's hard to drink. Not only bitter, but also has an unpleasant smell. I don't know what kind of medicine Yu Qingling prescribed. Mu Yun said helplessly. Even Yue Yuanbao is not afraid of taking medicine. You, as a father, are not as good as them. If they knew, they would definitely laugh at you. Song Jingmian said helplessly, I'm not being hypocritical. It's really hard to drink. If you don't believe me, try it. Muyun was too lazy to talk to him and directly fed him the remaining medicine in one gulp. If it's hard to drink, drink it all at once. It's better to have a short pain than a long pain. Song Jingmian was forced to raise his neck and gulp down the medicine. As soon as he swallowed, a candy was stuffed into his mouth. The sweetness immediately spread in his mouth, dispelling the original bitterness. Muyun said to him, now that you have finished drinking the medicine, lie down and have a good rest. Shimu should not be able to attack again in a short time. You can lie down and don't have to worry anymore. Song Jingmian slowly lay down with the help of Muyun. Hearing Muyun's words, he said, it's a pity that I didn't see how badly he was injured. It's a bit regrettable. Ayun, what you just used is what you have been developing these days. It's too powerful. It can actually hurt Shimu directly. If it weren't for you, it would be difficult to defend Xiaomu Mountain tonight. Song Jingmian was extremely grateful that Muyun was there. Song Jingmian held Muyun's hand tightly, looking at her quietly with gentle eyes, feeling extremely satisfied in his heart. Muyun took out a handkerchief and wiped the dirt off his face, and said softly, a real bomb is much more powerful than this. I haven't found any material that can accelerate the power of the explosion. Today's one can only be said to be average. If it was really powerful, Shimu would not be alive. Song Jingmian looked at her curiously with a smile in his eyes. Ayun, sometimes I feel like you are a god. You know everything. Your head is always so smart, and you can think of anything new. Muyun smiled and took back the hand that wiped his face. I am sent by the gods. I'm here to protect you. You're not allowed to get hurt again in the future. Otherwise, the gods will blame me for not protecting you well and punish me. Then, you won't be able to see me anymore. Muyun was joking, but Song Jingmian became serious and stopped her, saying, don't say such things, Ayun. Whether it's a joke or a dream, I can't accept not being able to see you. Don't say these things. Song Jingmian had always felt that there was an invisible distance between him and Muyun, which made him feel less secure. When he heard her say this, he felt inexplicably flustered. Muyun laughed helplessly. It was not that she was talking nonsense. Maybe one day, she would suddenly return to the modern era. Then, he wouldn't be able to see her anymore. However, this thought only flashed through his mind, and was then denied by Muyun. She was already dead in the modern era, and would not go back. Okay, I'm just joking with you. If it's not funny, I won't say it anymore. You should take good care of your injuries. I'll go out and take a look. Muyun covered him with a blanket, but his hand was held. Song Jingmian looked at her reluctantly. His dark eyes seemed to say, don't go. Muyun smiled at him helplessly and said, I'll go and take a look. If nothing happens, I'll come back to accompany you. Song Jingmian let go reluctantly and couldn't help but said, then come back early. Muyun nodded and walked out. The soldiers outside were cleaning up the battlefield, and the group of people who charged into battle had gone to rest. Liao Ming was still commanding and on guard at all times, fearing that the Jin kingdom would not play by the rules and attack again, so it was better to be careful. What he didn't know was that the Jin kingdom's military camp was already in chaos at this time. Shimu was covered in black from the explosion. When his subordinates carried him back, he was already dying. This frightened the military doctors, and all of them rushed to treat him. Shangguan Xi was originally studying in seclusion, but when she heard that Shimu was injured, she no longer cared about her research and hurried towards Shimu's tent. If Shimu died, no one would believe her, and no one would care about her. Shangguan Xi was really afraid that Shimu would die like this. The doctors were treating the wounds. When they saw the wounds on Shimu's body, they all gasped. They hadn't noticed it before they took off his clothes. When they took off his clothes, they saw that Shimu was covered with wounds and his skin had become rotten. Even though he was unconscious, his brows were tightly furrowed in pain, and his face was pale and painful. How did the general get hurt? How could it be so serious? There are no knife wounds on his body, but all of them are burns. The area is too large, and this is too serious. The doctors were in a hurry and couldn't take off his clothes. They could only cut off Shimu's clothes and treat his wounds. However, they didn't have much medicine for burns. Most of the medicine they prepared was for treating knife wounds. We have to send someone to get the medicine. There is not much burn medicine here. It's not enough. I'll write a prescription. Send someone to get the medicine quickly. The doctor said hurriedly. Shangguan Xi came in and saw Shimu's appearance, and his brows were furrowed. His frizzy hair, black face, and whole body looked like they were blown up. She hurried over to ask Shimu's subordinates, "What injured the general?" "The injury is so strange." The subordinates were scared. "I don't know what it was. I didn't see it clearly." Princess Ping threw the thing over, and it was only a breath away. Suddenly, there was a bang, like thunder. The sound was particularly loud, and then there was a burst of fire. Several of our people died. When the general realized something was wrong and wanted to run, it was too late. Then he became like this. Shangguan Xi frowned even harder. Why did it look like a bomb? But as soon as this thought came out, she immediately denied it. How is it possible? How could there be bombs in this era? When she talked to Shimu about bombs before, he didn't know what it was at all. This means that there is no such thing as a bomb here, but now Shimu is suspected to have been injured by a bomb. Shangguan Xi was very uneasy. She felt as if things were out of her control again. Could it be that in this world, there is not only her who has traveled through time, but also someone else? The more she thought about it, the more she felt that this was possible. But who is this person? "Miss Shangguan, the general needs to apply medicine and change clothes. Please go out first." Shimu's subordinate spoke up, interrupting Shangguan Xi's thoughts. Shangguan Xi still had a lot to ask, but now is not the time to ask, so she could only go out first. Although Shimu was unconscious, he was conscious and could vaguely hear what the people around him said. The burns of varying degrees all over his body made him feel as if he was in a sea of fire. His whole body was burning and painful. The burning sensation seemed to burn him to death. It was very painful. Treating the wound was another torture. Shimu bit his lips tightly and endured it. He wanted to wake up, but his eyelids were so heavy that he couldn't open them at all. After an unknown amount of time, it seemed that the pain was not so severe, and he fell asleep completely. The news of Shimu's injury was reported back to the capital of the Jin kingdom. The emperor was furious and wanted to send another person to fight. However, Shimu was injured and his life and death were unknown. Who would dare to go? Just when the emperor was about to get angry, the third prince Jin Tan volunteered to go to the battle. Jin Tan is good at martial arts. He likes martial arts and wants to go to the battlefield. Seeing that there is an opportunity now, he will not let it go. If he defeats the Xia kingdom, then the position of the crown prince will definitely be his. With many plans, Jin Tan thinks that this expedition is very cost-effective. As long as he wins, his future position will be set in stone. The emperor did not hesitate. Seeing that no one asked for a fight, he could only send the third prince to the expedition. Shimu was confused for a moment until Jin Tan spoke. "General Xi is really seriously injured. You should take good care of yourself. My father sent me to replace General Xi to go to the expedition. Then I will kill Song Jingyan and avenge you and my sister." Shimu was anxious when he heard this. "You will go to the expedition for me?" Shimu wondered if the emperor was senile. How could a rude and brainless person like the third prince be a match for Song Jingyan? "I'm afraid he is not here to die." Shimu endured the pain in his body and said to the third prince, "Your Highness, this place is not suitable for you. You should go back quickly. Song Jingyan is not so easy to deal with." When the third prince heard his words, his face suddenly became ugly. "General Xi, do you look down on me?" Seeing that he was angry, Shimu was helpless, but he continued to speak seriously. "Your Highness, I am doing this for your own good. If you don't want to die on the battlefield, go back. I will be well soon. Even if I can't go to the battlefield now, I can still command. I won't let Song Jingyan have an easy life. Sooner or later, I will kill him. Your Highness, please go back." After being driven away again and again, the third prince was really angry, and his tone became indifferent. General Xi, I came here with the emperor's order. Now I am the general. Please hand over the military seal. When you recover from your injury, you can follow me as a deputy general. The third prince said, looking at him closely, and the meaning of asking for the military seal was self-evident. Shimu looked at his serious expression and finally had to hand over the military seal. His face was expressionless, but in his heart, he cursed the stupid third prince and waited for the day when Song Jingnian would beat him to a pulp. By then, who could he ask for help? Shimu handed over the military seal, and the third prince took it and was about to leave. But when he turned around, he saw Shangguan Xi coming in through the curtain. She was plain and elegant, with a kind of graceful beauty. The third prince, who was used to the valiant and heroic women of the Jin dynasty, was suddenly amazed when he saw such a weak and beautiful girl. He couldn't help but look at her a few more times. Shangguan Xi didn't know the third prince, but thought he was tall and handsome, with the demeanor of a superior, and his eyes were full of curiosity when he looked at him. Shangguan Xi looked straight at the third prince, then retracted her gaze and walked toward Shimu. General, are you feeling better? Shangguan Xi asked, his tone neither humble nor arrogant, neither close nor distant. The third prince stopped and looked at the two of them, guessing their relationship. Shimu did not speak. His face was gloomy. The third prince beside the door curtain saw that no one noticed him, and he couldn't help feeling a little displeased. Then he walked out without looking any further. After seeing that everyone had left, Shangguan Xi sat down beside Shimu's bed. General, what hurt you? Can you tell me about it? I'm very curious. Shimu's cold eyes shot toward Shangguan Xi. Shangguan Xi shuddered with a chill in his eyes, and couldn't help but shrink back, subconsciously feeling afraid. Shimu's cold voice sounded, with a questioning tone. The bomb you mentioned appeared, and I was injured by that thing. Shangguan Xi, can you explain it to me? What's going on? Shangguan Xi came here just to ask about the bomb, and when he saw him say that, he immediately panicked. General, are you sure it's a bomb? Except for people of our time, no one knows what a bomb is, and ordinary people can't make it. Maybe it's not a bomb. Tell me the shape of that thing in detail. Shimu snorted coldly. That thing is exactly what you said, a spherical thing, black. When Princess Ping threw it over, I didn't know what it was. Before I had time to think about it, it exploded in a breath, and then the hot air rushed towards me, and then I fainted. Now recalling that feeling, Shimu still felt unwell. Such a small thing, looking unremarkable, but the lethality was so great. Just as Shangguan Xi described, he also experienced it personally. If there is such a thing on the battlefield, it will indeed be invincible, and it is not impossible to even want to unify the world. After listening to Shimu's words, Shangguan Xi almost confirmed that it was a bomb. She shook her head unwillingly. Impossible. How could someone make a bomb? Could it be that Mu Yun was also a time traveler? Shangguan Xi thought she was the most special, but now she was told that there was more than one time traveler in this world. She had hoped to get Shimu's help with the bomb, and then have a chance to take revenge and kill Mu Yun and his wife, but now she learned that Mu Yun might also be a time traveler. Shangguan Xi felt desperate at this time. Why did God always like to play tricks on her? As a time traveler, Mu Yun married a good man. Her husband was handsome and noble. She had 2 sons and 1 daughter, and lived a happy and noble life. But she ended up like this, suffering so much, and even had to work hard to survive. Shangguan Xi's hatred suddenly increased, and her face was distorted with jealousy. Shimu looked at her ugly and distorted face, a flash of disgust in his eyes, and then asked coldly, "How did you come to this world?" Shangguan Xi heard it and told the truth. After listening to this, Shimu said calmly, "What do you think Song Jingnian would think if he knew that there was someone else inside his wife's body? Would he think that Mu Yun was a monster that could possess people?" Shangguan Xi's eyes lit up immediately. Yes. People in this era are very feudal and superstitious. If Song Jingnian knew that the body and soul of Mu Yun were 2 different people, he would definitely not be able to accept it. If Mu Yun came here after the original owner was with Song Jingnian, then she was the monster that took the life of Song Jingnian's wife. What would Song Jingnian think when he knew the truth? Shangguan Xi suddenly became excited, as if he had suddenly found a way to retaliate against Mu Yun, and his mood improved. I know, General. I have to find a way to meet Song Jingnian. I want to let him know that his princess is fake, and that someone else's soul lives in that body. The young prince and the young princess in the capital will know that their mother has been replaced by someone else. I don't know how they will treat her. The princess loves those two children so much. What will Mu Yun's life be like after being exposed? How will Song Jingnian treat her? I am really looking forward to it. Shangguan Xi had already stood up and was about to go out, but Shimu stopped her. Are you going now? Shangguan Xi nodded excitedly, yes. I really want to know what Song Jingnian's expression will be when he knows that his wife is not his real wife, and how he will treat Mu Yun. Shimu gave her a cold look. Do you think you can meet Song Jingnian if you go like this? Shangguan Xi paused. Thinking about it, it was true that she would not be able to meet Song Jingnian if she went like this. Shimu continued, if you can't develop this bomb, there's no point in keeping you. Shangguan Xi, the most important thing you should solve now is not Mu Yun's identity problem, but the bomb problem you promised me. I'll give you 3 more days. If you still haven't succeeded after 3 days, your life will end then. Shangguan Xi froze when she heard this. How could she develop it in 3 days? This was simply going to kill her. She tried to explain, General, 3 days is too tight. Can you give me more time? With a bang, the water cup thrown by Shimu hit the ground, and the fragments flew everywhere, scaring Shangguan Xi so much that she trembled and dared not speak again. 3 days is already this general's tolerance for you. Shangguan Xi, don't be ungrateful. Shimu's cold and angry tone made Shangguan Xi dare not say anything more. She could only agree, and then walked out obediently. As soon as she walked out of the door, she began to panic and hurriedly thought of a countermeasure. Let alone 3 days, even if it takes 3 months, she may not be able to develop a bomb. That thing is not something that ordinary people can develop. Before, she was full of passion, wanted to take revenge, and wanted to stand out, so she put so much pressure on herself. Now she knows that if she continues to lie, her end will be miserable. Shimu is more ruthless than Song Jingnian, and she can't afford to offend him. Shangguan Xi just left the tent when someone came to invite her. Miss Shangguan, our 3rd prince invites you. Shangguan Xi was puzzled. Where did the 3rd prince come from? She didn't know that Shimu's position as general had been replaced. The subordinates took her to the military camp where the 3rd prince was, and Shangguan Xi realized that this person was the 3rd prince. The 3rd prince smiled and turned to look at Shangguan Xi, who came in. Miss Shangguan, please sit down. Shangguan Xi asked puzzledly, is there anything your highness wants to see me for? Shangguan Xi didn't even salute. She knew that this man liked her, just by relying on the interest in the man's eyes when he looked at her. She knew, so she started to pretend. The 3rd prince did not blame her for her rudeness. He kindly invited her to sit down, and then asked about the relationship between Shangguan Xi and Shimu. Shangguan Xi distanced herself from Shimu. In fact, she and Shimu did not have any special relationship. Even though she had some thoughts about Shimu, Shimu was a boring and rigid man. He seemed to be blind to women. He had never thought about anyone. All he could think about was how to defeat Song Jingnian. As a man in ancient times, Shangguan Xi even doubted whether he had never had a woman. Shangguan Xi's words made the 3rd prince very happy. He smiled and stretched out his hand to touch Shangguan Xi's hand. Shangguan Xi panicked and tried to take it back, but her movements were slow, so the 3rd prince still held it. The delicate and fair skin was different from that of the women in the kingdom of Jin. The 3rd prince liked it very much. He smiled and said to Shangguan Xi, Miss Shangguan, since you are not engaged yet, why don't you marry me? Follow me in the future. I will treat you well. Now I am the general, and Shimu's position has been replaced by me. Shangguan Xi looked horrified and quickly pulled back her hand. What are you doing, Your Highness? Men and women should not touch each other. Please respect yourself. Shangguan Xi was obviously frightened, and her expression was even more pitiful, like a frightened little white rabbit. The third prince was even happier and continued to coax her. Miss Shangguan, do you have any concerns? It must be difficult for you to be alone in a foreign country. If you follow me, you will be my woman, with a noble status, and you will be free in the kingdom of Jin. The third prince had already asked someone about it and found out why Shangguan Xi came here. It would be easier to win over a woman with no one to rely on. Shangguan Xi was unmoved and said calmly, Your Highness, I have no interest in love. I am afraid that I will disappoint your kindness. I am sorry. After that, Shangguan Xi was ready to leave. The third prince smiled and did not stop her. Shangguan Xi was a little disappointed when she saw no one chasing her, but she did not care too much. She knew that since this man liked her, he would not give up so easily. Men would not cherish what they get too easily, so this time, she must refuse the third prince for her future self. It was like someone sent a pillow when she was sleepy. She was worried about how to stay after offending Shimu. Now that she had the third prince, she was not afraid of Shimu. After Shangguan Xi returned to her tent, she simply let it go and did not develop any bombs. In the past few days, she had realized that making bombs was completely her fantasy, and it was impossible. Now that she had found another way out, she did not want to touch these dirty things and began to focus on dressing up. Song Jingnian also received the news that Jin Kingdom changed its chief coach. Hearing that Shimu was seriously injured and his life or death was unknown, the Emperor of Jin Kingdom immediately changed his chief coach to the third prince of Jin Kingdom. Muyun sat in front of Song Jingnian's bed, feeding him medicine while telling him about the change of chief coach of Jin Kingdom. Song Jingnian said, The chief coach is Jin Tan, but there is no need to worry at all. He is a man with only military power but lack of intelligence. He is simple-minded and strong limbs. He is not to be feared. Muyun nodded. That's even better, but now even if it is Shimu, it doesn't matter. Our people have already arrived in Qingyun City, and the large army has stationed in Qingyun City. Beiying and others have just arrived, but they didn't come in to disturb you because they thought you were resting. By the way, they also brought Yueya and Yuanbao's letters, which were sent to Qingyun City. They knew about it and brought it here by the way. Song Jingnian was immediately surprised. Let me see the letters from Yue and Yuanbao. Song Jingnian missed the two children very much and felt as if he had been away from them for a long time. Muyun watched him take small sips of medicine, and a smile flashed in his eyes. You drink the medicine in one gulp, and I will show you the letter. Song Jingnian was helpless, but he did not hesitate. He raised his intact left hand to take the medicine bowl and drank it in one gulp. Do you want more sugar? Muyun asked. Song Jingnian shook his head. No. Give me the letter quickly. Let me see what the children said. Muyun slowly put down the medicine bowl, then took out the envelope from his arms and handed it to him. Seeing that the envelope was open, Song Jingnian asked, Have you opened it and read it? Muyun nodded. Yes, I have read it. Song Jingnian pretended to be dissatisfied. Why don't you wait for me to read it together? Come and read it with me again. Muyun did not refuse, and sat over with a smile and read it with him again. Yueya's handwriting was still the same as before, a little crooked, but at least he could write and he knew a lot of words, so Song Jingnian was still very satisfied. I didn't expect that our Yue knows so many characters at such a young age. I was not as smart as her when I was a child. Before reading the letter, Song Jingnian praised his daughter in a doting and proud tone. His proud look made people laugh. Mom, Dad, have you started the war? I miss you so much. Grandma said that it will take a long time for you to come back. By then, I may have grown up. I don't know if you still recognize me. Mom, I met a new friend named Lu Rongrong. She is so smart and I like playing with her. Mom, Grandma said that my handwriting has become more beautiful recently. What do you think? The letter ended here. Muyun laughed. Who told you not to accompany them more on weekdays? Song Jingnian reflected. Yes, it's my fault. After the war, I will go back and play with them well. Next was Yuanbao's letter. Yuanbao's letter was simpler, but the handwriting was much neater. Dad, Mom, I heard that the battlefield is very dangerous. You have to be careful. Don't worry about home. I will take good care of Grandma and sister. Dad, you also have to take good care of Mom, and don't let her get hurt. Also, Dad, don't get hurt either. My sister's been studying hard recently, but Tianxi is still the same. He has no interest in studying. He always falls asleep in class and has been scolded by the teacher several times. Muyang is also very good. He has become more diligent and hardworking. He practices martial arts every day. His martial arts are better than mine. I haven't caught up with him yet, but the prince's mansion came again and wanted Muyang to go home, but Grandma refused. Muyang didn't want to go back either. Dad, Mom, there's nothing else to do. Take care of yourselves and come back soon. After reading the letter, Song Jingnian couldn't help laughing and said, "These two children, why are their letters always like this? They have no beginning or end. They just end when they say they're over." In fact, he was still reluctant to leave. He felt that the two children talked too little and were not worth reading at all. Muyan smiled and put the letter away, saying, "I'm already rushing to make the bomb. With the bomb, I think the war will end soon and we can go back then." Song Jingnian pulled Muyan's hand and rubbed it, smiling flatteringly. "Thanks to my wife. She's so amazing. I'll rely on you in the future." Muyan smiled and pushed him away. "Have a good rest. I'm going to be busy." At this time, in the capital, in the palace. Today, school is off. Yueya and the others didn't go to the academy. Just after breakfast, Yueya's personal maid came to report that Lu Rongrong came to play with her. Yueya hurriedly asked someone to invite her in. Lu Rongrong went to the academy and met Yueya, the vicious little witch Song Liyue mentioned in the book, and became friends with her. But this Song Liyue is not the same as described in the book. It seems that she doesn't look so vicious, but her temper is a bit willful. Lu Rongrong thought, maybe Song Liyue hasn't grown up yet, and when she grows up, she may become bad. But no matter what happens in the future, she has to get close to the brother and sister first. If she can solve it as soon as possible, it is better to solve it as soon as possible so that she will not threaten the male protagonist and her mission will be completed. She can just wait for a leisurely and wealthy retirement life. Lu Rongrong has known Yueya for 2 days. Today is her first time to visit Yueya. The main purpose is to explore what the palace looks like. She has traveled through time 10 years ago, and she is very uneasy. She must nip everything that is not good for her in the bud. The palace is very big. Lu Rongrong, who has traveled through so many worlds, has decided that this Prince Ping's palace is really the most luxurious and magnificent mansion she has ever seen. It really deserves to be the famous Prince Ping's palace in the book. After passing through layers of courtyards, Lu Rongrong finally came to Yueya's courtyard under the guidance of the servants. The crescent courtyard is very large. At first glance, there is a rockery and flowing water in the middle, with several red koi swimming in the pool. To the east is the wing room, and next to the west wall is a bamboo forest, a touch of green, very elegantly maintained. Under the eaves on the south side are planted various flowers, which are still in full bloom even in autumn. In the center of the courtyard are 2 large osmanthus trees, which are in bloom, and the sweet fragrance is in the air. There is a swing under the tree, which is still swinging slowly. Yueya was sitting on the stone table next to the osmanthus tree, with 4 or 5 maids standing by to serve her. The table was filled with all her favorite snacks and fruits. Lu Rongrong looked at everything here with an innocent and sweet smile on her face. "Liyue, I come to play with you. Am I disturbing you?" Lu Rongrong spoke. Although they were children, they all had etiquette to each other. They had been trained many times by the nanny, so they had no choice but to obey. But in comparison, Song Liyue was much more comfortable. She didn't care about those false etiquettes at all, and didn't make advances with Lu Rongrong. She hurriedly pulled her to sit down and said, "Rongrong, you came at the right time."
I'm bored.
Lu Rongrong smiled, then Liyue, "What do you want to play? I'll accompany you." Song Liyue smiled and said, "Then let's go find my brother and see if there is anything fun. It's hard to take a leave of absence from school, but my brother is always studying in the room. I'm afraid he is bored." Hearing that she was going to find Song Yenin, Lu Rongrong was very happy, but she didn't show it. She was just a little worried and said, "But your brother and I are not familiar with each other. Will he dislike playing together?" Song Liu smiled innocently. No. My brother is very good. You will know after you get to know him. My brother is the best brother in the world. Lu Rongrong couldn't help rolling his eyes in his heart. Isn't it? Just because you like the male lead and the male lead doesn't like you, your brother thinks that he has hurt his precious sister. He has been trying his best to oppose the male lead, threatening the male lead's position as the male lead. This is why I need to solve it. Lu Rongrong was complaining in her heart, but she looked expectant. Really? I also want to have a brother, but unfortunately, my mother only gave birth to me. I really envy you, Liu. Lu Rongrong's envy was real, not mixed with acting. In the book, the brother and sister depended on each other for life. Song Yenan, the brother, always took care of and protected his sister. Even if it was someone else's fault, he would always protect her and would not allow anyone to bully Song Liu. It can be said that he spoiled Song Liu to the sky. Not only him, but also the eldest princess and the Emperor Song Yan. These people all spoiled Song Liu, which led to her being domineering and unreasonable in the capital, oppressing the people. Lu Rongrong thought about the description of Song Liu in the book. After envy, she felt disgusted. It is said that demons are born demons. She wanted to see how evil Song Liu could be when she was a child. Song Liu happily took her new friend to find her brother, not noticing the disdain and contempt flashing in Lu Rongrong's eyes. The two came to Yuanbao's yard, only to see him still practicing calligraphy. Yuya raised her lovely smile and ran in. Brother, let's go out and play. Stop writing, okay? Why do you write every day? Yuanbao looked up at his sister and saw Lu Rongrong following behind Yuya. This was the first time Lu Rongrong officially met Song Yanan. It turned out that Song Yanan was so good-looking when he was a child. However, Song Yanan described in the book is a handsome man, and his appearance is even better than the male protagonist. Lu Rongrong stared at Yuanbao until a flash of displeasure flashed in Yuanbao's eyes, and she quickly retracted her gaze. Because of Yuanbao's displeasure, she was very unhappy. As expected of the crazy male second, he has such a weird temper. He was so unhappy just by looking at him twice more, and he put on this look. Humph. She doesn't want to look yet. Brother, let's go play together. My friend is here to play with me. Brother, please call Brother Shangyang and Tianxi. Let's go out and play together, okay? Yuya pulled Yuanbao's sleeve and shook it, with a pleading look in her eyes. Lu Rongrong frowned. Who is Brother Yang Tianxi? Could it be Hu Tianxi? That business genius, at a young age, achieved financial freedom by doing business. He is wealthy and one of the male protagonist's good brothers. He has given the male protagonist a lot of financial support. It can be said that he is an indispensable person on the male protagonist's road to success. But how could Hu Tianxi be here? It should be the same name. Lu Rongrong thought about it and felt a little relieved. Yuanbao didn't want to spoil his sister's interest. Seeing that she wanted to go out so much, he smiled and nodded. Okay, where do you want to go? I'll ask Shirtu to ask the housekeeper to prepare the car. Yuya hurriedly said, let's go to the lotus garden. I heard that the lotus there is in full bloom, and there are many delicious foods, beautiful scenery, food and fun. I haven't been there, but many of my classmates have been there. Yuya often heard other sisters mention it in the academy, and she was also very curious about what kind of place it was that made them praise it so much. Yuanbao nodded and immediately asked the servant beside him to prepare the horse. At the same time, he also asked someone to call Hu Tianxi and Mu Yang. Hearing that they were going to accompany Yuya out to play, Mu Yang and Hu Tianxi were very happy and soon came to the door. Yuya let the big maid beside her dress up and changed into a set of clothes for going out. Then she followed her brother and Lu Rongrong out the door and waited for Mu Yang and others at the door. The carriage of the palace was very big, and it could accommodate 5 or 6 people. Lu Rongrong did not take her own carriage and asked the maids to take a carriage by themselves, and she sat with Yuya. Mu Yang and Hu Tianxi came out soon, and Lu Rongrong whispered to Yuya, are these two also your brothers? I thought you only had one brother. Hu Tianxi was still chubby, and Mu Yang was very tall, looking almost like an adult, and he was also very handsome. Although he could not compare with Yuanbao, he was also a good-looking type. Lu Rongrong did not know the names of the two, and could not help but sigh in her heart that all the men and women in this world are really good-looking. Yuya heard what Lu Rongrong said and smiled and introduced to Lu Rongrong. Well, they are also my brothers, Rongrong. This is my brother Muyang, and this is Hu Tianxi. He is not much older than me. I don't want to call him brother, so I always call him Tianxi. You can call them that too.
What?
Lu Rongrong was stunned. It was really Hu Tianxi. What you fear will come true. Hu Tianxi is a person who has helped the male protagonist a lot in his career and is a good brother of the male protagonist. How come he has become a member of Prince Ping's mansion now? What happened? Why does the plot seem wrong? Lu Rongrong was surprised and stunned, causing several people to look at her in confusion. She quickly reacted and smiled embarrassedly. My throat is uncomfortable. Sorry, I am rude. Lu Rongrong covered her mouth and raised her eyebrows at Yuya mischievously. Yuya hurriedly pulled her and said, "It's okay. We don't care about etiquette. There are no adults with us now. We are children. We can do whatever we want." Yuya pulled Lu Rongrong onto the carriage and Yuan Bao and the other two followed. Inside the carriage, the atmosphere became silent because of the presence of an outsider, Lu Rongrong. The more lively Hu Tianxi smiled and chatted with Lu Rongrong for a few words. Mu Yang and Yuan Bao didn't say a word, just sat there quietly. Hu Tianxi talked to Yuya about the Lotus Garden again. He had heard about it from many of his classmates. The two of them had a great time talking about the Lotus Garden. Lu Rongrong couldn't help but glance at Hu Tianxi occasionally. She really couldn't understand what was going on with the plot. Why did it seem to have gone astray? She remembered that Hu Tianxi's entire family was exterminated. He hated the people in the court and the emperor, so she supported the male protagonist's career. But now looking at him like this, he seemed heartless and didn't look like he wanted revenge at all. He was very lively and cheerful. Hu Tianxi was not as carefree as he seemed. He was sensitive and noticed that a strange gaze had been looking at him. He could not help but ask, "Lu Rongrong, are you peeking at me?" Hu Tianxi asked bluntly. Everyone looked towards Lu Rongrong. She was stunned for a moment and said quickly, "I was just curious, so I looked a few more times." "Why can't you look?" Lu Rongrong reacted quickly and immediately raised her head with a cute and innocent look. Hu Tianxi clearly felt that she was not like this before, but since he couldn't see anything at this moment, he didn't bother about it. "You can see it, but you can see it openly. You don't have to be sneaky. It gives people a bad impression." Hu Tianxi spoke seriously, and Lu Rongrong choked. What did she mean by sneaking around? Was she, Lu Rongrong, that kind of person? Yuya said hurriedly, "Maybe Rongrong looked at you twice because you are cute, don't mind it." Hu Tianxi said to Yuya with dissatisfaction, "Yuya, I've told you many times that boys can't be called cute, they can only be called handsome. You really don't remember." Yuya pouted and deliberately provoked him. "I said it." The two began to bicker again, and the unpleasantness just now dissipated in an instant. Lu Rongrong didn't dare to look at anyone again, lowered her head, and stopped talking. Soon the carriage arrived at the Lotus Garden. Mu Yang and Yuan Bao jumped off the carriage first, and then Yuan Bao waited for Yuya and let her down. But when it was Lu Rongrong's turn, no one paid attention. Yuya stretched out her chubby hand and said, "Rongrong, I'll lead you down." Lu Rongrong shook her head. "No, I can do it myself." But her maid ran over quickly and led her down the carriage. The group walked towards the garden, and the servant was in front to take care of it. Although it is called the Lotus Garden, it is very spacious, like a small manor with a lot of space and everything. The lotus pond is in the center, surrounded by pavilions and attics, as well as various fun things. There are many noble ladies and children from aristocratic families in the garden. The arrival of these children made many people take a second look, not only because they are small, but also because of their handsome and cute faces. "Rongrong, look, this lotus is so beautiful." Yuya happily pulled Lu Rongrong to stand by the pond and said to her excitedly. Yuya had never had a particularly good friend before. Lu Rongrong was her first friend to get close to. She was very happy to have a friend of the same age as her and play with her, so she was very enthusiastic about Lu Rongrong. Lu Rongrong smiled and talked to Yuya. After the two of them admired the lotus, they wanted to eat lotus leaf chicken, so Yuan Bao asked someone to arrange it. There are pavilions and lofts built around the pond, with tables and chairs for guests to eat and drink tea. The environment is very good. Yuanbao asked the servant to book a pavilion and wait until Yueya and the others finish their tour, and then sit down together to taste the food. Sitting in their seats were 4 women. Yueya looked at Yuanbao in confusion. Brother, is this our seat? Yueya was not sure and thought they had gone to the wrong place. At this time, the waiter hurried over and said to Yuanbao with great apology, Sir, these guests insisted on sitting here. I have already said that it has been reserved, but they said they want to discuss it with you. I am really sorry, sir. The 4 women heard the voice and looked at the children. The leading woman said lightly, We want this seat. You children go find another seat and I will pay for your consumption today. Waiter, please write down what they ate and played. I will pay together later. The waiter looked at Yuanbao and others in embarrassment, not knowing whether they would agree. Yueya was immediately angry. So you stole the seat we reserved, right? Yueya's cute little face suddenly became serious, and she looked at the few people coldly, as if she had become a different person in an instant. Lu Rongrong felt that Yueya now looked like the vicious female supporting character Song Liyue in the book. At such a young age, her expression was so cold, and her eyes seemed to want to eat people. The leading woman was about 14 or 15 years old. Her name was Qingyun, and she was the legitimate daughter of the Shongshu Ling family. The other 4 were Jiangfu from the Tongyi doctor's family, Xia Zhu from the Ministry of Revenue's family, and Chen Yao from the Yushur doctor's family. Seeing Yueya angry, Jiangfu looked at her with disdain and said, Kid, didn't you hear? Miss Chong has promised all your expenses for today. Don't be ungrateful. Go and play quickly and don't disturb us. Today, you play and eat as much as you want, and we will pay for it. Just be happy. Chen Yao also said hurriedly, We still have business to do. You kids should go quickly and play over there. There is a game of throwing pots and shooting arrows over there. It's very lively. Go and have a look. Several people really treated them as children. Yueya was not convinced, frowned, and said coldly, I'm telling you seriously, this is the seat my brother has set. Please move aside. Qingyun was very unhappy to see the children entangled. She got the news that the prince would come here today, so she dressed up and came here to play. If she let the children entangle, it would be bad if the prince saw it. She looked at Xia Zhu, and Xia Zhu immediately understood. She took out the purse from her waist and poured out all the silver inside. These are extra for you. We have important things to do today. This seat is considered as what we bought from you. If you want to eat something, go to the waiter to get it for you. There are also seats over there. You can sit over there. Xia Zhu pointed to a place outside where there was no view. Yuanbao came over and held his sister's hand. He looked cold and said to Xia Zhu expressionlessly, Now move aside immediately, and I can consider not bothering with you. They were just a few children, but they were so arrogant. Xia Zhu was immediately angry. He looked at them with disgust and said in a disdainful tone, Okay, tell me.
What do you want?
Yueya's temper also came up immediately. She pulled her brother away and said to Xia Zhu, You are so old. Don't you understand what people say? We ask you to get out of the way. Get out of the way. Do you understand? If you don't understand the meaning of these 2 words, I can hire a teacher to teach you and teach you what is politeness and what is education. Yueya's words immediately angered Xia Zhu. Her eyes widened and her face was full of anger. You scolded me? You are so bold that you dare to say that I am uneducated. You little witch. Before Xia Zhu finished her curse, she felt a pain in her mouth. She immediately covered her mouth with her hand, and a stone fell, and her mouth began to bleed. Something unexpected happened, and everyone looked over curiously. Chen Yao quickly stood up and asked, Sister Xia, what's wrong with you? Jiang Fu also asked worriedly. Qingyun, who was in the lead, frowned and was in a bad mood. She looked outside from time to time, fearing that these people would ruin her good deeds. My mouth is bleeding. Woohoo, am I disfigured? Xia Zhu started crying and screaming, her face full of panic. Lu Rongrong looked at Yuanbao who had attacked, and sighed in her heart. He was indeed the villain. He had been ruthless and quiet since he was young, and he was so ruthless at such a young age. He would be even more powerful when he grows up. If I hear any dirty words coming out of your mouth again, you can stop using this mouth. Yuanbao spoke expressionlessly, and his words surprised the people around him. I have never seen a child so powerful and so imposing. Chen Yao and Jiang Fu both couldn't believe that a child could be so powerful and arrogant. Judging from their clothes, they were either rich or noble. They were unsure of the identities of the children and didn't dare to speak for a while. Seeing that no one was seeking justice for her, Xia Zhu could only shout at Chang Yuro, "Cousin, you have to help me. This little brat has disfigured me. What am I going to do in the future?" Xia Zhu really cried. She felt pain and was afraid that she would be disfigured. Yuya hurriedly said, "You are the little brat. Your whole family is little brats. You have a dirty mouth. It's useless to keep them. It's better to destroy them." Yuya's skill in arguing with others is getting better day by day. Xia Zhu was so angry that she stamped her feet, but she couldn't do anything to them. Chang Yuro looked at her with disdain and whispered, "You can't beat a few children." As she said that, Chang Yuro also winked at Jiang Furong and Chen Yao. The two hesitated for a moment, but still chose to listen to Chang Yuro's words. The three of them immediately reached out and wanted to take away Yuya and the others. Yes, they're just a few children. Once they start to fight, will there be room for these children to fight back? Unfortunately, as soon as their hands reached out, they were waved away by Mu Yang. Seeing that they were about to fight, Mu Yang moved to block Yuya and Yuanbao. The three of them were ordinary women, without martial arts and little strength. Mu Yang just waved their hands away and pushed them all down. It can be said that they were weak. Mu Yang was a little surprised that they were so weak and dared to fight with others. But maybe they thought they were just dealing with a few children, not to be afraid of and easy to bully. That's why they did it. Mu Yang glanced at her with disdain and said coldly, "How did your parents teach you? Did they teach you to grab other people's positions? Now get out of here, otherwise don't blame me for being rude." Chang Yuro didn't believe that someone dared to talk to her like this. She was so angry that her face turned red. She pointed at Mu Yang with a trembling body. "Tell me, which child are you from? You dare to treat me like this today. I will remember you well." At this time, the princess of Linen County stood up and said to Chang Yuro, "Miss Chang, Ah Hung is a child of our Linen County prince's mansion. I will tell you for him." In order to persuade Mu Yang to go back, the Linen County prince brought his wife to Beijing, but he never saw Mu Yang. Today, the princess of Linen County came out to play, but she didn't expect to meet him, and she immediately stepped forward to show her presence. Chang Yuro naturally knew the princess of Linen County, but she was just a princess of Linen County without any real power, so she didn't take it to heart. However, she was the princess of Linen County, a royal relative, so although she didn't take her to heart, she still had to give her some face. Chang Yuro regained her politeness and said, "So it's the child of the prince's mansion, but Yuro heard before that the prince of Linen County was lost? Could it be that he was found?" The princess of Linen County smiled and stood beside Mu Yang with a loving mother's look. "Yes. He was found, not only found, but my Ah Hung also recognized His Royal Highness the Prince of Ping as his godfather. Now he lives in the Prince of Ping's mansion. Today, he should be out to play with Prince Yenin and Princess Liyue." Chang Yuro was stunned. Prince of Ping's mansion? Prince Yenin, Princess Liyue, these children are actually from the Prince of Ping's mansion? Chang Yuro panicked for a moment. She didn't expect these children to be so important. They were actually children of the Pingwang mansion. It was said that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince also liked the Prince and Princess of the Pingwang mansion very much. If the Crown Prince knew that she had taken the positions of these children, he would definitely be angry. The Princess of the County looked at Chang Yuro proudly. Seeing the panic on her face, she thought it was very interesting. She deliberately let Chang Yuro know the identities of these children. At the same time, she also linked them with the Pingwang mansion in public so that everyone would know that their county prince mansion is now also in contact with the Pingwang mansion. Just when Chang Yuro was panicking, she caught a glimpse of the crown prince Song Yan coming in from the door. She panicked even more and hurriedly pulled Xiaozhu and the others up, lowered her head and whispered to them, "You guys handle it, I'm not feeling well. I'm leaving first." After that, Chang Yuro wanted to leave, but Yuya stopped her. "Wait, you haven't apologized to us yet. You can't leave." Yuya could clearly see the panic on Chang Yuro's face. The more she wanted to leave, the more Yuya wouldn't let her go, and she didn't want to go her way. After learning the identity of the little girl in front of her, Chang Yuro didn't dare to say anything else, and could only show weakness and said, "Princess, I'm not feeling well. I'm sorry for what happened just now. Please forgive me. I will come to apologize to you another day." After that, Chang Yuro was about to leave, but Yuya still wouldn't let her go, and continued to linger in front of her. "I asked you to leave just now, but you didn't leave. Now you want to leave, but I won't let you. I don't accept your apology just now. It's not sincere enough."
Apologize again.
Yuya raised her proud little head and looked at Chang Yuro arrogantly. Chang Yuro looked at the prince who was getting closer and closer and was very anxious, but she didn't dare to push Yuya away, so she could only worry. Lu Rongrong beside him was in no mood to pay attention to Yuya at this time. She was immersed in Mu Yang's identity and couldn't believe it. The prince of the prince's mansion was named Song Hung, and Song Hung was the most capable person around the male protagonist. Except for Hu Tianxi, Song Hung was the person who helped the male protagonist the most. The book said that Song Hung was abused by his stepmother. Once, his stepmother took him out to play and deliberately abandoned him. Song Hung actually knew that his stepmother did it on purpose, and he didn't want to go back to live that kind of painful life, so he didn't make it public. But he was too young after all. After wandering for a few days, he was still spotted by human traffickers and was finally sold and became a captive. However, the person who bought him was the male protagonist. However, the male protagonist did not treat him as a servant. Instead, he took him to study, learn to read, and practice martial arts together. Seeing that he had a good talent for martial arts and was smart, the people around the male protagonist deliberately trained him. After that, he became the male protagonist's right-hand man. He returned to the prince's mansion at the age of 15. Since then, he has been silently helping the male protagonist and made great contributions to the male protagonist's great cause. He is one of the indispensable helpers on the male protagonist's road to success. But who can tell her now how this person became a member of Prince Ping's mansion? In the book, Song Hung and Hu Tianxi were both opponents of Song Yanan. They stood on opposite sides, but now they seemed to be in the same camp and all lived in Prince Ping's mansion. Lu Rongrong was really panicking. This was the last world. After it ended, she could retire. This was related to her wonderful life for the rest of her life, so she couldn't make any mistakes. Now that the plot has deviated so much, it means that the world is likely to collapse. She may never be able to leave and can only stay in this world. Lu Rongrong was so anxious that she didn't care about Yuya anymore. She was only thinking about her own affairs. In the end, Chang Yuro was unable to leave and could only watch the prince approach her. Song Yan walked towards Yuya Yuanbao with a smile and said in a doting tone, "Yuya Yuanbao, you two finally have time to hang out." Song Yan didn't know Yuya and Yuanbao were here in advance, and he was a little surprised when his subordinates reminded him. In addition to his subordinates, Song Yan was also followed by Qin Suiwan. Today, the queen arranged for him to meet Qin Suiwan. Yuya saw Song Yan and ran over happily to pull his sleeve. "Uncle, why are you here too? I haven't seen you for a long time." Song Yan didn't like them calling him cousin uncle. It felt not intimate enough, and it also made him old, so he asked them to call him uncle, which was more intimate and better. Yuanbao also shouted, "Uncle." Hu Tianxi and Mu Yang followed suit and called him uncle. Chang Yuro looked at the prince's smiling face, and her heart was surging. She looked at the prince's handsome face with a dazed look, and a hint of shyness appeared on her face, and her eyes suddenly became gentle as water. "Your Highness." Chang Yuro spoke gently and was about to salute. Song Yan frowned and said, "No need to be polite outside." Chang Yuro's shy and timid look was clearly seen by everyone, including Yuya. She was confused for a moment, and then realized that she was like her uncle. Yueya smiled and looked at Changyuro and said, "Do you like my uncle?" Yueya asked bluntly, and Changyuro blushed immediately. Song Yan also coughed uncomfortably and subconsciously looked at Qin Suiwan beside him, but saw that she didn't look at him at all, and her eyes were only on Yueya and Yuan Bao. Being stared at closely by Yueya, as if waiting for her answer, Changyuro felt pressured after being shy. It was too embarrassing to say it in public, and she didn't want to say it, nor did she dare to say it. It was really difficult for her. Seeing that she didn't say anything but blushed, Yueya spoke again. "You are impolite, my uncle won't like you, and you shouldn't like him either. Go like someone else." Yueya's words made the people watching the show around them cover their mouths and laugh, thinking that children's words are innocent and the little princess's words are really funny. Changyuro's face turned pale in an instant, and she looked like she had suffered a great injustice. Her eyes were suddenly filled with tears, and she was about to cry. "Princess, a woman's reputation is extremely important. Please don't speak casually to ruin someone's innocence." There was a hatred in Changyuro's eyes that was hard to conceal. Song Yan was afraid that Yueya would be scared, so he covered her eyes and pulled her to him. Then he looked at Changyuro with cold eyes and said, "Miss Chang, your eyes will scare the child." Changyuro realized that her emotions were outward. She hurriedly sorted out her emotions and smiled appropriately. "Your Highness, I am just worried. You know, a woman's reputation is the most important thing. I am just worried that my reputation will be damaged, so I was a little anxious for a moment." Song Yan was unhappy no matter why. "You can't scare Yueya." Changyuro could only nod and suppress the frustration in her heart. Xia Zhu on the side hurriedly said, "Your Highness is right. My cousin has always been good-tempered. Today, she may be a little excited to see you, so she can't control herself." Xia Zhu's words were irrelevant. Changyuro frowned and turned her head to look at her warningly. Xia Zhu's eyes were full of innocence. She was helping her cousin. Why did her cousin seem to blame her? Yuan Bao said at this time, "You haven't apologized yet. Hurry up and apologize and leave. After being delayed for so long, Yueya will be hungry later." Song Yan asked doubtfully, "Apologize? Yuan Bao, who bullied you?" Changyuro wondered why these two kids were so difficult to deal with.
They were deliberately doing this at this time.
Did they really want her to lose favor in front of the prince? Yuan Bao said calmly, "These people took the seats I reserved. Not only did they not apologize, they also used money to send us away and asked us to sit in other seats. They had their eyes on this seat, and for this, they even scolded Yueya." Changyuro and the others remained silent. Jiang Fu and the others only hoped that the prince would not see them at this time. They wished they could just disappear. However, the disturbing gaze still fell on them, making them feel uneasy and panicked. Who knew that these children would have such a noble status? If they had known earlier, they would not have come to grab the seat. "I'm sorry, Princess, it's our fault. Please don't hold it against us." Jiang Fu apologized first. She was not from a prominent family and was most afraid of offending the rich and powerful. She followed Changyuro because she was the daughter of Shangshuling's family and had a higher status than her. Playing together would occasionally bring some benefits. As soon as Jiang Fu apologized, Qinyao could not sit still. Her father was a small imperial censor and could not afford to offend the Chang family, let alone the crown prince and the prince's palace. Princess, I'm sorry. We were blind and took your place by mistake. I'm sorry." After the two said this, they were so nervous that they didn't dare to look up at the crown prince, as if they were waiting for the crown prince to pronounce a verdict on them. Seeing that both of them apologized, Xiazhu looked at Changyuro, hesitating whether to apologize or not. She and Changyuro were cousins, and their family had always relied on Changyuro's father for support. In the past, in Shuzhou, she had always followed Changyuro's lead, and now in the capital, she was even more so. Changyuro didn't say anything, and she didn't dare to say anything, but she was afraid of the pressure from the prince. She was so panicked that she broke out in cold sweat, and her whole body was stiff. Changyuro pretended to blame Xiazhu. You didn't tell me earlier that this was the seat that the prince had decided on. You said you found the seat, so I naturally thought it was you who decided on it. I didn't expect such a misunderstanding. Prince, I'm sorry. We took the seat you had reserved. I don't know how you can calm down. As long as you speak, we will definitely do it. Xiaozhu was panicked when she saw the crime on herself. She hurriedly wanted to explain, but when she met Chang Yuro's eyes, the words of explanation were stuck in her throat and could not be uttered. She lowered her head even lower, as if she wanted to lower it to the ground. Chang Yuro smiled apologetically, but Song Yan ignored her and just looked at Yuan Bao and asked, "Is that so?"
Yuan Bao.
Yuan Bao couldn't explain clearly and was too lazy to explain. He just said to Song Yan lightly, "No." Song Yan immediately understood, and he said to Chang Yuro, "Miss Chang, since this is not your place, please leave." Chang Yuro's face was very bad, but she didn't dare to show her unhappiness. She could only nod timidly, "Yes, Your Highness." Song Yan took Yueya's hand, turned to Qin Suiwan and said, "Why don't we go with Yueya and the others today? Does Miss Qin mind?" Qin Suiwan hurriedly shook her head, "No, no." Qin Suiwan was very interested in the two twins of the Pingmong family and had always wanted to get in touch with them. She was naturally happy to play with them today. After Chang Yuro and the other three left, they found another place, which was just opposite Yueya and the others. When they looked up, they could see each other. Chang Yuro was in a bad mood. She kept glancing at the opposite side while sitting. After Yueya and the others sat down, the waiter immediately served the dishes. They were lotus chicken made with lotus leaves and various delicacies made with lotus flowers and lotus leaves. They were delicious and beautiful, filling up a large table. Qin Suiwan was surprised and said, "I've heard that not only is the scenery here beautiful, but the food is also delicious. Today, thanks to the prince and the princess, I finally got to eat it." Yuya looked at Qin Suiwan curiously, then looked at her uncle, and then asked with a smile, "Uncle, you haven't introduced this sister to us. Are you here for a date?" Song Yan smiled embarrassedly and said seriously, "Yuya, don't talk nonsense. This is the Shangshu's daughter.
Her name is Qin Suiwan.
You can just call her aunt." Yuya smiled with curved eyes and said softly, "Uncle, how old is Sister Wan?" "You can't call her aunt, you have to call her sister." Qin Suiwan smiled happily. "The princess is so sweet. You should call her sister, not aunt. Your uncle really doesn't know how to talk." Song Yan wanted to say that it was wrong to call her sister, but he didn't say it in the end. He just looked at Qin Suiwan frequently, his eyes full of helplessness. He picked up a piece of chicken for Qin Suiwan and said unhappily, "Didn't you say you wanted to eat? Talk less and eat more vegetables." Yuya looked at the two and laughed. "I see, uncle. Are you on a blind date?" Qin Suiwan asked in confusion and curiosity, "Princess, what is a blind date?" Yuya hurriedly whispered, "My mother said that a blind date is when a man and a woman meet under the matchmaking of family or friends and then see if they like each other, and if they like each other, they can get married." Song Yan and Qin Suiwan blushed when they heard this. One of them looked left and right, pretending to be busy, and the other lowered her head to pick up vegetables, pretending to be hungry. Lu Rongrong looked at everyone with a dull look and then ate the dishes in the bowl silently, but she felt that it was tasteless and had no taste at all. The people in front of him will indeed get married and become husband and wife. One of them is the future emperor and the other is the future queen. The plot of the emperor and the queen seems to have not changed at present. Judging from the way they are, they will get married soon. The book says that when they got married, Song Yan was still the prince. It seems that it was the 35th year of the engagement, and now it seems that it is the 34th year of the engagement. It seems that the two are not far from getting married. These plots are all correct, so why do the plots of the two main supporting characters, Hu Tianxi and Song Hung, change? Lu Rongrong lowered her head and thought about countermeasures. Yuya saw that she had not spoken all the time, thinking that she was a little restrained because she was unfamiliar, so she took the initiative to pick up some food for her and then looked at her with a smile and said, "Rongrong, why don't you eat? Try this, it's delicious." Yuya gave her a chicken leg. Lu Rongrong looked at Yueya's innocent and cute smile and felt that this person changed her face so quickly. When she faced Chang Yuro before, her eyes were full of coldness that did not belong to her age. Now when facing her, she smiled as innocently and cutely as a 5-year-old child. Lu Rongrong smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. She nodded lightly. Okay. Thank you, Liyue. Yueya smiled. You're welcome. After we finish eating, let's go play tossing pots and archery. Rongrong, do you know how to play? Lu Rongrong shook her head. I haven't played it before. I don't know how to play. Yueya smiled and said, It's okay. I'll teach you later. It's fun. Lu Rongrong smiled shyly, revealing 2 small dimples at the corners of her mouth, looking very cute. It was the first time Song Yian met Lu Rongrong, and he didn't know whose child she was. He smiled and asked Yueya, Yueya, is this your new friend? Yueya nodded. Uncle, her name is Lu Rongrong. We're good friends. Rongrong is very smart. She knows everything. The reason why Yueya was able to play with Lu Rongrong so quickly was completely because of Lu Rongrong's leadership. She acted very smart and unique in front of Yueya, which attracted Yueya. After chatting, the two found that Lu Rongrong was not childish at all and was also very good at studying. Yueya got along better and better with her, and the two naturally became good friends. Song Yian smiled kindly at Lu Rongrong. Rongrong, right? What a cute name. Whose child are you? Lu Rongrong looked at the future emperor. The book said that Emperor Song Yian was a good emperor who loved the people, but his ability to govern the country was a little poor. He was also very protective of his shortcomings. He was especially good to the villains Song Yenin and Song Liyue, almost to the point of unlimited pampering. Queen Qin Suiwan was injured in an accident, and later she had difficulty getting pregnant. Until the country was destroyed, the emperor and the queen had no children, which was a bit pitiful. Lu Rongrong put away those thoughts in her heart and smiled at Song Yian. My grandfather is Lu Jinyan, my father is Lu Qi. Uncle, do you know them? Song Yian nodded. Yes, your grandfather is very powerful, and I know your father too. The family of Prime Minister Lu is relatively complicated and has a large population. Prime Minister Lu's current wife is a second wife. Lu Rongrong's father, Lu Qi, was born to the original wife. When the stepmother came into the house, Lu Qi was already 6 years old. The two of them were not intimate. It is said that their relationship was not good. Prime Minister Lu's second wife gave birth to 3 children, a son and 2 daughters. Except for the youngest daughter, the rest have already started a family. Lu Qi relied on himself to participate in the imperial examinations. He was the 3rd place in the imperial examination 3 years ago. Now he has also been transferred to Beijing and served as the director of the Imperial College. Although the official position is not high, it is very good to be here at this age. On the other hand, the second wife born by the second wife is still supported by Prime Minister Lu and has achieved nothing. Lu Qi is the most promising one in the Lu family, but it seems that Prime Minister Lu does not think highly of him. Song Yian also heard these things from his subordinates. He has to know all the ministers in the court. He has a subordinate who is specifically responsible for finding out these news. Lu Rongrong smiled and said innocently, but I think my father is the best. Song Yian laughed and thought that this little girl was also cute. Yueya saw Song Yian laughing and said hurriedly, Uncle, don't laugh. Rongrong doesn't like her grandfather. She only likes her mother and father. Yueya's serious look made Song Yian feel funny. He quickly put away his smile and said, Okay, then I also think Rongrong's father is the best. Let's not talk about others. Lu Rongrong didn't expect Song Yian to be so humble. Isn't he the prince? Shouldn't he be very high and mighty? Why would he agree to coax an insignificant child to play? Song Yian picked up some dishes for Yueya and Qin Suiwan, and finally picked up some for Lu Rongrong, and told them to eat quickly in a gentle tone. Lu Rongrong looked at his smile, and couldn't help but feel a little good about him. She had never seen such a humble prince. Chang Yuro, who was opposite, looked at this side, and her face was twisted with jealousy. I don't like Qin Suiwan next to the prince. Xia Zhu, what do you think we should do? At this time, Zhang Fu and Chen Yao were not there. Chang Yuro couldn't control her temper and said to Xia Zhu, In the past, whenever she didn't like something, Xia Zhu would take action to solve it. Changyuro was also very handy in using Xia Zhu. Upon hearing this, Xia Zhu's body suddenly stiffened. She looked at Changyuro with embarrassment and said, "Cousin, I dare not touch Miss Qin. Can you please stop making things difficult for me?" Xia Zhu even wanted to cry. It was becoming increasingly difficult to stay with Changyuro. Her demands were becoming more and more excessive. Changyuro's sharp eyes immediately looked over. "You don't dare to move? Zhu Zhu, if you still want to follow me in the future, and you still want your family to stay in the capital, you should just go and help me deal with those people I don't like. Of course, if you want your whole family to return to Shuzhou again, then just pretend you didn't hear me." Xia Zhu was silent, and finally could only nod gently. "Okay, cousin, I get it." She had no choice. She was sent to Changyuro since she was a child. She was like Changyuro's maid. Changyuro came first in everything. Changyuro had to do everything she didn't want to do, or couldn't do. It had been like this for so many years. The family would not make decisions for her, let alone care about her. They would only blame her for not listening to Changyuro and not bringing benefits to the family. Seeing that she agreed, Changyuro's tone returned to normal. "Zhu Zhu, the prince seems to treat Qin Suiwan very differently. If you let her become the crown princess, you will not be able to turn over in the future. If I become the crown princess, you can also enter the crown prince's mansion, and your status will only be lower than mine. In the future, you will be a noble concubine, a royal concubine, and as long as I am here, these are all yours, but the premise is that I have to marry the prince first. We two sisters will rise and fall together. Do you understand?" Xia Zhu nodded. "I understand, cousin. I'm just afraid. I don't know how to share your worries." Xia Zhu also has her own desires. She believes in Changyuro's promise, because she knows that Changyuro has been accustomed to using her as a helper, and she can't lose her in the future. She can't lose Changyuro as a backer, and Changyuro can't lose her easy-to-use and most loyal helper. Changyuro waved to Xia Zhu, and Xia Zhu immediately leaned over. Changyuro spoke in her ear for a while, and the two separated. After Yuanbao and the others on the opposite side had eaten their delicious food, they told Song Yan that they didn't want him to accompany them. "Uncle, you go play with Miss Qin. We go play by ourselves. We don't feel comfortable with you." Yuanbao didn't want to disturb their date, so he said this to Song Yan.
Yuya also said, "Yes."
"Uncle, you and sister Wan are adults. It's not suitable for you to play with us. You should go play by yourselves. Don't play with us." Song Yan was helpless and pretended to be sad and said, "You two little conscienceless people. You are just like my uncle." Yuya laughed and said, "Uncle, how could we dislike you? We are all thinking about you. Let's go. You take sister want to play well." After that, Yuya took Lu Rongrong away. Qin Suiwan smiled and said, "They want to help us." "Your Highness, why are you shy?" Seeing her speak so bluntly, Song Yan couldn't help but blush. Seeing Qin Suiwan's smiling face, he blushed and said, "Miss Qin, you please speak properly." Qin Suiwan was amused by him. She realized that this prince was too funny. He blushed easily and was more shy than a girl like her. Now she likes to tease him. Qin Suiwan's face was full of innocence. "I didn't speak properly there. Your Highness, you can't arbitrarily accuse people." Song Yan really couldn't do anything with her, so he could only say, "Let's go over there to play."
Qin Suiwan nodded. "Okay."
The two went to the place where riddles were guessed together. Many people gathered together, guessing riddles, and it was very lively. Qin Suiwan said to Song Yan, "Does your Highness have anything he likes? I'll guess one for you." Song Yan looked at her in surprise. "Isn't it usually men who give gifts to women?" He smiled helplessly, looked at the things hanging in front of him, pointed at a small white jade gourd and said, "That looks good, but it doesn't look cheap, and the riddle should be difficult."
"Can you do it?"
Qin Suiwan couldn't stand others saying that she couldn't do it, so she immediately raised her neck and said proudly, "Of course I can do it. Just wait. The jade gourd, right? I'll get it for you right away." Changyuro followed behind the two of them, looking at their backs sinisterly. Qin Suiwan started to guess the riddle with great interest, but He couldn't guess it after looking at it for a long time. Song Yan smiled and said, "Why, you can't guess it?" Qin Suiwan didn't want to admit defeat and still said stubbornly, "I can do it. Why are you in a hurry? Just wait." Qin Suiwan guessed a few, and they were all wrong. Changyuro came out with a smile. "Miss Qin, the answer to this riddle should be the word Su." Hearing Changyuro's voice, Qin Suiwan turned around and looked at her, frowning slightly. "Miss Chang is so amazing. Then this thing is yours." The waiter hurriedly smiled and said, "This girl got it right. It doesn't matter if it's early or late. The answer is the word Su." The word Yan means speaking, and the word Wu means noon. The two words combined together are the word Su. The waiter took the gourd down and handed it to Changyuro. Changyuro took the gourd and immediately presented it to Song Yan. "Your Highness, this is for you." She just heard that the prince wanted this. Changyuro's eyes were so gentle that water could drip out of them. She looked at Song Yan with affection, expecting him to take it. But Song Yan looked indifferent. "Thank you for your kindness, Miss Chang, but I don't like this thing, so I appreciate it." "Miss Chang, enjoy it yourself. Wan, let's go. Let's go somewhere else." Song Yan directly called Qin Suiwan's name and called it so intimately, with a gentle tone and a smile on his face. Qin Suiwan was startled, but Changyuro's face turned pale. She clenched her hands, holding the jade gourd tightly, and her expression gradually distorted. Qin Suiwan ignorantly let Song Yan pull him away, and he hadn't yet recovered from his shock as to why Song Yan did this. The two walked quickly and disappeared in the crowd in a short while. Everyone around them looked at Changyuro with sympathy. Those looks made Changyuro feel embarrassed, and her face turned pale. "Here," Qin Suiwan quickly shook off Song Yan's hand and asked in confusion, "Your Highness, what are you doing? Men and women should not touch each other. It's not nice for you to call me by my maiden name in public like this." Qin Suiwan rubbed his aching wrist and looked at Song Yan with some dissatisfaction. Seeing her actions, Song Yan said apologetically, "Sorry. I hurt you by accident." "Miss Qin, are you willing to become the crown princess?" Song Yan simply asked directly. Qin Suiwan was stunned. Although she knew what their meeting meant, she didn't expect Song Yan to ask like this. "Does he like her?" Qin Suiwan guessed secretly. "Miss Qin?" Seeing that she was slow to speak and her eyes were dull, Song Yan couldn't help but shout again. "Huh? What does your highness mean?" "I don't quite understand," Qin Suiwan said. Song Yan felt a little embarrassed, but still looked at her and said, "My father and mother are urging me to get married. I don't have anyone I like for the time being, and my father and mother are forcing me. I think, Miss Qin, you are very good, with a good personality and beautiful people. You are very suitable to be my crown princess, so I want to ask you if you are willing to be my crown princess." Qin Suiwan heard this and felt a little disappointed, but it was not obvious. She smiled lightly, her tone calm. "I may not be suitable. I have a bad personality and am very willful. The crown princess needs to be dignified and polite. I am obviously not suitable. Your Highness should choose someone else." This was the first time that Song Yan was rejected by someone, and he was rejected by someone he had a little affection for. He was a little sad, but he didn't show it. "If you don't want to, forget it. It's also my impulse. I said something nonsense."
"Sorry."
The atmosphere between the two of them suddenly became strange, as if they both felt a little embarrassed. "I'm not unwilling." Qin Suiwan couldn't help but say it after all. Song Yan looked at her in surprise. "Ah? Then you are willing?" Song Yan was puzzled, with doubts in his eyes. Qin Suiwan gritted his teeth and simply said directly, "I'm not unwilling. I just don't want to marry someone who doesn't like me. Your Highness, you didn't choose me because you like me, but just because you think I'm suitable. I don't want such a marriage without feelings." After Qin Suiwan finished speaking, he stared at Song Yan closely. Song Yan looked much better. His frown slowly relaxed, and a smile appeared in his eyes. "I understand what you mean,"
Song Yan said.
"Let's go. Let's continue playing. There is an archery event over there. If you beat me, you can ask for anything you want." Qin Suiwan was immediately interested when he heard this. Really? Is it okay to make excessive demands?
Song Yian smiled and nodded. Yes.
The two went to the place where the archery competition was held and met Yuya and the others again. The arrows here are all without blades to avoid accidentally hurting people. Yuya and the others were already playing. Lu Rongrong wanted to ask Yuanbao for advice with the arrow, but Yuanbao said he couldn't teach her and refused. Lu Rongrong thought for a long time and felt that the best way to straighten the plot was to kill Song Yanan, the biggest villain, the second male lead. In this way, the biggest threat to the male lead would be gone. In this way, even if other plots were distorted, it would still be easy to deal with. As long as the second male lead died, it would not stop the male lead's great cause. She has nothing now, no one to call upon, and she doesn't know why. The system that has been following her since she came to this world has fallen into a deep sleep, and she can't wake up no matter how she calls. This makes her very helpless and at a loss, not knowing what to do. Now, everything can only be figured out by herself. She decided to get close to Song Yanan first, and then find a chance to kill him. She has no power now, so she can only think of some roundabout tactics. But she didn't expect that Song Yanan was so difficult to approach. It's really the same as what is said in the book, very cold and unkind. He has this character at such a young age. It seems that some people's indifference is really born. Rejected by Yuan Bao, Lu Rongrong found Mu Yang again. This time, before Mu Yang opened his mouth to refuse, Yuya spoke first. Brother Yang, don't bully Rongrong. She is my friend. Hearing this, Mu Yang did not refuse for Yuya's sake and agreed to teach Lu Rongrong archery. Several people were playing shooting when Song Yian came with Qin Suiwan, and the group started playing together again. Qin Suiwan beat Song Yian, a result that Qin Suiwan did not expect, but later she realized that Song Yian was deliberately letting her go. Qin Suiwan felt funny for treating her like this and not saying that he liked her. Was Song Yian embarrassed to say it, or did he really not like her, or did she misunderstand? She had to find out. After winning the game, Qin Suiwan did not want to play anymore. She wanted to ask the questions in her heart, but the place was not suitable at the moment, so she asked to go back. Song Yian said something to Yuan Bao and the others, and sent Qin Suiwan back. The two were riding in the same carriage, and at this time someone outside had already been staring at them, but the two were still unaware. In the carriage, because there were only two people, the atmosphere gradually became a little ambiguous. Neither of them dared to look at each other seriously, but occasionally looked up and peeked at each other. After an unknown amount of time, Song Yian took the initiative to speak. You won the game, you can make a request. Are you not going to ask for this request? Hearing this, Qin Suiwan looked up at him, pursed her lips, and asked softly, Your Highness, are you sure that you can ask for anything? Song Yian nodded. Of course, a gentleman's word is as good as a horse. Qin Suiwan smiled and said, Then, I want your highness. Song Yian stared at her curiously, but saw that the next second, Qin Suiwan suddenly said again, Forget it, I haven't thought about it yet, your highness. Just remember to owe me a request. Song Yian suddenly felt a little disappointed, and the expectations that had just risen were dashed. He said helplessly, Okay, you can ask any time. Qin Suiwan nodded, and then asked, Then how you plan to tell the queen about today's events when you go back? Song Yian was puzzled. What happened today? Qin Suiwan smiled, not knowing whether he really didn't know or was pretending not to know. She said calmly, When we go back today, the elders in our family will definitely ask if we are satisfied with each other.
If we are satisfied, then.
If we are not satisfied, we will not have to meet again in the future. Hearing this, Song Yian looked at her and asked with a probing look, Then is Miss Qin satisfied with me? Qin Suiwan smiled naturally. Well, you are the prince. What can I be dissatisfied with? Of course, I am very satisfied. Qin Suiwan's fingers unconsciously stirred the handkerchief in his hand, looking at Song Yian with a smile. Then, is your highness satisfied with me? What will you tell the queen when you go back? Song Yian could see that she had to wait for him to say anything first. Song Yan also smiled and pretended to be deep. Well, Miss Qin will know later. As the two were talking, the coachman outside said, "Your Highness, we have arrived at the Qin mansion." The carriage stopped, and the people following the carriage had not found an opportunity to take action, so they could only continue to stare at Qin Suiwan, looking for a suitable opportunity. "Your Highness, thank you for sending me back. I'll leave first." Although Qin Suiwan was still not sure about Song Yan's feelings, he understood it in his heart. "So, I didn't miss it." Qin Suiwan was about to get off the carriage, but Song Yan got up and walked down first. "I'll take you there." Song Yan got off the carriage first, and then reached out to hold Qin Suiwan's hand. Qin Suiwan was a little surprised. After hesitating for a moment, he still put his hand on her. The skin contact made both of them a little restrained, and Mu Ran blushed. "Your Highness, just take me here."
Thank you.
Qin Suiwan's tone was much gentler. Suddenly, she felt that her heartbeat was a little wrong. It was beating hard. Song Yan's face was in front of her, and she just thought it was very beautiful. "Well, I'll see you go in before you go," Song Yan said in a gentle voice. Qin Suiwan was even more surprised. She didn't expect him to be so thoughtful. Seeing the gentleness in his eyes, she hurriedly avoided her sight and turned away in a hurry. Song Yan saw her hurried steps and was a little confused. Why did she walk so fast? It was not until Qin Suiwan's figure disappeared that Song Yan turned around and left. However, he did not go back to the palace, but returned to the lotus garden again. In the carriage, the shadow guard suddenly appeared. "Your Highness, after we came out of the lotus garden, someone has been following us, but now they are not following us." They all stayed around the Qin mansion, as if they were trying to find out something. Song Yan was puzzled. "Didn't follow us? Instead, they stayed near the Qin family?" The shadow guard nodded. Song Yan thought for a moment and said, "Send someone to keep an eye on them. Report to me immediately if anything goes wrong."
Yes.
Just as the shadow guard was about to go out, he heard Song Yi speak again. "Send someone to protect Qin Suiwan." They followed our carriage, but they didn't follow after Qin Suiwan got off the carriage. "Maybe the target is Qin Suiwan. You should find someone to keep an eye on her, and don't let her get hurt." The shadow guard said yes, and then disappeared in the carriage. At this time in the lotus garden, after Yueya and the others finished shooting arrows, Lu Rongrong said she wanted to pick a lotus flower to give back to her mother, and Yueya and the others followed her. By the pond, Lu Rongrong reached out to touch the lotus, but it was a little out of reach. Yueya stood beside her and said to her, "Rongrong, why don't you let the maid pick it? Our arms are too short to reach it." Lu Rongrong said, "Liyue, the maid picks it differently. I want to pick it myself and give it to my mother." Upon hearing this, Yueya didn't say anything more. Instead, she walked over to help see if she could pick it. Yuanbao Muyang hurriedly said, "Yueya is in danger. Don't get too close to the water." Lu Rongrong's eyes showed a hint of coldness, and then she screamed in panic, and her whole body fell into the pond. Her right hand hurriedly grabbed Yueya's arm. Yueya also screamed and fell down with Rongrong. Seeing this, Yuanbao and Muyang on the side, their pupils suddenly dilated, and they hurriedly reached out to pull Yueya. The accident happened too quickly, and the shadow guards following in the dark immediately flew out, but they were still a step too late. Lu Rongrong's strength was too great, and the accident happened in an instant. Yueya, Muyang, and Yuanbao, who came over, all fell down. Before Lu Rongrong could be happy, the shadow guard appeared in the dark. She had no choice but to let go of Yueya's hand and splash in the water. The shadow guard fished Yueya, Yuanbao, and others out in just a moment. Yueya's personal maid immediately brought a cloak and wrapped her up. Yuanbao and Muyang also climbed out. Lu Rongrong was fished out by her maid. The shadow guard ignored her. It was she who pulled their princess down just now, so they naturally didn't care about her. "Princess? Princess, wake up?" The maid's voice was panicked. The scene was in chaos. The shadow guard immediately dispersed the crowd and went to check Yueya's breathing. Yuanbao, Muyang, and others didn't care about themselves and hurried towards Yueya. Hu Tianxi said anxiously, "Yueya is unconscious. What should we do?" The shadow guard immediately said to Yuanbao, Prince, the princess must have been frightened. Let's take the princess back and call the imperial physician, shall we? Yuanbao turned his head and looked at Lu Rongrong, who was shivering in the cold by the pond. A flash of extreme coldness flashed in his eyes. If Lu Rongrong hadn't pulled Yuya just now, Yuya would not have fallen. The water in the pond was too cold and full of silt. Yuya looked very embarrassed now, with wet hair and pale face. The weather was not hot at this time. If she fell into the water, she would definitely be cold. Yuya's lips were white and her eyes were tightly closed. Yuanbao looked distressed. Let's go back to the mansion. Then Yuanbao gave an order, and the maid carried Yuya on her back, and the group hurried outside. Lu Rongrong came with the carriage of the palace. At this time, she didn't have her own carriage. Everyone in the palace had left. The maid held her and was very anxious. Lu Rongrong said calmly, I'm fine. Find a room and find me some clean clothes to change into. We'll go back slowly. She didn't expect that there were shadow guards around these children. Fortunately, her action of pulling Song Liyue just now was very subtle, and no one should have noticed it. As soon as Yuanbao returned home, the maid took her to take a hot bath. When the princess learned about it, she immediately asked someone to invite the imperial physician and hurried to Yuya's yard. The maid quickly gave Yuya a hot bath and then found dry and comfortable clothes for her to change into, but Yuya still didn't wake up. The princess hurriedly asked the imperial physician to diagnose her, and she felt distressed when she saw her granddaughter's sleepy and pale face. She scolded the servants who were accompanying her again. Yuanbao Muyang washed and changed his clothes and hurried over. Hu Tianxi had been waiting in Yuya's yard. He felt very guilty that he had not been able to protect Yuya, and his eyes were red from crying. Yuanbao came in and saw a room full of servants kneeling. He didn't say anything. These were all servants in Yuya's courtyard. It was not his turn to protect her. Imperial physician, how is my sister? Yuanbao couldn't help but ask. The imperial physician hurriedly replied, the princess was in a coma because of the stimulation. In addition, the princess' body is very cold and can't be cold. This is harmful to her body. She should pay special attention to maintenance in winter. If she doesn't take good care of herself, I'm afraid it will be detrimental to her offspring in the future. The princess didn't know these. She didn't expect her granddaughter to be in such a bad condition. She had always thought Yuya was in good health when she saw her jumping around every day. Imperial physician, this is what to do. Can it be cured? The princess was anxious and distressed. She only blamed herself for being so careless that she didn't even know that her granddaughter was in such a bad condition. The imperial physician shook his head and said with a serious face, did the princess suffer any injuries before, causing her body to be soaked in cold water for a long time? Yuanbao said, Grandmother, this was caused by the previous accident. The princess immediately understood. At this time Situhi came. Don't worry, princess. I've been taking care of Yuer. She'll get better,
Situhi said.
The princess was surprised when she heard that. She asked, really? Mr. Situ? Situhi nodded. He came to Yuya's bed and took out a silver needle to pierce Yuya's head. The imperial physician had heard that there was a skilled doctor living in the palace. Seeing this, he also looked at Situhi. Is this old man also a doctor? The imperial physician asked. The princess nodded. This is the distinguished guest of my palace, my Yuer savior, Mr. Situhi. Hearing this, the imperial physician nodded and continued. The princess's body is too cold, and it has damaged her foundation. It is very difficult to cure her. I don't know how Mr. Situ treated the princess. I am very curious. With my own medical skills, I can't help the princess heal. Situhi glanced at the imperial physician and said lightly, I have my own way, so don't bother you to worry about it. Hearing this, the imperial physician disagreed and said, what the old gentleman said is not right. I have also treated the princess, so I have to be responsible for the princess's health. If you can really cure her, it would be great, but if you are so shameless, wouldn't it harm the princess, so I must confirm it. Situhi glanced at the princess and saw that she didn't say anything, so he knew that she was also worried. So he took out a porcelain bottle from his arms and handed it to the doctor, saying, "This is Yuer's medicine. I made it specially for her. Take a look." The eldest princess was puzzled before. Since Situ he knew that Yuya had a cold body, he should have given Yuya treatment. However, in such a long time, she had never seen Yuya take medicine, not even once. She cares about everything about her children's food, clothing, housing, and transportation. She is not completely ignorant. If Yuya took medicine, she would definitely know. She just had a moment of doubt that Situ he was not really good to Yuya. Now seeing the porcelain bottle, she realized that it was actually medicine. She had seen this porcelain bottle in the crescent moon room, and when asked what a crescent moon was, she said it was a special kind of candy. Now that I think about it, Yuya must not have said much because she didn't want her to worry. The eldest princess felt a little guilty, both towards Situ he and Yuya. The doctor took the pill and studied it for a long time. Finally, he said, "This pill is really good. Several herbs are used to treat coldness, but I can't recognize some of them." Situ he said directly, "There are 2 more herbs, Linderi serrata and Amomum villosum. The taste has changed a little." Upon hearing this, the doctor was immediately enlightened and said in surprise, Yes, it is Linderi serrata and Amomum villosum. These herbs are mixed together. I couldn't recognize them for a while. The taste is indeed different, but now that you said it, I can recognize it again." Situhi stretched out his hand and signaled the doctor to return the medicine. The doctor quickly covered the porcelain bottle and returned it. Then he said to the princess, "Your Highness, Mr. Situ is a skilled doctor. With him, the princess's body will definitely be cured. Your Highness, don't worry." Hearing this, the princess' heart fell back into her stomach. After the imperial physician left, Yuya woke up. Situhi pulled out the silver needle and asked, "Are you still feeling uncomfortable anywhere?" Yuya shook her head in confusion, her big eyes watery and misty. "No, Grandpa, I had a dream. I dreamed that I was floating in the water for a long time, and then I was so cold. Later you saved me, and I woke up." Situhi smiled lovingly and touched her head gently. "It's okay. It's just a dream. Your grandmother is very worried about you." As he said that, Situhi stepped aside and gave his seat to the eldest princess. The eldest princess immediately sat down, looked at Yuya with red eyes, and asked cautiously, "Yuer, are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere else?" Yuya smiled, "Grandma, I'm fine, don't worry. By the way, where is Rongrong? She also fell into the water? Is she okay?" When the eldest princess heard the name, the smile in her eyes faded a little, but she was reluctant to face her granddaughter in a bad state, so she smiled and said, "Lu Rongrong is fine. She has returned to the Lu family. I heard that it was she who dragged you down and fell into the pond today. Yuer, this Lu Rongrong, I'm afraid she didn't do it on purpose." Yuya hurriedly explained for Lu Rongrong, "Grandma, Rongrong didn't do it on purpose. She might have been too panicked at the time, so she accidentally pulled me. I believe she didn't mean it." The eldest princess didn't think that a 5- or 6-year-old child would have any scheming intentions, but in her eyes, it was Lu Rongrong who caused her Yuya to fall into the water. Just for this reason, she disliked Lu Rongrong very much and had no good impression of the child. The princess touched her granddaughter's forehead and saw that she didn't have a fever, so she said, "Okay, Grandma knows. I don't blame her. But you have to be careful in the future. You must not go to dangerous places like the pond." Yuya nodded, "I know, Grandma. I will remember it well."
"Don't worry. I'm fine."
The servants were also exempted from punishment because of Yuya's plea and served more attentively. On the Lu family side, when the old lady of the Lu family learned that Lu Rongrong had caused the princess of Prince Ping to fall into the water, she was very angry and immediately punished Lu Rongrong's mother and Lu Rongrong to kneel in the yard. When Lu Qi came back, he hurried to the old lady's yard. Seeing his wife and daughter kneeling at the door, his eyes were full of heartache, and then he said to Madame Lu, "Mother, Rongrong's mistake was unintentional. She just fell into the water, and her body must be uncomfortable. Please take care of her body." Madame Lu snorted coldly. "Are you accusing me, a grandmother, of being mean to my own granddaughter?" Although Lu Qi was dissatisfied and even full of hatred in his heart, he still did not dare to show it. He could only say lightly, "That's not what my son meant. Please calm down, mother. Wan'er is weak, and Rongrong has just recovered from a serious illness. Now she has fallen into the water again. Kneeling like this may hurt them. Please forgive them, and let your son do it for them." Madame Lu glanced at her eldest son with a vicious look in her eyes and said lightly, "Okay. In that case, then you do it. Someone, please enforce the family rules." As soon as the old lady finished her words, Prime Minister Lu's angry voice rang out, "Nonsense." Seeing Prime Minister Lu coming back, the old lady's face immediately changed. "What's wrong with the master? Why are you so angry?" Prime Minister Lu scolded his wife with a cold face. After that, he asked Lu Qi to take his wife and daughter back to rest, and also asked to call the court doctor. Lu Qi is now gradually becoming useful in the court. After all, he is his son. Prime Minister Lu is happy that he can have some prospects, and he has begun to care about this son. The next day, Lu Qi took Lu Rongrong to the palace to apologize to the princess. Lu Rongrong was reluctant at first, but thinking of her current situation, she could only go with frustration. The princess did not make things difficult for the father and daughter, but when Lu Rongrong proposed to see Yuya, she was rejected. Lu Qi saw what the princess meant. On the way home, he told his daughter to have less contact with the princesses of the Pingwang mansion. These people were too noble. If something happened accidentally, they could not bear the responsibility. So the best way was to stay away from them and not have any intersection with them. Lu Rongrong didn't say anything. Lu Qi thought his daughter was in a bad mood, so he didn't say anything. He silently decided in his heart that he must do a good job in the future and strive to get promoted as soon as possible so that his wife and daughter would be valued and no longer looked down upon. After Yuya fell into the water, she rested at home for 2 days. She was bored and wrote a letter to her father and mother to tell them about her falling into the water. At this moment, the two armies went to war again on the border. This time, the general of the Jin kingdom was the third prince. He led an army of 100,000 and went to fight Song Jingnian and others with arrogance. Song Jingnian's injury had not healed yet. Muyun did not allow him to go to the battlefield. He put on armor and led his troops to fight against the soldiers of the Jin kingdom. The third prince had never led troops to fight. As soon as he came, he directly led the army to attack without any rules. Muyun calmly ordered people to shoot arrows and throw stones at the defense point. The soldiers were in good order. The most important bombs would only be used at critical moments. The third prince saw that it was a woman leading the troops, so he didn't take it seriously. He commanded the army to attack continuously. After fighting for a long time, many of his men suffered casualties, but they still couldn't even break through the first level. The third prince was somewhat dissatisfied and continued to increase the firepower. Seeing that more people were coming, Muyun ordered Bai Mu, "Okay, you can bomb, throw 2 first." Hearing this, Bai Mu immediately issued orders excitedly. When most of the Jin soldiers came to the foot of the mountain, he threw a bomb down, and then there was a bang. A mushroom cloud exploded on the spot, and nearly 100 Jin soldiers were killed or injured. The third prince widened his eyes and looked at it in disbelief. "Come on, what did the other side use? It's so powerful." The third prince had a cold face, frowned tightly, and was very angry. The subordinate hurriedly said, General, she was injured by this thing last time. I don't know what it is, but it's very powerful. General, do you want to continue the attack? At this rate, we will only lose more people and won't be able to attack at all." The subordinate actually did not recommend continuing the attack. If they continued, they would only suffer greater losses, but they did not dare to tell the third prince directly. It was really hard for the brothers. If General Xi led the troops, he would definitely not be so reckless. The subordinates were full of complaints, but they did not dare to say it. The third prince was very angry and shouted loudly, "Attack! This general will also join." As he said that, he rode his horse and galloped over to join the battlefield. Muyun looked at such a brainless general and couldn't help laughing. There was no need to worry about today's battle. Bai Mu, go down and see if you can capture the third prince. We already have a princess in our hands. If we get another prince, this battle will be very interesting. I wonder who the emperor of the Jin kingdom will send next time. Bai Mu nodded immediately, his eyes full of excitement. Yes, princess, I'll go right away. Bai Feng also flew down, I'll go too. The two went straight to the third prince and fought with him. The third prince's martial arts were not bad, but on the battlefield, he still seemed to be not good enough. But he was protected by many generals around him, and Bai Feng and Bai Mu could not hurt him for a while. General, you should go back. Leave this to us, you go to the rear to command. The subordinates couldn't help but say to the third prince. The third prince was here, which was really a burden to them, but they didn't dare to say this. The third prince said self-righteously, "No, this general wants to advance and retreat with the soldiers." He thought that this would boost morale. Thinking of this, the third prince's blood boiled, and he fought very hard. The third prince was moved, but his subordinates were speechless. They dared not speak, and could only continue to fight helplessly. Bai Feng and Bai Mu were good at martial arts and had strong fighting power. The deputy generals of the Jin kingdom were not their opponents. It was just that they were numerous and always protected the third prince, so Bai Mu and Bai Feng could not hurt the third prince. Muyan stood on a high place, watching the situation below, his eyes fixed on the third prince. Just when all the deputy generals were focused on fighting the foreign enemy, Muyan quietly flew away, unsheathed the dagger in his hand, and stabbed directly at the third prince. The third prince was in the middle of fighting and did not notice the danger coming at all. When he sensed a trace of unusual breath coming towards him, he turned around and looked, and Muyan's dagger was already approaching him. The third prince was instantly panicked and tried to dodge, but it was too late. Muyan smiled and looked at him. The dagger brushed the third prince's neck, leaving a trace of blood, and finally pressed tightly against the third prince's neck. The third prince was stunned instantly. General. When several deputy generals saw this scene, they felt a heart attack instantly. What they feared would come true. The deputy generals were helpless. Muyan smiled and looked at the third prince, and said, "The third prince of the Jin kingdom has a good status. Bai Mu and Bai Feng, tell the soldiers of the Jin kingdom that their third prince and general has been captured by us. Ask them if they want to continue fighting." Muyan said loudly. Bai Feng and Bai Mu immediately shouted loudly. "The third prince of the Jin kingdom has been captured. Stop it quickly. Otherwise, we will kill you without mercy." Hearing this, the soldiers of the Xia kingdom cheered instantly, and the laughter was deafening. The soldiers of the Jin kingdom were stunned. Last time it was the princess, this time it was the prince. Why are the princes and princesses of their Jin kingdom only dragging their feet? The soldiers were speechless in their hearts, but they didn't dare to say it, and their faces were very ugly. The battle stopped, and the two sides cheered, and the other side was silent, with obvious contrast. The third prince was almost gnashing his teeth. He never thought it would turn out like this. He was careless. Humph. What's the point of sneak attack? If you have the ability, you can fight me openly. Don't do such sneaky things. It's a disgrace to your Xia country. The third prince was angry, and his face turned red. Muyan laughed. Well, I just don't have the ability. I just like to do such sneaky things. I don't feel ashamed, and our Xia soldiers don't feel ashamed either. We all think that your Jin country is more ashamed. Now you have two heirs in our hands. I don't know what the Emperor of Jin is going to do. I'm really curious. The third prince was puzzled. Two heirs, what do you mean? Who else did you capture? Muyan smiled proudly. Of course, it's the most noble princess of your Jin country. Why, don't you know she is in our hands? The third prince was stunned. Didn't they say that the imperial sister was dead? How could it be? Muyan called Bai Mu to bring a rope to tie the man up. The third prince wanted to struggle, but when Muyan exerted force on his hand, his neck hurt. He even felt warm blood flowing on his neck. This feeling made him panic, and he dared not move anymore. He could only let Bai Mu tie him up. You will see your imperial sister soon. Then you will know whether she is dead or not. Muyan said. Bai Feng looked at the deputy generals of the Jin Kingdom and said with a smile, "Generals, do you still want to fight?" The deputy generals of the Jin Kingdom looked ugly and said nothing. Bai Mu smiled and said, "I guess you don't want to fight anymore. Then go back and tell the emperor of the Jin Kingdom that we will take the eldest princess Jinling and the third prince Jin Tan away. The two princes and princesses will visit our Xia Kingdom soon. If your emperor wants people, go to our Xia Kingdom and ask our majesty what we want to release them." The deputy generals of the Jin Kingdom could only withdraw their troops in frustration. The third prince looked at his people going away, his face became even uglier, and he couldn't help but panic in his heart. He didn't know how the Xia people would treat her. If they abused him, he would be powerless to resist. The third prince was taken back to Chaomu Mountain, and after the Jin soldiers returned to the camp, they immediately reported the matter to Shimu. When Shimu learned that the third prince had been captured and the two princes and princesses were in the hands of Song Jingnian and his men, he was so angry that he smashed a lot of things. For the first time, he felt like he was going to die of anger. It was so frustrating. He was so frustrated that he wanted to go crazy. How could there be such a stupid person?
General, what should we do now?
We can no longer conceal the fact that Princess Jinling is not dead. Besides our people, the third prince's people have also heard about it. Shimu closed his eyes tiredly. At this point, it was impossible to conceal it. Report it truthfully. At this point, what else can we do? Shimu really wanted to throw the burden away and not care about it. He was so angry that he just didn't want to care about it anymore. As for the princess, just say that the messenger was wrong. The people of Xia knew the princess's usefulness and rescued her from the gates of Hades. Report the matter. The third prince sent by the emperor himself has become like this. He has to solve it by himself.
I can't do anything about it.
The subordinate nodded immediately and couldn't help but said, "General, don't worry about it." He obviously doesn't have much ability, but he still thinks highly of himself. He made a good situation like this. He was bound to win, but now he lost so badly, and it's so embarrassing. The brothers are so depressed. Shimu also knew that the soldiers had many complaints in their hearts, but there was nothing they could do. Who made those two idiots be princes and princesses, born with good luck? Shimu sent people to rush and pass the news back to the Jin Kingdom Palace. When the emperor learned that the third prince was arrested, the eldest princess was not dead, and his two children were in Song Jingnian's hands, he was almost angry to death. The whole person almost fainted with anger. It was only because the imperial doctor came in time and comforted him that he barely stabilized. When the queen learned that Jinling was not dead, she immediately got up from the sickbed. Since she learned of Jinling's death, she has been ill for many days. Today, when she suddenly learned of the news, she was no longer sick and hurried to the emperor to discuss how to rescue her daughter. However, when she arrived at the meeting hall, she saw that the emperor was pale with anger. "Your Majesty, Ling is not dead. We must find a way to save her quickly.
My daughter must have suffered a lot.
She has been spoiled by us since she was a child. How can she endure hardship? Your Majesty, please think of a way to bring Ling back. Jinling is the queen's only weakness, and no one can compare to her." The emperor closed his eyes helplessly. At this moment, he was really tired, and no one could share his burden. The queen was very anxious. Seeing that he didn't speak for a long time, she hurriedly said, "What are the plans? Your Majesty, please say something." "Enough." The emperor suddenly roared in anger. Seeing this, the queen was frightened for a moment. "I will summon the ministers to discuss this matter," the emperor said weakly. The queen was relieved when she heard this. The news that Mu Yun captured the prince and princess of the Jin Kingdom soon spread back to the capital. The emperor was immediately delighted and praised Mu Yun fiercely in the court. Mu Yun's development of the bomb was also known to the whole country. Now the whole court respects her very much. When Lu Rongrong learned that Xia Kingdom won the war, she was stunned. How could such a big plot twist go wrong? Song Liu's parents would have died in this war, so how come they not only survived but also won? How is this possible? Is this world crazy? Lu Rongrong was so anxious that she was restless in the room, not knowing what to do. Could it be that she really couldn't go back? Can she only be forced to stay here for the rest of her life? Lu Rongrong didn't know. She was so confused that she didn't know how to carry out the task. The system was asleep, and there was no sign of waking up, or the system didn't come to this world with her at all, so no matter how she called, there was no response. Lu Rongrong locked herself in the room and thought about it all night, and finally decided to continue the task. Her main task is to deal with the villain male supporting role. As for the male supporting role's parents, they are not important. What she has to do is to kill Song Yenin. As long as he dies, the hero's great cause will not be affected. Although Song Yenin was protected by someone, if she found a killer who is strong enough, there should still be a chance. Thinking of this, Lu Rongrong went out. The money for finding a killer is also a lot of money. No one will take the job without money. She has to find a way to raise money. When she thought of this, Lu Rongrong was worried. This was really the most difficult task she had ever done. With nothing and a child's body, it was really a Hades mode at the beginning. Lu Rongrong wandered aimlessly on the street, trying to find a target that could make money. There were many businesses on the street, all kinds of them. Lu Rongrong went to one shop after another, and finally had the idea of doing business. Although there was no system, her brain was still there. She had seen so many ways to make money, and she could always make enough money to find a killer. Lu Rongrong observed for a while, and finally decided to open a hot pot restaurant. She went back to discuss with her mother. However, she was opposed. Madame Lu Xiao only said that she was still young and asked her to play with peace of mind and not worry about money. She didn't take her words to heart at all. Lu Rongrong wore out her lips, but still couldn't get her mother's support. Her mother just thought she was a child playing and didn't take her seriously at all. It made her depressed. Song Jingnian and Mu Yun at the border were very worried about their daughter after receiving Yueya's letter. The war was suspended, and the Jin kingdom sent people to negotiate peace, and the war ended. The two princes and princesses were in the hands of others, and the emperor of the Jin kingdom was also helpless. He valued the third child and had good abilities. The eldest daughter, Jinling, was his eldest daughter, with a noble status. In addition, the queen's power was not small, and this daughter had to be protected. The emperor had no choice but to send people to negotiate. On the day of the peace talks, Song Jingnian and Mu Yun attended together and met the peace envoys of the Jin kingdom. In the tent hall, after Mu Yun and others sat down, they saw 3 people wearing Jin dynasty costumes coming outside. The leading man was tall, dressed in a black suit, delicate and capable. Mu Yun couldn't help but take a few more glances, and Song Jingnian frowned even tighter. He suddenly took Mu Yun's hand, and he was about to burst out with sourness. Why, he is very handsome. Mu Yun was stunned, then realized what he meant and hurriedly coaxed. He is not good-looking, he is far worse than you. Mu Yun's sincerity, coupled with her extremely serious smile, Song Jingnian felt better. If he is not good-looking, don't look at him. This person is not a good person. As soon as Song Jingnian finished speaking, the man headed by the kingdom of Jin had already arrived in front of them and spoke in a light tone. Greetings to His Royal Highness Prince Ping. I am Jinling from the kingdom of Jin. I have come to discuss peace with His Royal Highness Prince Ping. Jinling is the youngest duke of the kingdom of Jin and the father of Princess Jinling's son. Song Jingnian knew all this very well. Mu Yun and Song Jingnian had already sat down. Song Jingnian raised his head and said slowly, Duke Chai, please sit down. When Mu Yun heard that it was Duke Chai, he couldn't help but be surprised. Is this the man who gave birth to a son with Jinling? He is also a stunning beauty. Princess Jinling is also a good eater. She actually managed to get a man of this kind. I really have to sigh. She is very lucky. Mu Yun's eyes fell on Jinling again. After Duke Chai sat down, he said to the 2 people, Your Highness Prince Ping, Princess Ping, I am here today to negotiate peace on behalf of the kingdom of Jin. I wonder what your demands are and how you can release our country's 3rd prince and eldest princess. Song Jingnian smiled and then slowly said, Okay, Then I will say it directly. If you want to exchange your country's third prince and Princess Jinling, you need 10 cities, 10,000 taels of gold, and sign an agreement that the kingdom of Jin will always be a vassal state of our Xia kingdom, and then choose a prince as a hostage to stay in our Xia kingdom forever. Song Jingmian's words made Duke Chai and others all look cold, and their faces were full of anger. Your Highness Prince Ping's demands are too much. This is simply an insult. A negotiating envoy from the kingdom of Jin immediately said angrily with a sullen face. 10 cities are already a lion's mouth, and 10,000 taels of gold are not unacceptable, but this agreement to sign a permanent vassal state of the Xia kingdom is simply a pure insult. It's too much. Duke Chai also said with a cold face, Your Highness Prince Ping, these requests of yours are indeed excessive. Please speak more practically. Song Jingmian's eyes lost their smile, and he said sternly, I am speaking very practically and seriously. This is the request of our Xia kingdom. If you think it is not acceptable, then we will not talk about it and continue to fight. Anyway, we don't care. Hearing this, the faces of the envoys of the Jin kingdom became even uglier. Gritting their teeth, they clenched their fists in anger. Your Highness Prince Ping, don't you want to negotiate peace? You want to humiliate our Jin kingdom in this way. Duke Chai's face was also very ugly, and he said with a cold face and gritted his teeth. Song Jingmian pulled the corners of his mouth, and the smile did not reach his eyes. I am talking to you seriously, but you are not serious. The winners will be the kings, and the losers will be the bandits. Don't you know what's going on? If you are not prepared to make more sacrifices, don't come to negotiate. You have no room for bargaining with the Xia kingdom. If you haven't thought it through, Duke Chai can go back first. Song Jingmian directly issued an order to expel them. They were fearless, but the people of the Jin kingdom were furious. Muyan smiled and said, Your country's attitude is not low at all. Is this the attitude you use to ask for help? You don't even look like you are asking for help. Duke Chai and others were livid. How could they be asking for help? Chai Guogong said, There is no such thing as asking for help or not in peace talks between the two countries. Princess Ping's words are inappropriate. Muyan said with disdain, Eugene country has gone back on your word. 4 years ago, you negotiated for peace, but this year you ignored the agreement and insisted on provoking a war. How can such a dishonest country deserve respect? This is what you did. Nonsense. You are going too far. The envoy of the Jin country couldn't help blushing, stood up, trembling and pointing at Mu Yun and shouting. They have never been insulted like this. Seeing him so angry, Mu Yun smiled softly and said, Is the envoy angry because of shame? Eugene people are very unstable. You said to fight and you fought and you also launched a sneak attack. Now you want to stop and you don't want to pay the price. Ha! Who do you think you are? Muyan rolled his eyes at them with disdain, which made the Jin people even more angry, as if they were about to explode. Duke Chai suppressed his anger and said coldly, Princess Ping, the two countries are not here to make harsh words or act on impulse. Even if you are dissatisfied with us, please be careful with your words and don't go too far. Duke Chai thought they were deliberately humiliating people and venting their anger. However, he didn't know that Mu Yun and Song Jingmian were not talking in anger or venting their anger, but were serious. Song Jingmian straightened his body and said very seriously, Duke Chai, I am serious. We have made our requirements very clear to you. Whether you agree or not is up to you, Jin. If you still want to bargain, then I can tell you seriously that Jin has no room for bargaining with us. Looking at Song Jingmian's expression, Duke Chai understood that he was serious. Duke Chai didn't know what to say for a while, but just had a gloomy face. The emperor's request to Xia Kingdom was a maximum of 8 cities, or at most, he would only agree to give 8 cities when he had no choice. It would be best if they could negotiate for 5 cities. 5 cities in exchange for 2 people. The emperor already felt that he had suffered a great loss. But now Song Jingmian asked for 10 cities. This was not the most excessive. The most excessive was the agreement to be a vassal state forever. Duke Chai knew that the emperor would never agree to it. Duke Chai did not know how to report back. If he really reported like this, Their Majesty would be furious. Your Highness, our Jin kingdom is very sincere. We are willing to give 5 cities in exchange for 2 people. According to what you said, that is too much and impossible. Duke Chai spoke out the conditions that the Jin kingdom could offer. Song Jingmian smiled nonchalantly. It's okay. It's impossible. This king doesn't care. I can conquer 10 cities by myself. Then, Duke Chai, please go back. The people of Jin just felt that Song Jingmian was too arrogant. Everyone was so angry that they gnashed their teeth. One of the envoys slammed the table and stood up, shouting, "This is too much. Song Jingmian, don't be so ungrateful. If you hadn't cheated and captured our prince and princess, you wouldn't be so arrogant. I advise you to restrain yourself and don't be so ungrateful." The Jin envoy's face turned red from shouting, and he was shaking with anger. His eyes were blazing. Song Jingmian snorted coldly with a faint expression. "Since you are so dissatisfied, then fine, let's add 2 more cities." Hearing this, the envoy wanted to continue shouting, but was stopped by Duke Chai. "Your Highness Prince Ping, you should understand that your request is too much. This is impossible. If you speak more practically, we can go back and report to the Emperor and seek the opinion of our Majesty." Song Jingmian was unmoved and continued, "This king is very practical. Duke Chai, just tell your Emperor according to my request. If Duke Chai has nothing else to say, then I will send you away. I don't want to say any more extra nonsense." Duke Chai's face was very gloomy. After a long silence, he spoke, "Since we can't reach an agreement, Your Highness Prince Ping, we will see you next time." Hearing this, Duke Chai turned around and said, "I want to see the 3rd prince and princess Jinling to confirm whether they are safe." Song Jingmian nodded, "Okay, sure." Song Jingmian immediately ordered someone to bring Jinling and the 3rd prince. Mu Yun whispered a few words to Bai Mu beside him, and then Bai Mu walked out. On the way to being brought in, the 3rd prince and Jinling met Bai Mu. Bai Mu looked at the 2 people who were neatly dressed and clean, and a smile appeared in his eyes. Then he ordered the subordinates who were escorting the 2 people, the 3rd prince and princess Jinling, "Don't look like prisoners. You 2 dress them up and make them look like prisoners." Hearing this, the 2 subordinates immediately understood. The 3rd prince was immediately beaten up, and the fists only greeted him in the face. Princess Jinling was also beaten up. After a while, her face was blue and purple, and she was pressed on the ground and rolled several times, and her body was all dirty. Seeing that the 2 looked like beggars, Bai Mu was satisfied. "Okay, let's go." Jinling and Jin Tan were both gagged and unable to speak. These people did not say where they were going to take them. They were very panicked at this time. They wanted to ask where they were going, but they could not ask, so they were forced to push forward. In the tent hall, the Jin envoys all sat down again. They were so angry with Song Jing that they almost forgot to see with their own eyes whether the 3rd prince and princess Jinling were safe. This was what the queen had always told them. After waiting for a while, the soldiers of Xia Kingdom escorted the 2 people in. The Jin envoys immediately turned around to see, but they were stunned when they saw it. This. Is this the 3rd prince and princess Jinling? The Jin envoys widened their eyes in disbelief, pointing at the 2 beggar-like 3rd princes and princess Jinling, and said in shock. Seeing Duke Chai, Jinling's eyes lit up, and then she spoke quickly. "Wu? Wu?" Her mouth was blocked, so she could only make a whimpering sound. Unable to say anything, but extreme anger and dissatisfaction could be seen in her eyes. When Duke Chai saw her like this, he had no expression on his face, no excitement, no joy to see her, and his emotions were always dull. The 3rd prince was also whimpering excitedly, wanting to say something, but unable to. Mu Yun glanced at them for a few times, then said to his subordinates, "Come here, untie the 3rd prince and princess Jinling, and take the rags out of their mouths. How can you treat 2 distinguished guests like this?" Song Jingmian raised his hand to stop Mu Yun's order. "No, Yun, they can't have a conversation before everything is settled." Hearing this, Mu Yun nodded. "Okay, then I'll have to inconvenience the 2 princes and princesses. Let's leave it at that for now." I've also heard that some people are very good at using secret codes. In this situation, it's really not appropriate for the two princes and princesses to speak. Upon hearing this, Duke Chai didn't say anything. He didn't look at Jinling again, turned his head and said to Song Jingyan and Mu Yun, "Your Highness Prince Ping, is this how your Xia kingdom treats our third prince and eldest princess? Aren't you going too far?" Song Jingyan said lightly, "They are just captives. The reason they are kept alive is because they are still useful to Xia kingdom. Duke Chai, you don't think that I am a kind and good person and you won't bear it, right?" Song Jingyan chuckled disdainfully and continued, "Then Duke Chai is wrong. We will show no mercy to those who want to invade our country. If you don't want your princes and princesses to suffer, then pay the corresponding price and take them back. If you don't want to pay the price, then go back obediently. Don't even think about anything else." Duke Chai didn't expect Xia Kingdom to be so tough and demand so much. Knowing that it was useless to say more, Duke Chai could only get up and leave. When he passed by Jinling, he looked at Jinling deeply. Jinling's eyes were full of hope, but unfortunately, she could not see the tenderness in Duke Chai's eyes.
Duke Chai left with the envoy.
When their figures disappeared from sight, Muyan asked people to take the rags out of Jinling and the third prince's mouths. As soon as the rags were taken off, Jinling couldn't wait to speak. "Song Jingyan, Muyan, you two are so black-hearted. Why don't you let Chai Ling take me away? What did you ask him for? Don't go too far." Jinling was very angry. Just now she thought she could go back, but Chai Ling just left like that. She was really angry. Song Jingyan didn't bother to pay attention to Jinling and said to Mu Yun, "Let's go. Ah Yun, we should also prepare to send these two noble third princes and the eldest princess to the capital." Hearing this, Jinling panicked instantly.
"How dare you?"
"Song Jingyan, my father and mother will come to save me. You can't send me away." The third prince also hurriedly said, "Your Highness Prince Ping, it's not time to send us to Xia Kingdom yet. Do you still follow the rules?" Song Jingyan sneered when he heard this. "Rules? You Jin people are the most unruly. You go back on your words and break your promises again and again. People like you are not worthy of us to follow the rules with you. In order to exchange you back, your father needs to pay 10 cities and 10,000 taels of gold and sign an agreement that your Jin kingdom will always be a vassal state of my Xia kingdom. In this way, you can pick up the two siblings and go back." Hearing Song Jingyan's request, Jin Tan and Jinling were both stunned. They looked at Song Jingyan with disbelief. Jin Tan couldn't help but speak first. "Are you crazy? Song Jingyan, what you said is simply a fantasy. Even a lion's mouth can't be as big as yours." Jinling couldn't help but say, "You are really crazy. You dare to say that my Jin kingdom will be a vassal state forever? This is absolutely impossible. I would rather die than let our Jin kingdom suffer this humiliation." Song Jingyan smiled faintly. "Okay, then go die. This way your father and mother won't have to bother to save you. Princess Jinling is really a good daughter. By Mu, give the sword to the princess." Song Jingyan said to Jin Tan again, "Third prince, you testify that it was Princess Jinling who wanted to die for your Jin kingdom, and we didn't kill her. When you are redeemed, remember to explain to your father. If you are the only one left, the bargaining chips will be less. I believe you should be able to go back." Bai Mu had handed the sword over, but Jinling hesitated for a moment, but finally took it. When the third prince saw that she really took the sword, he could not help but persuade her, "Sister, you can't do that. There is hope only if you are alive. If you die, people can do whatever they want to you. You must protect yourself. Father and mother will find a way to save us." At this moment, Jin Tan was also afraid. He was afraid that Jinling would be determined and choose to die. Then he would be the only one left. It would be neither right to die nor to live. No matter whether he was rescued or not, he would be scolded and talked about by others, and people would think he was in the way. He knew in his heart that this imperial sister was much more important than himself now, and he was not so panicked because he could have her company here. But if the imperial sister died, even if he was rescued, his life would not be easy. So he couldn't let his sister die. Jinling held the sword, her heart full of hesitation. Song Jingnian's mouth curled up with a hint of mockery. He dared to give the sword to Jinling because he knew that she would not choose to commit suicide. Jin Tan continued to persuade, "Sister, you can't be willful. Think about Mother. She only has you as her child. If you die, she will be so sad. General Xi and his men misreported your death. Mother has been seriously ill since she learned about it. Now that she knows you are alive, she is so happy that she must be trying to save you. If you die, Mother will not be able to bear it. Sister, can you bear it?" Jinling's expression relaxed, and she said with a tangled face, "A scholar can be killed, but not humiliated. Xia Kingdom wants our Jin Kingdom to be a vassal state forever. This is a humiliation for us." Jin Tan wanted to say something, but heard Jinling say again, "But what you said is true. Third brother, I am the only one left for my mother, and I cannot die." After saying that, Jinling threw away the sword, with a helpless look on her face. Muyan looked at her hypocritical appearance and found it very funny. "Take the third prince and princess Jinling away," Song Jingnian said, and the subordinates took the two away again. After returning to Jin Kingdom, Duke Chai told the emperor the request made by Song Jingnian truthfully. After hearing this, the emperor was furious and smashed a lot of things directly. Everyone in the entire meeting hall did not dare to breathe, and all knelt in fear. After venting his anger, the emperor said to the ministers, "Okay, my dear ministers, you all stand up. Now tell me what to do." The ministers were very embarrassed. At this time, who dared to make suggestions? Seeing that everyone was silent, the emperor became even angrier, and his face looked very ugly. "Why? At this critical moment, you dare not say a word, right? Aren't you usually very talkative?" Seeing the emperor angry, someone stood up and said, "Your Majesty, the request of the Xia Kingdom is really too much. We can never agree to it. Our Jin Kingdom is just as powerful as their Xia Kingdom, but they want us to sign an agreement to be their vassal forever. This is simply too insulting, and we must never agree to it." With the first person speaking, there will naturally be a second. "I think so too, Your Majesty. The request of the Xia Kingdom is not only excessive, but also outrageous. We can never agree to it. Your Majesty, and I second the motion." All the ministers spoke up and seconded the motion. Shimu sat in the chair and didn't speak.
He was also recalled now.
His body was not well yet, so he could only sit in a wheelchair. The emperor was very annoyed and could not help but raise his voice and said, "Of course I know that I cannot agree. I am not asking you whether you want to agree or not. I am asking you what to do. I want you to come up with a solution, not to refuse someone's request. Do you understand?" At the end, the emperor almost shouted, his face flushed with anger, and his eyes were full of anger. The ministers looked at each other again. None of them knew how to solve the problem.
How dare they say anything?
Seeing that they were either talking nonsense or being silent, the emperor was getting annoyed. Finally, his eyes fell on Shimu, who was sitting, and he asked, "General Xi, what do you think?" Hearing this, Shimu looked at the emperor and said lightly, "Your Majesty, we can only negotiate again and show more sincerity to see if they will agree. There is another way, that is, no matter what people they have, it has nothing to do with us and we should continue to fight this war." Only Shimu dared to say this. The ministers lowered their heads and dared not speak. They could only glance cautiously at the emperor on the high seat, trying to get a glimpse. The emperor looked straight at Shimu, not angry or furious, and his expression made it impossible to guess what he meant. In fact, the emperor was very moved by Shimu's proposal. To be honest, compared with his children, he cared more about the country. After all, he had many children, but he could not do so openly. If he could abandon his own children like this, he would definitely lose the support of the people because everyone would think that a king who could ignore the safety of his own children would not care about their safety. His ministers and his people would be disappointed and suspicious of him, and this was not what he wanted. "The third brother and Aling are my children. How can I ignore them? General Xi, do you have a better way?" Sister Huangdo looked helpless and heartbroken. Shimu sneered. He wanted the country and fame. Their emperor was really greedy. Shimu said helplessly, "Your Majesty, there is no other way to deal with this matter. The Xia kingdom has a lot of complaints about us. Now that they have taken this opportunity, they will definitely retaliate and will not let us redeem the third prince and the eldest princess easily. If we must redeem the eldest princess and the third prince, we will definitely have to pay a higher price, more than you can imagine." The emperor looked grim. After all, he still had to pay the price of cities and gold and silver. The emperor sighed and finally said, 8 cities and 10,000 taels of gold are the maximum. It is impossible to have more. If they continue to push their limits, I will personally send troops to fight a decisive battle with the Xia kingdom. The ministers did not speak. Although they were reluctant to give up 8 cities, they really could not let the princes and princesses be humiliated by the Xia kingdom. According to the emperor's request, Duke Chai went to negotiate with the Xia kingdom again the next day. This time, Duke Chai told Song Jingnian that the Jin kingdom was willing to offer 5 cities and 10,000 taels of gold, and hoped that Song Jingnian would consider it carefully. Song Jingnian still insisted on 10 cities, 10,000 taels of gold, and an agreement with a vassal state.
Duke Chai was impressed.
Song Jingnian really refused to give in. The negotiation made Duke Chai depressed. The two sides were deadlocked for a long time. Song Jingnian finally gave in and said, "Okay, since the kingdom of Jin is so honest, then we will make a concession. We will reduce the number of cities by 2 to 8, and the rest will remain the same." Duke Chai was helpless. This was still impossible. For the kingdom of Jin, this request was still too much. "Your Highness Prince Ping, we can't sign an agreement to be a vassal state forever. If you don't agree, I can promise you 8 cities and 10,000 taels of gold on behalf of the kingdom of Jin. As long as you agree, I will immediately go back to report to Our Majesty. I guarantee with my life that I will convince the emperor to agree to 8 cities." Song Jingnian shook his head and said, "It's impossible. The agreement to be a vassal state cannot be exempted. In this way, we will reduce the number of cities by 2. This is the last concession. If you don't agree, then we can just stop talking." After that, Song Jingnian fell silent and stopped talking. In the end, the two sides were deadlocked again. Duke Chai finally returned empty-handed and brought back Song Jingnian's request and explained that this was the final bottom line of the Xia kingdom and it would not change. If they did not follow this request, there would be no need to talk in the future. There was no news from the Jin kingdom, and they had not come for several days. Mu Yun and Song Jingnian were both bored waiting, and they wanted to quickly reach an agreement and then go back. They missed their children after being out for so long. At this time in the capital, everyone was cheering for this victory. The emperor was very happy. He held a palace banquet and invited all his officials to share his joy. Now the whole capital is spreading the news of Mu Yun's achievements, and no one dares to say that she is not worthy of Song Jingnian, and that it is only because of her 2 children that Song Jingnian likes her. At the palace banquet, Mu Xiao was flattered by everyone. In the past, everyone thought that the Mu family was a small family and not worthy of Prince Ping's mansion, but now everyone has changed their attitude and started to compliment Mu Xiao, a small 5th-rank official. Mu Xiao smiled triumphantly. All his previous dissatisfaction disappeared. Although Mu Yun was the princess of Ping, she had not been able to bring any benefits to her father for so long. This made him feel very upset, but he could do nothing about it. Now that he felt everyone's enthusiastic attitude towards him again, he was very happy. He smiled so hard that his teeth were showing, and the corners of his mouth were almost reaching behind his ears. He came to the banquet today and only brought Mu Jun with him, and Mrs. Mu was left at home. Seeing his father's smug look, Mu Jun's eyes were full of disdain, but he only showed it when he lowered his head. The eldest princess has arrived. Following the Anucha's loud shout, the eldest princess, holding Yuya and followed by Yuan Bao, Mu Yang and others, walked towards the banquet venue. Everyone stood up and saluted. Lu Rongrong, who was below, looked at the arrogant Song Liyue and Song Yanan with mixed feelings. They were clearly the most annoying villain siblings in the book, but at this moment, She felt that they were so radiant and shining, with halos around them, that she couldn't help but look at them sideways. When Mu Jin saw his two nephews, a smile immediately appeared in his eyes. After drinking a few glasses of wine, Mu Xiao wanted to speak, but was stopped by Mu Zhen. "Father, this is the imperial palace. You should drink less." Mu Xiao was really happy today. He was complimented by several superiors, which made him feel that he was now a prestigious person. He couldn't help but think highly of himself, so he wanted to get close to the princess. He shook off Mu Zhen's hand and said unhappily, "What do you know? This is a social event. Others want the treatment but haven't gotten it yet." While the father and son were arguing, the princess had already taken Yuya and the others to sit down. Later, the emperor, empress, and concubines also came. Mu Xiao restrained himself a little and sat down after paying his respects. The emperor's face was full of smiles, and the ministers hadn't seen him so happy for a long time, and they couldn't help but be happy too. "Come, my dear ministers, I am happy today. Under the leadership of Prince Ping and Princess Ping, our Xia kingdom defeated the Jin kingdom. Princess Ping even captured the third prince and the eldest princess of the Jin kingdom. Now, the Jin kingdom has taken the initiative to negotiate. This happy event is worth celebrating. Although the two heroes have not returned yet, I can't wait to celebrate." The emperor's tone was light and joyful, with a smile in his eyes. The ministers hurriedly followed and praised Song Jinglian and his wife. For a time, the whole hall was full of praise. And a palace maid holding a fruit plate in the corner clenched her teeth when she heard these praises, and it was difficult to hide the hatred in her eyes. Su Huanju stared at the fruit plate in her hand, took a deep breath, and secretly thought in her heart that she would be able to take revenge soon. No one noticed Su Huanju with a vicious look in the corner. Everyone in the hall was celebrating, drinking wine, and eating snacks. In the center of the hall, the dancers walked slowly, and the moment the instrument sounded, they also began to dance. Mu Xiao picked up the wine glass and was about to stand up. Mu Zhen hurriedly pulled him back. "Where are you going, father?" Mu Xiao looked at him unhappily and said, "I'm going to talk to Yuya and Yuan Bao. These two kids don't usually go back to visit. Since your sister entered the palace, they have never come back. We are all family, so don't be too formal."
I have to go and talk to them.
Mu Zhen could see that his father was drunk. He didn't let go, but instead grabbed Mu Xiao's clothes tightly and said coldly, "Father, you are drunk. If you lose your manners in this palace, people will still laugh at my sister for having a father like you in the future." Mu Xiao was furious when he heard this, but he still had a little bit of rationality left. He sat down and looked at his son with gritted teeth. If it weren't for Mu Yun, he wouldn't have remembered that he had such a son. After returning, he was also restless and kept in charge of this and that every day. It was not his turn to take care of it. "Mu Zhen, I warn you, you'd better understand your identity. I'm your father. You have no right to control me. Get out of here." Mu Xiao waved his son's hand away with disdain, looking angry. Mu Zhen didn't care about his attitude and continued to say, "Now that my sister has made military achievements, everyone respects her. If you dare to embarrass her, father, I can guarantee that you will not be able to go anywhere from tomorrow, and you will not be able to be an official. You can only stay at home obediently in the future." Mu Xiao was even more furious when he heard this, and subconsciously raised his hand to hit him. Mu Zhen quickly said, "This is the palace, not home. Father should be more careful." Mu Xiao had no choice but to hold his breath and put his hand down. Mu Zhen's voice rang again. "Father, don't think about going anywhere today. Just sit next to me and drink." Mu Xiao was angry and cowardly and didn't dare to cause trouble here, so he was forced to stay in his seat and sit obediently. Lu Rongrong looked in the direction of Yuya, but saw Yuya waving and smiling at her. Lu Rongrong hesitated for a moment, but still smiled back. Yuya couldn't sit still and wanted to go out to play, so she said to the princess, "Grandma, can I go out to play?" The princess said to her, "Yes, but you have to let the guards follow you, and you have to pay attention to your safety." Yuya nodded, "Yes, yes, Grandma, I will pay attention." Seeing Yuya get up and leave, Su Huanju in the corner was anxious. She looked at the fruit plate in her hand, and it was too late to send it up now. Seeing that Yuanbao didn't leave, Su Huanju comforted herself that it was okay, just kill one. Yuya was the one who ate the most grapes before, and there were only a few grapes left on the princess table. Seeing this, Su Huanju hurriedly lowered her head and respectfully handed over the fruit plate in her hand. She quickly replaced the ones that were about to be eaten and put the fresh ones in her hand on. There were also maids on the other tables who changed, and her behavior was no different, so she didn't attract attention. When Su Huanju withdrew, her eyes were finally stained with a smile. The pleasure of revenge made her heart beat wildly, and she wished that Yuanbao would pick a grape to eat now. She ordered a fatal poison, which would kill anyone if eaten. She returned to her seat and looked at Yuanbao. But Yuanbao did not touch the grapes. He just watched the singing and dancing and occasionally talked to Hu Tianxi beside him. It's boring.
I'm going out to find Yuya,
Hu Tianxi said, but was stopped by Yuanbao. Don't go. She doesn't have time to pay attention to you for the time being,
Yuanbao said.
He had noticed that after Yuya left, Lu Rongrong also went out. The two hadn't seen each other for a long time, and they probably wanted to play together. Although Yuanbao didn't like Lu Rongrong very much, if Yuya liked him, it was not impossible for them to interact with each other, as long as she was happy.
Why?
Hu Tianxi asked puzzledly. Yuanbao said truthfully, Yuya went to play with Lu Rongrong, so you don't have to go. Hu Tianxi frowned. Lu Rongrong caused Yuya to fall into the water last time. Why is Yuya still playing with her? Yuanbao didn't want to talk to him anymore. It was a simple thing, but it took him a long time to understand it. Seeing that Yuanbao ignored him, Hu Tianxi was very helpless and could only shut up. Hu Tianxi picked up the grapes and wanted to eat them. Yuanbao looked at him and said, "Put it down, don't eat it."
Ah? Why?
Hu Tianxi was puzzled. Su Huanju, who was far away, saw Hu Tianxi picked up the grapes and was expecting him to eat them, but he saw him stop again and was very confused. It would be better if Yuanbao ate them too. Thinking of this, Su Huanju was a little disappointed. Yuanbao frowned and said, "Don't eat it if I tell you not to. Put it down." Hu Tianxi could only put it down obediently. The princess next to him heard the voice and looked at Yuanbao and said, "Yuanbao, is there anything wrong with these grapes? Why don't you let Tianxi eat them?" Yuanbao thought about it and decided to tell his grandmother, so he said, "Grandma, these grapes were brought by Su Huanju. That person is very vicious. My mother saved her at the beginning, but she ran away secretly. Before leaving, she poisoned us and almost killed all of us. Even if the things she brought are not problematic, they cannot be eaten." The princess was surprised. "Who is so vicious, Yuanbao? Where is she?" Grandma immediately asked someone to take her and put her in the prison to make her pay for her behavior. The princess's sharp eyes patrolled the scene, but she didn't find any suspicious people. Su Huanju, on the other hand, saw that the princess seemed to be looking for someone, and her heart was suddenly a little hanging. Could she be discovered? But thinking about it, she felt it was impossible. The grapes had not been eaten yet, and no one had been poisoned. Even if she was going to be exposed, she would be exposed after someone was poisoned. Su Huanju didn't think she could get out alive this time. If she couldn't escape, she would die. Anyway, she had Mu Yun's children to accompany her, so it was not a loss. Thinking of this, Su Huanju's worries faded immediately, and she stood up straight with peace of mind, playing the role of a palace maid. Yuanbao looked at Su Huanju. Although the face had changed a little after being dressed up, he still remembered it very clearly. "Grandmother, it's that palace maid. When she brought the fruit plate just now, I glanced at her inadvertently and recognized her." Su Huanju looked over again, but suddenly found that Yuanbao was pointing at her. Her heart skipped a beat, and she couldn't help but panic. The eldest princess also looked over, and then said to the eunuch beside her, "Go and bring that palace maid over." The eunuch hurriedly agreed, and immediately walked towards Su Huanju. The eldest princess asked Yuanbao more about Su Huanju, and the more she listened, the angrier she became. She called the guards to ask if there was a person like Su Huanju among the children of officials in the capital. As the Su family was recently confiscated and exiled, they naturally attracted much attention, and Su Huanju's identity was easy to find out. Soon, the princess got all the information about Su Huanju. Su Huanju was too far away from the princess and others, and had no idea what they were talking about. Seeing the eunuch coming towards her, she panicked. She wanted to escape, but her feet were rooted, and she couldn't move at all. Her legs trembled involuntarily, until the eunuch came to her and said to her, "Her Royal Highness the Princess will send you over. Come with me." Su Huanju couldn't tell anything from the eunuch's expression. She could only comfort herself that she was not discovered. Maybe the princess just wanted to see her simply, and she didn't mean anything else. Su Huanju followed the eunuch, and soon came in front of the princess. Su Huanju knelt down and saluted the princess respectfully. "Your servant is here to see Her Royal Highness, the princess." "What do you want me to do?" The princess said calmly. "Really?" Su Huanju nodded repeatedly. "Yes, Your Highness. You've got the wrong person." The princess did not speak again, and Su Huanju did not dare to get up, so she could only kneel. "Your father is Su Qing, who went to provide disaster relief with my Ayun last time, right? Your family has been convicted, so how did you get into this palace?" The princess said something shocking again. Su Huanju was so frightened that her face turned pale in an instant, and her body, which was crawling on the ground, began to tremble uncontrollably. "Come on, take him away," the princess said to the guards behind her. The guards were about to step forward, and Su Huanju could no longer care about so much, and viciously took out a knife and rushed towards Yuan Bao. But before she could get close to Yuan Bao, she was kicked out by the guards. The sudden change scared everyone, and the singing and dancing stopped. Someone shouted, "There is an assassin." All the Jinwu guards in the palace were dispatched instantly, and Su Huanju was immediately caught. She was very unwilling and shouted angrily, "Mu Yun is a vicious woman. She harmed my whole family. I will kill her child and let her taste the loss of her loved ones. Let me go. I will kill her child. Let me go." Everyone couldn't help but talk about what Su Huanju said. Su Huanju only shouted a few words, and then he was covered with his mouth and taken away. He couldn't shout out the rest of the words. The eldest princess said to the emperor, "Your Majesty, this person is the daughter of Su Qing, the former Minister of Personnel. Su Qing was beheaded for corruption and bribery, and his family was exiled. I don't know how Su Huanju escaped." The eldest princess continued. "This Su Huanju once ran away from home alone to escape marriage, and then fell into a bandit's den. My Ayun and others passed by that mountain and were also robbed. She was very skilled in martial arts and brought guards with her, so she took the opportunity to seize the bandit's den and rescued many kidnapped women, including this Su Huanju. However, after being rescued, Su Huanju not only did not know how to be grateful, but also felt that my Ayun treated her differently from the other rescued women, so she was dissatisfied and borrowed money from my Ayun many times. Later, in order not to pay back the money, she poisoned the kitchen water tank used at home and then ran away before dawn. The poison she left behind almost killed everyone. Fortunately, Dr. Yu was there, so nothing serious happened. The princess didn't want others to misunderstand her Mu Yun. This was the first time she said so much in public. After hearing this, the emperor was very angry. How ridiculous! This daughter of the Su family is so vicious. Even death cannot atone for her sins. Come here, pass on my decree, sentence Su Huanju to death, and put him in the Tianlao, and let Lin Miao, the head of the Tianlao, personally execute him. When everyone heard this name, they couldn't help but sigh. Su Huanju really deserved it. This Lin Miao is the person in charge of torture in the Tianlao all year round. His methods are extremely cruel and perverted. It is said that every prisoner who falls into his hands will ask for death, because living in his hands is more painful than death. When everyone thought of that person, their faces turned pale. Some people also echoed the emperor, saying that Su Huanju deserved to die. Too vicious. The princess asked the imperial physician to examine the fruit plate sent by Su Huanju. The imperial physician said to the emperor, "Your Majesty, these grapes are highly poisonous. As long as you eat a grape, you will die in an instant." Hearing this, everyone looked at the grapefruit plate in front of them. The person who had just eaten the grapes suddenly turned pale, worried that he was also poisoned. The emperor hurriedly asked all the imperial doctors to check it out, and when they found out that there was no poison, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone started to criticize Su Huanju. After discussing for a while, the emperor waved his hand, and the singing and dancing continued. Yueya and Lu Rongrong went to the imperial garden to play. When they met this time, Lu Rongrong tried to please Yueya again and agreed with her in everything. It seemed that the two of them had resumed their previous friendship. Lu Rongrong didn't do anything else. She knew she couldn't act rashly again, so she disguised herself again. It was not until the banquet was almost over that Yueya and Lu Rongrong returned to the banquet when the eldest princess's people came. After that, they each went home with their families. On the way, Yueya asked her grandmother if she could go to Lu's house to play. The princess refused outright, but seeing Yueya's disappointment, she said that although she couldn't go to the Lu family, she could ask Lu Rongrong to come over and play. Yueya was happy then. At this time, in the Mu family's carriage, Mu Xiao was drunk and kept talking to Mu Zhen. He talked for a long time, basically asking Mu Zhen to go to the palace tomorrow to pick up the two children and bring them back to stay for a few days, or for him to go to pick them up in person tomorrow, etc. Mu Zhen felt annoyed after hearing this, and simply closed his eyes to rest. Suddenly, with a bang, the carriage seemed to hit something, and the entire carriage was shattered. Mu Zhen was startled. When he opened his eyes, he saw Mu Xiao with broken wood pieces from the carriage piercing his chest. He was covered in blood, and the scene was terrifying. Mu Zhen was confused. He didn't know what was going on. Mu Xiao was sweating profusely from the pain. At this moment, he was so frightened that he sobered up and was no longer drunk. "Ah, Zhen, hurry up. Save me. It hurts so much." Mu Zhen looked at his painful expression and did not move. He just stared blankly for a long while, until Mu Xiao became furious and started to scold him, and then he focused his eyes back and looked at Mu Xiao. "Father, are you in pain?" Mu Xiao was furious. "Nonsense. I must be in pain. It hurts so much." "Mu Zhen, are you blind? Can't you see? Why don't you save me quickly? What are you dithering for? Are you waiting to be struck by lightning?" Mu Xiao's breathing was unstable when he roared. After he finished roaring, he just felt very tired. He gasped for breath and felt more pain in his chest. He even felt like he was suffocating. Mu Zhen finally stood up, but instead of going to save Mu Xiao, he went to see the coachman. The driver was in an even more miserable state than Mu Xiao. His head was broken and bleeding, and he was completely breathless and dead. Mu Zhen didn't know what happened today. Looking around, he guessed that the carriage was going too fast and hit the wall, causing the accident. But he didn't know why the carriage was going so fast. It was already very late, and there was almost no one on the street. At the palace gate, other people's carriages had left first, leaving only theirs at the end. Those people usually boasted about Mu Xiao, but in fact no one really respected him. Mu Xiao was still cursing Mu Zhen over there, saying all sorts of things, and his state was almost the same as when he was drunk just now. "Mu Zhen, do you want me to die? You unfilial son, do you want to kill your father? You will be struck by lightning, do you know that?
Mu Zhen,
Come here, save me quickly." Mu Zhen walked over, but did not save anyone. He just squatted in front of Mu Xiao and looked at him quietly. "Father, I won't save you. I hate you. Seeing you like this, I just feel that you deserve it. You should have died a long time ago, but I can't kill you. Now you can die in front of me like this, it's good." Mu Xiao gradually lost the strength to yell and could only gasp for breath, looking at Mu Zhen with pleading eyes. He wanted to say something, but gave up because it was too strenuous to speak. Mu Zhen continued, "If you die, no one will be able to drag down your sister. Your life is a trouble for her. She hates you as much as I do, but as your child, she can't kill you, so she lets you live. Maybe God thinks you deserve to die. Such an accident happened tonight. In this case then, father, you can go with peace of mind. As for your wife and the 2 children, don't worry. They won't have an easy life either. Mu Xiao only found out today that his son was so vicious. Mu Zhen looked at the shock and disappointment in his eyes and just laughed. In his 15 years, no one knew how he had survived, and no one knew what kind of hatred he had in his heart since he knew his identity. The living environment since childhood still taught him some skills. For example, hiding his thoughts and observing words and expressions are the best skills he has learned. In this family, as long as his sister really cares about him, the rest are hypocritical, and they all deserve to die. Mu Zhen looked at the messy scene and found a sharp broken piece of wood. Then he scratched his leg on it, and instantly a cut was made on his calf. Mu Xiao, whose consciousness was gradually fading, looked at him like this, and was very puzzled, but he didn't have the opportunity to think too much about others. He understood that he was going to die. At this moment, he felt regret in his heart. His own son treated him like this. He was really a failure in his life. Mu Zhen sat on the ground, just looking at him, without saying anything, as if accompanying him to wait for the arrival of death. In the last moments of his life, Mu Xiao calmed down until he completely lost consciousness and had no breath. As if feeling something at the moment when he was smoking, Mu Zhen looked up and saw that he closed his eyes. Mu Zhen's heart suddenly felt relieved. It would be good if he died. He was still afraid that this man would not die. He could watch him die, but he couldn't do anything to him. Mu Zhen reached out to feel his father's breath, but didn't feel any breath. He withdrew his hand, and then the whole person lay down and closed his eyes. Mu Zhen lay in the dark all night until someone found them the next day. Passers-by reported the case, and after the government came, he woke up under the treatment of the doctor. When the princess heard about the accident in the Mu family, she came immediately. Song Jingnian had said that she didn't need to worry about Mu Zhao's affairs, but she had to worry about Mu Zhen's affairs. Mu Yan cared about this younger brother. So when the princess knew that Mu Zhen was also injured, she also went to the Dali Temple. The people in the Dali Temple asked Mu Zhen about what happened last night. Mu Zhen told the first half truthfully and hid the second half. As for the loss of control of the carriage, he really didn't know what happened. The people in the Dali Temple didn't doubt him, but just wanted to find some clues. The princess came to pick up Mu Zhen and took him directly to the palace to settle him down. As for this accident, the people in the Dali Temple began to investigate. Mu Zhen only stayed in the palace for half a day, met Yue Yuanbao once, and left. He is the eldest son of the Mu family. Now that Mu Xiao is in trouble, he should be responsible for all subsequent matters. The princess also knew that he was not suitable to stay, so she sent some people to help him go back to deal with Mu Xiao's funeral. When the news that Mu Xiao was dead reached her home, Mrs. Mu could not believe it and thought she was dreaming. It was not until she went to the Dali Temple and saw Mu Xiao's body that she had to accept the fact. When Mu Zhen came back, Mrs. Mu saw him and yelled at him. "Mu Zhen, isn't it you? Is it you who killed your father? Is it you?" Madame Mu was going crazy and was about to catch Mu Zhen, but was stopped by the guards behind Mu Zhen. Upon seeing this, Madame Mu became even more certain that Mu Zhen had killed Mu Xiao. She wanted to catch Mu Zhen like crazy, but she could not get close to Mu Zhen at all. Mu Zhen ignored Madame Mu and said directly to the servants, "The old lady is upset. Take her down to rest." He called Madame Mu Old Madam, which meant that he would be the one in charge of the family from now on. The servants looked at each other, hesitated for a moment, and finally chose to follow Mu Zhen's instructions. After all, Mu Zhen is Princess Ping's younger brother. With Princess Ping around, no one in the Mu family can surpass Mu Zhen. The servants thought about it for a moment and understood, and made a decision. "Let's see who dares." Madame Mu yelled, looking at the servants walking towards her, and immediately cursed. "You dare to treat me like this? I will remember you, and I will never let you go in the future. Old madam, you are too sad. Let the servants take you down to rest." As they spoke, several maids dragged the person away, not giving Madame Mu any chance to refute. The Mu family's funeral was hosted by Mu Zhen. Mu Yan was unable to come back, but no one would say anything. After all, compared to family affairs, national affairs are the most important. On the day of Mu Zhao's funeral, Mrs. Mu was able to leave her room to attend the funeral, and Mu Xiner also came back. But she didn't dare and had no intention to cause trouble for Mu Zhen again. She just kowtowed a few times with a haggard face and stood silently aside, saying nothing the whole time. Madame Mu originally wanted to ask her daughter to support her, but she saw that she ignored her. What Mrs. Mu didn't know was that Mu Xiner was now living a life that was like Hades. She couldn't even take care of herself, so how could she take care of others? She had been tortured to the point of wanting to die, so how could she have the time to take care of household affairs? Her life in the Marquis mansion now is worse than death. Seeing that her daughter ignored her, Mrs. Mu was even more sad. She was so sad that she actually fell ill. Mrs. Mu fainted in public. Everyone thought she was too sad, but they also sighed at her infatuation. Mu Xiner's eyes showed emotion only after she saw her mother faint. Mu Zhen ordered someone to send Madame Mu downstairs to have some rest. Everyone looked at the person who was now in charge of the Mu mansion, and they knew in their hearts that from now on, Mu Zhen would have the final say in the Mu family. The Mu family is nothing, but the fact that they have a Princess Ping means that this family is destined to be extraordinary. Mu Xiner finally calmed down and prepared to go to the backyard to see her mother. However, when she raised her eyes, she saw Qingyun Fan staring at her closely, with the same love in his eyes as before. Mu Xiner was startled, like a frightened bird. She felt her heart pounding and quickly avoided the sight, then ran to the backyard. Mu Xiner became more and more panicked as she ran. The courtyard that was so familiar to her became chaotic as she ran. She didn't know where she was running to.
Xenia?
Qingyun Fan suddenly appeared, hugged Mu Xiner, and called out gently. Mu Xiner was so frightened that she pushed him away. Master Qi, men and women should not touch each other. Don't do that. Mu Xiner looked around in panic, always feeling that there was a pair of eyes staring at her in the dark, making her feel like she was being spied on all the time. Qingyun Fan was puzzled. Xin, what's wrong with you? We haven't seen each other for almost 2 months. I wrote you many letters, but you didn't reply. Don't you like me anymore? Are you in love with that useless Lin Chenxiu?
Xin, say something?
Mu Xin was frightened and trembled all over. She tried hard to push Qingyun Fan away, but the strength difference between men and women was too great. Qingyun Fan's arms were like a solid wall, and she couldn't push them at all. Mu Xiner cried anxiously, feeling wronged and scared. Her heartstrings loosened, and she wanted to ask Qingyun Fan to take her away. Even if she had to live in coarse clothes and linen in the future, she was willing to do so. It was better than staying in the Marquis mansion. But just as these thoughts came to her mind, she heard the voice that frightened her day and night. Xiner, what are you doing? Lin Chenxiu, who was sitting in a wheelchair, suddenly appeared with a cold tone. Qingyun Fan was startled and quickly let go of Mu Xiner. At this moment, Mu Xiner really wanted to die. Death might really be a relief for her. She was shaking with fear and couldn't speak at all. She couldn't say anything to explain or to quibble, because she knew that her words were pale at the moment, and no matter what she said, it would not change the outcome. Qingyun Fan explained nervously. The prince misunderstood. Just now, there was sand in the prince's wife's eyes, and she couldn't open her eyes, so I helped to take a look. Qingyun Fan's excuse was poor, but Lin Chenxiu did not blame him. He just said lightly, that really troubles Master Qi. This favor will be repaid when the prince changes his position. Just return it to Master Qi. Master Qi raised a good son and helped this prince's wife so much. It's really hard for you. Qingyun Fan heard his implication, and his face turned pale. He hurriedly said, Prince, you really misunderstood. This is really a misunderstanding. Seeing Lin Chenxiu's indifferent expression, Qingyun Fan had no choice but to grit his teeth. Prince, please don't blame my father. I know I was wrong. I kneel down to apologize to you. Please don't blame my father. Qingyun Fan knew very well that everything he had was given by his father. If his father lost his official position, everything in the Qi family would be over, and he would be over in the future. Compared with the future, Mu Xiner was nothing, so he immediately pushed the blame to Mu Xiner. Mu Xiner was already extremely scared, and she was stunned when she heard Qingyun say this. She looked at Qingyun in disbelief, wondering how such words could come out of his mouth. Lin Chenxiu did not speak, but just looked at Qingyun indifferently, with a half-smile in his eyes. Seeing that he was not angry, Qingyun continued, "Prince, this woman is fickle-minded. She dislikes you, so she wants to break off the engagement. Their family originally wanted to marry her sister, the current Princess Ping, to you, but who knew that after her sister came back, she actually became the Princess Ping. After learning the news, the mother and daughter had no choice but to cancel the engagement, but the Princess Ping forced her to marry. She had no choice but to start acting, saying that she changed the marriage because she liked you. In fact, she just wanted to deceive you to treat her well. All this was her calculation. Please understand, Prince, it is really not my fault." Mu Xiner's eyes were bloodshot with hatred, and she stared at Qingyun like a devil. Lin Chenxiu's face remained the same, and he did not get angry or furious because of Qingyun's words. Qingyun was very nervous and just hoped that Lin Chenxiu would not cause trouble for their Qi family because of this. Otherwise, not only would his future be ruined, but he would also be beaten to death by his father when he returned. After a while, Lin Chenxiu said calmly, "Okay, Mr. Qi, you should go back first. This is the backyard for the women, not suitable for a man like you." Qingyun was relieved when he heard this, and ran out in a hurry without even looking at Mu Xiner. Mu Xiner said nothing, but just stood there trembling, feeling cold all over. The wounds on her body began to hurt again, and her eyes were red and her whole body was shaking. "Xiner, it's time to go home," Lin Chenxiu said, and his tone could not tell whether he was happy or angry, but Mu Xiner knew what kind of Hades would be waiting for her when she returned. She trembled and spoke weakly, "I want to go and see my mother. She just fainted. Also, I didn't know he would be here. I didn't want to see him." "Enough." Lin Chenxiu gritted his teeth. "This prince doesn't want to hear about what happened between you and your adulterer. As for your mother, there's nothing to see. You and your mother are the same. Your mother is not worthy of this prince's respect. You should go back." With a plop, Mu Xiner knelt down directly, her knees hitting the blue stone floor straight. It hurt just to hear it. "Prince, please, I won't come back again. Let me see my mother for the last time today." After saying that, Mu Xiner began to kowtow repeatedly. Her white forehead was immediately bleed, but she continued to kowtow as if she didn't feel any pain. Lin Chenxiu just looked at her quietly, watching her kowtow and bleeding, without any emotion in his eyes. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Chenxiu finally spoke. "Okay, go and see her. It's time to let your mother-in-law see what kind of life you are living now, and see if she regrets it." Hearing this, Mu Xiner stopped and looked up again. Her face was covered with blood. She raised her hand and wiped it randomly, then hurried to her mother's yard. Lin Chenxiu ordered someone to push the wheelchair to catch up. In Madame Mu's room, the maids were serving. After the doctor came to see her and gave her 2 injections, Madame Mu woke up. Mu Xiner stumbled in, and the blood on her face immediately scared the maids, and they screamed. Madame Mu was also startled, and then she saw that it was her daughter, and she panicked. "Xiner, what's wrong? What happened?" Madame Mu hurried to get up, but she couldn't because she was too weak. "All of you go out," Madame Mu asked hurriedly. "Xiner, what happened to you? What happened to your head? Don't you know that you've lost so much blood? Why don't you go call a doctor? Someone go call a doctor." Madame Mu shouted outside the door, her voice anxious. But no one answered outside. After Lin Chenxiu came to the door, he did not go in, but just waited outside quietly. Mu Xiner came to her mother's window, pulled up the corners of her mouth and smiled, but there was no smile in her eyes. "Mom, I'm fine, there's no need to call a doctor." Madame Mu now felt exhausted. Without her husband, she had no one to rely on, and her daughter became like this. She cried, crying sadly and helplessly. "What a sin! God wants to treat us like this. Xiner, your father is gone. I'm afraid there will be no place for me in this family in the future. Xiner, mother only has you. Your brother is still young and needs your care. You can't fall down. You have to cheer up. The prince likes you so much. As long as you make good use of it, our family will live a better life. Madame Mu still put her hope on her daughter. Mu Xiner could only smile bitterly after hearing her words. She said lightly, Mom, this is the last time I come to see you. If you have anything else to say, please tell me. I will never hear it again in the future. Madame Mu thought that she didn't want to take care of herself, and she panicked. Xiner, what do you mean? Are you going to abandon me too? You are my daughter. How can you do this to me? Have you forgotten that I planned everything for you, and now you don't want to care about me? Xiner, how did you become like this? I don't even recognize you anymore. Madame Mu couldn't believe that her daughter would treat herself like this. She was very sad and tears flowed down her face. She looked at Mu Xiner in shock and disappointment. When Mu Xiner heard these words, a sneer appeared at the corner of her mouth. She tore off her clothes like crazy, revealing the purple wounds and various scars on her body, from burns, beatings, whippings, and stabbings. Her originally fair skin was not intact at this time. Except for the exposed face, neck, and hands, the rest of the places covered by clothes were all wounds, which were shocking. Madame Mu was stunned, her eyes widened in shock, and she looked at this scene in disbelief. For a while, she was so shocked that she couldn't even speak. Mother, this is the good marriage you planned for me. Look at me. Am I happy? What can I do to help you? I can't even help myself. I can't live anymore. What can I do to help you? Mrs. Mu's eyes were full of heartache, and she asked hurriedly, What happened?
Who did it?
Xiner, tell me who did it, and I will help you get justice. Mu Xiner said lightly, Your son-in-law, the prince of the Marquis's mansion, my good husband, mother, you only see the surface. Those invisible and unseen injuries are the most fatal. She didn't put on clothes and just let the scars be exposed to the air, not afraid of anyone seeing them. Mrs. Mu couldn't believe it. How could this happen? Doesn't the prince like you very much? How could he do this to you? Xiner, did something happen? Tell me, child, why don't you say anything and bear it alone? Mrs. Mu cried with heartache. Mu Xiner smiled sadly and said indifferently, Qingyun Fan and I had an affair, and he found out. He also knew that I married him not because I liked him, but because Mu Yin forced me to. Lin Chenxiu is a pervert, a lunatic, a physically and mentally disabled lunatic. I won't endure it any longer. My life is ruined. Mother, I'm coming to see you for the last time. From now on, you and your brother live a good life. Madame Mu had a bad premonition. She worriedly grabbed her daughter's hand and asked hurriedly, Xiner, what do you want to do? Don't be impulsive and do stupid things. Mother will think of a way for you. Don't be sad, I'll go find the Marquis's wife. She is kind-hearted and will not bear to see the prince treat you like this. She will help you. Mu Xiner was unmoved. She just wanted to see her mother for the last time before she died. Now that she had seen her, she had no other wishes. Mother, take care of yourself. I'm leaving. After saying that, Mu Xiner stood up without putting on her clothes. Mrs. Mu then noticed that her daughter's walking posture was extremely strange. Her heart ached, and when she thought of the invisible and unseen injuries her daughter said, she immediately understood. Her voice was miserable and full of regret. Xiner, it was my fault. I should have found you an ordinary family and lived an ordinary life. I shouldn't have tried to marry someone from a high-class family. Woo woo woo. Mrs. Mu cried sadly. At this moment, she was really full of regret. Mu Xiner smiled coldly, turned back to look at her mother, and slowly said, Mother, I'm leaving. You take care of yourself.
Don't be sad for me.
After saying that, Mu Xiner looked at the pillar on the side, and a sense of relief emerged in her desperate eyes. Without hesitation, she slammed into the pillar with all her strength. There was a loud bang, and by the time Mrs. Mu reacted, Mu Xiner had already crashed into it. Madame Mu's eyes widened in shock. She was stunned on the bed, her pupils out of focus, as if she was frozen in time and had lost her reaction. Lin Chenxi was waiting for her to come out outside the door. When he heard the voice, he felt something was wrong and hurriedly said, "Push me in." Lin Chenxi came to the door and saw Mu Shiner lying on the ground with her forehead bruised. Her whole face was covered in blood, and her eyes were still wide open, as if she was dying with her eyes open. The scene was a bit scary, but Lin Chenxi was not scared. He was just surprised for a moment, and then he returned to his usual indifference. Mu Zhen also rushed over soon. Seeing the scene, he was also scared for a moment, but he quickly regained his sanity and immediately asked someone to call a doctor, and then asked what was going on. Mu Shiner had too many injuries on her body. Madame Mu cried and complained that it was all Lin Chenxi's fault, and her daughter was dead. Madame Mu was really sad now, and she could no longer care about anything. She directly scolded Lin Chenxi, saying that he had forced Mu Shiner to death. Mu Zhen sent someone to invite the people from the Marquis mansion, and then the two families sat together to discuss how to solve this matter. Mu Zhen was okay with other things, but he didn't know how to deal with this matter. At first, the Lin family didn't believe that Lin Chenxi would beat Mu Shiner like this, until they knew that Mu Shiner had an affair and the truth about her marrying into the Marquis mansion. They began to believe it. Lin Chenxi never said a word, neither admitting that he beat her, nor denying that he didn't beat her. He just kept silent and listened to their discussion quietly. In the end, both parties were wrong in this matter. The Marquis mansion offered compensation, suppressed the matter, and didn't spread it outside, saying that Mu Shiner had a strange disease and died suddenly. Madame Mu disagreed and insisted on reporting to the police, saying that she would make Lin Chenxi pay the price. Now she doesn't care about anything, but she feels sorry for her daughter and wants to seek justice for her daughter. Mu Zhen didn't say anything, letting Madame Mu speak for herself. The Lin family has been offering compensation, but Madame Mu wants nothing and only wants justice for her daughter. Until her only son appeared, the Lin family proposed to compensate Mu Shiner's brother, and Madame Mu hesitated. What the Lin family can give is not only money, but also a future, which is the most important for men. After talking for a long time, Madame Mu finally compromised for her son and agreed to the Lin family's request. Mu Zhen didn't say anything. The matter between Madame Mu and Mu Shiner had nothing to do with him. Madame Mu's own daughter. She agreed if she wanted to, and he would not meddle in other people's business. After the two families reached an agreement, Mu Shiner's body was also taken away. Mu Zhen didn't know how to deal with it later, and he didn't want to know it anymore. Mu Yan didn't know about the matter in the capital, and the negotiations with the kingdom of Jin were deadlocked for several days. At night, when everyone was asleep, a figure appeared outside the tent of Mu Yun and Song Jingyan. The figure slowly sneaked in, and the sharp blade in his hand revealed a glimmer of light in the dark night. The figure's footsteps gradually approached the bed. Just as he raised his hand and stabbed the person on the bed fiercely, the person on the bed moved. Song Jingyan kicked the shadow and then flew to fight with it. Mu Yun sat up to watch the fight and turned on the light. With the light, the two saw the face of the person who came. It was Shi Mu. Shi Mu's injury was not completely healed. His hair was still burnt, and his face was still black. He looked completely different from before and was very ugly. "General Shi, how can you still come out to see people with this appearance?" Mu Yun said with a teasing tone and a smile on his face. When Shi Mu heard this, his face froze, and then his eyes were full of anger. He didn't say anything, but his moves became more fierce, and the moves he used against Song Jingyan were all murderous. "The Jin kingdom has been defeated. Why did General Shi come to assassinate? Are you unwilling?" Mu Yun continued to ask. Shi Mu still didn't answer, and didn't stop fighting with Song Jingyan, but he was injured, and his martial arts were not as good as Song Jingyan. At this time, he was slowly losing the upper hand. Song Jingyan was injured and had not fully recovered. If he had not been injured, Shi Mu might have been injured by him. The two of them were fighting back and forth, and the outside had been alarmed. All the soldiers got up and surrounded the tent. "My lord, do you need your subordinates to come in?" Song Jingyan shouted. "No, you just stay outside." Hearing this, the others did not come in. Shi Mu came today, without the idea of still being alive. After so many days, the Jin kingdom could no longer bear it, not only because they had the third prince and the eldest princess in their hands, but also because the bomb that could injure him was too powerful. If used in war, it would be a sure win weapon. If the Xia kingdom had that thing, the Jin kingdom would not be able to defeat them. After discussing for so many days, the Jin kingdom had made a decision. They decided to do as the Xia kingdom asked. Shimu could not accept it, so he wanted to assassinate Song Jinglian. He did not want to care about the situation between the two countries. He just wanted to kill Song Jinglian or die with Song Jinglian. In this way, he would have no regrets. Shimu was gradually losing the upper hand, with his arms and shoulders stabbed. Although he knew that the assassination would not succeed tonight, he still tried his best. You lose. Song Jinglian looked at Shimu and said lightly. Shimu closed his eyes. I know. I expected this result. I am indeed not your opponent. Song Jinglian, I lose. Shimu seemed to be relieved suddenly, and the obsession of these years dissipated in this moment. Go ahead. I came here, without thinking of leaving alive. Shimu said indifferently, expressionless. Song Jinglian put away his sword and said to the outside, Someone come. Your Highness. The person outside came in immediately and saluted. Please send General Xi away. Shimu said directly, Song Jinglian, you don't have to keep me. I am useless to the Jin kingdom. They won't pay anything for me. If you want to take me to ask for something else, then you are wrong. You should just kill me directly. Song Jinglian put away his sword, looked at him and said, Shimu, you and I are just enemies because of different positions. If the two countries sign an agreement, then we will no longer be enemies in the future. There is no deep hatred, so there is no need to fight to the death. Without war, we can all live the life we like. I won't kill you. If I guess correctly, it is time for the Jin kingdom to compromise. Shimu looked at Song Jinglian in surprise, trying to see something. Take General Xi away. Song Jinglian had already turned around. Shimu didn't say anything else and followed him obediently. He was very confused. He thought he was going to die, but he didn't expect to be alive. After the people left, Song Jinglian put away the sword and went back to bed. Muyan asked curiously, Don't you want to kill Shimu? Song Jinglian shook his head. No, I just think that since the two countries have negotiated and there will be no more wars in the future, there is no need to kill him. Muyan smiled. Are you sure that the Jin kingdom will agree? This condition is indeed a bit harsh. Song Jinglian smiled and hugged her. That's all thanks to my wife. Because of the bomb you developed, they are really afraid. Maybe the emperor of the Jin kingdom doesn't care so much about his two children, but he is afraid of the bomb. He knows that there is no room for resistance, so he can only consider peace talks. The couple's sleepiness was disturbed, so they simply chatted, and they didn't fall asleep again until the second half of the night. The next morning, the Jin kingdom really sent people to negotiate. This time, the envoys of the Jin kingdom had a faint expression. As soon as they arrived, they said that they agreed to the request, but they had to reduce the number of cities to 5. Song Jinglian did not agree. The two sides bargained for a while and finally formally negotiated peace with 6 cities, 10,000 taels of gold, the third prince as a hostage for 20 years, and an agreement that Jin would always be a vassal state of Xia. After the negotiation, the two sides signed the agreement, and then Jinling was able to go home. However, before that, Song Jinglian was entrusted by General Shangguan to take back Shangguan Xi, who was in Jin. On the day Princess Jinling went back, Shangguan Xi was also able to return to the military camp of Xia. Being able to go back, Jinling couldn't wait to follow the envoys, but she was a little unhappy to see that Shangguan Xi could actually return to Xia, but she had no right to say anything. When she saw Mu Yun and Song Jinglian again, Shangguan Xi said nothing, but just stayed quietly. Seeing that she was so honest, Mu Yun didn't care about her. Next, they should prepare to return to Beijing. Mu Yun and Song Jinglian were busy preparing to return to Beijing. Before leaving, there were still many things to deal with, but most of them were handled by Song Jinglian, while Mu Yun made some bombs again and stayed here to help guard in case of any accidents. The two were busy for 2 days and finally finished their work. They took the team and started to return to Beijing. Beijing. After the emperor received the news of the successful peace talks, he was very happy. He immediately announced the news to the world and explained that all this was achieved by the bombs made by Mu Yun. Everyone was even more curious and respected Mu Yun. Some people were disdainful and jealous that such a credit fell on a woman, but they did not dare to say anything. In the palace, after the eldest princess knew the news, she hurriedly told several children. The children were very happy that their father and mother were finally coming back. The weather gradually turned cooler. On the day of entering winter, the triumphant army finally returned. On the day when the army entered Beijing, the emperor personally went to the city gate to meet people. On the 2 roads in the city, the people spontaneously made way for them, holding vegetables and fruits in their hands, and some even took chickens and ducks to give to the triumphant soldiers. Everyone had a smile on their face, and everyone grinned happily. The young men and women of the noble families booked all the tea houses and restaurants on both sides of the street today, and all waited at the windows, wanting to see the scenery of Song Jingnian and Mu Yun. Such a victory is unprecedented. Being a vassal state forever means that the Jin kingdom will always be under their control in the future, and will never dare to have a rebellious heart again. It will also pay tribute every year. Such great achievements are worthy of being recorded in the annals of history. Everyone was very excited today. At the city gate, Song Jingnian and Mu Yun were riding on horses. From a distance, they saw that there seemed to be a group of people standing at the city gate. The two did not know that the emperor had come to the city gate in person. The eldest princess, several children, and all the ministers were standing at the city gate. Seeing people riding horses in the distance, Yuya said happily, "Grandmother, are father and mother here?" The eldest princess nodded, her face full of smiles, and wrinkles appeared in the corners of her eyes. Yes, it's them." The emperor's face was also full of smiles, looking into the distance expectantly. "Jingnian and Ayun are great contributors to our Xia country. I will definitely reward them well, and the rest of the soldiers will be rewarded according to their merits." The emperor's voice was loud, his mouth was grinning behind his ears, and he never let go of his smile. When Mu Yun and Song Jingnian approached, they noticed that all the civil and military officials and the emperor had come to the city gate. The two hurriedly quickened their pace and came in front of the emperor, then turned over and dismounted and bowed to salute. The emperor hurried over and said excitedly, "No need to salute. From now on, you two will not need to salute anyone you meet. This is my imperial decree. You two have worked hard. You are great contributors to my great Xia. There is a banquet in the palace tonight to welcome you. Go back to your residence and rest for a while before going to the palace." The emperor's eyes were full of love and smiles. He gently stretched out his hand and patted the shoulders of the two. The two nodded and thanked the emperor. After that, at the gate of the city, the emperor encouraged and affirmed the soldiers' efforts, which made the tired soldiers feel that their efforts were worth it. In this war, everyone will be rewarded. The emperor said this to all the soldiers in person. As for the rewards, the generals will issue them later. After all the soldiers enter the city, they can start to separate and return to their respective camps, and then each of them will receive their rewards and go home. After the emperor finished speaking, he took the lead and led the ministers into the city. On the streets of the city, the people cheered when they saw the army coming. Vegetables, fruits, chickens, ducks, etc. were all stuffed into the soldiers' hands. They were so enthusiastic that they couldn't refuse. In the tea house, the young men and young ladies of the capital's noble families looked downstairs expectantly. The moment Song Jingnian came into view, the young ladies of the noble families couldn't help but smile. Their hearts were beating fast, and they began to envy Mu Yun again. All the noble ladies couldn't help but sigh, wondering how could Mu Yun be so virtuous as to be able to marry the hero in their hearts. There would never be another such handsome and noble man in the world. Many women are really envious and jealous of Mu Yun. Su Qingyun came with her fiancé Chu Ziqian. When she saw that figure again, her heart couldn't help but tense up, but then she relaxed and her eyes became calm. Su Qingyun used to look down on Mu Yun, but now, she knows that she was just being petty. She couldn't help but say, Princess Ping and His Royal Highness Prince Ping are a perfect match. I didn't expect that the princess is also as capable as a man and can develop such a powerful bomb. I really admire her. She also sincerely wished her and Song Jinglian well. Although she still felt a little bitter in her heart, she had to look forward with relief. Chu Ziqian glanced at her and saw that she had a smile in her eyes, as if she really didn't care about the past emotions at all. He couldn't help but smile, stretched out his hand to hold Su Qingyuan's hand, and said gently, Well, I also admire the princess. The princess and the prince are indeed a perfect match. Su Qingyuan smiled, looked at the man in the crowd again, and finally retracted her gaze and stuck to her original intention. Yuya had already ridden on Mu Yun's horse, nestled in Mu Yun's arms, and smiled happily. Song Jinglian proposed to take Yuanbao for a horse ride, but Yuanbao felt a little shy, so he didn't get on and walked with Mu Yang and the others. In the window of the restaurant in front, Lu Rongrong looked down curiously, wanting to see what Yuanbao's father and mother looked like. Now the plot is really messed up, getting more and more messed up. In the book, Song Liyue and Song Yan'an's father and mother died in this war, but now the two are not only alive, but also defeated the kingdom of Jin, and even turned the kingdom of Jin into a vassal state of the Xia kingdom. In this way, how can the male protagonist take everything back? The male protagonist used the power of the kingdom of Jin to find an opportunity to take back his country. Now that the kingdom of Jin has surrendered and become a vassal state, it will definitely not oppose the kingdom of Xia in the future. What should the male protagonist do with his career? Lu Rongrong looked at the happy crescent moon below and felt very bad in her heart. Her face was full of sorrow, and she was almost worried about her brain. Madame Lu stood up, looked down and said, Princess Ping is really a heroine. She can actually make powerful weapons that can make the enemy afraid. I didn't expect that the princess is not only smart and powerful, but also so beautiful. Madame Lu had never seen Mu Yun before. When she saw him at this time, her heart was full of admiration and she admired him very much. Lu Rongrong didn't say anything. She was thinking about something. She was now sure that Mu Yun had traveled through time. Otherwise, how could he make a bomb? She just didn't know when this person traveled through time. Maybe it was because of Mu Yun's travel that the plot was changed. Lu Rongrong thought to herself. Her head was about to explode. She now felt that it was impossible for her to complete the task. Until the army downstairs had left, Lu Rongrong also went back with her mother. The other noble ladies were also busy going back to dress up, waiting to attend the palace banquet in the evening and witness the grace of His Royal Highness Prince Ping up close. In the palace, back home, Mu Yun completely relaxed. Zijou also hurried back, preparing hot water and clothes for Mu Yun to enter the palace later, taking care of him carefully and working with a smile on her face. After Song Jinglian came back, he first asked if there was anything wrong with the family recently. When he learned that everything was fine, he went to wash and rest with peace of mind. The school is closed today because today is a day worth celebrating. The emperor issued an edict, and the whole country celebrated. Officials had a day off, and the academy also had a day off. Yuya and Yuanbao didn't have to go to the school and stayed at home happily. After Mu Yun washed up, Zijou helped her change clothes and told her about the recent things in the shop. Everything was going well in the shop. Occasionally, there were some troublemakers, but they were all sent away, and no one was specifically targeted. Zijou also told Mu Yun about Mu Xiner's suicide and Mu Zhao's death. The emperor was afraid that this news would affect Mu Yun, so he ordered not to send a letter to inform Mu Yun first. Mu Yun was very surprised about the death of Mu Xiner and Mu Xiao. I didn't expect the two to die so suddenly. After understanding the real reason for their death, Mu Xiner's death was not surprising. She was on the edge of death, and death was a matter of time. But Mu Zhao's death was a bit dramatic. He died so simply by crashing into a carriage. It seemed that he really deserved to die. The king of Hades came to take him away. As the two were talking, a servant came to report that Mu Zhan had arrived. Mu Yun hurriedly asked someone to invite him in. Mu Zhen was on the street before. After seeing his sister, he did not go forward to disturb her. He just followed behind silently, then went back to change clothes and came to the palace. Mu Zhen walked slowly and saw his sister. He couldn't help but smile.
Sister.
Mu Yun nodded. Well, come in and sit down. I've heard about what's going on at home. You've worked hard these days, presiding over so many things by yourself. Mu Zhen smiled, sister. I'm not as hardworking as you. You fought for the country and are a hero of our Xia country. As your younger brother, I'm not even 1/10 as good as you. Sometimes I feel ashamed. Mu Yun laughed, reached out and rubbed his head, and said gently, Don't say that. You are no worse than anyone else. It's just that everyone is good at different things. I just hope you can live a happy life, be a leisurely rich man all your life, and enjoy life. That's the best day. Looking at his sister's smile, Mu Zhen was very moved. He wondered how he could have such a good sister. He nodded heavily. Okay, I understand, sister. Then I will live according to your wishes. Mu Yun smiled and nodded. Okay, don't leave. Wait in the palace. We will go to the palace together later.
Mu Zhen nodded.
Before leaving, he thought about it and couldn't help but said, Sister, in fact, father didn't have to die. Maybe I could have saved him, but I didn't. Mu Yun was surprised for a moment, then looked at him and asked, Zhen, what are you talking about? Mu Zhen told Mu Yun what happened that night. He originally wanted to hide it because he was afraid that his sister would think he was too cold-blooded and vicious, so he didn't dare to say it. But today, seeing that his sister was so good to him, he finally didn't want to hide it. He also felt that maybe his sister would not blame him. To his sister, perhaps he, a younger brother, was much more important than that father.
Mu Zhen waited anxiously for Mu Yun's judgment.
Mu Yun looked at his apprehensive look, somewhat helpless, and patted his shoulder with his hand, then said, It's not your fault. Maybe Mu Zhao's lifespan will only end here, whether he lives or not. It actually has nothing to do with me. I don't care. Zhen, forget about it. Don't remember it anymore. Live happily in the future. I will help you deal with the Mu Mansion in the future. That family. You'll be the master, free. No one will restrict you. Mu Zhen nodded and smiled sincerely. After Mu Zhen left, Mu Yun sighed helplessly. This child, the hatred in his heart seemed to be quite big, but it was normal. If it was her, she would hate it too. It's actually good that Mu Xiao is dead. Mu Yun is also very annoyed with him. Although he doesn't want to kill him, he also wants him to lose everything and live a hard life. Now he is dead before the hard life is over. It can be considered that he dies early and is relieved. Now, there are only Madame Mu and Mu Tianming left in the Mu family. These two people will not cause any trouble in the future. It is enough to just give them mother and son something to eat. Mu Yun thought that when he had time in a few days, he would go to the Mu family to take a look. Mu Yun lay down on the bed and rested for a while. It was almost evening when Song Jingnian came to wake her up and told her that it was time to go to the palace. Mu Yun packed his clothes, went out, got on the carriage, and the family headed towards the palace. The palace today is truly bustling, with red silk seen everywhere and a festive atmosphere everywhere. Red lanterns are hung all over the palace, creating a beautiful sight when night falls. When Mu Yun, Song Jingnian, and others arrived, almost everyone else had arrived. Seeing Song Jingnian, everyone stood up and saluted with a respectful attitude and smiles on their faces. Song Jingnian's tone was kind, which was different from his previous coldness. He took Mu Yun to their exclusive seats and everyone watched them sit down before returning to their respective seats. This was the first time that everyone saw the prince smiling when talking to them. He was very friendly. For a moment, the ministers were flattered and felt that the prince had changed. Everyone bowed their heads and said, The prince is now more down to earth, and all this is thanks to the princess. Yes. The princess not only has super abilities, but also gave birth to a pair of twins for the prince, so that the prince who was originally extinct has offspring. Now, the kingdom of Jin has signed an agreement to become a permanent vassal state. It's really amazing. Yes, it's a blessing for our Xia kingdom to have a princess. Fortunately, the princess married our prince. If she married another country, our Xia kingdom would be in trouble. What you said is true.
Think about it.
It's a close call. Fortunately, she married our prince. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Everyone talked, and they didn't know where to go. The noble ladies around listened. Some envied and admired, and some were jealous. Shangguan Xi also came to the banquet with her family. She felt like she was alive again when she lived this kind of affluent life again. It was just that she was drinking well, and she was in a bad mood when she heard the discussions of these ministers. Unexpectedly, everyone admired Mu Yun so much now, and the court ministers actually said such words, which made Shangguan Xi jealous again. In this era, the status of women was not high, but now Mu Yun has such a status, which is unprecedented and unparalleled, allowing her to get such an honor. While thinking, she observed Mu Yun and Song Jinglian. Their family sat together, happy and harmonious. Everyone had a smile on their face, so warm. Such happiness is really enviable. Shangguan Xi looked at it and snorted in her heart. Mrs. Shangguan on the side said, "Xiao Xi, this time thanks to the prince and the princess, you can come back. You should toast them a glass to express your gratitude." Let's go together," Mrs. Shangguan said, holding up the wine glass and pulling Shangguan Xi. Shangguan Xi also obediently picked up the wine glass and went with his mother. Mu Yun and Song Jinglian were talking with their heads down. Madame Shangguan brought Shangguan Xi over and said, "Your Majesty, Princess, I offer you a glass of wine. Thank you for bringing my little Xi back. If it weren't for you two, we would never meet again. I would like to thank you, Your Majesty and Princess." Madame Shangguan thanked them sincerely and drank the wine in the glass. Shangguan Xi looked at the two of them and said indifferently, "Your Majesty and Princess." After that, she also drank the wine in her glass. Then she looked at Mu Yun with a smile and said, "Princess, you and I seem to be from the same place. Did the princess have such a noble status in modern times?" Shangguan Xi looked at Mu Yun with a smile, wanting to see her flustered expression, but she was disappointed. Mu Yun just said indifferently, "Miss Shangguan, are you dissatisfied with your status in this era? Why do I see that your eyes are full of jealousy towards me?" At this time, Madame Shangguan had gone to the side to chat with other ladies and did not notice the side. Shangguan Xi was a little surprised. Mu Yun was not afraid. How could she be so calm? She stole someone else's identity and was still so calm without any panic. Shangguan Xi was impressed. Shangguan Xi smiled and said lightly, "Princess, you misunderstood. How could I be jealous? I am envious. We are from the same place. How come you, princess, have such an opportunity to meet such a noble and handsome man like the prince, while I can only be abducted by the princess of the enemy country and lose my freedom and dignity? I am so envious of you, princess." When Shangguan Xi said these words, she couldn't help but look at Song Jinglian out of the corner of her eye. Seeing his brows knitted and doubts flashing in his eyes, she finally felt better. She said that Song Jinglian would not know that Mu Yun was a time traveler, and Mu Yun would definitely not tell it. Mu Yun looked at her eyes and understood what she wanted to do. He couldn't help but laugh. "Well, then you can envy me slowly. You don't have to tell me specifically. After all, there are too many people who envy and hate me. I'm not interested in knowing who they are." Shangguan Xi choked when she heard this. She felt that Mu Yun was too arrogant. She glanced at Song Jinglian and saw that he didn't react. She didn't say anything and went back to her seat. She just hoped that her words would make Song Jinglian suspicious. It would be better for them to have a quarrel. If Mu Yun told the truth, maybe Song Jinglian wouldn't believe it. And which man likes his wife more than himself? In this war, everyone praised Mu Yun, but no one praised Song Jinglian. If it weren't for Song Jinglian, no one would know who Mu Yun was. Now that all the glory and credit have been given to Mu Yun, she guessed that Song Jinglian was actually a little unhappy in his heart, but he just didn't say it. Now that the seeds of doubt have been planted, Song Jinglian will definitely ask. Shangguan Xi looked over there expectantly, and sure enough, Song Jinglian approached Mu Yun, as if asking something. Song Jinglian was indeed asking Mu Yun. "Ayun, what did she mean by those words? What do you mean you are from the same place?" How can she compare with you? Muyan looked at him and said with a smile, what she wants is for you to question me. She is deliberately trying to sow discord between us. She is still staring at us now. Now is not the time to say those things. Muyan didn't know whether he should tell him that he was from another world. Song Jingyan turned his head to look at Shangguan Xi, and sure enough, he saw that she was looking over here. Not wanting to see someone he didn't like, Song Jingyan quickly withdrew his gaze. Shangguan Xi was very curious and wondered if the two had had a quarrel. Song Jingyan took Muyan's hand and said gently, Ayun, no matter what secrets you have, I can accept them.
I won't force you to ask.
If you want to tell me, I am willing to listen. If you don't want to tell me, then I won't ask. I believe you. Song Jingyan is not a fool, but he loves Muyan and believes in Muyan. He respects her, gives her freedom, and never restricts her. This is what he promised her. She can have secrets, it doesn't matter, as long as she can stay by his side. Song Jingyan's big hands kneaded Muyan's fingers carefully and smiled at her gently. Muyan also smiled back and said, let's talk about these things later.
Now is not the time.
Song Jingyan nodded. Well, as long as you don't want to leave me, everything else doesn't matter. Muyan smiled helplessly. His tone was gentle. Don't worry, I will never leave in this life. You are so good. I can't bear to leave.
Song Jingyan was relieved.
Shangguan Xi didn't wait for the couple to quarrel, but saw that they were laughing sweetly. He couldn't help but feel cold in his heart and became more jealous. They didn't even quarrel. I didn't realize that Muyan was so good at coaxing men. Shangguan Xi was secretly angry. Above the hall, the emperor and the empress came, and all the civil and military officials began to salute, except for the eldest princess family. The emperor smiled and asked everyone to excuse themselves, and then said with a smile, today is a festive day. Prince Ping and Princess Ping have won this war for our great Xia. Today, I want to reward them according to their merits. My dear ministers, how do you think we should reward these two meritorious officials? Hearing this, all the ministers began to discuss it. The emperor was not in a hurry and waited patiently. Finally, a minister suggested, Your Majesty, why not give the princess a general title? With such a record, the title of general is well deserved. As soon as the minister said this, someone immediately refuted it. No, this general is not suitable. We should make the princess a princess. The kind that enjoys food and fiefdom and can have her own fiefdom in the future. No, a princess is not suitable. The princess is already a princess. Why does she need to be a princess? We should reward the princess with 10,000 taels of gold and a golden medal of immunity from death. The princess achievements should be recorded in the history books. As for the title, I think the title of Princess Ping sounds better. No, your humble servant thinks that the princess is already an extremely noble person. It is better to reward her to the little princess. In the future, the prince will inherit the palace and enjoy the fiefdom, but the little princess only has a title but no fiefdom. It is better to reward the little princess with the title of princess and the fiefdom, so that the little princess can become a princess with food and salary. Someone immediately echoed. This is a good idea. The little princess is the princess' only daughter. The princess will be happier if the title is given to her own daughter. I don't think it's appropriate. The princess should still be rewarded. Why not ask the princess what she wants? Muyan heard the minister's discussions. She didn't expect them to be so generous. They even thought about giving her food and land.
She was a little surprised.
The emperor was also undecided. He was willing to reward anything, but it depended on whether Muyan liked it. Indeed, Muyan now had both status and wealth, so rewarding was really a difficult problem. The emperor finally looked at Muyan and said, Princess Ping, you have heard what the adults said. Tell me which reward you like better. If you have other wishes, you can also tell me. I will agree to them all. Muyan smiled. She really didn't want anything, so she said, Your Majesty, fighting for the country is my responsibility as a citizen of Daxia. Isn't it said that every citizen has a share of responsibility for the rise and fall of a country? So this is what I should do. I haven't thought about asking for any rewards. "Your Majesty, please give all the rewards to the soldiers." The emperor smiled and said, "That won't work. I have already said that rewards should be given according to merit, and I must keep my word. So, if you don't want anything, I will give all the rewards to Liu. What do you think?" Muyan hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "Okay. Then, I thank your Majesty on behalf of Liu." The emperor thought for a while and said, "Then Liu will be named Princess Nanyang and given a princess's mansion, and enjoy the food of 2,200 households in Nanyang City." The emperor's generosity exceeded everyone's expectations. He actually gave such a rich city as Nanyang to a child. The real royal princesses in the palace did not have this treatment. Even the legitimate princesses of the previous dynasty did not have this treatment. Everyone was very surprised. Song Jingyan was still very satisfied with this. He immediately smiled and explained to Mu Yun where Nanyang was. Nanyang is not far from the capital. It is a real rich place. The people are rich and the grain harvest is very good every year. There is almost no need to worry. Only taxes need to be collected every year, which is enough for Yuya to eat, drink, and have fun. It can be said that with this fief, Yuya will not have to worry about anything in her life. She can eat, drink, and have fun until she is old, and she will have endless money. Some princess fiefs are not as good as this. The emperor was really generous this time. Song Jingnian hurriedly said to his daughter, "Yue, thank His Majesty." Yuya could not hear what they said, but she still stood up and knelt obediently to salute. "Liu thanks His Majesty. Long live His Majesty." The ministers looked at each other, and they did not expect the emperor to be so generous. They wanted to say that it seemed that they gave too much, but they did not dare to say it. The emperor laughed and said, "No need to be polite, Liu, get up. From now on, you will be the princess of our Xia country. You must manage your Nanyang city well and treat your people well, understand?" Yuya nodded in a daze. "Yes, Your Majesty," Liu knows. Those envious and jealous eyes turned to Yuya, and Lu Rongrong was stunned. How did she become a princess? Listening to the people around her talking about how rich Nanyang City was, Lu Rongrong couldn't believe it. But she suddenly remembered that the name Nanyang was familiar, as if it was related to the male protagonist. Oh. She remembered that the male protagonist first lived in Nanyang City and then went to other places, but he didn't live there permanently. He was always moving around, running for his plan to restore his country. Now that place is actually the territory of the villain Song Liu. This world is really messed up. She really wants to give up. Lu Rongrong even began to doubt herself, wondering if she was wearing the wrong clothes, or if she didn't wear them at all, and doubting that those tasks were all a dream, and this was the real world, and those were just her fantasies. Because everything here doesn't match the plot she has seen, or she saw the wrong plot at the beginning, etc. In short, she seriously doubted herself, and everything. She looked at Song Liu, who was in a beautiful and doted on, and began to envy and even jealous. In her previous life, she was an orphan. Until an accident, she started a special journey and began to travel to different worlds, enjoying different lives. After completing the journey, she could get rewards. Before, everything was easy in each world, and she had the system to accompany her. But since she came to this world, not only did the system disappear, but everything went wrong. Now it is even a mess. She doesn't know how to save the situation, and doesn't know where to pull the plot back. She really wants to give up. But she was unwilling to give up after thinking about it. She still wanted to go back. She had reasons to go back. Rongrong, your good friend has become a princess from a county lady. It's a good thing that you should go and congratulate. Bring your sister and brother with you, and go together to congratulate Princess Nanyang. Old Lady Lu spoke to Lu Rongrong. The sister and brother she was talking about were the two children of Lu Yong, the second uncle of Lu Rongrong, named Lu Jinla and Lu Jinsi. They were the darlings of Old Lady Lu. Usually, they were not allowed to play with Lu Rongrong, but now they were asked to take Lu Rongrong to meet Yuya. Young Lady Lu and Lu Rongrong knew what Old Lady Lu was thinking. Lu Jinla was 6 years old, about the same age as Lu Rongrong, and Lu Jinsi was 5 years old. The three were about the same age. Usually when they met at home, the siblings would look down on them and would ignore Lu Rongrong. At this time, Lu Jinla smiled and said to Lu Rongrong, "Rongrong, let's go. Let's go together." Old Madame Lu looked at her grandchildren lovingly and continued with a smile. "Rongrong, you and the princess will bring your sister with you in the future. The three of you are all girls, and you will have more things to talk about. You can be good friends in the future." Being able to be friends with a princess with such real power will definitely bring a lot of benefits in the future. Not to mention the benefits, even the face will be extra big. Old Madame Lu was very dissatisfied that Lu Rongrong could make friends with Princess Nanyang, and the two of them were so good. She felt that her Jinla could win the favor of the princess more, and she could replace Lu Rongrong in the future. Lu Jinla had already stood up. She was wearing a pink dress and had 2 cute braids. This was also the reason why she didn't like Lu Rongrong, but at this time she put away her dislike and smiled at Lu Rongrong. Lu Rongrong did not get up. Still sitting, expressionless face said, "I had a quarrel with Princess Nanyang. Now the relationship is not good. I will not go, sister. If you want to go, go by yourself." Madame Lu looked at her daughter worriedly, afraid that she would displease the old lady again and be punished when she returned. Sure enough, Madame Lu frowned and said unhappily, "If you have a quarrel, go and apologize. It's just right. Take this opportunity to apologize. You are the daughter of a small 5th-rank official. What qualifications do you have to quarrel with Princess Nanyang? Rongrong, don't blame Grandma for speaking harshly. You had the opportunity to make friends with the princess. That is your blessing. Don't waste this blessing. Go. Go and apologize to the princess, and introduce your sister and brother to her, and you can play together in the future." Lu Rongrong didn't expect that after saying this old woman could still find such a good excuse. She rolled her eyes and continued, "The princess told me not to go to her, grandmother. If I go, the princess will be unhappy, so I won't go. Sister, go by yourself." Seeing that she was unwilling to go, Lu Jinla pouted unhappily and said aggrievedly, "Grandma, Rongrong probably said that on purpose because she didn't want to take me to meet the princess. We are all sisters. How can Rongrong be so stingy?" Old Madame Lu said in a cold voice, "Rongrong, sisters, we all prosper together and suffer together. You have to know the general situation, otherwise Grandma should find someone to teach you the rules." Old Madame Lu's words were directly threatening. Madame Lu had no choice but to gently pull her daughter's sleeve, indicating that she agreed. Otherwise, if the old lady really found someone to teach the rules when she went back, Rongrong would have to suffer a lot. Lu Rongrong was helpless and felt very aggrieved, but she could only nod and agree. "Yes, grandmother, I will take my sister there now." Lu Rongrong really couldn't like this annoying sister. She didn't even bother to look at her and got up and walked forward. Lu Jinla and Lu Jinsi hurriedly followed, both with smiles in their eyes. Lu Rongrong led them towards Yuya, and when she came in front of Yuya and the others, she first bowed to Song Jingnian and Mu Yun. "Your servant Lu Rongrong pays respects to the prince and princess." The siblings behind also bowed. Yuya hurriedly introduced her father and mother. "Father, mother, this is my good friend, Lu Rongrong." Yuya didn't know the other two, so she didn't introduce them. Lu Jinla, who was waiting to be introduced, was a little unhappy when she saw that no one introduced her, but she didn't dare to show it. Mu Yun knew this Lu Rongrong, the one who caused Yuya to fall into the water last time. She looked at Lu Rongrong twice and saw that her face was calm beyond that of a normal child. She couldn't help but look at her twice more, and then glanced at the 2 children behind her. When Lu Jinla and her sister saw Mu Yun looking at them, they all became nervous, forming a sharp contrast with the calm Lu Rongrong. Mu Yun smiled and said, "You are Rongrong, a very cute girl. You are here to see Yue, right? If you want to go out and play, you have to wait until His Majesty leaves."
"Sit down now."
Lu Rongrong nodded and looked at Mu Yun quietly, but she didn't dare to look at him too much. Mu Yun gave her a dangerous feeling, so she didn't dare to look at him too much. Yuya hurriedly asked Lu Rongrong to sit next to her, and Lu Jinla hurriedly followed. She hurriedly pulled Lu Rongrong's sleeve and whispered, "Rongrong, remember to introduce me to the princess." Lu Rongrong pretended not to hear, smiled and sat next to Yuya, and said to her, Liyue, congratulations. You will be a princess in the future. Yuya smiled and said, Thank you, Rongrong, but I think there is no difference between a princess and a county lady. Lu Rongrong looked at the innocent Yuya and felt envious again. Only those who are surrounded by infinite pampering and love will feel that there is no difference. Princesses who enjoy fiefdoms are very noble no matter which dynasty they are in. The two big villains in the future, one is a princess with a fiefdom, and the other is a prince with more fiefdoms and real power. These two people are becoming more and more noble. As for the male protagonist, it is still unknown in that corner. Lu Rongrong sighed inwardly and felt even more sad. Jinling congratulates the princess, Your Highness. You are so beautiful. Lu Jinla was very dissatisfied when she saw that Lu Rongrong did not introduce her, and then she could only speak for herself. Yuya looked at Lu Jinla and her brother beside Lu Rongrong curiously. She seemed to have never seen these two people. Lu Jinla smiled and said, Princess, we have met in the school. I am Rongrong's sister. My name is Lu Jinla, and this is my brother, Lu Jinxi. Lu Rongrong glanced at Lu Jinla coldly. Her flattering smile was really disgusting. But this is the best. What Song Liyue dislikes most is people who flatter her. Sure enough, Yuya saw Lu Jinla's fake flattering smile, and her tone was not very good. Oh, I don't know you.
Don't stand there.
Go back and sit in your seat. Standing like this will disturb others. Lu Jinla's smile froze on his face, but soon returned to normal. Princess, can I sit with you? Grandmother is worried about Rongrong being alone and asked me, as an older sister, to take good care of my younger brothers and sisters. Yuya looked at Lu Rongrong, and seeing that she didn't say anything and her eyes were still full of annoyance, she understood. Miss Lu, Rongrong feels very relieved to be with me. Go back and tell your grandmother that I don't like crowds of people disturbing me and Rongrong's play. If Madame Lu is still worried, I will go and tell her in person. Lu Jinla was so angry that she couldn't vent her anger, which made her feel uncomfortable. Lu Rongrong said at this time, Liyue, my grandmother said that sisters should live in harmony, so let my cousin play with us. If you don't like quarrels, just tell her to shut up. Yuya nodded, okay. That's fine. Seeing that Princess Nanyang was so good to Lu Rongrong, Lu Jinla was very jealous, but in order to get close to Princess Nanyang, she could only swallow her anger and sit next to the two of them obediently. On the high seat, the emperor left quickly. After that, it was time for the ministers to talk freely. For a while, many noble ladies all came over and came to Mu Yun, each of them wanting to make friends with her. It was the first time that Mu Yun was treated so warmly, and she felt a little novel. Song Jingnian was afraid that she couldn't handle it, so he hurried to help her and finally took the opportunity to pull her out of the crowd. Song Yayan looked at his cousin and his wife who were walking away and smiled at Qin Suiwan beside him and said, My cousin is only like this in front of his cousin and his wife. Look at how he protects his child. It's really rare. Qin Suiwan's eyes were full of envy. The prince and the princess have a great relationship. It's really a match made in heaven. It's enviable. Song Yayan nodded, yes. Seeing the relationship between my cousin and his wife, I know what I want more. After a period of getting along, Song Yayan has made it clear that he likes Qin Suiwan. When he is with her, he is very happy and comfortable. He likes this feeling. If he has to choose someone to spend the rest of his life with, he wants to choose Qin Suiwan. Qin Suiwan smiled after hearing what he said. Oh, then what does your highness want?
I'm curious.
Song Yayan looked at her with a hot gaze, no longer hiding his emotions. I like you, Wanwan. Tomorrow I will go to ask my father and mother for permission to marry you. Are you willing? Qin Suiwan was very surprised. She didn't expect him to say this suddenly. She was not prepared at all. Although she was full of surprise and excitement, Qin Suiwan still restrained her emotions. Thinking of what her sister said, men don't cherish what they get, she decided not to agree to Song Yayan too easily. Seeing that Qin Suiwan didn't speak for a long time, Song Yayan's originally relaxed mood couldn't help but become a little nervous. He asked with some concern, Wanwan, are you unwilling? Qin Suiwan heard this and hurriedly said, Your Highness, This is too sudden. I am a little at a loss for a moment and don't know how to answer you. Song Yan didn't expect her to say this. According to Qin Suowen's personality, she would either agree or refuse. Neither agreeing nor refusing was a bit beyond his expectations. Song Yan saw her lowering her head to stir the handkerchief, and immediately understood. He said with some amusement, "Wanwan, are you playing hard to get?"
Who taught you that?
Qin Suiwan blushed and shook his head hurriedly. "No, I really need to think about it. This is related to my lifelong event. I can't be careless. It's normal for me to need time to think about it." Qin Suiwan said it as a matter of course. In order to increase his confidence, he raised his head high with a proud look. Song Yan was helpless. "Okay, I'll give you time to think about it."
Tell me.
"How much time do you need?"
I'll wait for you.
Qin Suiwan thought for a while and said, 3 months. "I need to think about it carefully." Song Yan laughed angrily. 3 months? Why don't you say 3 years, 30 years, how unbearable I am. I need you to take 3 months to think about it. Wanwan, you hurt my heart too much. Song Yan looked sad, and he really pretended to be sad. Qin Suiwan saw that he was really sad and was a little at a loss for a moment. "No, you are not unbearable. You are very good, but this is indeed a big deal. It is normal for me to consider it, don't be sad." Song Yan heard this. His face looked better. "Then why do you need to consider it for so long? 3 months is too long. 3 days. I will give you 3 days to consider. After 3 days, reject me or accept me. Give me a quick death. Don't torture my mentality." Song Yan said firmly, not allowing rejection. Qin Suiwan felt a little guilty, but continued, "No, 3 days is too short. I don't have enough time." Song Yan frowned. "Not enough time? What are you going to do? Isn't 3 days enough to consider it?" Qin Suiwan hurriedly said, "The day after tomorrow is the full moon banquet of my sister's child. I have to go see her. I have been busy these days and really don't have time to think about these things." "Your Highness, why are you in a hurry?" Looking at her calm appearance, Song Yan felt that he had lost. Sure enough, the person who spoke first loses first, as the book says. "Okay, then 5 days. 5 days should be fine." Song Yan compromised. Qin Suiwan stretched out a finger and said carefully, "Then 1 month?" Song Yan sighed. She looked sad again. Qin Suiwan saw this and said helplessly, Okay, 5 days is 5 days. Don't make that expression anymore." Song Yan was happy and laughed immediately. Then he asked, "Your sister married the Duke of Anghua, right?" Qin Suiwan nodded. "Yeah." Thinking of his sister, Qin Suiwan was a little unhappy, but he didn't show it obviously. But the careful Song Yan still saw it. She asked in confusion, "Why are you still frowning? Shouldn't you be happy about your sister's wedding?" Qin Suiwan pouted and looked at the Duke of Anghua and the old lady in the distance. She couldn't help but say, "My sister seems unhappy.
I'm worried about her.
Although the full moon banquet is the day after tomorrow, I will go to accompany my sister tomorrow. I heard from my mother that my brother-in-law brought a woman back. My sister must be very sad. She complained before that her brother-in-law didn't care about her as much as before. Now I don't know if my brother-in-law really has feelings for someone else, or at this time when my sister just gave birth, I have to protect my sister and can't let anyone bully her." The Qin family has 2 daughters. The eldest daughter, Qin Peiwei, is beautiful, gentle, dignified, and generous. She is a lady praised by everyone in the capital. The younger daughter, Qin Suiwan, was raised in her maternal grandparents' home in Mianyang since she was a child. She has a lively personality and dares to speak and act. The 2 sisters have different personalities. Qin Suiwan felt that her sister was too rule-abiding.
She was always unhappy.
She always considered others more than herself, fulfilled others, wronged herself, always considered the overall situation, and put herself last. Now that she heard that her brother-in-law had brought someone back, Qin Suiwan couldn't sit still. She was afraid that her sister's temper would only make her suffer. If her parents hadn't insisted that she come to the palace banquet today, she would have been in Anghua Mansion by now. Song Yan didn't know about the affairs of the Anghua family. Hearing this, he said, "I should also go to your sister's wedding." I will go to Ongwa Mansion the day after tomorrow.
Ah?
Qin Suiwan was surprised. What are you going to do? Song Yan smiled and said, I'm going to congratulate your sister. She will be my sister from now on. Shouldn't I go to congratulate her? Qin Suiwan blushed immediately, turned around shyly, and didn't dare to look at him. Your Highness, what nonsense are you talking about? Song Yan liked to see her different look like this, so cute and lovely. He chuckled and said, no nonsense, I'm serious. If we get married, then your sister will be my sister. Qin Suiwan was secretly pregnant. He hadn't even started dating yet, but he was already calling her sister. As the crown prince, he was really shameless. Okay, go if you want. I don't care about you. Qin Suiwan ran away directly. If she continued to talk to Song Yan, she felt her face was about to get hot. Seeing her running away, Song Yan wanted to chase her, but was stopped by someone and had to give up. After Qin Suiwan ran away, she stopped to look at the road for a long time. She didn't know where she was. As she was walking, she suddenly heard someone talking in front of her. The voice was a little familiar. She curiously leaned closer to listen, and it seemed to be the voice of her brother-in-law. Cousin Yu, this is my first time in the palace. This palace is so magnificent. I have never seen such a big house. Thank you for taking me to see such a majestic palace wall. The woman's voice was soft, and she was a gentle and eloquent woman. The man's voice sounded, if you like to come, I will bring you next time. Let's go and have a good walk today. The Imperial Garden is in front of us. It is very beautiful. Qin Suiwan's face, which was just blushing, suddenly sank, and her eyes were full of anger. She crossed the rockery and saw the man and woman in front of her. The man was her brother-in-law, and Yu, the prince of the Ongwa Mansion, and the woman was a person wearing a maid's clothes. Both of them had their backs to her, so she didn't see their faces. But she still recognized her brother-in-law's back. And Yu had already left with the woman, and Qin Suiwan followed with a cold face, full of anger in her heart. Qin Suiwan thought of what his mother said, that the person Yu brought back was said to be a relative from his maternal grandparents' side. According to seniority, he should call Yu his cousin. They were not real cousins, but rather distant relatives. Hearing the woman's address just now, it must be that woman. She even brought her to the palace. This Yu was so abominable. Where did she put her sister? Qin Suiwan followed the two angrily. When the two people in front walked, their bodies were even touching each other, so intimate. Qin Suiwan really wanted to rush over and knock the two people away. As they walked, the two came to a small pond and began to admire the lotus flowers. Qin Suiwan looked at it with great disgust. Looking at the lotus pond, her heart went cold and vicious thoughts immediately came to her mind. If she knocked this woman down and drowned her half to death, she would be able to vent her anger on her sister. Thinking about this, Qin Suiwan slowly approached the two people, and her eyes kept observing the surroundings from time to time to see if anyone noticed her movements. After all, there were still many people around, and she couldn't push them openly. The two people in front didn't notice Qin Suiwan approaching, and they were still talking about lotus flowers, showing affection and laughter. They were really shameless. Qin Suiwan secretly complained to her heart and looked at the two people with disgust. She saw the stone under her feet, and she was angry and didn't think much about it. She picked it up directly, then hid it in her hand, and took advantage of no one's attention to hit the woman's knee with the stone. Then she hurriedly shouted with a smile, "Brother-in-law, why are you here?" Just as Qin Suiwan walked over with a smile, the stone hit the person next to Yu. The woman screamed in pain, and then fell towards the lotus pond in panic. Yu turned back with a guilty conscience when she heard Qin Suiwan's voice, but before she could speak, she heard Lin Zhaozhao's panicked voice again. He turned around and saw that Lin Zhaozhao was about to fall into the lotus pond, so he reached out to grab her. Qin Suiwan thought to herself that this was not good, and she couldn't let the two of them fall together. She ran over and grabbed Yu, but Lin Zhaozhao had already fallen in. The lotus pond was not deep to begin with. After Lin Zhaozhao fell in, she was held by Yu, and only half of her body sank in. And you, on the other hand, was held by Qin Suiwan and was still on the ground. Some people heard the noise and came over here. Qin Suiwan hurriedly said, "Brother-in-law, let her go quickly. If anyone sees you pulling and tugging like this, it's not good. Let her go, and I'll pull her up." Lin Zhaozhao cried, "Cousin Yu, don't let go."
I'm scared. I'm scared.
Woo-woo, Cousin Yu, save me. Lin Zhaozhao's voice was weak, and you couldn't let go at all. Wan, let me go. I'll go down and bring Zhaozhao up. Qin Suiwan's face turned cold when he heard this. Brother-in-law, if you go down and bring her up, even if you touch her, a woman with wet clothes is hugged by you. You want to be responsible for her, right? And you felt guilty and shouted, Wan, what nonsense are you talking about? How can you think of your brother-in-law like this? It's really unruly. Let me go quickly. His appearance of trying to cover up the truth made Qin Sui feel very bad. Qin Suiwan sneered and held Yu tightly. Either brother-in-law, let her go, I'll pull you up, and then I'll go save her, or we can just waste time like this. Anyway, it's not me who fell into the water. I'm not in a hurry. Now it's winter, the weather is cold, and falling into the water like this will definitely catch a cold. Lin Zhaozhao was already shivering, crying and shouting that she was cold. Her face turned pale. And Yu was so distressed that he wanted to break free from Qin Suiwan's hand, but the hand looked so small but so strong that he couldn't break free and could only worry in his heart. The three of them were in a stalemate, attracting many people. Yuya and Lu Rongrong, who were having fun on the side, were also attracted. Seeing this scene, Yuya asked Sister Wan, "Do you need my help?" Qin Suiwan nodded. "Yes, Princess. Can you please ask someone to help me loosen my brother-in-law's hand from the wrist of the woman below?" Yuya nodded, "Sure." And Yu was anxious, Qin Suiwan. "Don't go too far. If you dare, I will let your sister not forgive you." Qin Suiwan ignored him. Yuya gave an order, and the guards who followed immediately appeared and directly knocked Yu's hand off with the sword shell. And Yu, who was in pain, had to let go, and Lin Zhaozhao screamed and fell into the water completely. Yuya said to the eunuchs on the side, "Please help me rescue her. I will reward you." The eunuchs jumped down immediately after hearing the princess's order, while Yu was still being held by Qin Suiwan. If Qin Suiwan hadn't held him, he would have jumped down by now, and it would not have been the eunuch's turn. He could only turn around and look at Qin Suiwan with hatred. Qin Suiwan looked at him coldly, without any fear. The two eunuchs went into the water to rescue the person, and Qin Suiwan let go of Yu, who knew that the next second, Yu took off his outer robe and wrapped up the shivering Lin Zhaozhao on the ground and held her in his arms. Qin Suiwan was so angry that she almost died. It seemed that no matter how hard she tried to stop him, it was of no use. Yuya beside her gave each of the two young eunuchs 2 gold leaves and said to them with a smile, "Thank you. Go back and change your clothes." After the 2 young eunuchs hurriedly thanked them, they took the gold leaves and left happily. The other young eunuchs who watched a few steps slower were envious. Lu Rongrong felt moved when she saw the gold leaves. What a prodigal son, spending money so lavishly. Lu Rongrong couldn't help complaining in her heart, and then she was envious again. Song Liue might never lack money in this life. How could such a life be given to Song Liue? Lu Rongrong began to be dissatisfied secretly again, and Qin Suiwan was furious when she saw Yu holding Lin Zhaozhao and leaving. After Qin Suiwan thanked Yuya, she left the palace directly. She didn't go home, but told the maid to go back to get her luggage. She wanted to move in with her sister for a few days, and she would go now. When Song Yan found Yuya and the others, she knew that Qin Suiwan had left the palace. At an mansion, Duke Ongwa and the old lady had not returned yet, but Yu returned earlier than Qin Suiwan and took Lin Zhaozhao to the guest house. Qin Suiwan arrived at Duke Ongwa's mansion angrily. Just as she was about to go to her sister's room, she heard some maids talking. That Miss Lin is really shameless. She actually let the young master carry her back. I wonder if something happened between the two of them. Humph. She looks so weak and fragile, and she pretends to be so disgusting. The prince carried her to the guest house and hasn't come out yet. It's really shameless. I feel sorry for the young lady. That's right. Our young lady is such a good person, beautiful and gentle, with a noble status. How can she be compared with that surnamed Lin? The prince is he doesn't want pearls but elmwood. Several maids hid in the corridor and expressed their opinions angrily, and Qin Sui-wan was so angry that her face turned blue. She turned around and went to the guest house. Along the way, many servants saw Qin Sui-wan's angry look and were confused. A smart maid reacted and hurried to inform the young lady. When Qin Sui-wan arrived at the guest house, there was only one maid guarding outside. The maid had her back to her and did not see her coming. Qin Sui-wan looked at the closed door in the yard, and a cold look flashed in her eyes. A man and a woman alone in the broad daylight, closing the doors and windows. Is this what a human being does? She threw a stone into the distance, attracting the attention of the maid. When the maid walked over to see in confusion, she quickly rushed into the yard, walked towards the door, and kicked it open. After a bang, the door was trembling from being kicked. Unexpectedly, the scene inside was really unbearable. The two shameless people were both on the bed at this time, but one was lying and the other was sitting. Lin Zhaozhao was about to lie on Yu's arms were around her waist. Lin Zhaozhao's clothes were disheveled on her chest, her face was blushing, and the two knew what they were doing at a glance. The sudden kick on the door scared both of them. After Lin Zhaozhao screamed, she quickly hid in Yu's arms and buried her face and body in it. Qin Sui-wan looked at this scene with a chill in her eyes. She felt sorry for her sister and was even more worried about how sad her sister would be if she knew. Qin Sui-wan thought a lot, which led to her not speaking at the first time. She just looked at the two of them coldly, with eyes that seemed to want to eat people. Qin Sui-wan didn't speak, but Yu shouted angrily, "Qin Sui-wan, why are you crazy? This is the Duke's mansion, not your Shangshu mansion. Get out of here." Over and over again, Yu was really angry. Qin Sui-wan looked at the angry Yu with ridicule in her eyes. Qin Sui-wan was so angry that her whole body was shaking, and she felt so sorry for her sister. When Yu heard her words, he recalled the good memories he had with his wife. He felt guilty, but when he felt the warmth and softness in his arms, and thought of his wife's increasingly rigid and unromantic temperament after giving birth, the guilt soon disappeared. He said, "Wan, you don't understand. For 5 years, I only have your sister. 5 years is enough, right? Now she has a son and a daughter. She has all the dignity that a wife should have. No one can threaten her position. I have treated her very well." And you really thought that he was very good. The men around him had 3 wives and 4 concubines, and some even favored concubines and killed their wives. In comparison, he was really good to his wife. Qin Sui-wan frowned and felt that the man in front of him was completely different from the man who had eyes only for her sister 5 years ago. "And you can't hurt my sister like this. Believe it or not, I can kill you." Qin Sui-wan gritted his teeth. At this moment, he really hated this man. And Yu was even more angry. "You want to kill me? Your sister loves me. If you kill me, she won't recognize you as her sister." "Qin Sui-wan, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business." Qin Sui-wan's hands on both sides kept clenching into fists. Just when she was about to explode, a gentle voice interrupted her anger. "Wan." And Yu in the room was also stunned when she heard this voice, and then hurriedly pushed Lin Zhaozhao away and hurriedly tidied up her clothes. Qin Peiwei had already stood beside Qin Sui-wan and looked inside. And Yu was still tidying up her clothes, while Lin Zhaozhao was lying on the bed in a somewhat embarrassed manner, with her clothes on her chest still messy. Seeing Qin Peiwei, and Yu hurriedly laughed. "Weiwei, why are you here?" And Yu said, and hurriedly walked towards Qin Peiwei, while Lin Zhaozhao on the bed looked at Qin Peiwei triumphantly and smiled at her provocatively. Qin Peiwei glanced at Lin Zhaozhao, retracted her gaze, and maintained her rationality. "Weiwei, Zhaozhao fell into the water. I sent her back." And Yu looked at his calm wife, and for some reason, he felt a little uneasy. In the past, every time he was with Lin Zhaozhao, Qin Peiwei would get angry, but why was she so quiet this time? Qin Suiwan looked at his sister worriedly, not knowing what to say for a moment. Qin Peiwei nodded at Yu. Well, I see. Since the person has been sent back, let's go back too. And Yu nodded. Qin Peiwei pulled her sister towards her yard. Along the way, the three of them didn't speak. The atmosphere was so low that it was a little uneasy, and Yu just felt uncomfortable. As soon as he arrived at the yard, he hurriedly made an excuse. Wei, father and mother are still in the palace. I just used the carriage first. I'm going to pick them up now. Qin Peiwei nodded. Well, go ahead. And Yu really couldn't stand this low-pressure atmosphere, so he left quickly after hearing the words. Qin Suiwan looked at her brother-in-law who couldn't wait to go out, and then looked at her sister who was calm and composed, and couldn't help but feel distressed again.
Sister.
Qin Suiwan called out, but then ran out of words, not knowing what else to say. Qin Peiwei smiled at her, walked to the bedside, picked up her little son, and said to Qin Suiwan, Come and see your little nephew. He's just 1 month old, and he's already chubby. Qin Suiwan sent the servants away, then walked over, glanced at her little nephew and said, Sister, if you're not doing well, then go home. The door of the house is always open for you, and I can always protect you. The words of her sister made Qin Peiwei's hard-built strength collapse instantly, and tears burst out instantly, dripping down. Qin Suiwan took the child over, put him on the bed and slept, watching her sister cry silently. I don't know how long it took. Qin Peiwei's eyes were swollen from crying, and her emotions slowly calmed down. Wan, I don't want to live with you anymore. I'm really having a hard time. Qin Peiwei talked about the past, as if there was endless bitterness and sadness. Except for the first 2 years after getting married, she has never had a happy day. Her mother-in-law is always nagging her and always setting rules for her. Her husband will feel sorry for her at first, but gradually, the two seem to drift apart. The love they once had slowly disappeared, leaving only boredom. Qin Peiwei originally thought that it would be fine to live a plain life like this, as other couples have lived this way. But until the appearance of Lin Zhaozhao, she could no longer ignore that Yu treated Lin Zhaozhao as he treated her before, so caring and fond of her. But he had to hide it from her, and didn't want her to know. He secretly dated Lin Zhaozhao and fell in love with her, while hiding it from her and pretending to still love her. Qin Peiwei didn't know what Yu was thinking, and why he was like this. If he really liked her and told her about taking a concubine, maybe she could accept it. But he didn't take a concubine, but he wanted to date Lin Zhaozhao. Qin Peiwei didn't understand. Later, she found out that it was Lin Zhaozhao who didn't want to be a concubine. Qin Peiwei guessed that maybe Yu wanted to divorce his wife and marry someone else, so he didn't mention taking a concubine. At first, she was worried and on edge all day, afraid that she would be divorced, and her family, and even her sister would be implicated. Later, she realized that she would not be divorced, and at most she would be divorced. If she really had to divorce, she would actually agree to it, and she didn't want this marriage anymore. But even so, he would not let the two people who hurt her so deeply get away with it. Qin Suiwan remembered that her sister used to have a smile on her face and gentleness, but now her sister's eyes are full of fatigue. She is only in her 20s, but she looks like she is in her 30s. Qin Suiwan thought, if her sister had never married, would she still be the same as before? Sister, no matter what you want to do, I support you and my parents and brother. We will protect you. Don't be afraid. The two sisters talked for a long time before Qin Peiwei cheered up again. She was not really weak, and she was strong inside. Now that Yu was like this, she no longer liked him, and even if he changed, she would no longer like him. If her parents really didn't mind, she would be willing to divorce and go home, and live alone in the future, but she couldn't bear to leave her 2 children. Wan, it's easy to divorce, but what about the children? If I leave, and you will marry Lin Zhaozhao in the future, and she will definitely not be good to my children. Qin Suiwan thought for a while and said, Sister, don't worry, I'll find a way for you. Let's think about whether there is any way to let the family give up the 2 children, so that you can leave with the 2 children. Qin Peiwei shook her head, her eyes full of disappointment. It's impossible, Wan. Although my parents-in-law are not very good to me, they still care about the two children. The Yin family is also a well-known family, and they will definitely not let the children follow their mother. Qin Suiwan nodded. I know, sister, so we need to find a way. Although it is difficult, we can try it. Maybe it will work. Besides, even if it doesn't work, don't worry, sister. It's okay for the child to stay here. Our family can send people to take care of the child. The nanny, the maid, and the guard are all our people. We are not afraid that someone can hurt our child. Our family is not far from the Duke's mansion. We can take the two children back to take care of them from time to time in the future. Qin Suiwan said a lot, but the more he talked about the children, the more hesitant Qin Peiwei became. She couldn't give up the children at all. Finally, Qin Peiwei sighed and said weakly, "Forget it, Wanwan, let's talk about this later." Seeing that her sister had no choice but to compromise, Qin Suiwan felt uncomfortable and at the same time secretly made up her mind to help her sister divorce and take the child away. After that, the two sisters didn't talk about divorce again. In the evening, Duke Ongwa and the old lady came back, and you also came back. The two old people said that they had dinner in the palace and didn't eat dinner. Qin Peiwei didn't go to the main house and had dinner with her sister directly in her own yard. And you came back at night and slept in the study, not going to see Qin Peiwei. Qin Peiwei didn't care and went to sleep. The next morning, when Qin Peiwei brought Qin Suiwan to the dining table, and you and Lin Zhaozhao were already there, and then the Duke of Ongwa and the old lady came. Qin Suiwan saluted the two elders and then sat down. Before the meal started, Qin Suiwan looked at Lin Zhaozhao and said, "Congratulations, Miss Lin. You will also be a member of the Duke of Ongwa's mansion in the future. My sister has a gentle and generous personality. It is your blessing to have such a good mistress. Please don't mind the fact that I kicked your door yesterday. I didn't know about your relationship with my brother-in-law before, and I thought my brother-in-law was cheating on my sister. Later, I found out that my sister also knew about it. Last night, my sister told me that she was going to talk to the Duke of Ongwa and the old lady, and she would choose a day to take you in. Congratulations." Qin Suiwan's words were a bit sudden, and you subconsciously looked at Qin Peiwei, but saw that she had no expression on her face, just sitting quietly. The Duke of Ongwa and his wife looked at Lin Zhaozhao in confusion, and then looked at Qin Peiwei. "Weiwei, what's going on?" Lin Zhaozhao looked at Qin Suiwan with hatred. Her heart sank. She felt that something bad was going to happen, but the Duke of Ongwa and his wife were both there, so she didn't dare to speak. Qin Peiwei said lightly, "Mother, I heard that the prince and Miss Lin were hugging each other in the palace yesterday, and Miss Lin was even carried back by the prince with the prince's coat on. Since the prince has feelings and Miss Lin also has feelings, your daughter-in-law thinks it's time to help them, so she plans to choose a day to take Miss Lin into the prince's room again." Hearing this, the Duke of Ongwa looked at you displeased. "In public, how can this be disgraceful?" And you didn't dare to speak. He could only look at Qin Peiwei with some anger. Why did he say these things? Just to make him get scolded for nothing. And you had no objection to marrying Lin Zhaozhao. He had mentioned it before, but Lin Zhaozhao said that Qin Peiwei had just given birth to a child and was still very weak, so it was not appropriate to bring up the matter now and that they should take it slow. He felt that what Lin Zhaozhao said was true, and felt distressed for Lin Zhaozhao for being so sensible, so he agreed. Qin Peiwei brought it up herself, so there was no reason for him to refuse. "Brother-in-law, congratulations. You and Miss Lin don't have to be sneaky anymore. Yesterday, you were intimate in the room, and so many servants saw you. It was a bad influence. Now Miss Lin is your concubine. You two have to be careful in the future. You're both from wealthy families. If it gets out and people talk about it, it will be too embarrassing." Qin Suiwan's words made Nguogong and Guogong's wife even more unhappy. Guogong's wife gave Lin Zhaozhao a cold look. She was so shameless. Her old face turned cold, and she said lightly, "Women should respect themselves. Lin Zhaozhao, you and my son have no name and no status, but you act like this. It is really a disgrace to women. In this case, you are not worthy of being a concubine. There is no need to choose a day. Today, you move to Qingyun and be a good concubine in the future." Lin Zhaozhao felt that the sky had fallen. She was actually asked to be a concubine? This is too bullying. You have to know that her goal was to be the wife of the prince. Although it was ruined now, as a concubine, she could still become the wife of the principal wife with the prince's favor in the future. But if she became a concubine, everything would be ruined. She knelt down and cried for mercy. Madam, please calm down. It's Zhao Zhao's fault, but Cousin Yu and I are truly in love. We just can't help it. Usually, we act out of emotion and within the bounds of etiquette. We have never violated etiquette, Lin Zhao explained hurriedly, and at the same time, she looked at Yu. She wanted to put the blame on Yu, but she gave up the idea after a moment, because the wife of the Duke loved her son as much as her life and couldn't bear to hear those words. Yu received the signal for help in her eyes and pleaded, Mother, this is all my fault. How can Zhao Zhao, a girl from an honest family, be a lowly concubine? This is too unreasonable. Mother, let Zhao Zhao be a noble concubine. The wife of the Duke really didn't like Lin Zhao. Although she didn't like Qin Peiwei either, she disliked Lin Zhao even more. Seeing the pleading in her son's eyes, the wife of the Duke glanced at Qin Peiwei and threw the matter to her. Your wife has the final say on this matter. Go talk to her. Qin Peiwei just found it funny when she heard it. The mother-in-law was always like this. She would always let her daughter-in-law do things that made her son unhappy. But now, she no longer cares about Yu's thoughts. Seeing his somewhat guilty and pleading eyes, Qin Peiwei said lightly, I think what Mother said is that our Duke's mansion is a family with dignity, and my sister from my natal family is here. The Qin family also has dignity. If the prince didn't really like such a woman with no self-respect, I would be ashamed to call her sister. Yu was very angry. She didn't expect Qin Peiwei to say that. Lin Zhao was even more angry. Looking at Qin Peiwei's good complexion, she thought angrily in her heart, could it be that the effect of the medicine was too slow? Why did Qin Peiwei look so healthy now? There was a reason why she was so sure that she could be the mistress. The only way to become the prince's wife was to get rid of Qin Peiwei. After coming to the Duke's mansion, her appetite gradually grew. It was no longer as simple as wanting to be a concubine of a rich family and enjoy a lifetime of wealth and glory. She also wanted power, wanted to be the wife of the prince, and in the future the wife of the Duke, so that her children would become the noble ladies of the Duke's mansion and the prince. So she gave Qin Peiwei a chronic poison. Qin Peiwei must disappear first before she can ascend to power and achieve all this. She took advantage of Qin Peiwei's delivery and put the medicine in her room, waiting for Qin Peiwei to die slowly. Women are the weakest after giving birth, and it is normal for them to get sick. Qin Peiwei will fall ill due to the effects of the medicine, and her body will slowly fail and die. This way of death is too normal, and no one will doubt it. Qin Peiwei looked at the hatred in Lin Zhao's eyes and felt inexplicable. She hated no one, but she shouldn't hate her. It was ridiculous. Prince, this is settled. I don't think Miss Lin is a person who cares about reputation. Otherwise, she wouldn't have done something like having an affair with someone before marriage. And Yu and Lin Zhao were both blushing at these words. The Duke's wife frowned and said that Lin Zhao was okay, but not her son. Okay, Wei, be careful with your words. Don't say anything unpleasant. Yu is still your husband. You have to consider his face. Qin Peiwei lowered her eyebrows and replied, Yes, mother. Your daughter-in-law understands. Finally, Duke Ongwa made the decision, and the matter was settled, and no one dared to refute it. After dinner, Lin Zhao was taken to the backyard by Qin Peiwei's people, and she was assigned a maid. All food, clothing, and expenses were in accordance with the system of a concubine. Then Lin Zhao found that her food and clothing were not as good as before, which made her furious in the house for a long time. But fortunately, Yu went to her room at night. Counting it, tonight is their wedding night, but the whole house and yard, there is no sign of joy. Lin Zhao was very disappointed, and she couldn't understand why things suddenly became like this. Obviously, she had a close relationship with Yu before, but there was nothing wrong. Why did she suddenly become a concubine because of this? Everything is ruined. Even if Qin Peiwei dies in the future, she will not be able to become the main wife. Lin Zhaozhao was puzzled as to how things had come to this point. After Anu came, she was not even in the mood to deal with it, and her face was full of unhappiness. Anu was looking forward to it. It was indeed innocent between him and Lin Zhaozhao. Nothing had happened. Tonight was the first time. But after he came, he was not warmly received. Instead, he was full of complaints, and gradually he became impatient. Okay, Zhaozhao, it's true that we were wrong in this matter. As for the status, I will increase it for you in the future. Don't worry about it, okay? Tonight is our wedding night. As he said, Anu's eyes were full of desire, and he slowly approached her. Lin Zhaozhao was overwhelmed by anger. He couldn't see the current situation and continued to make trouble. No, I'm just unhappy. I'm a good girl with a clean conscience. How come I become a concubine when I come to your house? What if my parents find out? My relatives and friends will laugh at me to death. And you felt a little sorry for her at first, so he coaxed her patiently for a long time, but he didn't expect that the coaxing would be endless, which made him very upset at this time. Then what do you want to do? And Yu was impatient and put down his hand holding her, with annoyance written all over his face, and asked in a cold tone. His sudden cold attitude hurt Lin Zhaozhao, who became even more angry, but knew that she had no right to get angry, so she could only endure it. The two of them suddenly fell silent. After a while, Lin Zhaozhao's aggrieved sobbing sound came, with a show of weakness and flattery. And Yu then coaxed her, and the two of them entered the bridal chamber naturally. However, when their love reached its peak, Lin Zhaozhao quietly shed 2 tears. Her fate was thus handed over to others. She was not satisfied, but had no choice but to let others control her. Qin Suiwan has been accompanying her sister tonight. She was worried that her sister would be sad, but she didn't expect that Qin Peiwei was not sad at all. She only wanted to think about her own life now. And Yu's affairs had nothing to do with her anymore. After a good night's sleep, the next day was the full moon banquet at the Duke's mansion. Qin Peiwei got up early in the morning and started busying herself. The Duke was having a day off today, and the Duke's wife was also preparing to entertain the guests. When Anu woke up, it was already late. Hearing the hustle and bustle outside, he suddenly remembered that today was his son's full moon banquet, so he hurriedly got up. Lin Zhaozhao was awakened by his noise. She was really tired last night and had been tossing and turning for most of the night, which was why she woke up so late today. She hurriedly called the maid in and found out that it was already the 9th hour. Anu hurriedly said, "Today is my son's full moon banquet. You should get up quickly and help if you need help." Anu said to Lin Zhaozhao while hurriedly putting on her clothes. Lin Zhaozhao's face suddenly turned ugly when she heard this. She went to help? What could she help with? Serve tea and water? But she didn't dare to refute, so she could only nod obediently. Okay, I understand. I'll get up and help now. Lin Zhaozhao said gently. She finally understood that Anu only liked gentle and submissive women. But as soon as she stood up, she fell down with a cry. Anu looked back and saw her with a shy face, pinching the corner of the quilt as if she couldn't speak. "Cousin Yu, my legs hurt." After saying this, she was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Her face flushed, and she didn't even dare to look at Anu. Anu immediately understood and was pleased by her appearance. A satisfied and doting smile appeared on her face. "Since you are not feeling well, then have a good rest and don't get up. I'll have someone bring you food." Lin Zhaozhao nodded shyly. The maid next to her felt goosebumps all over the floor and was disgusted. It was really difficult for her to serve such a woman. After Anu left, Lin Zhaozhao stopped pretending. She couldn't help but curl up a sneer at the corner of her mouth and snorted. "Oh, men are so easy to coax, as if they don't know their own abilities. He believes everything others say. He is so confident. Judging from his performance last night, if it weren't for her good acting skills, I'm afraid he would have walked away long ago. Don't you know how to count your own things?" Lin Zhaozhao was full of complaints and had nowhere to vent. When she saw the maid, she said arrogantly, "Go get me some hot water. I want to take a bath." There were many guests who came to congratulate the full moon banquet of the Duke of Anghua's mansion. Although the descendants of the Duke of Anghua were not capable, the Duke of Anghua himself was still very capable, so there were still many people he made friends with. After the banquet started, everyone was about to take their seats when they heard that the crown prince was coming. No one expected that the crown prince would come. They were a little surprised and confused. Qin Suiwan was also a little surprised when he heard that the crown prince was coming. He thought he was joking, but he really came. Qin Suiwan smiled unconsciously. Qin Peiwei did not miss the expression on her sister's face. The two sisters had been together for the past 2 days and had talked a lot in private. She also knew about her sister and the crown prince. Qin Peiwei was a little worried. The crown prince's status was too high, and marrying the crown prince would require a heavier burden. Her sister's personality was actually not suitable for the palace, but today, it seemed that her younger sister fell in love with the crown prince. Anyone could see the thoughts on her face. Qin Peiwei sighed, always a little worried. After the crown prince arrived and everyone saluted, Duke Anghua hurried forward to greet him. "It is an honor for me to have you here, Your Highness. Please follow me and take a seat at the main table." The prince refused and said with a faint smile, "Duke Anghua, there is no need to be polite. I will just sit next to Miss Qin." With that, the prince went directly to sit next to Qin Suiwan. Everyone was stunned. What did the prince mean? On Qin Suiwan's side, there were only her and her sister, as well as some people from the Yin family. In short, they were not very important. Now that the prince sat over, everyone didn't know how to sit. Song Yan looked at Qin Suiwan and smiled. "Wan, this is your little nephew? He is white and chubby, so cute. Here, this is my full-month gift for the child. Please accept it, sister."
Ah?
No matter how steady Qin Peiwei was, she was still shocked by the prince's sister. But she reacted quickly and hurriedly handed the child to the nanny beside her, and then took the jade pendant given by the prince with both hands and hurriedly thanked him. "I thank your highness on behalf of my child." The prince smiled. "You're welcome, sister. You don't have to be so polite." Another sister, Qin Peiwei, was surprised. Under the eyes of his father, and Yu hurriedly sat next to his wife and said to the prince with a smile, "Your Highness, your coming is the greatest blessing for our Qingyun, and you also sent such an expensive gift, which really cost you money. And you had no official position, and usually only saw the prince at the palace banquet, and had never had contact with the prince. Now that he was suddenly sent by his father, he really didn't know what to do, and could only smile." Qin Peiwei really felt that she was blind before, and only valued Yu's appearance. In fact, this person really has no substance at all, and is really a vase. Seeing him like this now, she just felt disgusted. The prince glanced at Yu and smiled, which was also a face for Qin Peiwei. "You're welcome. Wanwan's sister is also my sister." Qin Suiwan hurriedly pulled the prince's sleeve, winked at him frantically, and leaned over to whisper, "Your Highness, what nonsense are you talking about? And don't call me sister." The prince smiled and looked at her. "I'm not talking nonsense. I have already asked for the imperial decree to grant marriage, and it is in my palace. When you agree, I will take it out and announce it." Qin Suiwan looked at him in surprise and asked hurriedly, "Didn't you say you would wait for me to agree?" "I haven't agreed yet." Song Yan smiled confidently. "I think you will agree. In short, you can only agree." Qin Suiwan was embarrassed and angry. If she hadn't taken into account the crowd, she would have wanted to lose her temper. Seeing that she was not very happy, Song Yan hurriedly said, "I'm just teasing you." Qin Suiwan was relieved. She was scared to death. She really thought that the imperial decree to grant marriage had really come down. And you watched the interaction between the two and finally understood. It turned out that the prince actually liked his sister-in-law. Such good news made Yu very excited. And Yu hurriedly smiled and said, Yes, your highness is right. We are all family from now on." And Yu's words family made several people look at him. Qin Peiwei was getting more and more annoyed. He and his highness the crown prince are a family? Who gave him the face? Qin Peiwei said directly, "Prince, no matter what, The Duke's mansion and your highness can't be a family. You should be careful when you speak. And you didn't expect Qin Peiwei to be so disrespectful to her. Feeling embarrassed, and you immediately looked at her angrily, but due to the occasion, she couldn't say anything. She could only think about talking to Qin Peiwei later and secretly gave her a cold look. Qin Peiwei didn't care. The crown prince ate together and only talked to Qin Suiwan during the meal. Everyone also understood that the crown prince really liked this second Miss Qin. For a while, the ministers' families who wanted to marry their daughters into the East Palace were secretly regretful. Could it be that the Qin family would become the future father-in-law of the emperor? However, the Qin family was originally of high status, and the daughter of the Qin family was indeed qualified to be the crown princess. However, there were many people who were qualified to be the crown princess, and the status of the future queen was so noble that no family would not want it. For a time, those families who coveted the position of the future queen all had their minds on it. It seemed that they had to seize the opportunity to find an opportunity, otherwise they would really miss this noble status. The family members who were eating at the banquet did not want to eat at this time, and just wanted to go home quickly to think of a solution. Not long after, someone asked to leave, and the prince did not stay for long and left soon. The full moon banquet was not very lively. After the prince left, the others also left. After all the guests left, the duke's wife took Qin Suiwan and asked affectionately, "Wanwan, I never heard that you have a relationship with the prince." Qin Suiwan said lightly, "Madam, I don't have much relationship with the prince. We usually interact at various banquets." The duke's wife looked at Qin Suiwan carefully. She was indeed a beauty, with an outstanding personality and a good family background. If she really became the crown princess, she would be useful to her son in the future. Being able to become a brother-in-law with the prince, her son will definitely have a place in the court in the future. The duke's wife thought very well. She liked Qin Suiwan and Qin Peiwei even more. "Weiwei, your sister is blessed, and you can also enjoy the blessing," the duke's wife said with a smile. Qin Peiwei smiled and said, "Yes, Wanwan is blessed, but I don't have such a blessing as her." Qin Suiwan looked at her sister in surprise. She didn't expect that her sister, who was always dignified and self-sustaining, would have a weird day. It was really surprising. The duke's wife was stunned, frowned immediately, looked at the daughter-in-law who was always well-behaved with displeasure, and asked in a deep voice, "Weiwei, what do you mean by this? Are you saying that you are not blessed to marry into our duke's mansion?" Qin Suiwan looked at her sister nervously. Qin Peiwei said lightly, "Mother, I just spoke out of my feelings and didn't think so much." The duke's wife felt that Qin Peiwei might have taken the wrong medicine today. How dare she speak like this? She was very angry. At this time, Lin Zhaozhao walked slowly and saluted the duke's wife.
"Madam, I'm sorry.
I'm not feeling well. The prince told me to take a good rest, so I just got up. I couldn't attend the young master's banquet today. It's a pity." Lin Zhaozhao came at such a late hour. It happened that the duke's wife was in a very bad mood at this time. Lin Zhaozhao bumped into her and immediately directed her anger at her. With a bang, the fine celadone teacup fell out and hit Lin Zhaozhao's feet, instantly scaring her half to death. The whole room was quiet because of the duke's wife's sudden anger. The servants didn't dare to breathe and knelt trembling. Only the two sisters Qin Peiwei and Qin Suiwan were indifferent and sat leisurely. The duke's wife looked at Lin Zhaozhao and said harshly, "You unruly thing, this is the duke's mansion, not your small family. Know your position clearly, what to do and what to say. Remember it firmly." Lin Zhaozhao didn't expect it to be like this. She didn't dare to refute the duke's wife, so she could only bear the pain and nodded weakly. "Yes, I know. Get lost." As the duke's wife finished speaking, Lin Zhaozhao ran out in a hurry and happened to meet Niu, who came from the study outside. Seeing the beloved woman running away, crying with blood on her hands, and Niu immediately got angry and strode into the house. Seeing the people sitting in the room, and Niu immediately challenged Qin Peiwei and asked her why she abused Lin Zhaozhao. Qin Peiwei didn't explain, but just looked at Niu coldly and let her talk. Until the duke's wife spoke and interrupted him. Enough. Lin Zhaozhao's hand was pierced by the broken pieces of the teacup I threw, not Wei Wei. Why are you making a fuss over a lowly concubine? How disgraceful. And you looked at her mother in surprise and asked puzzledly, Mother, why? Why did you treat Zhao Zhao like this? And you also questioned her mother. The duke's wife was very sad. This was the first time her son spoke to her like this. She hated Lin Zhaozhao even more. No reason, I don't like her, it's that simple. What do you want to do? Revenge for her? The duke's wife's face turned cold. It was also the first time she spoke to her son so coldly. And Yu's momentum was gone in an instant. All she could say was, no, mother. How could you say that? No, that's good. Seeing your attitude, I thought you were going to give up your mother for her. In the future, you should go to Lin Zhaozhao's place less often. When you have time, spend more time with Wei Wei. Qin Peiwei hurriedly said, No, mother, I'm so happy that someone is helping to take care of the prince. I'm very busy taking care of the 2 children. I'm afraid I can't take care of the prince. In the future, the prince should come to me less often. And you just thought that Qin Peiwei was just talking angrily because she married Lin Zhaozhao and didn't take it seriously at all. The same was true for the wife of the duke. Qin Peiwei just found their reaction funny. After that, she took her sister to say goodbye to the wife of the duke and returned to her own courtyard. Qin Suiwan will go back tomorrow after spending another night with her sister. She is worried and pulls her sister to discuss the matter of divorce. But Qin Peiwei said, Wan, I don't want a divorce. Qin Suiwan couldn't understand her sister's words and immediately asked, Why? Sister, if you are worried about the children, we can still find a way. Qin Peiwei looked at her sister's anxious look and said with a smile, Wan, don't be anxious. In fact, there are many ways to live in this world. I wanted to divorce before, because I didn't want to live within you anymore. I was unhappy living here before because I still had expectations for you, but now my mentality is completely different. The child will never go with me no matter what. The duke's mansion is hereditary after all, and the position of the prince will definitely be my child in the future. I will educate him to study hard, and he will pass the imperial examinations in the future. With the blessing of the status of the prince, the child's future should not be bad. And Qing'er, if I divorce, I'm afraid it will be difficult to say anything to Qing'er when she grows up. As long as I don't divorce, she will still be the lady of the duke's mansion. She is the legitimate daughter of a noble family raised by her legitimate mother. She has a noble status, and she will be able to find a better husband in the future. I thought about it carefully. Whether it is for me or the child, there is really no benefit in divorce. So I won't divorce. Qin Peiwei said a lot, but it was actually for the child. Qin Suiwan had no way to persuade her, because she could not come up with a way to help her take the children over to raise, nor could she guarantee the future of the 2 children. She wanted to help her sister, but she only felt deeply powerless and could not provide any substantial help to her sister. At this moment, Qin Suiwan was very uncomfortable. Looking at her silent sister, Qin Peiwei patted her shoulder comfortingly and said with a smile, Wan, don't worry, I was sad and wronged because I still had feelings for you. Your sister is not a stupid woman. Now that I have no feelings, all I want is benefits. I will take good care of myself in the future. Don't worry, listen to your mother and father when you go back home. If you really like the prince, then choose according to your own wishes. Qin Peiwei now has some new insights into life, and feels that she has grown a lot all of a sudden and has seen many things and people clearly. Qin Suiwan looked at her sister and couldn't help asking, Sister, are you really not going to divorce? I'll go back and discuss it with my father and mother, and we'll find a solution together as a family. Qin Peiwei smiled helplessly and said, Wan, now the consequences of divorce are not what I want, but the consequences of not divorcing are what I want. Do you understand? Qin Suiwan seemed to understand a little, but not quite, and looked at her sister blankly. Qin Peiwei touched her head helplessly and smiled. You don't understand now. Maybe you will understand later. Qin Suiwan saw that her sister's state seemed to have really changed, so she didn't say anything else. She stayed with her sister for the last night and left early the next morning. It was just that not long after leaving the Duke's mansion, Qin Suiwan realized that something was wrong. She lifted the curtain and saw that this was not the way home, but out of the city. She had been thinking about her sister's affairs and didn't notice that something was wrong with the carriage. When she reacted at this time, the carriage had already arrived in the suburbs, and it was useless to call for help. Qin Suiwan realized something was wrong. She was frightened by the feeling of being about to pass out. She didn't have time to think about it. She immediately bit her tongue. The stinging pain made her consciousness finally recover a little. Then she pulled out the hairpin on her head, held it tightly in her hand, and pointed the sharp end outside. The maid beside her had fallen asleep. Qin Suiwan lifted the curtain of the carriage and looked at the driver with his back to her. Her eyes became fierce, and then she stabbed the hairpin into the driver's neck without hesitation. With a scream, the driver wanted to look back, but was kicked off the carriage by Qin Suiwan. Then she quickly sat in the driver's seat, turned the horse around, and ran back the way she came. The driver fell to the ground behind him, holding his neck, looking at the person who ran away, and took out the signal from his arms with great effort and sent it out. Qin Suiwan didn't run for long before she felt the drowsiness coming again. She bit her tongue again, this time more severely than last time, and blood immediately overflowed from her mouth. The piercing pain made her more awake. If she fainted in this wilderness, everything would be over. There was a sound of horse hooves behind her, and Qin Suiwan felt something was wrong. She looked back and saw a group of masked men in black, all with covered faces and swords in their hands, chasing her. Qin Suiwan immediately realized that these were the people who really wanted to take her life today. She immediately sped up, and the rope kept hitting the horse's back, forcing the horse to speed up. But the speed of the carriage was not as fast as the horse, and soon she was caught up. The men in black attacked her without saying a word. Qin Suiwan had no choice but to pinch herself secretly, forcing herself to stay awake, and then fight with the men in black. Although her martial arts were not bad, she was drugged after all, and her mind was not clear. It was a little difficult to deal with it at this time. Song Yan in the city had originally planned to pick Qin Suiwan up today, but something happened temporarily. When he was free, he found out that Qin Suiwan had gone back. He went to Qin's house again, but found out that Qin Suiwan's carriage had not returned home yet. Song Yan immediately realized that something was wrong and was busy looking for someone. He was afraid that he was not fast enough, so he sent a letter to Song Jingnian and Mu Yun, asking them to help find it. Song Yan asked people along the way, and finally learned that the carriage seemed to be heading out of the city. He hurriedly drove his horse out of the city, and Mu Yun and Song Jingnian, who came, also hurriedly followed. At this time, Qin Suiwan had been stabbed, and her clothes were covered with blood, which looked a little scary. The men in black did not expect that a little girl would be so difficult to deal with, and it would take so much effort to capture her. If they had known, they would have asked for more money. Speed up the solution, kill the person immediately, and evacuate. All killers know that the mission time should not be too long. If it takes too long, there will be many changes, and a quick battle is the best. At this time, Qin Suiwan did not have much energy. Hearing what these people said, she felt that she was afraid she would die here. But she would never admit defeat until the last moment, so she still fought with all her strength. Qin Suiwan's leg was stabbed again, and this time, she lost the ability to stand and half knelt on the ground. The men in black saw that she had no ability to resist, so they took their knives and chopped at her neck, but the next moment, a stone flew over and deflected the sword of the men in black. The man in black looked up and saw several people flying towards him. Realizing that something was wrong, the man in black wanted to grab Qin Suiwan, but when he reached out his hand, Qin Suiwan quickly dodged and prevented him from succeeding. Song Yan's men and Song Jingnian's men arrived and all attacked the man in black. Qin Suiwan had time to catch his breath, and when he saw Song Yan coming, he finally felt relieved. When Song Yan saw Qin Xiangwan covered in blood, he felt his heart ache. He had seen Qin Xiangwan with a bright smile, and he had also seen Qin Xiangwan with a proud and arrogant attitude, but he had never seen Qin Xiangwan like this, covered in blood, with a pale face, as if he was about to close his eyes in the next second.
Wan.
Song Yian ran over like the wind, picked her up nervously and worriedly, and hurriedly checked her injuries. Mu Yun and Song Jingnian, who had rushed over, also rushed over to help. Wan, can you hold on? I'll take you back and let the imperial physician see you. Just hold on. Song Yian was afraid that Qin Suiwan would die, and he was shaking with fear. Mu Yun came over, found the wound quickly, and stopped Qin Suiwan's bleeding. Seeing Song Yian, who looked like a fool, she said helplessly, Song Yian, Miss Qin will not die. It's just some skin injuries, although it's serious. But she won't die. The blood on Qin Suiwan's body was really scary. Song Yian always felt that the injury was too serious and was afraid that she would die. After all this torment, the effect of the drug in Qin Suiwan's body had dissipated, and she didn't feel like falling asleep. At this time, she only felt pain in her shoulders and legs. The killers were quickly caught. These killers were no match for Bai Feng and his men. This was not the time to interrogate. The most urgent thing was to treat Qin Suiwan first. Mu Yun said to Song Yian, why don't you take Miss Qin back for treatment first, and then if you trust her, leave the interrogation to us. Song Yian nodded, okay, cousin, I'll trouble you. You must help me find out who ordered it. I will not let that person off. Mu Yun nodded and couldn't help but joked, Your Highness the Crown Prince is so angry for his beloved. It seems that some people are going to suffer. After that, she didn't care about Song Yian's reaction and took Song Jingnian away. Song Yian didn't care about being shy at this time and hurriedly picked up Qin Suiwan and left. Mu Yun and Song Jingnian returned to the palace and took the killers back. Bai Feng didn't use much tricks, and the killers confessed. After Mu Yun learned that the person who ordered it was a man named Chang Yuro, he was curious about who this person was, so he asked Bai Feng to find out. In the evening, Bai Feng finally found out the whole story and came back to report. After learning that Chang Yuro hired a killer to murder Qin Suiwan because she wanted to be the crown princess, Mu Yun felt that this woman was too vicious. If she wanted to be the crown princess, she should have fought for it herself. Why did she murder someone? Mu Yun immediately asked someone to bring the news to Song Yian. At this time, Song Yian was still guarding Qin Suiwan's bed. He sent someone to inform her family about her injury and explained that in order to facilitate Qin Suiwan's treatment, she would be taken directly to the East Palace and sent back when she was better. After Song Yian learned that the person who hired the killer was Chang Yuro, he quickly remembered who this person was. When he heard that Chang Yuro hired the killer because she wanted to be the crown princess, he was even more angry and guilty. Unexpectedly, Qin Suiwan suffered this misfortune because of him. Song Yian was full of self-blame. Looking at Qin Suiwan, who had fallen asleep, he said directly to his subordinates, send those people directly to the Dali Temple and sue Chang Yuro for hiring a killer to kill someone. Send all the witnesses and evidence to the Dali Temple. I want to see how the Chang family will protect her. This was the first time that Song Yian was so angry, and it was also the first time that he wanted to punish someone like this. His subordinates immediately went down to do it. The next morning, the people from the Dali Temple went to the Chang family. Chang Yuro did not sleep all night to wait for news. She got up very late today, and her eyes were all black and blue. She thought it was a foolproof thing, but she waited all night and didn't get any news. Chang Yuro just felt that she had a bad premonition. When she heard the maid say that the people from the Dali Temple had come, she felt even more guilty and was frightened. Miss, the master and his wife called you to the front hall. The maid next to Chang's mother came to call for someone. Chang Yuro was very panicked and uneasy. She hired a murderer to kill someone last night, and today the people from the Dali Temple came to her house. This didn't seem like a coincidence at all. Chang Yuro didn't want to go out, so she pretended to be sick. I'm not feeling well. Go tell my father and mother that I'm sick and can't get up. The maid could only go back to report. The people from the Dali Temple came directly with evidence to arrest people. Being able to send someone to call Chang Yuro was already a face-saving thing for the Chang family, but Chang Yuro didn't come. The people from the Dali Temple had no choice but to say to Lord Chang, sorry. Lord Chang, the evidence is irrefutable. Miss Chong is suspected of hiring a killer to kill someone. We are here today to arrest people directly. Since Miss Chong is unwilling to come out, we can only arrest people ourselves. Lord Cheng's face was very ugly, and Cheng's mother was busy begging, "Lord, this must be a misunderstanding. My Euro is well-behaved and sensible, and she would never do such a thing. Please investigate carefully and clear Euro's name." Seeing this, the people from the Dali Temple said directly, "Lord Chong, I'm sorry. Go, take Chong Euro back to the Dali Temple." The leader gave an order to his subordinates, and those people were about to go to the backyard. Lord Chong hurriedly said, "Captain Su, I'll bring her out." "Please wait a moment." Hearing this, the captain could only give Lord Chong this face again. Chong Euro didn't lie down at all, but paced back and forth in the room anxiously, thinking of a response plan.
Master.
Hearing the voice of the maid, Chong Euro couldn't help but get nervous, and hurriedly ran to the bed and lay down, without even taking off her shoes. Lord Chong didn't even knock on the door, but pushed the door open and came in directly. Chong Euro had just laid down, and she was even gasping for breath. Father, why are you here?" Chong Euro wanted to pretend to be sick, but unfortunately, she didn't look like it. Lord Chong said to her coldly, "The Dali Temple has evidence that you hired someone to kill someone. They are not here to investigate, but to arrest someone. You can only follow them. I am the Shongshuling who allowed you to stay here until now. Euro, you must remember that once you go in, no matter what, you can only insist that you did not hire someone to kill someone. You must keep denying it, understand?" Seeing that her father did not ask if she did it, Chong Euro felt even more guilty. It seemed that her father believed the evidence. "Father, you won't listen to my explanation either?" Lord Chong looked at him coldly, and his eyes seemed to understand everything. "Euro, I know your temper. You are as cruel as your father. It is your ideal to be the crown princess. It is also your father's wish to let you be the crown princess. Without substantial evidence, the Dali Temple will not come to arrest people, so there is no need for me to listen to your explanation. The only thing I have to think about now is how to save you and how to preserve our Chong family, not to listen to your explanation." Chong Euro didn't expect her father to say this, and she immediately lost the desire to explain. But she didn't want to go to the Dali Temple. What kind of person was she? If she went to the Dali Temple, how could she stay in the capital after she came out? It would be too embarrassing. "Father, I don't want to go to the Dali Temple. Can you think of a way?" Chong Euro climbed up and knelt down in front of her father. "Father, please save me. I will be obedient in the future. I will discuss everything with you and never act impulsively. Please save me this time. If I go to the Dali Temple, my reputation will be ruined when I come out."
Who will marry me?
Lord Chong was helpless, and it was useless to be angry. He said lightly, "Now it's useless to say these things. You go first. I will get rid of the crime for you. As for your reputation, can you still care about your reputation when your life is hanging by a thread?" Chong Euro was disappointed when she heard this. "Let's go. If you keep dawdling, the people from the Dali Temple will come in and take people away themselves," Lord Chong said, and walked directly outside. There was only indifference on his expressionless face. Chong Euro looked at her father, who was still as indifferent as ever, and her heart instantly turned cold. Her father was different from other fathers. Since she could remember, he was so cold and ruthless, as if he would never have any emotions. "Why don't you leave? Are you waiting for someone to come in and take you away?" Lord Cheng's cold voice came, intimidating without even being angry. Chong Euro could only walk out unwillingly. The people in the Dali Temple were getting impatient waiting, and finally saw someone coming. The captain in charge said directly, "Take the prisoner, we're leaving." The subordinates immediately went to handcuff the man. Chong Euro was very panicked. She looked at her father and saw that he looked indifferent, so she looked at her mother. Mrs. Chang's face was full of sadness and reluctance, but she couldn't change anything and could only watch her being taken away. When Chong Euro was taken away, the surrounding neighbors saw it, and everyone started talking about it in an instant. I don't know who said the reason, and it was so convincing that everyone immediately became interested and gathered together to gossip. Mrs. Chong, who was at the gate, was so angry when she heard those words that she couldn't help but want to go out to find someone to argue with. As soon as she moved, she was stopped by Lord Chang. Isn't it chaotic enough? Can you all just be quiet? Someone closed the door. Madame Chang cried and said, Master, you should think of a way to save Yuro. What kind of place is this Dali temple? What will happen if Yuro goes in? You should think of a way. Lord Chang shook off Madame Chang's hand and said angrily, I want to save her?
Who will find a way to save me?
Madame Chang didn't understand. Master, you are fine.
What do you mean by this?
Lord Chang sighed and said in a dull tone, It is not the Qin family that is causing trouble, but His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Qin Sui Wan is now in the Crown Prince's East Palace. It is not without reason that the Dali Temple dares to come and arrest people like this. If the Crown Prince holds a grudge against the Chang family, how can I gain a foothold in the court in the future? You are still worried about your good daughter. You should worry about whether you can still live in this mansion in the future, and whether you can still live the life you have now. Hearing this, Madame Chang really became worried and could not take care of her daughter's affairs. When Qin Sui Wan woke up, it was noon. After Song Yian dealt with some things, he came to stay by her side again. Seeing that she woke up, he hurriedly asked, Wan, how are you? Are you still feeling uncomfortable? Qin Sui Wan had just woken up and was still a little confused. After a while, she recovered. Your Highness, I'm fine. She spoke, her voice a little hoarse. Seeing this, Song Yian hurried to pour her some water. Qin Sui Wan took a look here and found that it was not her home. Then she remembered that the prince should have taken her directly back to the palace. Thinking that this was a bit against the rules, Qin Sui Wan said to Song Yian after drinking the water, Your Highness, where is this? Why don't you take me home? After drinking the hot water, Qin Sui Wan felt much more comfortable and her voice became stronger. Song Yian said, This is the East Palace. You can live here peacefully. Nothing will happen.
I didn't think too much about it at the time.
I just thought it would be convenient to call the imperial physician in the palace, so I brought you here. Later, the imperial physician said that you were too seriously injured and it was not suitable to move, so he didn't let you go back. Qin Sui Wan tried to move her hands and legs, but they hurt so much that she didn't dare to move. From childhood to adulthood, she had never been injured so badly, and she felt very sad for a while. I don't know who it is that has such a great hatred for me and wants to kill me. If I know about it, I will definitely not let him go. Hearing this, Song Yian felt a little guilty. If he wanted to find out the reason, he actually blamed him. By the way, Your Highness, have those people in black been caught? Have you found out who ordered them? Song Yian didn't dare to hide it, and hurriedly told the matter, and explained that he had handed over all the evidence to the Dali Temple, and the Dali Temple went to the Chang family this morning to arrest the people. Qin Sui Wan was very surprised. It turned out to be Chang Yuro? How could it be? I have no grudge against her. Why was she so excessive and hired a killer to kill me?
Why?
Song Yian said embarrassedly, For my sake. She wanted to be the crown princess. Seeing that I liked you, she wanted to kill you.
Van, I'm sorry.
It was my fault that I failed to protect you. I never thought that my love would bring such a disaster to you. Song Yian really felt guilty. Qin Sui Wan found it incredible. Just because of this, she hired a killer to kill me? Isn't this reason too dramatic? How can Chang Yuro be so vicious? Not only is she vicious, but she is also childish. If she can become the crown princess, she can become the crown princess even if she doesn't kill me. If she can't become the crown princess, she can become the crown princess even if she kills me. She seems to be a smart person, but why is she so stupid? Song Yian nodded. Yes, it's a pity that she doesn't understand this truth, so she ruined her own future. Qin Sui Wan couldn't help but sigh. Entering the Dali Temple, it was a crime of hiring a killer to kill someone. It's true that Chang Yuro's life will not be easy in the future. Let alone becoming the crown princess. She can't even be an ordinary person now. What crime will she be sentenced for? Qin Sui Wan asked. Song Yian replied, If the circumstances are serious, hiring someone to kill someone can be sentenced to immediate execution. Wanwan, you want her to die or live, it's up to you. Qin Suiwan was a little surprised when he heard this. Your Highness, are you going to exercise your private power for me? Song Yan said frankly, if power cannot be used for yourself, then what is the point of it? Isn't it for the sake of oneself that people constantly crave power? Wanwan, as the crown prince, although I bear the responsibility of the people of the world, I can have my own selfish desires, and Changyuro has committed a serious crime. It doesn't matter whether she lives or dies. It doesn't count as exercising private power. Qin Suiwan thought for a while and said, forget about immediate execution. Let's sentence her according to other punishments. Exile or imprisonment are fine. Whether it is exile or imprisonment, her life will be ruined. I think this punishment is enough.
Song Yan nodded, okay.
The Chang family still wanted to save people, but soon, the verdict on Changyuro came down. She was sentenced to 10 years in prison, but she was not exiled. Compared to exile, this result is actually much better, and it is also the result of the Chang family's help behind the scenes. This matter spread quickly in Beijing, and many people knew the ins and outs of this matter. Suddenly, those who wanted to resort to trickery were frightened and dared not take any action again, lest they lose more than they gain and ruin their current lives. People should be more content. Many women who wanted to become the crown princess gave up the idea for a while. Compared with the dangerous wealth and glory, it was better for them to live a stable life. Qin Suiwan stayed in the East Palace for 3 days before her injuries healed a little. After that, she started to make a fuss about wanting to go home. Song Yan had no choice but to say that as long as she agreed to be the crown princess, he would let her go back. During these 3 days, Song Yan took good care of her. Qin Suiwan liked him more and was more certain of her feelings. She didn't hesitate and agreed directly. Okay, I agree, okay. Let me go back. Hearing this, Song Yan was immediately pleasantly surprised. Really? Don't regret it. I will send the imperial edict to your home right now. Qin Suiwan was helpless. Why are you in such a hurry? I've already said I'm willing, so I won't go back on my word. Song Yan actually took out the imperial edict and handed it to Qin Suiwan. Qin Suiwan opened it and saw that it was really an imperial edict granting marriage. She was surprised and said, "Did you really ask for an imperial edict? Didn't you say you were just teasing me?" Song Yan smiled and said, "Yes, I was just teasing you." Qin Suiwan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and finally took the imperial edict home. The Qin family, who received the imperial edict, also expected this result. After all, their daughter had lived in the East Palace for 3 days, and there were a lot of rumors in the capital recently. They were also happy about this result, but they were also a little worried. However, Song Yan personally sent Qin Suiwan back and said a lot to Lord Qin. At this point, the Qin family was completely relieved. When Muyun learned that the two were going to get married, it was also expected. Before, she always treated Song Yan as a child. Now that they were going to get married, she realized that the original boy had grown into an adult man. The officials began to get busy. They were originally preparing for the first meeting and banquet with the Emperor of Jin, and now they had to prepare for the wedding of the crown prince. The people in the Ministry of Rights were really busy. After Muyun was free, he would patrol the shops and spend time with his children every day. In a flash, it was the end of the year. It was the first year after Jin became a vassal state, and the Emperor of Jin was coming. It was snowing heavily in winter, and the Jin team took more than a month to reach the capital. On the day when the Emperor of Jin arrived in the capital, only the people of the Ministry of Rights went to receive him. Song Jinglian did not respect the Emperor of Jin very much, so he did not go to greet him in person. When the Emperor of Jin saw that he was greeted by only some officials from the Ministry of Rights, he was in a bad mood and felt that Xia was bullying him. But as a defeated country, where was the dignity? He could only be angry but not speak, and followed the officials to live in the post station. They had to wait until the next day before they could enter the palace. At Prince Ping's mansion, Muyun learned that the Emperor of Jin had entered the capital and said to Song Jinglian, "The Emperor of Jin must be very unhappy that he didn't go to greet any important people. He probably didn't want to eat dinner today. After all, He is the emperor of a country. He must be unhappy to be ignored like this. Song Jingyan was handling official business. Hearing this, he said lightly, "He deserves this treatment. He should know it in his heart. The Emperor of Jin is a person who likes killing, but he has little ability. He has always wanted to devour the Xia kingdom, but with his ability, this is simply a fantasy. Now he has directly made his country into our vassal state. He must be very unwilling in his heart." Muyan smiled and said, "I haven't seen this Emperor of Jin yet. At tomorrow's banquet, he is afraid that he will be ignored by more people. I don't know if he can bear it." After Song Jingyan finished handling the last official document, he closed the document and said, "This you will know tomorrow. Let's go back and rest." With that, Song Jingyan got up and went to pull her, and the two returned to the yard. By the way, His Majesty said that since Nanyang is now Yuer's fiefdom, she should go and see it, and we should also take over Nanyang. We should also train a group of people for Yuer. On the way back to the room, Song Jingyan talked about this with Muyun. Muyun nodded. "Well, you are right, but I am still the best at training people. I can help with the development of Nanyang City." Song Jingyan smiled. "It's rare to see you compliment me. So in some ways, your husband is better than you, right?" The two joked until they entered the house, closed the door, and the voices gradually faded. The next morning, after getting up, the two went to the main hall. When the princess saw them coming, she asked Muyun to help her choose the clothes to enter the palace today. "Today is an important occasion, and you can't lose your dignity. You must be dignified and powerful to suppress those Jin people." Muyun looked at the excited princess, smiled, and helped her choose. By the way, she praised the princess from head to toe. Her praise was sincere and practical, which made the princess smile and feel very happy. She also prepared clothes and many jewelry for Muyun. Since coming to the palace, Muyun's jewelry has grown from a small box to several large boxes now. She changes one every day. I'm afraid it will take more than a month to change. There are too many. And these are basically gifts from the princess. Not only for Muyun, she also prepared a lot for Yuya. This time Yuya was awarded the title of princess, and she gave her a whole box of jewelry to celebrate. Yuya is only a few years old now, but the jewelry has already filled several boxes. "Mother, don't spend money next time. I can't even store the jewelry you gave me," Muyun said with a smile. The princess was really good to her. She was good without any bottom line. Muyun really regarded her as his mother in his heart, and now the two are getting closer and closer. The eldest princess sorted the jewels and smiled happily. Okay, I will try to give you less in the future. It's not that every time I see something beautiful, I think it suits you. Who told you to be so beautiful?" Muyun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After the family finished their meal, they began to dress up and prepare to enter the palace. The school was not on holiday today, so the children were not at home. The Emperor Jin came as an envoy, bringing the Queen, Duke Chai, Shi Mu, and others. Princess Jinling didn't come. I don't know if she has a trauma about the Xia kingdom, so she doesn't dare to come. It is said that since she was redeemed, she has not been ostentatious, and she stays in her princess mansion every day, very quietly. This is the first time that the Emperor Jin has come to the palace of the Xia kingdom. To be honest, he is a little nervous. A defeated country is like a minister under someone else's skirt. This makes him uneasy, for fear of suffering any humiliation. To be honest, if he didn't have to, he really didn't want to come to Xia country. After entering the palace, the Jin emperor kept looking around the palace. Compared to their Jin kingdom, this place was obviously more prosperous and majestic, even though he didn't want to admit it. The queen also held the emperor's hand tightly, and the two of them seemed to be in harmony at this time. Finally, they arrived at the banquet hall, and several people walked into the main hall under the guidance of the eunuch. From afar, there were many people sitting on both sides of the hall, and their eyes were looking over here. On the high platform, on the magnificent dragon throne, the emperor sat there with a dignified look on his face. His features were regular and his handsome face exuded maturity. At this moment, he was looking at them indifferently. Jin Huang was not used to such a status. He had always been the one looking down on others from a high position, but now he was in a low position, looking up at others. This gap made him feel unhappy. But he still composed himself, mustered his courage, and walked in with his head held high. The Golden Emperor and his ministers simply bowed slightly to the Emperor to show their friendship. Your Majesty, I have long heard of your great name. I did not expect to see you today and find you to be so young. It is really surprising, the Golden Emperor said with a faint smile. Immediately, a minister said to the King of Jin, Your Majesty, as a vassal state, you should kneel down and pay homage to our Majesty. Jin Huang looked at the man who spoke with a cold look in his eyes. He didn't know the man, but judging from his official uniform, he knew he was a civil servant. Someone spoke up, and the other officials also said boldly, Yes. Logically, it is indeed necessary to kneel down and bow. The king and queen looked grim, clenched their fists tightly, and felt humiliated in their hearts. Chai Guogong said, Although it is called a vassal state, it is only a vassal state, not a merger. Your Excellency's words are inappropriate. We have already saluted His Majesty the Xia Kingdom, and we also performed the unique etiquette of our Jin Kingdom. In our country, this ceremony represents respect and friendship. Another minister of the Jin Kingdom also said, The two countries have been friendly for 100 years, and our Jin Kingdom is also full of sincerity. This time, we have brought countless treasures unique to our Jin Kingdom to show our intentions. Come on, put all the gifts up. The messenger gave an order, and many people came in carrying boxes. On the dragon throne, the emperor spoke. His tone was indifferent. Your Majesty of the Jin Kingdom is polite. Please take a seat. Today is a welcoming banquet specially held for you and others. Everyone has a good time. If you need anything, you can always tell my ministers. The Jin Emperor looked at the emperor on the high seat, feeling aggrieved in his heart, but he could only hide it. Thank you, Your Majesty of the Xia Kingdom. After that, they all sat down. The gifts given by the Jin Kingdom were indeed very good. In addition to the ones moved in, they also paid tribute to 500 selected horses. The emperor was still very satisfied with this, and every year in the future, the Jin Kingdom had to pay tribute to their Xia Kingdom, which was not a small amount. The Queen of Jin looked around and looked at Mu Yun, saying, Is this the Princess of Ping? She is so heroic. Seeing that he was mentioned, Mu Yun looked at her. The Queen of Jin continued, I heard that the princess is very skilled in martial arts. I can also show off a few moves when I have nothing to do. I wonder if I can have a fight with the Princess of Ping. Hearing this, everyone was surprised. Mu Yun was also a little surprised. The Queen of Jin actually wanted to compete with her? Since she had made this request, there was no reason for her not to respond. She nodded, Of course, I wonder how the Queen wants to compete? The Queen smiled and said calmly, It's all right. The princess has the final say. Mu Yun thought that perhaps the Queen wanted to avenge her daughter, so she deliberately challenged him, but she couldn't beat him. She should also understand this, so why did she ask for a fight? What's more, she wouldn't dare to kill him in such an occasion, right? Mu Yun couldn't understand this. But let it go.
There is nothing to worry about now.
It is the people of their Jin Kingdom who should be worried, not her. Okay, let's have a sword fight, Mu Yun said. The Queen of Jin did not refuse and nodded lightly. Okay. The envoy of Jin gave the Queen the sword, which was their own sword. Song Jingmian pulled Mu Yun and whispered, Be careful, I'm afraid her sword is poisoned. The Queen of Jin loves her only daughter, Jinling, very much. Jinling was captured by us before, and her life was not easy. The Queen must have a grudge in her heart. She is looking for you to fight, and it must be more than just a simple fight. Mu Yun nodded. Well, I know, don't worry, I will pay attention. The two stood in the middle of the banquet. The dancers had already retreated, leaving the venue to the two of them. Everyone stared at the two people closely, curious about this competition, wondering where the Queen of Jin got the confidence to challenge their Princess Ping. Some people also think that the people of Jin, regardless of gender, have practiced martial arts since childhood and are very agile. The Queen dared to challenge, which means that her martial arts must be good. Mu Yun's merits on the battlefield were not obtained because of her martial arts, but because of her intelligence. Maybe her martial arts were not as good as the Queen of Jin. Everyone could not help but look forward to who would win and who would lose between the two. In the center of the banquet, Yun said to the Queen of Jin, "Queen, you start first." The Queen of Jin was not polite. The costumes of their Jin country were different from those of the Xia country. There were no complicated things. They were all relatively simple, and fighting was not strenuous, so there was no need to change clothes. She raised her sword and stabbed Yun directly. Yun looked at her strength and posture and realized that this person was indeed a martial artist. Yun raised the sword in his hand calmly and blocked the first attack of the Queen of Jin. After that, the two fought in a group, and the fight was very exciting. The Queen of Jin did have some kung fu skills, which was better than Yun expected. It seemed that she really just wanted to compete with Yun, and her moves were not fierce, but Yun did not relax his vigilance. After testing the true strength of the Queen of Jin, she no longer wanted to fight, and directly increased her speed. Her moves were fast and accurate, and for a while, the Queen of Jin was somewhat unable to resist. Soon, the Queen of Jin was defeated, and Yun's sword was pressed against her neck. Yun smiled at her. "Queen, you lost." The coldness in the eyes of the Queen of Jin flashed for a moment, and soon she smiled with a fake smile. "I am convinced. Princess Ping's martial arts are indeed unparalleled in the world. Very powerful." Yun retracted his sword and said lightly, "Queen, you are too kind." When Yun turned around, hatred flashed in the eyes of the Queen of Jin. She was about to raise the sword in her hand, but was called back to reason by the voice of the Emperor of Jin. "Ayu, it's time to come back." The Jin Emperor's voice was a little cold. When the Queen heard it, she took back her hand that was about to be raised and controlled herself tightly. The two of them turned around and went back to their seats. There was no tension as expected, and both of them were very calm, which surprised everyone. The competition ended just like that without any accidents happening, and everyone couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. After that, there were some conversations between the two countries. The Emperor of Jin was quite flexible and did not feel awkward at all when he complimented others. After chatting for a few more words, the Emperor of Jin said to the Emperor, "Your Majesty, I have a daughter named Jin Hui, who is the smartest and most beautiful of my daughters. In order to show our sincerity in wanting to coexist peacefully, I want to marry my daughter to the royal family of Xia. I heard that your crown prince is a handsome man with elegant manners. I am willing to bring my daughter here. She doesn't have to be the crown princess, but only a concubine. Please help me, Your Majesty." The Emperor of Jin knew that it was impossible to let his daughter be the crown princess. The future queen of a country could not be from their Jin country, so he was very smart and only asked for the position of concubine. Song Yan, who was drinking well, was immediately shocked by the words of the Emperor of Jin and waved his hand to refuse. "Your Majesty, I already have a crown princess. We all know your sincerity. There is no need to show it like this." The Emperor of Jin said, "Your Highness, my daughter only wants to be a concubine, not a crown princess. You are the crown prince of a country, the future heir apparent. You naturally have many concubines, and one more Jin Hui is not too many. Or, does the crown prince mind that she is a princess of our Jin country, so he doesn't want her?" Song Yan said helplessly, "I only like the crown princess. Your Majesty, please choose another husband for the princess." Seeing that he still refused, the Emperor of Jin looked very ugly. He was a princess of a country, and she just asked to be a crown prince's concubine, but she was rejected like this. He was very angry because he was not given such a face. "Your Majesty, you are relying on your victory to treat our Jin royal family like this? If so, why not just kill us? Why insult us like this?" The Jin Emperor was really angry, not pretending. He wanted to marry his little daughter to him, not for anything else, but just to improve the relationship between the two countries. After all, the vassal state issue was a foregone conclusion and could not be changed. If so, they could only get along well. The Emperor on the high platform saw that he was really angry and hurriedly said, "Emperor Jin, this is indeed inappropriate. The prince has just been engaged to his fiancée. It is not appropriate to ruin the good fortune of the two newlyweds at this time. Let's forget about the marriage. Seeing that the emperor also said this, Emperor Jin was really angry, but he could do nothing about it. Well, since His Majesty has said so, what can we do? The Queen of Jin State winked at Princess Jin Hui. Seeing this, Princess Jin Hui could only grit her teeth and kneel down to the emperor in the hall and said, "Since the prince doesn't want me, there is no point in me living." As she said that, Jin Hui went straight to hit the pillar. That force really showed her determination to die. After a loud bang, she hit the pillar. If someone hadn't pulled her hand quickly, her head would have been smashed at this moment. Such determination really scared everyone. Everyone in the hall was stunned. This princess is really determined. She died when she said she would die, without any ambiguity. That force really showed that she was looking for death. Qin's father and mother frowned over there. How could a princess from another country interfere in their daughter's newly arranged marriage? The prince's attitude just now made the two of them satisfied and relieved, but now they are not satisfied anymore and just feel troubled. Sure enough, it is not so easy to be the crown princess. Song Yian had not expected this to happen and was a little confused for a moment. The emperor immediately called the imperial physician to treat Princess Jin Hui. The Jin emperor had not expected his daughter to be so fearless. Why did she hit her head against the wall? But this is better, he said directly to the Xia emperor. "Your Majesty, my daughter can't bear such humiliation. Please don't send anyone to rescue her. Even if she is rescued, she still can't bear it." The emperor was speechless. How could this be humiliating? Not marrying her is humiliating? This is simply unreasonable. He really didn't know what to say. But no matter how speechless, he still had to comfort her. The emperor could only say to Emperor Jin, "Human life is at stake. How can we not save her?" "Don't worry, Emperor Jin. Princess Jin Hui will be fine. The medical skills of our Xia Kingdom's imperial physician are very good." Emperor Jin continued, "Your Majesty, you should give Jin Hui a place to stay. She came to Xia Kingdom for only one purpose, that is, to marry the prince and serve him well in the future. If she can't do that, then let her go." The emperor was very dissatisfied. Why was he forcing a marriage and threatening to die? Song Jingmian and Mu Yan looked at each other, not understanding what the Jin Kingdom wanted to do. Was it intentionally trying to plant someone in the Xia Kingdom's royal family? But this move was too cruel. If someone hadn't held her back just now, Princess Jin Hui would have really died. Mu Yan asked Song Jingmian, "Do you know this Princess Jin Hui? What kind of person is she?" Song Jingmian shook his head. "I've never heard of her. I only know that there are 4 princesses in the royal family of the Jin Kingdom. The more famous one is Jinling. The other princesses are almost invisible. No one cares about them. I won't pay special attention to people who pose no threat." The two of them were whispering to each other, and the emperor had no choice but to look at Song Yian. As an emperor, he will have many concubines in the future. This is inevitable. When Song Yian saw the look in his father's eyes, he felt bad. In a hurry, he had to pretend to faint. He immediately closed his eyes and fainted. The subordinates around him also had a tacit understanding and hurriedly said, "His Royal Highness the Crown Prince fainted." The subordinate's voice was like thunder and immediately attracted everyone's attention to Song Yian. The ministers asked with concern, "What happened to your highness?" An imperial physician hurried to check on Song Yian and finally had no choice but to say to the emperor, "Your Majesty, the crown prince was frightened. That's why he fainted." When this reason came out, everyone was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. They wanted to laugh, but had to pretend to be serious. The imperial physician was helpless. He was being pulled by the crown prince, who kept winking at him. As a minister, he had no choice but to cooperate. He couldn't come up with any other reasons, so he just made up one. When Song Yian heard this reason, he wanted to get up on the spot. It was too damaging to his dignity. The emperor was also somewhat speechless. Too frightened? This reason was really too embarrassing. But he could only say, "Take the prince down to rest first." The prince was taken away, and the matter of Emperor Jin forcing a marriage had to be put aside for the time being. The emperor said to the Emperor of Jin, "Your Majesty, this marriage still depends on the young people's wishes. Look at the young people nowadays. They faint when they are not satisfied. Their psychological tolerance is too poor. We should scare them less in the future." Hearing this, the Emperor of Jin smiled and said lightly, "Your Majesty is right. I didn't expect that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince's psychological tolerance is so poor. Let's talk about this matter after the Crown Prince gets better." Seeing that the Emperor of Jin still didn't want to give up, the Emperor was very helpless. He waited for an opportunity to talk to the Crown Prince to see if he could agree to marry this princess. She was just a concubine, and it didn't matter. After finishing the topic of Princess Jin Hui, the Emperor of Jin said again, "Your Majesty, since Jin Hui's marriage didn't work out, then grant a marriage to my son Jin Tan. He will live in Xia for 30 years in the future and can only marry and have children here. He can't go back to Jin to talk about marriage in 30 years. By then, he will be over 50 years old, and most of his life will have passed." Hearing this, the emperor was really troubled. Why is the marriage still not over? The Emperor of Jin continued, "I heard that Miss Shangguan Xi, the daughter of General Shangguan, and my son Jin Tan are in love. They promised to spend their lives together in Jin. Now they both come to Xia. It's a deep fate. Your Majesty, why don't you grant them a marriage so that my son Jin Tan can settle down here completely, truly integrate into Xia, and become a part of this country?" Jin Tan, who was sitting in the corner, just raised his eyelids and said nothing. Shangguan Xi was anxious and knelt down to defend himself. "Your Majesty, I didn't. There is nothing between me and the third prince. We are innocent. Please don't speak casually to ruin people's reputations." Shangguan Xi was almost angry to death. She finally came back to live a good life for a few days. If she was married to Jin Tan, a waste, her future would be ruined. She would never allow such a thing to happen. The Emperor Jin said, "Miss Shangguan, don't be shy. All the soldiers in the camp know about what happened between you and my son. You often went to his tent and stayed there for most of the day. You had a very good relationship. Now your Xia Kingdom's Majesty is making the decision for you. This is a great thing. Third brother, don't you think so?" The Emperor Jin asked his son. Jin Tan looked at his father, not daring to disobey, and could only nod. "Yes, Xiaoxi and I have indeed promised to spend our lives together. Please grant your Majesty." The emperor was in a dilemma. He looked at General Shangguan and asked, "What do you think, General Shangguan?" General Shangguan looked very ugly. Shangguan Xi's reputation was already very bad after returning from the trip to the kingdom of Jin. Now with his father and son, it would be impossible for Shangguan Xi to get married in the future. Her reputation was ruined. "Your Majesty, I will obey my daughter's wishes. As long as she is willing, I have nothing to say." This meant that Shangguan Xi had to make the decision herself. The emperor looked at Shangguan Xi and asked, "Miss Shangguan, are you willing?" Shangguan Xi was silent. If she said no, the Jin emperor was eyeing her covetously and had damaged her reputation. If she said yes, the third prince was now just a hostage, and she was unwilling to marry such a person. Jin Tan said at this time, "Xiaoxi, you don't have to worry too much. If you dislike me, I won't force you or delay you. You can choose according to your own wishes. If you choose me, I will treat you well no matter what. If you don't choose me, it doesn't matter. I wish you happiness in the future." Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but lower their heads and discuss. Is Shangguan Xi disliked her hostage status? They have promised each other for life in private. Why is she not willing now? Of course she dislikes it. After all, she is a hostage and her future is gone. How can she have a good life by marrying a hostage? No one would be willing. Some people disagreed. Although he is a hostage, he is still a prince. Maybe one day he will be lucky enough to return to the Jin Kingdom and ascend the throne. It's better not to say it too early. Even if she doesn't marry a hostage, a woman who once lived in the Jin Kingdom and made a living in the Jin Kingdom's military camp, who would marry her in this huge capital city. She can't get married. Yes, no good family will marry her. In fact, Marrying a hostage is her best way out. All these words fell into Shangguan Xi's ears. She didn't expect that her reputation had become so bad. She wanted to refuse, but she began to hesitate. In the hall, everyone was looking at her, waiting for her answer. After a while, Shangguan Xi gritted her teeth and nodded in agreement. Your servant, I am willing. The word willing made Shangguan Xi very uncomfortable, but the words had been spoken, and there was no way to regret it. Shangguan Xi suddenly felt that her fate was like a dandelion. She could only be forced to drift with the wind, and she had no control over it. This feeling made her feel anxious and uneasy. The emperor was relieved to hear that she was willing. If she was unwilling, and the Emperor of Jin insisted on granting the marriage, he could only find someone to grant the marriage, but in this situation, no girl would be willing, and he didn't want to be the bad guy. Now it was best. The emperor happily granted the marriage to the two. Jean Tan was also a little surprised. She didn't expect Shangguan Xi to actually agree. She looked at her in surprise. The Emperor of Jin finally smiled and thanked the Emperor of Xia. The emperor granted the marriage to the two on the spot, and even set the wedding date, which was just 3 days later. In this way, the Emperor of Jin and others could still attend Jean Tan's wedding before leaving, which was enough to give the Emperor of Jin enough face. The Emperor of Jin was also happy. After the palace banquet, the reward given by the emperor was carried into the Shangguan family early the next morning. It was the emperor's wedding gift to Shangguan Xi. It was indeed a grievance to marry a hostage, and the emperor also had some compassion and gave more gold, silver, and jewelry as compensation. But no one in the Shangguan family was happy. Looking at the pile of rewards, General Shangguan said, "Take all these with you. You don't have to leave them at home." Shangguan Xi nodded. "Okay. Thank you, father. I will live a good life with the third prince." General Shangguan nodded, feeling complicated, a little guilty, and a little helpless. "Your mother, and I will prepare another one for you, as your dowry." Shangguan Xi nodded lightly, without crying or making a fuss. In the evening, the window of her room was opened, and Jean Tan slipped in. Shangguan Xi, who heard the noise, looked over, and the two looked at each other. She was a little surprised. "Third prince, why are you here?" Shangguan Xi's attitude was pretty good, and that was fine. She had always gotten along well with the third prince. Jean Tan walked towards her quickly and hugged her in his arms. "Xiao Xi, are you really willing to marry me?" In fact, when they were in the Jin dynasty, the two of them were just somewhat ambiguous and were not really together. Shangguan Xi felt the man's embrace, and the cold wind along with the smell of the man invaded her breath, making her mind more rational and clear. She smiled, hugged the man back, and said gently, "Well, I do." Jean Tan was very moved. It was the first time that someone was willing to marry him when he was so down and out. He was really touched and came out tonight specifically to find Shangguan Xi to confirm it. He had a good impression of Shangguan Xi in the first place, and now that Shangguan Xi was so loyal, he was even more moved and liked her, and secretly vowed to treat her well in the future. "Xiao Xi, I really like you, don't worry. I will treat you well in the future. I will work hard in the future. When I return to the kingdom of Jin, I will take you with me. I will not be willing to be a hostage. When I go back and take back everything that belongs to me, I will make you the most noble and happy woman in the world." Jean Tan confessed impatiently, wanting to let her understand her heart. Shangguan Xi felt better again. Yes, it is not impossible in the future. Even if Jean Tan is a hostage, he is also a prince. As long as he is a prince, there is a possibility of ascending the throne. So as long as it works well, she can still become a high and mighty queen in the future. Thinking of this, Shangguan Xi felt even better, and those unwilling thoughts disappeared. "Well, I believe you, Your Highness. We will depend on each other in the future, and I will always be with you." Shangguan Xi is still very good at coaxing men. Jean Tan hugged her tightly, feeling as if he had found a treasure and cherishing it very much. The two talked for a long time, and when they were deeply in love, they couldn't help but kiss each other. But Jean Tan respected her very much now and didn't cross the line. The blood was easy to deal with, but she was afraid that Jean Tan was experienced and would notice something. Thinking of this, Shangguan Xi pretended to be jealous and asked a lot of questions. He learned that Jinling only had a bed-warming maid and a concubine. With only 2 women, Shangguan Xi thought it should be okay, not very experienced, and should not be able to detect anything just by feeling. The 2 stayed together for a long time before Jinling sneaked away. However, he didn't notice the tail behind him at all. How could the emperor allow a hostage to escape surveillance? Naturally, there must be someone watching him all the time so that he could be assured. The emperor soon learned about Jinling's visit to General Shangguan's mansion at night, and naturally, the conversation between Jinling and Shangguan Xi reached the emperor's ears without missing a word. There was no special information, and the emperor didn't care. He just asked people to continue watching, and every word and action must be under surveillance. Soon, the wedding date of Shangguan Xi and Jinling came. Since they were going to start a family, it would be inappropriate to continue living in the palace, so the emperor gave the 3rd prince a mansion named Jin Mansion and asked him to marry Shangguan Xi in Jin Mansion. He also said that Jin Mansion would belong to Jinling in the future, and he could enjoy permanent residence rights. The wedding team came to the door of General Shangguan's mansion to welcome the bride. Jinling was wearing a wedding dress, sitting on horseback, smiling happily. This different wedding banquet was not very lively, but the guests who should come still came, but there were no various links as usual, and it was less lively. Shangguan Xi was in a good mood. With a new house and a lot of silver and money, she thought that life would not be too bad, so she was happy today. After receiving the bride, Jinling happily took her back to the Jin Mansion. In the Jin Mansion, the emperor and the queen were already sitting in the hall waiting. They didn't expect that the first time they saw their son get married was in the capital of Xia. In the past, they would never have thought that they would end up like this. But now it is redundant to think too much. No matter how unwilling they are, they can only do this. The Emperor Jin looked at the newlyweds coming outside and forced a smile, but the queen couldn't smile. She didn't come here to see Jinling get married. She just wanted to take revenge for the injuries and sufferings her daughter had suffered. It's just too difficult to find opportunity. After Jinling and Shangguan Xi bowed in the hall, they were sent to the bridal chamber. At the banquet, the Queen of Jin was looking forward to seeing Qingyun so that she could find an opportunity to take revenge, but she didn't expect that Song Jinling and his wife didn't come at all. Even the other guests left after eating, and the wedding banquet suddenly became deserted. The Emperor Jin looked at it, and his face became ugly again. After everyone left, only the Jin people were left in the huge courtyard, and there was no Xia people. The Emperor Jin looked cold, raised his head and drank the wine in the glass in one gulp, then said to Jinling, "Third brother, I fought for your marriage. Do you know why?" Jinling shook his head. The Emperor Jin sighed and said earnestly, "Third brother, you are my most valued son. In the future, my world will be handed over to you. Except for you, no one is qualified to sit in this position. Do you understand?" Jinling was surprised. "Father, what are you talking about? Now I am just a hostage. There are my eldest brother, second brother, and fourth brother in the capital. They are all your children and are qualified to inherit the throne. I am the least qualified one now." Jinling laughed bitterly at himself. The Emperor Jin poured another glass of wine, drank it all, and then said again, "Third brother, you don't understand. Your father sent you to Xia Kingdom, not just to let you be a hostage. Xia Kingdom has insulted us so much. We must avenge us, but we really don't have the ability to do so now. It's all because of Qingyun. We can't beat Xia Kingdom, not because we don't have enough troops or ability, but because we don't have powerful weapons like bombs." Jinling understood what his father meant. He asked, "So, father, what do you want me to do?" A cruel look flashed in the Emperor Jin's eyes. Either kill Qingyun and prevent Xia Kingdom from making bombs again, or steal their method of making bombs and do it too. Otherwise our Jin Kingdom can only be a vassal state forever. Can you endure such humiliation? Jinling was full of hot blood and naturally couldn't stand it, but what the Emperor Jin said was not easy. "Third brother, you'll stay in Xia country for 30 years. We have also made friendly gestures to them. You just need to pretend to be good and have no ambitions. You just want to live a blissful life. You marry Shangguan Xi, have children, and live a happy life in their eyes. Let them know that you only want to live this kind of life in your life. This way, they will relax their vigilance against you. After gaining their trust, it will be convenient for you to act. Jin Tan felt very depressed when he thought about staying here for 30 years. He had never thought about really staying here for 30 years. He asked, "So, Father, if I bring the formula for making bombs or Mu Yun's head back to the kingdom of Jin, I can inherit your position, right?" The Emperor Jin nodded and patted his son's shoulder. "I will never break my promise. Even if someone else inherits this position in the future, as long as you can take these two things back, the throne will be yours. If I don't live to see that day, I will leave a decree and inform the ministers before I die." "Okay, I know. Father, I will try my best." Jin Tan did not refuse and agreed directly. Hearing this, the Emperor Jin patted his shoulder with relief. "Old Third, you are the smartest among your brothers. I believe you can complete the task and save our Jin kingdom." Jin Tan nodded. "Well, I will try my best, Father." No one saw the calculated gleam in Jin Tan's eyes. After finishing the business, the Emperor Jin was relieved. After that, he told Jin Tan a lot, such as how to disguise, how to gain the trust of everyone here, etc., all teaching him how to do things. Jin Tan thought that his father would leave some people for him to facilitate him to complete the task, but after the Emperor Jin finished his instructions, he left without giving him anything. Jin Tan was a little disappointed and felt a little uncomfortable. It seems that his father really doesn't care about his life or death. He wants him to do something so dangerous, but he doesn't care about his life at all. What a good father. Looking at the suddenly empty yard, Jin Tan raised a self-deprecating smile at the corner of his mouth, which lasted for a long time. After a servant came to remind him, he remembered that today was his wedding night. Jin Tan sorted out his mood and walked towards the new room. Shangguan Xi had been waiting for a long time. Jin Tan's late arrival made her a little unhappy, but she still didn't say anything. After Jin Tan lifted the veil, he smiled at Shangguan Xi. Facing the beautiful bride, he had no other thoughts at this time. He only felt hurt and sad in his heart. "Xiaoxi, I only have you." Jin Tan hugged Shangguan Xi and said, and rubbed her neck affectionately. Shangguan Xi was a little unhappy, but she still endured it and didn't show it. She could only pat his shoulder impatiently, trying to use a gentle tone. "What's wrong? Why do you look so depressed?" Jin Tan told Shangguan Xi what his father had told him without reservation. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Shangguan's eyes lit up and he hurriedly said, "Your Highness, don't be sad. You still have me. They don't care about you, but I care about you. When we have everything in the future, we can retaliate against those who bullied us in any way we want." Jin Tan hugged her, and at this moment, his heart was really on her. Shangguan Xi continued, "We don't listen to them, but we can't just sit there and wait for death. Your Highness, we need to rethink our way out." Shangguan Xi was very smart. She saw Jin Tan's sadness and disappointment with Emperor Jin. She didn't rush to gain benefits and persuade Jin Tan to cooperate, but started from their own perspective so that Jin Tan could trust her wholeheartedly and treat her well. Sure enough, Jin Tan agreed with what she said and began to promise again. What Jin Tan didn't know was that all these words from him and his father fell into the ears of the emperor. The emperor just wanted to laugh after hearing this. The father and son were really whimsical. He shook his head with a smile and continued to have people monitor him. Emperor Jin stayed in Xiagua for a few days and was about to leave. The night before leaving, the queen sent one of her personal secret guards to kill Mu Yun. Unfortunately, the secret guard never came back. She waited until the next day to set off, but she never saw the secret guard come back. When Jin Huang and others left, Song Jingyan and Mu Yun came to see them off. Shimu looked at his former enemy. During the few days in Xia country, he knew how happy Song Jingyan was and what a happy family he had. He finally understood that Song Jingyan was different from him.
Shimu let it go.
He thought that he should pursue the life he wanted. What family and country had nothing to do with him. After all, no one in this family and this country cared about him. Shimu looked at Song Jingyan and said, Song Jingyan, we will meet again, if we are lucky. Maybe I will come to your Xia country again. Song Jingyan nodded lightly. You are welcome to come anytime.
11 mu smiled.
He thought that if he lived in this country, maybe he and Song Jingyan would be good friends. Unfortunately, they are enemies. Although they are not enemies now, they can never be true friends. I'm going to travel around the world,
Shimu said.
For some reason, he just wanted to tell Song Jingyan. Song Jingyan nodded. That's a good idea. When I have nothing to do, maybe I will take my son Yun to travel around the world. Maybe one day, we can really meet again in some corner of the world. Hearing this, Shimu smiled and said, that couldn't be better. I look forward to seeing you next time. Mu Yun stood beside Song Jingyan and had felt the burning eyes of the Queen of Jin looking at him several times. The Queen of Jin was really upset. Another of her best secret guards was killed, but this Mu Yun was unharmed. This made her feel really uncomfortable. If she couldn't kill him, it would be good to at least seriously injure him. Unfortunately, the huge chess piece was thrown down without any splash. Emperor Jin said to Song Jingyan, if His Royal Highness Prince Ping is free, he can come to our kingdom of Jin in the future to experience the different customs and practices. Song Jingyan said lightly, okay, since Emperor Jin has invited me, I will definitely go and see it if I have the chance. Emperor Jin finally looked at his daughter who was left behind in the crowd and said to Song Jingyan, my daughter is here, so I'll leave it to the Emperor of Xia. I hope he can find a good marriage for my daughter. Jin Hui was left in Xia, and this was her only value. She had no room for resistance and could only accept her fate. Song Jingyan was helpless. Emperor Jin was really a bit stupid. What was the point of keeping his daughter here? She could only make a useless sacrifice. He nodded lightly. Okay, I will tell His Majesty, Emperor Jin, don't worry. The queen couldn't help but say, Princess Ping is so lucky.
I'm envious.
Mu Yun just smiled and ignored her nonsensical sour words. Seeing her ignore her like this, the queen was furious, but helpless. She had really experienced several setbacks with Mu Yun, which made her hate Mu Yun so much. The king of Jin had already boarded the carriage. Seeing the queen still standing there, he couldn't help but shout, Queen, it's time to go. The queen finally didn't hide her feelings anymore and gave Mu Yun a cold look. Princess Ping, see you later. She said this with some gritted teeth. Her eyes were even colder and more vicious. She stared at Mu Yun fiercely before turning away. Watching the Jin army leave, Mu Yun said to Song Jingyan, look at the queen's eyes. It seems like she wants to eat me up. Song Jingyan smiled and took her hand. She is so helpless and furious. She hates you, but she can't do anything about you. I'm afraid her heart is corroded by millions of ants, and she feels so uncomfortable. Mu Yun smiled happily when he heard this. Well, that's good. Let her continue to hate. As Song Jingyan escorted her to the carriage, he said, I have already arranged for the body last night. I am afraid that soon, the Queen of Jin will see her beloved subordinate. Mu Yun was a little surprised. You want to send the body to her? It's too troublesome. Forget it. Song Jingyan said, it's not a trouble. Bai Mu and the others are idle anyway. We should find them some work to do.
Mu Yun laughed helplessly.
As soon as the two returned to the palace, they saw an old friend. It was Chu Ning. The two people who were supposed to return to Beijing a long time ago were delayed by Xiao Ningji's matter, which led to their return to the capital now. Seeing Mu Yun, Chu Ning was very happy and shouted loudly, Sister Yun. After not seeing for a long time, Chu Ning was still the same as before, lively, cute, and energetic. She ran towards Mu Yun excitedly, hugged Mu Yun's arm, and was very intimate. Mu Yun was also very happy to see her. There were too many things to do, and she forgot about Chu Ning. And Ning, when did you arrive? Mu Yun asked. Seeing old friends again, Mu Yun couldn't help but think of the time in Lingxi County and felt a little emotional for a while. Chu Ning smiled cutely, pulled Mu Yun and said, Sister Yun, I arrived yesterday. I missed you so much. I was so bored after you left. When you were here, I went to your house every day to play. After you left, I had nowhere to go. Chu Ning started chattering. Muyan invited her into the house while listening carefully. The two met again after a long separation and had a lot to say. Song Jingnian said he couldn't come, so he went out, but just after he went out, he met Song Yian, and then he was dragged to the East Palace by him. Song Yian wanted to ask Song Jingnian for advice on getting married. Who knew that Song Jingnian didn't give him any advice at all, saying that his ideas could not be used for others, only for his family's ayun. Song Yian was speechless. Cousin, do you have to be so stingy? It's just an idea. What does it matter? Don't you care about me? This is my first marriage, and I want to make my crown princess happy, but I don't know anything. I thought you had experience and asked for advice, but you did it too much. Song Yian was very upset recently because of the matter of Princess Jin Hui. Before leaving, Emperor Jin asked again, wanting Jin Hui to be the crown prince's concubine. Song Yian took a lot of effort to withstand the pressure and let the emperor not agree. After finally solving this matter, the other ministers jointly submitted a memorial, saying that he had reached the age of marriage and not only had to marry the crown princess, but also had to take in 2 concubines so that he could expand the royal family as soon as possible. The royal family was already dwindling, and the crown prince needed to shoulder the responsibility of prospering the population. Only in this way could the country become stronger and stronger. These were all said by those old ministers, and they said it in a high-sounding manner, which made Song Yian very annoyed. The emperor could not find a reason to refuse, and finally, he could only say that when the crown princess entered the East Palace, the matter of the concubine would be handled by the crown princess, and these matters should also be handled by the crown princess. In this way, those voices gradually became less. After Qin Suiwan knew this, he was not in a good mood, and he could not help but give Song Yian a cold face. Therefore, Song Yian thought about organizing the wedding banquet well, wanting Qin Suiwan to have a happy experience, and when he was in a good mood, he would not give him a cold face. Song Jingnian took a look at the layout of the East Palace and said lightly, "What your crown princess likes and dislikes, you can just ask directly, and then arrange it according to her preferences." "You ask me, how can I know?" Song Jingnian was a little disgusted with this layout and scene, but he just showed disgust on his face and said nothing. Song Jingnian walked around the East Palace and finally said nothing, but left with disgust in his eyes. It made Song Yian really want to beat him up. But at this time, Princess Baoqing Song Qinyu came over and cried and spoke. "Brother Crown Prince, the Chu family is bullying us too much. You have to help me," Song Qinyu said with a face full of grievance. The Crown Prince was annoyed. Seeing Song Qinyu, he frowned and said, "Who dares to bully you in the whole capital? You are the only one who bullies others. Princess Baoqing's arrogance and domineering are not a joke. Everyone in the capital doesn't know it." Hearing this, Princess Baoqing's face was embarrassed and she hurriedly said, "How could I not be a little willful? But I am a princess, the only daughter of my father, and I have a noble status. What's wrong with being willful? Brother Crown Prince, no matter what, we are still siblings. Can you help me vent my anger and transfer Shangguan out of the capital again? I don't want to see him in the capital." Song Yian was really speechless. His brainless sister relied on the fact that she was the only princess in this generation and was favored by her father, so she was very arrogant and acted recklessly. If it weren't for Mu Yun, they didn't know that a dignified top scholar was exiled to such a far place because he rejected her. "Royal sister, if you don't want to see them, then just close your eyes from now on. Maybe they don't want to see you either, but they still have to bow to you when they see you. In comparison, they are more miserable." Song Yian's words made Princess Baoqing very angry. She couldn't help stomping her feet. "Crown Prince, I am your sister, and they are just outsiders. Can't you just help them?" Song Yian sorted out her things and said lightly, "Go find father. I won't abuse my power for personal gain." Princess Baoqing was angry, "But you used your power to avenge Qin Suiwan before. Why do you say you won't abuse your power for personal gain now? I'm not asking you to kill people or set fire to things. I just don't want to see Shangguan Xi in the capital. This is just a matter of your words. I said before that he would have to stay outside for the rest of his life. Now asking him to come back is not a slap in my face? Seeing her making trouble, Song Yian said directly, "You go, ask your cousin. He has the final say on this matter." Hearing this, Princess Baoqing said anxiously, I know that my cousin knows Shangguan and Chuning. How could he help me?" Song Yian couldn't help but laugh sarcastically. "Oh, you know it, and still come to me? Why, do you want me to go against my cousin?" Princess Baoqing said with a guilty conscience, "You have a good relationship with your cousin. If you come forward, he will definitely not say anything." "I don't have a good relationship with my cousin. If I come forward, he will not pay attention to me." Song Yian was speechless. Who gave her the confidence to come to the door and let her think that he would help her? He said coldly, "I'm busy, don't bother me. Come on, send the guests away." Song Yian was too lazy to talk nonsense with her, so he asked someone to send the guests away directly. His royal sister is getting more and more shameless, and she doesn't want the face she gives her. Princess Baoqing was very angry when she saw how heartless he was, but she could do nothing about it. Her father didn't help her, and now the prince didn't help her either. If Xiaoningji really wanted to settle down in the capital, where would she put her face? Princess Baoqing left angrily and went to find her mother, wanting her to help. After Xiaoningji returned to Beijing, he was appointed as the 4th-rank Zhongxu Shirling, which was a big promotion. The Xiao family was very happy, as they finally got their reward after all the hardship. On the 3rd day after the two returned, the Xiao family went to the Chu family with a betrothal gift to propose marriage. The marriage between the two was a foregone conclusion. The two families were old acquaintances, respected and liked each other, so the proposal went smoothly. The Chu family also just found out that Chuning actually knew Princess Ping. Only then did I realize that Xiaoning was able to return to Beijing thanks to Mu Yun and the others. Chuning has been very happy since she returned to the capital. Her brother is getting married and will be getting married soon. She and Xiaoningji have also gone through hardships and are welcoming a new life. But she didn't expect that her sister-in-law would be Su Qingyun, the woman who once loved King Ping. Chuning often went to play with Mu Yun and later asked him indirectly about Su Qingyun. Seeing that Mu Yun didn't know, she didn't ask any more questions, for fear of causing unnecessary misunderstandings. However, her indirect hint still made Mu Yun realize that something was wrong, so that night she asked Song Jingyan about Su Qingyun. Seeing that she asked, Song Jingyan had no choice but to tell the truth. The two of them sat on the bed and talked for a long time about Su Qingyun. Does this mean that Su Qingyun is going to marry Ning's brother now? Song Jingyan nodded. Well, they have been engaged for a long time. As for the wedding date, I haven't paid attention to it. Mu Yun nodded, and she was not jealous or anything because she knew Song Jingyan's feelings. But she was not jealous, and Song Jingyan was unhappy. He was afraid that she would be jealous and angry when he didn't say it, and she didn't react after he said it, and he felt something was wrong. Okay, go to sleep. It's so cold, and I sat and chatted with you for most of the day. Mu Yun said, pulled open the quilt, and lay down. Song Jingyan was dissatisfied, and then leaned over and pressed over. His voice was low. Ayun, aren't you jealous? His breath enveloped Mu Yun, and the clear and pleasant smell on his body invaded her nostrils, making her breath full of his smell. She looked up at him and saw that his eyes were full of displeasure. She immediately understood, and then laughed helplessly. It's not that I'm not jealous, but you have nothing to be jealous of. You have nothing to do with her. I can't be unreasonable and jealous. Mu Yun looked at him like this and found it very funny. His eyebrows and eyes were full of interest. Song Jingyan pretended to be vicious and said, You are not jealous, right? Then I will let you eat something else. After that, he kissed her directly. His movements were no longer gentle as before, but became overbearing and rude. Mu Yun felt that he was like an angry wolf dog, biting her. She pushed him several times, but failed to push him away. In the end, she could only be forced to cater to him. The two of them tossed until midnight, until Mu Yun was too limp to move, and he stopped. In a daze, Mu Yun heard him say, Don't be jealous in the future, just like today. Eat something else. Yun, remember this. Time passed, and it was the end of the year. Red lanterns were hung everywhere in the streets of Beijing. This was the first year that Song Jingyan and Mu Yun's family spent together. The princess attached great importance to this year's New Year, which was a real reunion for their family. She personally arranged various New Year's goods and decorated the house, making the entire palace festive and full of festive atmosphere. She also made new red clothes for everyone in the family. 2 days before New Year's Eve, Shangguan Xi came again, but this time, he came secretly, no longer representing the country, but he came alone with a few guards to find his master. It was very snowy outside, and Shangguan Xi went straight to Prince Ping's mansion after entering the city. He knocked on the door of the palace, and the servants didn't know him, but went in to report. The academy was on New Year's holiday, and the children didn't go to school anymore. At this time, Song Jingyan was accompanying them in the yard to make a snowman. Hearing the servants' report, Song Jingyan asked someone to invite him in. Shangguan Xi wore a real fur cloak and brought several boxes of gifts, which he placed in the front hall. Then he followed the servants to the yard where Yuya and the others were making snowmen. The snow was still falling, but the children seemed to be unaware of the cold. They wore hats and gloves, thick dresses and cloaks, and played happily in the snow. It was rare for the capital to snow so heavily, so Song Jingyan did not stop them and played with them. The servants prepared a lot of charcoal and hot water bottles to warm their hands and bodies at any time, so they were not worried about catching a cold. Shangguan Xi came and saw Yuya in the yard at a glance. She was wearing a pink dress, and her snow-white plush cloak made her look cute. There were 2 rabbit ears on her furry hat, which was innocent and cute. She was making a snowman in the shape of a rabbit, which was already very big, and she was decorating the snowman rabbit with great interest. Shangguan Xi just looked at her and did not disturb her. When Song Jingyan saw this guy coming, his eyes seemed to be glued to his own girl, and he was very dissatisfied. He put down the shovel in his hand, took off his gloves, and walked towards Shangguan Xi. When Shangguan Xi saw Song Jingyan coming, he retracted his gaze. "Greetings, His Royal Highness Prince Ping." Shangguan Xi bowed and saluted, with a very good attitude, but Song Jingyan just didn't like him for some reason. He said lightly, "Why is Guesher here?" Shangguan Xi smiled and said, "Your Highness, just call me by my name. There's no need to be so unfamiliar." Song Jingyan glanced at him. "Do I know you very well?" "Not to the point of calling you by your name. I'll have someone take you to Mr. Situ's yard," Song Jingyan said, and was about to call someone. Shangguan Xi said, "I know Master's yard, so I won't bother your Royal Highness Prince Ping. I'll go see where first, and then go see Master later." Shangguan Xi didn't know that his words made Song Jingyan very unhappy. Song Jingyan said in a cold tone, "You don't need to see where, and don't call me so intimately. My Yuer is not familiar with you either." Shangguan Xi felt that Song Jingyan was a little strange. Could it be that he was still angry about him hiding Yuer's whereabouts before? But it's been so long. He shouldn't be so angry anymore, right? Shangguan Xi frowned and looked at Song Jingyan in confusion, trying to see from his face why he was angry. Unable to tell, he simply asked directly, "Your Highness Prince Ping, are you still angry because I concealed Yuer's whereabouts when we were in Yan's state?" Song Jingyan snorted coldly. "This matter will be remembered by me for the rest of my life. Master Situ, your master is your master. You are you. We respect your master, but we won't respect you. You'd better not come to Prince Ping's mansion." Shangguan Xi was a little sad when he heard this, but when he thought about how he had hidden Yuer before, he felt that maybe he deserved it. He did do something wrong at the beginning. Shangguan Xi no longer had the happiness just now, and the whole person instantly became lost. He was indeed not liked by others. No matter where he was not liked by others. The only person who liked him in this world was his master. Shangguan Xi pulled a cowardly face and said to Song Jingyan, "I'll go see my master," and leave after seeing him. As he said that, he turned and left. Yuya was making a snowman, waiting for Shangguan Xi to come and see, but she saw him suddenly leaving, looking very sad. Yuya hurriedly dropped the carrot in her hand and ran towards Shangguan Xi. Uncle, wait a minute. Yuya ran over. Song Jingnian felt a little reluctant when he saw his lost look, but now when he saw his daughter running over, that bit of reluctance immediately disappeared. Yuya just passed her old father and ran towards Shangguan Xi. When Shangguan Xi heard the voice, he stopped and turned to look at Yuya, who was running towards him. His mood was suddenly healed again. Uncle, why didn't you talk to me when you came? I just wanted to build the snowman and take you to see it. Why are you leaving? Yuya blinked her big eyes and looked at Shangguan Xi. The cold weather froze her nose red, which was cute and distressing. Shangguan Xi looked at her cute face, and his mood instantly improved. I didn't leave. I wanted to go see my master first, and then come see you. Yuya smiled and said, Don't worry, little uncle.
Grandpa is fine.
I take good care of him. He is in good health and energetic every day. Yuya boasted, as proud as a little peacock. Very beautiful. Shangguan Xi just felt that no matter what she looked like, she was so cute. He stared at Yuya without blinking, his eyes full of doting smile. Yuya is really amazing. Thank you for this period of time. Shangguan Xi said seriously. Without his master and her, he was alone in Yen's state. He was really lonely. After finishing his work every day, he thought about this place. Yen's state was obviously his home, but now he was thinking about this place. Shangguan Xi felt it was really strange. Yuya waved her hands proudly. You're welcome. Come on, little uncle, let's see the snowman I made. Have you ever made a snowman? Shangguan Xi shook his head. No. Upon hearing this, Yuya said excitedly that she would teach him and pulled him into the snow. Song Jingnian was very angry when he saw his daughter holding another man's hand, but he couldn't bear to say anything to his daughter, so he could only look at Shangguan Xi. Muyan walked out of the house with a roasted sweet potato in his hand. It's time to eat sweet potatoes. Do you want some? They're very sweet. The children all waved their hands to indicate that they didn't want any. Song Jingnian went to Mu Yun, and the two of them gathered around the charcoal fire. He said to Mu Yun with dissatisfaction, Ayun, I think Shangguan Xi is too attached to our Yuer. Do you think this kid would have any thoughts? Hearing this, Mu Yun laughed and said, How old is Yuer? What are you thinking about? Song Jingnian sighed helplessly and said slowly, Time flies too fast. She has grown a lot taller than when I first met you. I always worry that the children will not like to stay at home when they grow up. Mu Yun laughed helplessly, thinking that he was really bored and thinking about these nonsense. And Yuer, she will be 6 years old soon. In another 10 years, she will be promised to someone else. Yun, I don't know what kind of person Yuer will marry in the future. I can't imagine it. I just feel that no matter who I give her to, I will not feel at ease. Mu Yun laughed helplessly. It's still early. Why do you think about these things? Song Jingnian glanced at Shangguan Xi. It was not this person who always looked at his daughter dotingly. Although there was only pure doting in his eyes and no other meaning, it still made Song Jingnian feel uncomfortable. He always felt that he coveted his daughter. Ayun, I have decided to find a son-in-law for Yuer in the future, and he must be the kind of person who has been trained since childhood and knows everything about him. He must respect Yuer and put Yuer first in everything. This idea must be implanted in his consciousness. In this way, it can ensure that he will always be good to Yuer. Song Jingnian seriously considered Mu Yun's words and felt that they made sense. He agreed, You're right, Ayun, you're smart. Just like that, I have to pave the way for our Yuer. After the new year, we'll go to Nanyang City and take a look at Yuer's fiefdom and manage it for her. As for my fiefdom, I think we shouldn't give it all to Yuan Bao. We'll give half to Yuer. Mu Yun looked at him in surprise. He didn't expect him to be willing to give it all. Are you sure? Mu Yun asked. Song Jingnian nodded without hesitation. Of course, it's still my fiefdom now. I'll make the decision. The two children will each have half. In this way, Yuer will have enough confidence and money in the future, and she won't live badly. Mu Yun nodded. Okay. All my shops will also be divided equally between the two of us. Since we have to divide it equally, then divide it equally. As the two chatted, the children's snowman had been built. They all laughed happily around the snowman. At this time, Muyan thought it would be nice if there was a camera so that he could record this moment. The children played with the snowman for a long time, and finally Yuya took Shangguan Xi to see Situhi. The master and apprentice were very happy to see each other again after half a year. At dinner, Muyan also thoughtfully asked the small kitchen to make it and send it to Situhi's yard, and specially asked Yuya to eat with them. Song Jingnian was unhappy about this again. Shangguan Xi came before the New Year just to celebrate the New Year with his master and Yuya. On New Year's Eve, the palace was very lively. Muyan also took his younger brother Mujin over, and the whole family celebrated the New Year together. This was the most lively year in the history of Pingwang Mansion. The whole palace was full of fireworks, and it was lively. After the family finished the New Year's Eve dinner, they went to watch the fireworks. Song Jingnian prepared a lot of fireworks, and the family stood at the gate of the palace to watch the fireworks. If they were set off outside, the people of the whole city could see them, and it could be regarded as sharing the joy with the people. Muya now has a real sense of belonging here. She smiled and looked at the brilliant fireworks in the sky, and felt that God treated her well. Ayun, there are purple fireworks, newly developed, specially prepared for you, Song Jingnian said to her. Then he waved his hand, and purple fireworks exploded in the air, beautiful and mysterious. The fireworks in Prince Ping's mansion attracted many people to watch. Looking at the loving Prince Ping and Princess Ping, the people were envious. The legendary stories about the two began to spread. On New Year's Eve, the emperor would give out dishes, which represented honor and status. The people who received the dishes were very happy. The only unhappy people in the entire capital were the two people in Jin's mansion. Looking at the fireworks in the sky, Jin Tan and Shangguan Xi both began to miss their hometown. During a New Year's Eve dinner, some people enjoy it happily and lively, while others feel lonely. On the 6th day of the Lunar New Year, there was the Chu family's wedding banquet. Su Qingyun and Chu Ziqian were finally going to get married. As Chu Ning's friends, Mu Yun and Song Jingnian also went to the banquet. Su Qingyun was very happy today, her face full of smiles under her red veil. Now she has completely forgotten Song Jingnian and truly accepted Chu Ziqian. At the gate of Su's house, Chu Ziqian came to pick up the bride, riding a big horse and wearing festive clothes. He broke through the siege of Su's relatives and friends, successfully went to Su Qingyuan's room, and picked up the bride he had been dreaming about. Xue Kan, who was accompanying him, shook his head helplessly when he saw him smiling so happily.
He was really obsessed.
It was just a matter of getting married, but he was so happy. Although he felt that Su Qingyuan was not worthy of his buddy, seeing how much he liked her, Xue Kan could only put aside his prejudice and try not to hate Su Qingyuan. After picking up the person, the group went back to the Chu family. Chu family. Mu Yun and Chu Ning were walking around her garden, listening to her chattering. Sister Yun, you don't know, my brother was nervous all day yesterday. I guess he didn't sleep here last night. The two were laughing, and Princess Baoqing came in front of her, and her angry look suddenly subsided when she saw Mu Yun. Cousin. Princess Baoqing didn't expect Mu Yun to be there, and her arrogance immediately extinguished. Mu Yun nodded. Well, where is Princess Baoqing going? Why do you look so angry? Princess Baoqing didn't dare to say that she came to see Chu Ning, and hurriedly said, I was just walking around, just a bug suddenly flew out and scared me. I'm a little unhappy, not angry. In fact, she came to see Xiao Ningji on purpose. She was very busy during this period, and she specifically asked her mother to transfer Xiao Ningji again, but it didn't work, so she went to ask her uncle, and then she had no choice but to ask her father again, but she didn't expect that it was not only useless, but she was also scolded by her father and asked her to apologize to Xiao Ningji. He also said that if she didn't apologize, she would be stripped of her princess title, saying that she was too willful. This frightened Princess Baoqing directly. The emperor had never been so angry with her. Now she not only couldn't drive people away, but also had to apologize. This was too humiliating for her. But she had to do it. So she came to this wedding banquet today to see Xiao Ningji. So she ran to Chu Ning angrily, wanting to reason with her, and wanted Chu Ning to express her forced apology to Xiaoningji, but she didn't expect to meet Mu Yun. With Mu Yun around, Princess Baoqing couldn't say anything more and could only leave in disgrace. Looking at her leaving back, Chu Ning couldn't help but say, "Sister Yun, she must have come to make trouble for me." But she didn't dare to say anything when she saw you, so she could only leave in disgrace. Chu Ning pouted and rolled her eyes at Princess Baoqing's back with disdain. Seeing her like this, Mu Yun smiled and said, "It's okay. I will protect you from now on. If she bullies you again, tell me and I will help you bully her back." Chu Ning happily shook Mu Yun's arm. "Sister Yun, you are so nice. I won't be afraid of her anymore." The two went to the wedding hall, and Princess Baoqing was angry and found a corner to vent her anger. Chu Ning Ziqian quickly brought the bride back, and the wedding banquet officially began. Mu Yun also sat next to Song Jingnian to watch the ceremony. Chu Ziqian, who was wearing a wedding dress, was full of smiles. When they were worshipping in the hall, he also took care of Su Qingyun considerately, fearing that she would fall because she couldn't see. Mu Yun looked at him and said to Song Jingnian, "Mr. Chu is also a considerate person. Miss Su is blessed." Hearing this, Song Jingnian pretended to be dissatisfied. "Ayun, do you think I am not as good to you as Chu Ziqian is to his wife?" Mu Yun laughed helplessly. "No, I just sighed that the young couple has a good relationship." Song Jingnian said proudly, "No young couple has a better relationship than us." As he said that, he insisted on holding Mu Yun's hand. Mu Yun was helpless. This person is getting more and more childish. Soon it was time to send them to the bridal chamber. Chu Ning wanted to drag Mu Yun to the bridal chamber. Mu Yun refused to go. He was not familiar with it and might be embarrassed. Who knew that Chu Ning didn't listen to her at all, and directly dragged people there, and there were several girls with him. The group went to the bridal chamber in a lively manner. In the bridal chamber, Chu Ziqian lifted the red veil and looked at the shy Su Qingyun. He felt like he saw a fairy, and his cheeks suddenly blushed. Su Qingyun looked up at her husband and felt that he was particularly handsome today. She only took a glance, smiled shyly, and lowered her head. It's good like this now. She is content. Thinking about it, she heard Chu Ziqian's voice.
Qingyun.
Chu Ningqian called her name softly in a low voice. Su Qingyun responded with a low hum. Chu Ziqian looked at his beautiful sweetheart and felt that he didn't want to go anywhere, just wanted to accompany her here. But suddenly, the voices of friends urging were heard at the door. "Ziqian, hurry up. We are all waiting for you to drink. Are you reluctant to leave your beautiful wife?" As they said this, everyone laughed. Ziqian can't wait to enter the bridal chamber.
Ha ha ha.
Everyone laughed again. Chu Ziqian looked out the window helplessly, then walked to the table to bring the wedding wine and handed it to Su Qingyun. "Qingyun, after drinking the wedding wine, you take a rest and eat something. I'll go out for socializing and we'll be back soon." Su Qingyun nodded slightly, took the wine, and drank it with him with a red face. The two of them suddenly got close to each other, and they could smell each other's fragrance, and the atmosphere suddenly became ambiguous. Su Qingyun glanced at Chu Ziqian and saw that he was staring at her with burning eyes. She was immediately shy and lowered her head. At this time, the eyes of the two were full of affection. When they looked at each other, they felt shy, and their body temperatures rose. They felt that their whole bodies were getting hot. The booing outside continued. Chu Ziqian could only reluctantly put down the wine glass, looked at his wife affectionately, and then said, "Yuan, I will be back to accompany you soon." At this time, Chu Ning came with people outside, shouting that they wanted to make trouble in the bridal chamber. Hearing her words, the rest of the people also made trouble, shouting that they wanted to make trouble in the bridal chamber. Chu Ziqian, who was inside the room, heard the noise and was afraid that Su Qingyun would not like it, so he said, "I'll go and drive them away and tell them to stop making noise. If you don't like it, then we won't make noise in the bridal chamber." Su Qingyun hurriedly pulled his sleeve and said, "No need. It's good to have a lively atmosphere, as long as it's not excessive." Hearing this, Chu Ziqian was very happy and nodded hurriedly. "Okay, I'll tell them." Chu Ziqian originally thought that Su Qingyun would not like it, but He didn't expect that she would actually agree. This meant that she was sincere in marrying him and was really happy and joyful. Chu Ziqian smiled and opened the door, and the people outside rushed in an instant. Xue Ken and Chu Ning each took the lead and clamored to make trouble in the bridal chamber. Chu Ziqian looked at a few people helplessly and then said, "Pay attention to the degree. Don't go too far." Everyone pretended not to hear him. At this time, Su Qingyuan's red veil was covered again. Everyone began to talk about various requests. Someone said, "The groom writes a poem to express his love to the bride. If the bride is not satisfied, the groom will sleep in the study tonight." Ha ha ha. Yes, yes, write a love poem, mister. Chu, hurry up and show your talent. Everyone started to make a noise, and Chu Ziqian blushed. He was also well-read, but he had never written a love poem. It was really difficult for him. Chu Ziqian winked at Xue Ken, wanting him to control it and stop it. Unexpectedly, Xue Ken ignored him, pretending not to see his eyes, and joined in the noise. Chu Ziqian had no choice but to blush and say, "I can't write poems, so I will borrow someone else's poems to recite a poem to express my feelings for Qingyun." Okay. Everyone was busy making a noise. It must be a very passionate and bold poem. Hearing this, Chu Ziqian blushed, thought for a while, and began to recite, "The wild geese are in the clouds and the fish are in the water, and it is difficult to express my melancholy feelings." After reciting this poem, Chu Ziqian's face became even redder, extending all the way to his neck. He subconsciously looked at Su Qingyuan sitting on the bed, wanting to see her expression through the veil. Unfortunately, he couldn't see her face, so he imagined her appearance at this moment in his mind. As soon as Chu Ziqian's poem came out, someone immediately translated it. "Doesn't this mean that I love you, just like a bird loves a fish? Am I right?" Ha ha ha. Everyone heard the excitement and cheered even harder. No one expected that such a dull person could actually recite such a straightforward poem. It's really true that you can't judge a person by his appearance. Su Qingyuan, who was under the veil, blushed even more when she heard the words. Everyone started to ask the bride if she was satisfied. If not, let Chu Ziqian sleep in the study. Su Qingyuan could only nod with a red face. Everyone started to make a noise and asked the bride to recite a poem to respond to the groom. Su Qingyuan was so embarrassed that she couldn't say anything. Muyan looked at the lively atmosphere and couldn't help but say, "Okay, don't embarrass the bride. She is shy. Let the young couple talk about love slowly." Muyan was in a respected position. After she spoke, everyone restrained themselves. Su Qingyuan was relieved when she heard the words. Fortunately, it was really embarrassing for her to say love in public. But listening to this voice, it was a little familiar, as if it was the voice of Princess Ping. Su Qingyuan was a little surprised. "I didn't expect Princess Ping to come." The wedding night was over soon, and Mu Yun and Chu Ning returned to the front hall. After Chu Ziqian sent everyone away, he said a few more words to Su Qingyuan and then went out to socialize. After the banquet, Mu Yun and Song Jingnian left. Mu Yun and Song Jingnian chatted about the wedding night today and found it very interesting. The two went home laughing all the way. After the new year, Mu Yun and Song Jingnian took Yuya to Nanyang City. Yuya was very curious about Nanyang City when she learned that she would stay there in the future. "Mother, but I want to stay with you. Can you live with me in Nanyang City?" On the road, a large family sat in a luxurious carriage. Yuya asked Mu Yun curiously. Mu Yun smiled and touched her head. "When you grow up, you can come to Nanyang City to live. When you are young, you can live with us first." Yuya nodded ignorantly and then asked, "Then mother, can Nanyang City be moved to the capital? In this way, we can live together forever." Mu Yun was amused by her childish words and said dotingly, "Why has our Yuer become stupid? Can the city be moved away?" Yuya smiled embarrassedly, "But I like to stay with you. Do I have to live in another city as a princess?" Yuya's eyes lit up when she heard this. "Is it still possible?" Mu Yun nodded, "Of course." Yuya was happy. Hu Tianxi hurriedly said, "Yuya, I can live with you in Nanyang City. as long as you leave me a yard in your princess mansion. Yuya snorted proudly, and then said, No, you quarrel with me every day. I don't want to live with you. Muyang glanced at the two of them, and then said, I think you can train me. I can help Yuya guard the princess mansion. Muyang liked to live with Yuya, and he felt very reluctant when he thought that he could not live in the same place with Yuya in the future. Song Jingnian glanced at the two boys, and suddenly felt that his cabbage was about to be eaten by pigs. He only realized now that the two boys seemed to like his Yuya very much. Song Jingnian frowned, looked at the two of them, and then said, You two, you can't live with Yuya in the future. The two immediately refused and asked, Why? Song Jingnian said lightly, Because Yuya will live with her husband in the future. When she grows up, she will get married and recruit a son-in-law. At that time, you can't live with her. Hu Tianxi was quick-witted and immediately said, Then recruit me. Uncle Song, I can be Yuya's husband so that I can live with Yuya forever in the future. Song Jingnian hasn't refused yet. Muyang couldn't help but say, You can't do it. You are too young, you can't take care of people, you are not good at martial arts, and you are not good at literary talent. Uncle Song should consider me. I am good at both literature and martial arts. I can protect Yuya, and I am mature. This is the first time that Muyang has praised himself so shamelessly. Muyang didn't expect that the two of them suddenly competed with each other and felt a little funny. Seeing that these two guys really cared about their precious daughter, Song Jingnian felt bad all of a sudden. He had a cold face and frowned. Neither of you can do it. The two panicked and asked in unison why. Song Jingnian snorted coldly, then said, You are not powerful enough. Yuya's husband must be the most powerful person in the world. Yuya didn't know what a husband was and looked at her father curiously. Daddy, but I like living with you. I don't like living with any husband. I don't want to find any husband. Yuya's words made Song Jingnian very happy. A smile immediately rose on his face, and he hurriedly hugged his daughter. Okay. In fact, Daddy also thinks that the husband is not good. Our Yuya will not look for a husband in the future. Daddy will support you for your whole life, give you endless wealth and glory, and let you be your princess happily for the rest of your life. Yuya nodded happily, yeah. The father and daughter were happy, but Muyang and Hu Tianxi were not happy. If I can't be Yuya's husband, then I can't be with her. They didn't like this. Auntie Yun, if you don't want to be Yuya's husband, can't you live with her? Hu Tianxi asked innocently. Muyang looked at his chubby face with amusement and said, Of course not. You can live with Yuya as Yuya's brother. You and Ayang are both Yuya's brothers. Hearing this, Hu Tianxi was happy. But Muyang was not a child who knew nothing. He knew what a husband was. He understood that a husband was different from a brother. He liked being Yuya's brother, but he also wanted to be Yuya's husband and protect and take care of her for the rest of her life. But Muyang didn't dare to say these words. The father and daughter were tired for a while, and Yuya ran to Muyang's arms to act coquettishly. Along the way, the family talked and laughed, and soon arrived at Nanyang City. Nanyang City is indeed the richest city in the surrounding area. As soon as you enter the city, you can feel the wealth here. The streets are wide and clean, all the houses are new, and the various facilities in the city are very good. Muyang lifted the curtain and looked at the city. Thinking that this place will belong to her Yuya in the future, she was very happy. Yuya, do you want to go down and take a look? Muyang asked. Yuya nodded hurriedly. After that, everyone got off the carriage and let the coachman go first. They walked all the way to the princess's mansion. The princess's mansion was rebuilt from the original prince's mansion. It was rebuilt when Yuya was conferred the title years ago, and now it has been rebuilt. Everything is rebuilt according to the princess's etiquette. This time, they came to decorate the princess's mansion, and by the way, they also had to select a group of suitable servants to train. After getting off the carriage, the children were very happy to see the unfamiliar and fresh streets. Muyang and Song Jingnian took the children to stroll along the way to learn about the people's livelihood here. Mom, look, this is beautiful. Yuya jumped happily and called Muyang when she saw something beautiful. As the group was walking, they suddenly found that most of the people were running in the same direction. As they ran, they said, "Hurry up, the city lord is going to kill someone again. This time, it's a father and daughter. It's very tragic. How pitiful. How pitiful. What are you looking at? I don't want to watch it anymore. It's annoying." Muyun felt strange and asked Song Jingyan, "Is the city lord the person who manages the city?" Song Jingyan nodded. "Yes." Muyun said, "Let's go and take a look." Song Jingyan naturally had no objection, so they followed the direction the people went. After walking for an unknown amount of time, they arrived outside a law enforcement field. It was surrounded by people, and everyone was talking about it. This is the kidnapped tofu girl. Not only did they take the girl, but they also captured her father to threaten her. It's really a sin. Yes, yes. They are so heartless. The crime of stealing a huge amount of gold is also unknown. Just for such a crime, they beheaded the father and daughter. This city lord is really, alas. Stop talking, keep your voice down, or someone will hear you. At the execution ground, there were only a few yamen runners escorting two people, an old man and a young girl. Both of them were disheveled, embarrassed, and wearing prison uniforms. Muyun didn't understand the situation, so he pulled someone casually and asked, "What happened? What crime did these two people commit?" The person who was pulled also wanted to talk, so he hurriedly told Muyun the story. It turned out that the father and daughter were tofu sellers in the city. The girl's mother died early, and only her father raised her up. The father and daughter lived a poor but stable life. They got up early and went to bed late every day to make and sell tofu. Until the city lord accidentally saw the girl, thought she was interesting and pretty, and decided to marry her as the 23rd concubine. The girl was unwilling to do so. She was good-looking, kind-hearted, and hardworking. She already had a fiancé. They loved each other, and would get married soon. They looked very happy. Naturally, she didn't want to be the 23rd concubine, so she refused. But now there is no real master in the city. A small city lord has become the overlord of this area. He has the final say. Whoever he wants to die will not see the sun the next day. So the consequence of her refusal was that she angered the city lord and was robbed. In order to control the girl and make her willing to serve him, the city lord arrested the old father. Later, in order to break the relationship between the girl and her fiancé, the city lord directly gave her fiancé beautiful women and gold and silver, and asked him to choose between the future of gold and silver and his lover. In the end, there is no doubt that the fiancé chose gold and silver and the future, and gave up the girl. I thought that this would be the end of it, and the girl would live with the city lord in the future. But I didn't expect that not long after, they said that the father and daughter stole a huge amount of gold and silver and had an affair with someone, and they should be sentenced to death. Then it became like this today. No one knows what happened in this, and the people don't know either. They just feel that the father and daughter are pitiful. Their good life has been ruined like this. And the city lord has done more than this one thing, and there are countless more than this. After listening to it, Muyun couldn't help but feel angry. How could this city lord be so absurd? Doing such evil, really think that the world belongs to him? Muyun was thinking and saw the crowd make way, and a slightly fat man in gorgeous clothes came on horseback, followed by a large group of guards with swords. When the man got off the horse, the guard immediately stepped forward, bent down and crawled on the ground, letting the man step on his back to get off the horse. "Welcome to the city lord." All the yamen runners knelt down and saluted the man. The common people stood, but some of the timid ones knelt down. The city lord's pomp and ceremony was comparable to that of an emperor. The city lord walked up to the stage with his head held high, squinting his eyes and scanning the crowd. Finally, he said, "These two people stole thousands of taels of gold from my city lord's mansion. This criminal woman also had an affair with someone and confused the bloodline of my city lord's mansion. They deserve to die. Today, this city lord will behead this vicious woman and her father in front of all the people." The city lord said this angrily, as if he had suffered a great injustice. It was too shameless. The city lord didn't care about the people's reaction. After speaking, he sat in his seat, took the beheading token, and threw it down. He looked at the two people who were about to be beheaded with a sinister smile. The father and daughter on the execution ground were both pale, without any intention of struggling, just quietly waiting for death. As the beheading token fell, the executioner picked up the token, then raised the sharpened big knife, and was about to chop off the prisoner's head. Just when everyone closed their eyes and dared not look, Qingyun threw 2 stones directly, knocking the executioner's knife away. With a clang, everyone opened their eyes and looked, and saw that the executioner's big knife fell, but the man was not dead. Everyone was surprised. All the guards drew their swords and surrounded Qingyun and others. Bold assassin. Dare to rob the execution ground. You simply don't know how to live or die. As they said, everyone's sword stabbed at Qingyun and others. Song Jingyan protected a few children behind him and asked Moe and others to deal with the guards of the city lord's mansion. Qingyun didn't have a chance to attack, and these guards were quickly dealt with by Moe and others. The city lord didn't expect that someone dared to rob the execution ground and injured so many of his guards. He immediately slammed the table in anger.
Bold. Who are you?
How dare you be so presumptuous? The city lord roared, his face flushed with anger. Moe and others directly beat the city lord, lifted the man over, and beat him to his knees on the execution ground. The father and daughter, who were about to be beheaded, were stunned. They didn't know such powerful people. They had no idea why these people came to rob the execution ground. The father and daughter looked at these people in shock. After the city lord was forced to kneel down, he couldn't help but yelled, "How dare you? You are so dare you! Believe it or not, this city lord will behead your whole family. Let go quickly. This city lord can still spare your life." The guards were all knocked down, and he was also beaten to his knees, but he still spoke nonsense. Moe looked at the scumbag and snorted coldly. "You are a city lord. You think this Nanyang city is your territory, right? You can do whatever you want." The city lord was still shouting without knowing whether to live or die. "Of course it's mine. You ask the people in the city, is this place mine? Is it me, Chen, who has the final say? I say one. Who dares to say two?" Moe looked at this city lord who didn't know whether to live or die, sneered, and continued. "If I remember correctly, this Nanyang city is now the territory of Princess Nanyang. Who are you? How dare you say you have the final say here?" The city lord said proudly, "Humph.
Who am I?
I'll scare you to death if I tell you. Princess Nanyang is a child. It'll take another 10 or 8 years before she comes. Before the princess comes, I have the final say here. I, Chen Yao, am the brother-in-law of the Prince of Linen. Do you know the famous Prince Ping's mansion? My nephew is in the Prince Ping's mansion. He is the adopted son of the prince, and the Prince of Linen's mansion. If you treat me like this, the Prince of Linen and the Prince of Ping's mansion will not let you go in the future." I thought that these people would be scared after exposing these, but in the end, they all looked at him with a smile. The city lord couldn't help but recall secretly. Did he say something funny? "Ayang, this person said you are his nephew. Do you know him?" Muyang asked Muyang, and the city lord would definitely hear it if his voice was loud. Muyang shook his head, and a trace of disgust flashed in his eyes, disdainfully said, "I don't know. I don't have an uncle." Muyang also guessed who this person was. The younger brother of the current princess of Linen County. He remembered that the man seemed to have a younger brother, but he didn't expect to know him in this way today. Hearing their words, the city lord was stunned. "Nephew.
You. Who are you?"
He began to feel uneasy at this time. Muyang walked towards him and said lightly, "I am Song Hung, the prince of the Linen County Prince's mansion. Didn't you just say that I am your nephew? Why don't you know me now?" The city lord was stunned. You. He didn't dare to think, if this person is Song Hung, then who are the others? "Mother, is the city lord abusing the people? Isn't this my city? Why can he have the final say?" Yuya frowned, obviously unhappy. Her words made the city lord's eyes widen again, and she felt like the sky was falling. At this age and so beautiful, It is very likely that she is the princess of Nanyang who was recently conferred by the emperor. If this is the princess of Nanyang, then the other person, could it be the princess of Pingwang and Princess Heping? When the city lord thought of this possibility, she felt like the sky was falling. God knows, why did the princess of Pingwang and Princess Heping come? Didn't my sister say that this family had no plan to come to Nanyang City? Didn't she say that he could stay in Nanyang City for another 10 or 8 years without any problem? Why did such a big problem arise now? Chen Yao really had nowhere to find someone to reason with. At this moment, he felt very cold in his heart. He had offended the family of Pingwang. I am afraid that even if he had 9 lives, he would not have many left. Princess, spare me. Princess, spare me. I was wrong. I didn't recognize the real master. Princess, Prince and Princess, spare me. The city lord suddenly kowtowed repeatedly, looking panicked. Mu Yang sneered and said sarcastically, "You are too stupid to know who is standing in front of you." Chen Yao really wanted time to go back, so that he could make up for his mistakes today. Nephew, good nephew, I am indeed your uncle and your mother. The current princess of Linen County is my real sister. Aren't you my nephew? Tell the prince, princess, and princess that I didn't mean it. I didn't recognize the real master today. I was wrong. I just hope that the prince, princess, and Princess Nanyang will not bother with me. The onlookers were shocked to see the city lord kneeling down like a dog and begging for mercy. It was really shocking and gratifying that someone who was once as high and mighty as an emperor would kneel down and beg for mercy today. The father and daughter, who were originally going to be beheaded, were also shocked to see this scene and couldn't believe it. After that, the two of them knelt down and begged, "Princess Nanyang, please, for your people, kill this corrupt official who has committed so many evil things. He oppresses the people, embezzles and accepts bribes, colludes with businessmen, robs women like a robber, and kills the people at will like a bandit. He is like the local emperor of Nanyang City. Who lives and who dies depends on his mood. For his own selfish desires, he has broken up so many families and killed so many innocent people. In order to make money, he constantly enslaves and exploits the people. He kills people when he wants to and robs people when he wants. Chen Yao is the most vicious, and most inhuman beast in the world. Please, Princess Nanyang, for us, kill this dog official. No, we should cut this dog official into pieces and feed his body to the dogs even if he dies." When the girl accused Chen Yao, she was in tears, and every word she said was uttered with gnashing teeth and overwhelming hatred. After the girl finished speaking, the rest of the people saw that the opportunity had come, and they all knelt down. Everyone said in unison, "Princess, please make the decision for us. Please make the decision for us. Kill this dog official." I have never heard that the people in that place would hate an official so much, and all the people hate him. The attitude of these people is enough to show how the city lord usually treats the people. Yuya looked at everyone kneeling down in front of her and was a little overwhelmed for a while. Muyun said to Yuya, "Yuer, these people will be your people in the future, and you will be responsible for everything about them. Now, this is your fiefdom. What are you going to do in the face of the people's requests?" Yuya pointed at Chen Yao and said directly, "Kill him, mother, if you don't kill such a bad guy. Will you keep him for the new year?" Muyun looked at her daughter in surprise. Although she also felt that this person must be killed, her daughter was so young. How could she open her mouth and want to kill someone? It was a bit beyond her expectation. Song Jingnian nodded in agreement. "Yuer, this man is now in your hands. You can do whatever you want with him. Let Moe and the others assist you." Muyun wanted to say something, but was stopped by Song Jingnian. Yuya nodded. Although she was a little nervous in front of so many people, she did not show any fear on her face. She stood up with a calm look. Song Jingnian pulled Muyun aside and said in a low voice, "It's okay. Let her experience it herself so that she can grow faster." Muyun frowned, but she is so young, and she just shouted to kill. I am a little surprised. I also think it might not be good. Will this give her a wrong idea in the future, thinking that she can kill people at will? Song Jingnian stroked her shoulders and said gently, "You have to believe that she knows everything. She is not too stupid. She knows right from wrong. Hearing this, Muyin did not say anything else and could only watch. The city lord knelt and crawled in front of Yuya, kowtowing and begging for mercy. Princess, I was wrong, please spare my life. Please spare my life. Chen Yao kowtowed endlessly, and the look was a bit scary. Yuya had a blank expression on her face, trying to stay calm, and her childish voice sounded coldly. When you wanted to kill others, did they beg for mercy like you did? Chen Yao cried, and he didn't dare to think about those things in the past. Seeing his guilty look, Yuya snorted coldly. How many people have you killed? Tell the truth. Maybe I can spare your life. Hearing this, Chen Yao stretched out 5 fingers guiltily. Yuya frowned. 5? Chen Yao didn't dare to speak guiltily. How dare you hide it in front of the princess? Chen Yao was guilty and afraid. In order to have a chance of survival, he could only tell the truth and spoke carefully. 116. Hearing his words, Yuya widened her eyes in shock. More than 100? You killed so many people? Chen Yao was guilty and did not dare to look at Yuya. Although the other party was just a child, the power and majesty of the princess still made him feel very scared. I didn't mean it, princess. I was wrong, I repent, I regret, please spare my life. Yuya was very angry. Her little face was full of anger. You deserve to die. You dare to beg for mercy. Come on. Tie him up and deal with him according to the wishes of the people. Since you are harming everyone, let everyone decide your life now. If they want you to live, you live, and if they want you to die, you die. Yuya said coldly, then walked off the stage and went to her father and mother. Daddy, Mommy, is it okay for me to handle it this way? Song Jingyan praised. Of course, our Yuya is very powerful and has eliminated harm for the people. Muyin thought that this was also okay, as long as Yuya didn't do it herself. She was worried that Yuya would kill people at such a young age, which would not be good. Muyin also touched his daughter's head. Okay, Yuya is really powerful. Yuya was very happy to receive praise from her father and mother. Song Jingyan didn't let Yuya watch what happened afterwards. He told Moe and others to watch and deal with it, and they left first. Chen Yao was directly torn apart by the people, and the scene was bloody. All the children were taken away, and those who were left were those who had grudges against Chen Yao. Everyone hated Chen Yao for a long time, and they would not let him go if they got the chance now. Everyone was as fierce as a beast, tearing him apart. After a while, Chen Yao was torn all over, and there was no intact place on his body. But this was far from enough. They wanted the city lord to be torn to death. Even so, they still couldn't get rid of their anger. Song Jingyan and others went to the princess's mansion. The princess's mansion was renovated in a very grand manner, large and new. Song Jingyan took Yuya around and was very satisfied. He ordered all the things that needed to be changed and prepared to decorate the princess's mansion so that his daughter could live comfortably in the future. In the evening, Song Jingyan received news that the city lord was dead. He was torn and beaten to death by the people. The death was miserable. The body was unattended and was dismembered by some people. After hearing this, Song Jingyan asked someone to collect the dismembered body and notify his family. In the city lord's mansion, no one knew that the city lord had died. The wives and concubines were still fighting for it. The old mother was still enjoying herself, eating delicacies from the mountains and the sea. 4 or 5 maids served by her side, kneading her shoulders and feet. She lived a very comfortable life. Until the night, Moe brought the bodies that had been divided to the gate of the city lord's mansion and knocked on the door of the city lord's mansion. The team that Moe brought was the army stationed in Nanyang City, and the generals who let it have been bribed by the city lord over the years. But at this time, the generals dared not say anything and could only obey orders. After the door of the city lord's mansion was opened, Moe said nothing and directly led his men in. The servants couldn't stop him. City Lord Chen Yao embezzled and accepted bribes, bullied the people, occupied the people's land, and robbed the women of the people. He was reckless and wanted. His crime should be executed. Now Chen Yao is dead. The city lord's mansion will be abolished from today. Everyone must leave now. You are not allowed to take anything away from the mansion. Those who violate the law will be killed without pardon. Moe spoke coldly. His voice was loud and cold, and everyone heard it. There were many women in the city lord's mansion. When they heard this, they were all stunned. The city lord is dead? How is this possible? In their eyes, the city lord is as high as the emperor, as if no one can kill him. Their thoughts have been solidified. They are locked up in the city lord's mansion and think that this is the whole world. In their perception, their fate is dominated by the city lord. But now such a powerful person is dead. They didn't believe it. Old Madame Chen, who was in her 60s, was also called out. She couldn't believe that her son was dead and kept cursing Moe and the others. Moe was too lazy to talk to these people and directly ordered everyone to drive these women out, and no one was allowed to take anything away from the mansion. However, they did not search them. Most of these women were kidnapped and were pitiful people. They took some jewelry with them. Moe asked them to turn a blind eye and pretend that they did not see anything. Old Madame Chen threw a tantrum and refused to leave, saying that her son would not die. Moe directly showed her the decomposed body. Although the other parts were difficult to recognize, the head was still easy to recognize. The old lady screamed, unable to believe that the black and bloody thing was her son. She only has this one son. The old lady fainted immediately. Moe didn't care. He had the old woman put aside and took everyone else to search the city lord's mansion inside and out. In the end, they found 1,000 taels of gold, 10,000 taels of silver, various jewelry worth several thousand taels, and various deeds to fields and farms. For a mere city lord, his wealth was simply astonishing. Moe took the gold and silver back to the princess's mansion, and the old lady was left at the door of the city lord's mansion. When she woke up, there was no one around her. Those maids ran faster than anyone else. All the servants were given deeds and became free, so they ran faster than anyone else. There was no one to take care of old Madame Chen. When she woke up, she was alone. Qingyun asked about the old lady's actions and learned that she was a cruel and vicious old woman, so he left her alone. After the old woman woke up, she kept cursing for a long time and almost died of anger. Finally, he asked people for help everywhere, saying that he wanted to send a letter to his daughter. Her daughter is the princess of a county and is extremely noble. Unfortunately, no one believed her. When they found out that she was the city lord's old mother, everyone avoided her as much as possible. It was a kindness of their hearts that they did not retaliate against her. In the end, the old woman could only beg like a beggar and eat food that others didn't want. In the princess's mansion, Qingyun still sent someone to notify the princess of Linen. At noon the next day, the princess of Linen County arrived in Nanyang City. She rode as fast as she could as she received the news in the middle of the night and rushed here without stopping. But when they arrived at the city lord's mansion, they saw that the door was sealed and the entire city lord's mansion became deserted overnight. The princess had no choice but to rush to the princess's mansion. Qingyun and others were decorating the mansion when they heard someone report that the princess had arrived. Qingyun asked someone to invite her in. The princess of the county was exhausted and walked hurriedly. When she saw Qingyun and the others, she hurriedly asked, "My lord, where is my mother?" The princess asked anxiously without even having time to salute. Qingyun raised his eyes and glanced at her faintly. The housekeeper next to her immediately scolded, "You are so bold to not bow when you see the prince." The princess of Linen County was very anxious, but she could only be patient and bowed. "I greet the prince, the princess." The housekeeper frowned and continued, "Princess Nanyang is here, didn't you see it?" The princess of Linen County looked very ugly when she heard this. Princess Nanyang was just a 5-year-old child, but she also wanted her to bow. Although she was unwilling, she could only continue to bow. "Greetings, Princess Nanyang." Qingyun finally spoke. Why did the princess of the county come here in a hurry? No matter how unwilling and hateful she was, the princess of the county could only grit her teeth and swallow the hatred in her heart. Prince, my younger brother is the mayor of Nanyang City. I heard that my younger brother died, and my mother was driven out of the mayor's mansion. I came here to ask what my younger brother did, and where my mother went." When the princess of the county said these words, her face was full of anger that was difficult to conceal. These people knew that it was her brother and mother, but they were still so cruel and vicious. The princess of the county hated her to death at this time. She only hated that she did not have a higher status and could not avenge her brother and mother. Song Jingmian looked at her like this and said lightly, "You can find out what your brother has done if you just go out and ask. Anyone on the street can know it. Princess of the county, do you know what your brother has done in Nanyang City?" The princess of the county swallowed her saliva and felt a little guilty. She naturally knew that her brother had a bad temper, but who in the world is not greedy? It's nothing more than greed. It's not a crime punishable by death. Thinking about it, she said, "No matter what, it's not a crime punishable by death. Prince, our two families are still relatives, and my son is still your adopted son. Can't you spare my brother once for hunger's face? You have to kill him like this." Thinking of her brother's death, the princess of the county was still very sad and couldn't help but red-eyed. Song Jingmian looked at her and couldn't help laughing. "Spare him? Go ask the people outside if they are willing to spare him." Song Jingmian glanced at the housekeeper and said lightly, "Tell the princess of Linen what the city lord did. Let her listen carefully and see if this man deserves to die." The housekeeper nodded and immediately told the princess everything one by one. Every single thing made the princess doubt her ears. After talking for a long time, she was sweating coldly. At this moment, she no longer dared to beg for mercy and no longer dared to say that her brother's crime did not deserve death. Just these deeds took most of the day. "Do you still think that your brother deserves death?" The princess was speechless for a long time before she spoke. "Even if my brother deserves death, my mother is an old woman and should not be driven out of the house. She has no one to take care of her and no money. What do you want her to do?" Song Jingmian said coldly, "What does this have to do with me?" The princess looked around and saw Muyang. She said to Muyang, "Song Hung, my mother is also your grandmother. Is this how you look after her?
I have treated you well since you were a child.
Is this how you repay me now?" Hearing her mention herself, Muyang walked over. "I don't have any grandmother. Princess, don't try to be related to me casually. Also, my name is Muyang now, not Song Hung." Since Muyang came back, the princess has tried to please him many times, but it didn't work. At this time, the princess really had no patience anymore. What's the use of pleasing him? He still ignored her. "Okay, are you sure your name is Muyang? Are you sure you won't return to the prince's mansion? You don't want the position of crown prince anymore? Are you willing to be an adopted son of the Prince Ping's mansion?" Muyang did not hesitate, I'm sure. The princess of the county just thought that Muyang was a fool. How could the adopted son of the palace compare to the prince of the county? He really didn't know what was good for him. In that case, don't blame her. The princess of the county was furious and sneered. "Okay, Song Hung. Oh no, Muyang. I hope you don't regret your decision today." Muyang ignored her, his expression still cold. The princess of the county continued to say, "From today on, Song Hung is dead. There is no more prince in the Linen County Prince's mansion, and there is no Song Hung in this world. So, are you willing?" Muyang said lightly, "There is no Song Hung in this world. There is only Muyang." The princess of the county was really angry. She had never seen such an ungrateful person. "Okay, very good. The county prince's mansion will never call you back in the future. When you go back, I will announce to the world that the prince of our Linen County Prince's mansion is dead." The princess of the county turned around and walked out of the gate of the princess's mansion. After leaving the gate, she went to look for her mother alone. Finally, when it was dark, she found the old woman who was dying of hunger and dirty. The princess of the county was distressed and cried for a long time while hugging her old mother. In his heart, he hated Song Jingmian and Muyang even more. He cursed for a long time with an angry face and vowed to make Muyun, Song Jingmian, and others pay the price. In the princess's mansion, everyone was worried that Muyang was sad, so they all coaxed him. Feeling everyone's concern for him, Yang felt warm in his heart. In fact, he didn't care about those people at all. He only cared about the people in this family and everything here. Now it's good. The prince is not important to him at all. He just wants to be with Yuya and Yuanbao all the time. After 3 days of busy work in the princess's mansion was finally decorated very warmly and comfortably, and it was much more comfortable to live in. Yun thought that he could come and live for a period of time every 6 months in the future, which would be more convenient to manage. After finishing the work in the princess's mansion, Yun and Jinling were free, so they drank tea and chatted in the courtyard of the princess's mansion, listening to the servants report all the matters about Nanyang City. Nanyang City is rich because there are many fields and food here, and also because there are famous teas here. Most of the tea merchants outside come here to buy goods. There are hundreds of kinds of tea here, and each kind is very popular. In one of the villages in Nanyang City, the whole village grows tea, and this village has also developed into a small town. Part of Nanyang City's income comes from land, and a large part comes from taxes on tea merchants. After the two learned about this, they started to check the accounts. This is a big project. Yuya is too young to understand it now, and it is useless to teach. She can't bear to learn, so she went out to play with Yang and others. Before the accounts were checked, many people came to the princess's mansion. The people in Nanyang City now know that Princess Nanyang has come. Those who have been oppressed and have their fields occupied have come to the princess's mansion to ask Princess Nanyang to make the decision. Yun and Jinling were busy, while Yuya and Yang Yuanbao went to the street. Yuya was soon recognized by the people. Because Princess Nanyang killed the city lord, the people liked the princess very much and invited her to their homes. Yuya was surprised by such a warm invitation for the first time, but she couldn't refuse the invitation, so she really followed her to a commoner's home. It was an old woman, who looked at Yuya with a smile and kept thanking her. Her eyes were full of joy. Originally, her granddaughter was also favored by the city lord, who said that she would be given 3 days at most and would enter the city lord's mansion in 3 days. The granddaughter felt that her life was hopeless and hanged herself. The old woman found her in time and rescued her. As soon as she was rescued, the granddaughter cried and wanted to commit suicide. At this time, everyone said that Princess Nanyang had come and wanted to kill the city lord. The old woman and her granddaughter didn't believe it. After that, they hurried to the execution ground and saw Yuya ordering the disposal of the city lord. That's when they got to know Yuya. Yuya followed the old woman to her home while listening to her talk about her family. Arriving at the door of a dilapidated house, the old woman happily called her granddaughter, Yena, the princess is here. Princess Nanyang is here. The old woman's tone was full of joy. A girl soon came out of the house. She looked about 14 or 15 years old. She was delicate and had delicate eyebrows and eyes. She was a beautiful girl. Seeing Yuya, the girl immediately knelt down and said excitedly, I, the commoner, pay my respects to Her Royal Highness the Princess. Yuya hurriedly asked her to stand up. She didn't care about these false formalities. Even if others didn't salute her, she wouldn't be angry. Princess, this is a big goose I raised myself. I give it to you. Take it back and ask the chef to stew it for you. Have a taste. The old woman was very enthusiastic. She immediately grabbed a big goose and gave it to the maid, who followed Yuya. Without the princess's nod, the maid didn't dare to take it and could only look at Yuya. Yuya felt that the old woman's family was already very poor, so she was embarrassed to take it. She quickly refused and said, No, Grandma. Keep it for yourself. You need to nourish your body when you are old. The old woman and her granddaughter liked the princess very much. They all felt that there was hope for the future. Nanyang City was taken over by such a kind princess, and they no longer had to be afraid. The old woman insisted on giving it to her. She refused for a long time, but she refused to give up. Yuya had no choice but to accept it. But when she left, she asked the maid to put a bag of gold leaves in the old woman's house. She also told the old woman that if she needed help in the future, she could go to the princess's house to find her, and she would help. The old woman was deeply moved and was not worried about the future at all. Not long after Yuya left, her granddaughter found the gold leaves left by Yuya. The two of them were shocked and hurriedly put away the gold leaves, thinking about returning them to Yuya. This was too much. After that, when she went out on the street, Yuya was recognized one after another, and everyone was very enthusiastic. She was embarrassed to go to other people's homes again, so she hurried home. When they arrived at the gate of the princess's mansion, a little beggar fell on the road at the gate. Yuya saw it and immediately asked someone to rescue the little beggar. The little beggar looked about 7 or 8 years old and looked very weak. After waking him up, Yuya asked with concern, "Are you still feeling uncomfortable? I'll ask the doctor to see you and prescribe medicine for you." The little beggar's eyes were very dark and bright. Looking at the little girl in front of him, he knew that this was the princess of Nanyang, who had been discussed throughout Nanyang City in recent days. He nodded blankly, then shook his head. "I don't have money to pay for the medicine." The little beggar spoke, his voice a little hoarse. Yuya hurriedly said, "It's okay. You don't have to spend money. If you feel uncomfortable, just tell me directly, and I'll ask someone to treat you." The little beggar looked at Yuya carefully. Her eyes were clean and clear, like a clear spring, which made people feel comfortable. But he didn't like it. "Is it okay?" "Thank you, my dear." The little beggar was full of fear, a little surprised, and very happy. Yuya asked someone to take the little beggar back to the princess's mansion, and the few people hiding around the princess's mansion, seeing this, finally left with peace of mind. The little beggar's leg was injured, and it should have been a day or 2 ago. He had not received treatment, and his leg was quite serious. Yuya asked someone to do their best to treat him. Mu Yun and Song Jingnian were both a little surprised that Yuya brought back a beggar, so they came to see. Facing Mu Yun and Song Jingnian, the little beggar didn't dare to look at them. He kept his head down, looking timid and cowardly. Seeing how timid he was, Mu Yun and Song Jingnian didn't ask any more questions. They just glanced at him, told people to take good care of him, and left. Meeting Yuya at the door, Mu Yun pulled his daughter aside and asked, "Yuya, why did you suddenly want to come back to save people? What are you going to do with this little beggar?" Yuya shook her head. "I don't know, mother. I just felt sorry for him. Injured and without food, so I brought him back." Mu Yun nodded and said nothing more. "When he gets better, ask him where his home is, so that it will be convenient for someone to send him back." Yuya nodded. "Okay, I know, mother. I will ask." Yuya ran to the little beggar's house. At this time, the little beggar had been cleaned, changed into new clothes, and his leg injury had been bandaged. Seeing Yuya coming, he immediately struggled to get up and salute. Yuya hurriedly said, "Just lie down and don't move." The little beggar said weakly, "They said that when you see the princess, you should kneel down and salute, otherwise it is disrespectful. I respect the princess, but I can't get up." Yuya looked at his clean little face and felt much more pleasing to the eye. She praised, "You look not bad. You still look good after washing. In the future, you should be clean and don't make yourself dirty." The little beggar said helplessly, "I'm a beggar. What's the use of being clean? As long as I can eat my fill, it's fine." Yuya asked, "Why are you a beggar? Where are your parents?" "Parents?" The little beggar looked at Yuya and said calmly, "My parents are dead, and I am the only one left in our family." Yuya felt even more sorry for him, so she said, "Then, do you have any other place to go?" The little beggar shook his head. "No, I have been wandering around. A few days ago, I had my legs broken for a steamed bun. Now I can't even wander around. I'm afraid my legs will never be able to walk again." As he spoke, the little beggar was very sad, his eyes turned red, and he looked like he was about to cry. Seeing how pitiful he was, Yuya hurriedly said, "It's okay. If you have nowhere to go, just stay in the princess's mansion." The little beggar was immediately pleasantly surprised. His black eyes lit up. "Is it really possible?" Yuya nodded. "Yes, it's okay." Thinking of something, the little beggar said disappointedly, "But I can't do anything." Yuya smiled and said, "It's okay. I'll let someone teach you. You're good and healthy. You can learn it after a while."
Ah?
The little beggar was surprised. Looking at Yueya's serious look, he was a little speechless. Didn't she say that she was very kind and that the two children they took in were now the young masters of Prince Ping's mansion, with noble status, no worries about food and drink, and the same treatment as the prince of the palace? Why did it become like this, when it was his turn to take him in? Planning to make him a servant? The little beggar was very dissatisfied with this result, but he didn't show it. Did Yueya hear this? She looked at him in confusion. What's wrong? Any other questions? The little beggar shook his head. No, I'm just surprised. Princess, you think so much about me. Yueya smiled. My mother said that you should help others more, and you are from Nanyang City. My father said that the people of Nanyang City are my people. I will treat them well and help them, so you don't have to be polite or worry. I will take good care of you. Yueya didn't know what the little beggar was thinking. Seeing him lower his head, she thought he was moved. Yueya, who felt that she had done a good deed, was very happy. By the way, what's your name? Yueya suddenly remembered that she didn't know his name yet, so she asked. The little beggar put away the contempt in his eyes and continued to pretend to be weak. My name is Sun Jinghua. Sun Jinghua? Yueya thought the name was a bit unpleasant, but she was embarrassed to say it out loud. The little beggar nodded. When he mentioned his name, he couldn't hide his pride in his eyes. Well, Sun Jinghua, my father gave me this name. It's a pity that he is gone. Thinking of his parents' unwillingness and resentment before they died, Sun Jinghua's eyes flashed with hatred. He would try his best to avenge his parents. Yueya felt pity for him when she thought that his parents were gone. She comforted him. It's okay. Don't be sad. You will stay in the princess's mansion to work. I will let the housekeeper treat you well. If you are willing, learn more skills. You can live well on your own in the future. It's much better than being a beggar. Sun Jinghua was a little disappointed and dissatisfied in his heart. She actually wanted him to be a servant instead of being a master like the two people Mu Yang and Hu Tianxi, who were picked up before. Did Princess Nanyang look down on him? Because he was a beggar, she felt that she should be grateful for giving him a place to stay. The more Sun Jinghua thought about it, the angrier he became. To be honest, his status was much more noble than hers. But he couldn't say that. Sun Jinghua could only suppress his dissatisfaction and said weakly, but I am weak and I am afraid I can't do any work. Princess, will I cause you trouble? Yueya shook her head. No. No trouble. The princess has so many people living in her house. You are not a big deal. Don't think too much. Hearing her compare herself with those servants, Sun Jinghua was even more unhappy. Originally, their plan was to follow Princess Nanyang to the capital. The Prince Ping's mansion was very close to the royal family. As long as they got into the Prince Ping's mansion, they could get close to the emperor. At that time, if they wanted to kill the dog emperor, their chances would be greater. But now the plan seems to have changed. Princess Nanyang did not follow their original plan, which they did not expect. It was clearly stated in the investigation that the Mu Yun family loved to pick up people and take them home. Mu Yang and Hu Tianxi were both picked up, and now they have become the young masters of the Prince Ping's mansion, with a noble status. I thought they would treat him the same if they picked him up, but I didn't expect it to be like this. Yueya was about to leave, and Sun Jinghua hurriedly asked, Princess, are you leaving? Yueya nodded. Well, you have a good rest. I'm going to play with my brothers. Sun Jinghua could only nod, and said with a look of disappointment, Okay, Princess, you go. Yueya did not fail to see his disappointed expression, but this not only did not make her feel pity for Sun Jinghua, but made her dislike him a little. Mother said that you can be a good person and do good things, but you must pay attention to observation and have a limit. Not everyone can be saved. Some people will not be satisfied if you save them, but will instead have a resentful heart, thinking, why don't you give them more, and then do something to hurt you? Yueya remembered what Mu Yun said very clearly, so she had never saved anyone outside. She had seen many poor people, but she had only given them some gold and silver, and never brought them home. Sun Jinghua happened to fall at her door with an injured leg, so she didn't think much about it at the time and brought him into the house. But just now, seeing his expression of loss and a hint of displeasure, Yueya suddenly realized that this little beggar seemed to be somewhat dissatisfied with her arrangement. Yuya was not a stupid person, and she quickly thought of a lot of things. She went out and hurried to find her brother. Although it was the princess's mansion, Yuya still told her father and mother to arrange courtyards for each of her brothers so that they would be convenient for them to live there in the future. Courtyards for Mu Yun and Song Jingmian were also arranged. Yuya went to Yuanbao's yard and saw him reading a book. She hurried over and said, "Brother, I think there is something wrong with the little beggar I rescued." Yuya couldn't wait to speak. Yuanbao looked at her when he heard the voice and could not help but said, "Run slower." Yuya ran to her brother in 3 or 2 steps and said hurriedly, "Brother, I think that little beggar is a little ungrateful." Yuanbao asked, "What's wrong? What did he do or say?" Yuya hurriedly said, "Nothing special, but I just felt that he seemed dissatisfied with my arrangement." Yuanbao asked patiently, "How did you arrange it?" Yuya hurriedly told her brother about her arrangements. After she finished speaking, she stared at her brother closely and asked hurriedly, "Brother, do you think this is what I thought?" Yuanbao nodded. He didn't want any strangers to enter the house, so he said, "When his injury is healed, send him out of the house. Stay away from him." Yuya nodded. "Yeah, then I won't go to see him. I'll send him away when he's healed." Yuya suddenly lost interest in the little beggar. She still liked to play with her brothers. In the next few days, Yuya also went to various towns and villages accompanied by her brothers and guards. Mu Yun and Song Jingmian were still handling the affairs of Nanyang City, trying to sort out everything for their daughter at once so that they could follow the routine in the future, which would make it easier to manage in the future. Sun Jinghua had been recuperating in the princess's mansion for 3 days, and his injuries were almost healed, but he never saw Yuya again. This made him very dissatisfied and secretly anxious, but no matter how anxious he was, he could only worry. Finally, after 5 long days, Yuya finally stopped going out to play. She had traveled all the places she could, so she was free. Hearing from the servants that Sun Jinghua's injuries had healed, Yuya went to see him, but Yuanbao accompanied her. Now that Sun Jinghua can walk, he no longer lies in bed, but he didn't do anything. Every day, he was like a young master, doing nothing and asking for things when he needed them. Because the princess brought him back personally, the servants took good care of him, and he had a good life for a few days. The little beggar knelt down to pay his respects, and Yuya said, "Get up." After Sun Jinghua got up, he carefully glanced at Yuya and Yuanbao, and then lowered his head again. Yuya asked, "Are you healed?" Sun Jinghua nodded. "Yes, it's fine." Yuya smiled. "That's good. Do you want to go out or stay in the princess's mansion?" Sun Jinghua hurriedly said, "I have nowhere to go. Please let me stay." Sun Jinghua knelt down again, but he was confused. Didn't they agree to let him stay? Why did they ask this again now? Yuya nodded and agreed happily. "Okay, then you can stay in the princess's mansion from now on. I will ask the housekeeper to arrange things for you. You don't have to sign a contract to sell yourself. When you grow up, you will still be a free person." Sun Jinghua frowned slightly, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes, and a feeling of dissatisfaction suddenly rose in his heart. Seeing that he was slow to speak, Yuanbao said, "Are you dissatisfied with the princess's arrangement? Why don't you thank me?" Sun Jinghua quickly calmed down and knelt down to express his gratitude. "Thank you, princess, for giving me a place to stay. I will definitely repay you and serve you like a captive." Yuya smiled and said, "No need to serve me. I'm about to go back to the capital. You just do your job here. If you want to leave the house one day, just tell the housekeeper. I've already told him." Upon hearing this, Sun Jinghua's eyes flashed with anxiety. He quickly knelt down and said, "Princess, can I go with you? I only know you. If you leave, I will feel uneasy. Please take me with you." Seeing that he was so anxious, Yuya could only say, "I can't take you away. My father and mother don't allow me to take strangers back. 10 years later, if you are still in this house, you won't be a stranger anymore. If you still want to go to the capital at that time, I will take you there." Sun Jinghua felt cold in his heart. 10 years later, the opportunity would be gone, so how could he take revenge? He could only continue to beg pitifully, and Yuya looked a little soft-hearted. Finally, Yuanbao said, "Okay, I'll take you there. Don't knock." Yuya looked at her brother in surprise. How could her brother be more soft-hearted than herself? Forget it, let's go. Sun Jinghua didn't expect that it would be Yuan Bao who agreed to take him there in the end. He was a little surprised, but he was relieved. The faint pain in his forehead made him feel more resentful. After staying in Nanyang City for more than half a month, Mu Yun and his party finally returned to the capital. When they went back, Sun Jinghua was naturally taken with them. And those who were watching secretly also packed their things and followed to the capital. This was the first time Sun Jinghua came to the capital. He had only heard of it before. Now it was his first time here. Looking at the prosperous capital, he hated it even more. If it weren't for the Song family, he would definitely be the most distinguished person in the capital now, and his father and mother would definitely still be alive, living a noble and decent life, and would not die in a foreign land like now. On the bustling streets, Sun Jinghua in the carriage felt more and more aggrieved, and there was a hint of hostility in his eyes. Back at the palace, Yuya Yuanbao was warmly welcomed. After not seeing each other for half a month, the princess missed her 2 grandchildren very much. She hugged them and talked for a long time. Sun Jinghua watched from the side, with a hint of envy in his eyes. He dared not even think about such happiness, but these 2 people actually had it. As he watched, Sun Jinghua couldn't help but feel a little resentful. Princess Nanyang and the Prince of the Ping Palace were both surnamed Song, and the Song family was his biggest enemy. At this moment, Sun Jinghua also hated the 2 people who brought him to the palace, and secretly swore in his heart that one day he would definitely destroy their happiness and make them homeless and unloved like him. Muyong glanced at Sun Jinghua and did not miss the hatred in his eyes. When it was night, Muyong went to find Yuan Bao and told him about the hatred he saw. Yuan Bao wasn't surprised when he heard that. He said to Muyong, "This Sun Jinghua came to the capital for a purpose. I didn't plan to bring him here, but later I saw that he wanted to come so much, so I brought him here. I'm a little curious about why he wanted to come so much." Muyong frowned, "But I'm worried that he will harm you and Yuya." Yuan Bao said, "It's okay, we will pay attention to it. It's just a child. I will let Uncle Mo keep an eye on him. With Uncle Mo's ability, he won't make mistakes when keeping an eye on a child." Muyong nodded, which made him feel more relieved. "Okay, as long as you understand it in your heart. I'm just afraid that you'll be confused by this Sun Jinghua and give him an opportunity to take advantage of it." The 2 talked for a while before Muyong left. Sun Jinghua was arranged to be a cleaning boy in the outer courtyard. He was young and was assigned some very light work, but he couldn't do these jobs well. After bringing him here, Yuan Bao threw him in the outer courtyard and kept someone watching him, and no one cared about him. Sun Jinghua was also very disappointed with this result. He didn't stay stable for a few days before he really couldn't stay stable. That night, while it was dark and everyone was asleep, he sneaked out. He thought he was flawless and had no idea that Mo had been following him. After leaving the palace, he didn't even need to send out a signal. Someone immediately found him. "Your Highness, you are finally out. I have been waiting for you for a long time." 2 men in their 40s immediately stepped forward and spoke to Sun Jinghua. The 3 of them looked around, looking like thieves. Mo flew to the top of the tree next to the 3 of them without anyone noticing. "Your Highness, how have you been in Prince Ping's palace these days? Have Prince Ping and Princess Ping treated you well?" Speaking of this, Sun Jinghua became angry and couldn't help but said with anger on his face, "I am not even qualified to see Prince Ping and Princess Ping. They arranged me to be a servant in the outer courtyard to sweep the floor. On weekdays, I can't even see their masters, and I have to do a lot of work every day."
What? How could they do this?
Isn't it said that Princess Ping is the kindest and likes to take in homeless people? The 2 children she adopted before are now the young masters of the Ping Palace. Although their status is not as noble as that of the prince, they are better than the young masters of other ministers' families. How come they become like this when your Highness is here? Did they notice something? Sun Jinghua shook his head. "No, it's not that they noticed anything, but they look down on me. They probably think I'm a beggar and don't want to give me an identity. They think giving me a job is already alms and a great deed. I understand that all the good people are fake. We have been deceived by their appearance. Before, I thought that if their family is really so kind, then we might as well bypass them and save their lives in the future, but now it seems that forget it. The two middle-aged men were also a little angry and said, I didn't expect them to be such people. In this case, Your Highness should not care about them in the future. Your Highness, why don't you come out? You are of noble status. You must not do what those inferior people do. We will find another way, and you don't have to suffer this injustice. A man suggested. Sun Jingui shook his head. No, I want to continue to stay in the palace. You don't have to worry. You get ready and settle down in the capital, and our people have to find a place close to the capital to settle down. Another man hurriedly said, Your Highness, don't worry. I have already found a place. The location is top secret. No one will know. It is very safe. Sun Jingui nodded. Well, don't worry. We have waited for so many years. 1 or 2 years is not a big deal. We will plan slowly.